Chapter 1. A Dragon Country player joins Chelsea. In a parallel world, London, the capital of the United Kingdom, in early July, the sun blazed fiercely and the heat was unbearable. Chelsea Football Club was conducting a training session. The players appeared listless, not for any particular reason other than the fact that their previous season had yielded no rewards. They had been eliminated from the Champions League early on, finishing last in their group, and had not even qualified for the Europa League. As a Premier League team, it was intolerable to finish at the bottom with 3 draws and 3 losses. The club's management could not accept such a dismal performance. In the domestic league, they had narrowly secured second place, falling just short of the title. The players had endured the wrath of angry fans. Today's training session at Chelsea was marked by an unusual atmosphere. It was not only the first session of the new season, but also the introduction of a new face among the players. Each year, some familiar faces departed while new ones arrived. Typically, this would not raise any eyebrows, but among the newcomers was a player from the Dragon Country. Although the players had been informed in advance about the arrival of a player from the Dragon Country, seeing him in person still surprised them. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Ming. It's my first day here, and I hope to get along well with all of you. Zhang Ming greeted the players warmly. He had anticipated a warm welcome, perhaps even a few young ladies presenting him with flowers. To his dismay, not a single one of the seasoned players acknowledged him. The atmosphere grew awkward. Zhang, this will be your locker, the team captain, Terry, interjected to alleviate the tension. Bloody hell, another water cooler mover has arrived. Hey, Yamamoto, it seems you have some assistance with your water cooler duties now, chuckled Benjamin, a defender on the team. Yamamoto, come here, Benjamin bellowed again, assuming a domineering stance. Yamamoto, seemingly unimpressed by Benjamin's earlier remarks, merely smiled in response. Upon hearing Benjamin's comment, Yamamoto hurriedly approached him, tail tucked between his legs. Zhang Ming scrutinized this obsequious fellow, noting that, like him, he had black hair and yellow skin. It was evident from his name that he hailed from the island nation. What's the matter with you? Afraid of losing face in front of your fellow Asians? Don't worry as long as you stick with me. That Dragon Country kid will have to call you Brother Yamamoto. Then you'll have a little brother of your own. From now on, let that Dragon Country lad handle the menial tasks. Benjamin laughed, patting Yamamoto's head. Indeed, what Brother Benjamin says is right. We should all listen to Brother Benjamin. Yamamoto nodded eagerly. Zhang Ming felt a surge of indignation at Yamamoto's words. He was truly embarrassed for their shared heritage. Yamamoto, another one from your island has arrived? Inquired Rodri, a central defender for Chelsea, as he entered and spotted Zhang Ming. No, he's from the Dragon Country, the one known for its prowess in table tennis. Yamamoto quickly replied to Rodri's question. Dragon Country man, boss, shall we establish a table tennis team? Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Rodri mischievously inquired of Captain Terry. Those who come for the trial may not even remain, Terry replied absently. Yamamoto, aren't all you Asians short? How is this lad so tall? Rodri remarked, glancing at Zhang Ming and Yamamoto. Yamamoto stood at approximately 1.7 meters, while Zhang Ming towered at about 1.85 meters, a height considered above average in Europe. Rod, some from Dragon Country simply prefer to be taller. For instance, there's one who plays in the NBA, the tallest in the league. Surely you're aware of him, Yamamoto retorted, feeling a sudden surge of superiority with Zhang Ming's arrival. Having long been bullied by these fair-skinned individuals, at that moment, a tall, dark-skinned player wearing headphones entered. Zhang Ming recognized him instantly. He was the notorious troublemaker Balotelli, famed for his antics. Hey, new guy. Balotelli greeted upon spotting Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, the newcomer, Zhang Ming replied, extending his hand. How's it going? You've probably been teased, right? Do you know why they don't dare tease me? Balotelli said, shaking Zhang Ming's hand symbolically. Zhang Ming pondered Balotelli's words. Indeed, why did these individuals refrain from teasing him? Balotelli was dark-skinned, and weren't these white folks generally dismissive of darker skin? Since Balotelli's entrance, neither Benjamin nor Rodri dared to tease him. They couldn't even bear to look his way, evidently intimidated by him. Here, the one with the strongest fist is the boss. Don't be like that Yamamoto, timid as a mouse, submissive, truly not a man, Balotelli said, settling down with a grin, clearly eager for amusement. One by one, many others trickled in, warmly greeting each other after a holiday apart. Yamamoto also eagerly greeted everyone, but most simply ignored him. Why is there a Dragon Country player here? Is he here to play football? Impossible. I believe he is here to teach us table tennis. They from Dragon Country can't possibly play football. Table tennis is more their style. Hey, do you know the 3 great battles of Dragon Country football? The opening match, the life and death match, and the honor match. Haha. The players whispered among themselves, eyeing Zhang Ming. Hey, new guy from Dragon Country. Go fetch me a glass of water. Once Benjamin noticed that most were gathered, he boasted loudly. Zhang Ming ignored him completely. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? Benjamin shouted, approaching Zhang Ming, who remained unresponsive. Are Dragon Country folks deaf? Benjamin added, playfully tapping Zhang Ming's head. Zhang Ming stood up, glaring at Benjamin in silence. Feeling a twinge of insecurity as he noticed Zhang Ming's fierce gaze, Benjamin, who was of similar height, felt a sense of unease. What are you glaring at, Dragon Country pig? Benjamin scoffed disdainfully. With a swift left hook, Zhang Ming knocked Benjamin to the ground, his demeanor fierce and words few. Upon witnessing his good friend sprawled on the floor, Rodri rushed over, ready to confront Zhang Ming in a duel. However, with a single kick, Zhang Ming sent Rodri tumbling several times. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the ferocity of this young man from the Dragon Kingdom. Bravo, splendid work. Balotelli clapped and laughed, reveling in the chaos. Just as the two fallen men attempted to rise and reclaim their pride, their coach, Mourinho, entered the scene. What is happening here? On the very first day of the new season, we encounter such a debacle. Terry, how could you be such a captain? Mourinho scolded. It was just a bit of fun, boss, no harm done, Terry replied nonchalantly. Boss, why did you bring back such a character? Benjamin, suppressing his anger, questioned Mourinho. At that moment, Mourinho felt the weight of his predicament after all. How could someone from the Dragon Kingdom truly grasp the essence of football? The reason he had traveled such a great distance to bring Zhang Ming back was solely due to the owner's wishes. To understand the situation fully, one must rewind a week. Mourinho had taken over the managerial role midway through the season as a firefighting coach. That he hastily added several players during the winter break, however. The team was still in a state of adjustment, and their performance remained lackluster. Further reinforcements were necessary, which would entail significant expenditure. Owner Abramovich, facing financial deficits, was compelled to tap into the market of the Dragon Kingdom. In pursuit of expanding the club's reach, what could be more expedient and cost-effective than acquiring a player from the Dragon Kingdom? With this in mind, Abramovich began to persuade Mourinho to venture to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 2. The Hand of Fate. Abramovich first invited Mourinho to his office for some casual conversation to gauge his mood before addressing the matter at hand. My club aspires to secure the Champions League title, yet we haven't even clinched the Premier League championship. This is unacceptable. Abramovich expressed his dissatisfaction. It was no surprise that he was displeased after investing hundreds of millions of pounds. Failing to secure even a Premier League title would leave any wealthy owner unsatisfied. Boss, are you not aware of my approach? The first year is for acclimatization. The second year yields results that I only just took over the team last year. How could I deliver results so soon? Rest assured, this upcoming season will bring success, Mourinho retorted, confident in his reputation as a renowned strategist. Let us hope next year does not mirror this year's barren yield, Abramovich replied, his frustration barely contained. Boss, I require every player on this list, Mourinho asserted, handing Abramovich a piece of paper. Consider it done. I will ensure these players are acquired. However, you must make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom in the coming days to secure a few players, at least one, Abramovich instructed. Mourinho was taken aback by this directive. Boss, are you mistaken? There are no notable players in the Dragon Kingdom. While there have been players from there in the Premier League previously, they have not achieved remarkable success. Mourinho inquired with a hint of perplexity. I am aware of. This I have no expectation of you bringing back any valuable players. The club has invested excessively of late, leading to significant losses, and the shareholders are voicing their concerns. We need to generate revenue to stabilize our finances. The market in the Dragon Nation is vast, and it is precisely what we require. As for their players, let them sit on the bench and await their turn to shine during garbage time. Surely, you don't expect me to undertake this personally? You know how busy I am. Mourinho expressed his dissatisfaction upon hearing the boss words. You may not fully grasp the situation in the Dragon Nation. Do you realize the magnitude of your fame there? Your presence will undoubtedly create a stir. This is crucial for our expansion into that market. The tickets have already been arranged. You depart tomorrow, Abraham stated, patting Mourinho on the shoulder before exiting the office. On the other side of the globe, in the great Asian nation known as the Dragon Nation, lies a small town named Urin, just south of the capital, the Forbidden City. The countryside radiates joy, with gentle breezes and dancing shadows of trees, as a group of children run freely, shattering the sunlight underfoot, while ahead awaits an endless chorus of cicadas and an abundance of fruits. I could see this moment. Zhang Ming is napping beneath a grand tree in the field. In the distance, a flock of goats recklessly devours the vegetable leaves in the field, goats that belong to Zhang Ming. Congratulations! You have acquired the football talent system. Hey, are you still alive? Due to the poor state of football in the Dragon Nation, heaven has specifically arranged this system to rescue you. Dead. What a stroke of misfortune. After an arduous selection process, it ultimately chose such a character. You have been struck by such a great fortune, yet you treat wealth with disdain. Alas, it seems you are genuinely dead. Heaven has favored your nation's football, and yet you end up like this. It's no surprise you continue to suffer. A voice resonated in Zhang Ming's mind. What? Football talent system? What on earth is this? Wait a moment, could this be the golden finger that countless citizens have yearned for? Are you still there? Zhang Ming timidly inquired. Huh? You're still alive. Indeed, I might get down 3 bottles of beer on an empty stomach and still feel invigorated. I can even urinate 2 meters against the wind, strong and robust. Zhang Ming excitedly exclaimed in his mind. Being alive is sufficient. This system will ask one final time. Do you wish to activate the football talent system? Activate. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Zhang Ming instinctively replied. With such a fortunate opportunity, how could he hesitate? Congratulations, you have bound this system. Name, Zhang Ming. Nationality, Dragon Nation. Gender, male. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Stamina, 50. Upon first activation of the system, you are rewarded with a guaranteed long-range goal .1 CAC experience card note. Once activated, the experience card is valid for only 100 minutes. Alas, the data is so poor. What a stroke of bad luck. To have selected such a thing, it seems the task will fail. The Dragon Nation's football truly is beyond salvation. The voice of the system echoed once more within Zhang Ming's mind. Upon hearing it, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. May I timidly inquire, is it possible to sever the system's bond once it has been established? Zhang Ming whispered. Not at all, unless the host meets their demise. This system will enter a cooling period of 100 years before selecting a new host, came the response. Zhang Ming's spirits lifted at this revelation. The impossibility of dissolution meant that the matter was settled. He was bound, whether he liked it or not. What was there to fear? Little system, please address your master with a modicum of respect. Do not be so presumptuous, he began to preen. Master, do not get too carried away. Although this system has bound itself to you and commenced its function, there remains a condition for you to retain it indefinitely. Otherwise, the system will depart after 1 week, it warned. Zhang Ming was taken aback by this assertion. The situation was rife with hidden traps. What condition? He queried, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. The condition is that within 1 week, you must become a disciple of the football maestro, Mourinho. Now that I have spoken my piece, this system shall enter a dormant state, awakening only when you have taken your place under Mourinho. Should you fail to do so within the week, this system will vanish forever, and all that has transpired today will be but a fleeting dream for you. With those final words, the system fell silent. Little system, are you still there? Charming system. Handsome and dashing system. Zhang Ming called out repeatedly within his mind, I am a lady, stunningly beautiful. The system roared back. What the hell? Is there a gender distinction among systems? Sister system, why does your voice sound so masculine? Sister system, what is your age? Sister, are you not aware that stunningly beautiful has become a pejorative term? After that, silence reigned regardless of Zhang Ming's fervent calls. The system's voice did not return. Damn it, if you think there's no hope for football in our country, just say so directly. Why mock me with such convoluted riddles? Become a disciple of Mourinho? And within a week, no less. Mourinho is a world-class football maestro. Who am I to him? Currently, he is the head coach of Chelsea, located in London, far across the globe. Forget about time and connections. I can't even afford a ticket to London. Why not just ask me to pluck the moon for you? No, why not ask me to snatch the sun? Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Look at how your sheep have devoured my vegetables. Zhang Ming was jolted awake by a gruff voice. Upon hearing it, he realized he had merely been dreaming. Of course, there was no hope for the national football team. It was utterly rotten. Grandpa Lu, well, I just fell asleep. In the future, feel free to come and pick veggies from my field. Zhang Ming chuckled sheepishly, offering his apologies. Xiao Ming, you were asleep? Huh? What kind of daydream were you having? Lu Xiaobao, standing behind Grandpa Lu, asked with a mischievous grin that I wonder if you would believe me if I said I played football in my dreams. Zhang Ming said, his voice laced with dejection. Football? As if you could even compete with those from South Asia, it's a lost cause. Elder Lu and Lu Xiaobao grumbled as they walked away. First, we couldn't hold our own against East Asian and West Asian teams, and now we can't even manage against South Asia. What's the point of playing? We might as well all go till the fields. Elder Lu continued to grumble as he departed. Chapter 3. The struggles of playing football in the Dragon Kingdom. In the summer, the weather can change as swiftly as a child's expression. A sudden downpour extinguished the last flicker of hope in Zhang Ming's heart. Alas, it has been 7 days. It seems this truly is nothing more than a fleeting dream. The prospect for football in our great dragon kingdom appear bleak. Zhang Ming sighed, murmuring as he sat beside the only football field in Urinetown. Though it bore the name of a football field, it consisted merely of 2 goals, and the condition of the pitch was utterly deplorable. It is not surprising that the football field is in disrepair. Adults are preoccupied with earning a living, while the youth have returned home to study and attend supplementary classes. Who would still come to play football? Without players, there is no funding for the maintenance of the pitch. At this moment, Zhang Ming's heart is heavy with desolation. Having just completed his college entrance examinations, it is needless to say that he has not succeeded. While others are joyfully celebrating their admissions with friends, Zhang Ming finds himself in a state of melancholy, aimlessly wandering. What a farce this so-called football talent system has been, leading him to rejoice in vain for 7 days. Alas, he resolves to muddle through until the end of the year, and next year, he will venture out to do manual labor. With his physique, spending a mere $2 on a pair of gloves for construction work, he could easily earn $200 a day. A guaranteed profit of 100-fold, a true commercial genius. Zhang Ming quietly murmured as he observed several young boys playing soccer on the dilapidated field. At that moment, Mourinho was at the headquarters of the Dragon National Football Association, utterly astonished by the chaotic antics of the association. Reluctantly appointed by his boss, Abramovich, to come to Dragon Country, Mourinho felt no enthusiasm for the task. Yet, out of respect for his employer, he embarked on a tiresome journey to the capital, the Forbidden City. Upon disembarking from the plane, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The chairman of the Dragon National Football Association, Huang Yud, personally arrived with a group to welcome him. Feeling a sense of superiority at such a grand reception, Mourinho thought the Dragon people were exceedingly courteous. As a world-renowned football maestro, his presence in Dragon Country to scout players had stirred excitement throughout the nation. The association had already begun preparations upon learning of Mourinho's personal visit. A selection of candidates had been meticulously arranged. However, upon surveying the group of players before him, Mourinho's heart sank. The majority were either too aged or possessed exaggerated physiques. After just a couple of laps, they were panting heavily, wiping sweat from their brows, resembling nothing short of boiled chicken. Mourinho finally understood why Dragon Country's football had consistently failed to achieve commendable results. It was indeed a wonder if these players could produce any success. Unbeknownst to him, this batch of players had been carefully selected, each one either affluent or blessed with striking mothers. "Master, these are the finest players in Dragon Country. Feel free to choose anyone," Huang Yud remarked. Infuriated by this statement, Mourinho turned and walked away. "I will select my own players," he declared, before departing with his assistant towards Jinling City to scout talent. However, to his dismay, a torrential downpour struck midway, causing the highway to close. Mourinho had no choice but to pause and rest with his assistant. "Hey, could you pass the ball over here?" called out the young boys playing as Zhang Ming prepared to leave the crumbling field and head home to tend to his sheep. Zhang Ming gazed at the football that had rolled to his feet, a surge of frustration welling within him. Play football? What a farcical notion. Zhang Ming approached with a swift kick, sending the ball soaring towards the goal. With a magnificent curve, it struck the far corner of the net. "Brother, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed the young players, gazing in awe at Zhang Ming's extraordinary feat. Zhang Ming recognized that this exquisite curved shot was a tribute to the long-range shooting skill bestowed by the football talent system. This moment was also witnessed by Mourinho, who was resting not far away. "This is the one. Hurry up and complete the formalities. Once done, I will take this lad back to England," Mourinho excitedly communicated to his assistant. Initially, Mourinho had intended to scout players in Jinling City, but the empire was vast, and with time pressing upon him, he could not afford to linger any longer. Zhang Ming possesses exceptional long-range shooting prowess. Even if his shot was merely fortuitous, it still holds considerable developmental value, far surpassing the lackluster talents of the players from Zijing City. He has crafted a tactical approach for his team centered on counterattacks. While this strategy may thrive against teams that play an open and expansive style, it poses significant challenges when encountering teams with a similar approach. However, the presence of a long-range shooter like Zhang Ming simplifies matters considerably. Mourinho initially anticipated a smooth return to his homeland, yet to his dismay, Huang Yud vehemently opposed the selection of the unassuming Zhang Ming. With neither financial backing nor a strikingly beautiful mother, "What right do you have to play football?" he protested. Renowned for his obstinate nature, Mourinho remained resolute in his choice of Zhang Ming, disregarding any alternatives. Even when Huang Yud suggested another player from his own roster, Mourinho remained steadfast in his decision. Huang Yud, no pushover himself, sensed Mourinho's unwillingness to negotiate and withheld his signature and stamp. Without his approval, Zhang Ming's prospects of playing abroad remained bleak. Ultimately, Mourinho's assistant, Flandre, placed a call to Abramovich, extolling Zhang Ming's virtues and proclaiming him a once-in-a-century prodigy. Abramovich then contacted UEFA, which in turn reached out to FIFA, leading to pressure being applied by the Asian Football Confederation on the Dragon Country Football Association. Thus, Zhang Ming found himself aboard a flight to England. On the plane, Mourinho cast a glance at Zhang Ming beside him and couldn't help but lament. It is exceedingly difficult for someone from the Dragon Country to pursue a career in football. As Zhang Ming disembarked from the plane in London, the sound of the system's notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Master, on successfully becoming a disciple of Mourinho. Since he had ventured alone into this foreign land, the system bestowed upon him a set of self-defense techniques as a reward. With this enhancement, Zhang Ming was emboldened to exhibit his initial flamboyant demeanor. With this extraordinary advantage, how could he possibly fear such opponents? Not only could he handle the two before him, but even if two more were to join, he would remain undaunted. Zhang Ming provocatively glanced at Benjamin, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction within. This year, Chelsea was exceptionally busy, with an overwhelming number of trialists. In previous years, the number of individuals attending trials at the club rarely exceeded 10. This time, however, there were as many as 20. This surge in interest was undoubtedly attributable to the change in head coach to Mourinho, who would not aspire to serve under such a master. With time still remaining before training commenced, the thought arose to allow the newcomers to warm up, giving the veteran players a chance to assess the prowess of these formidable contenders, while also potentially eliminating a few from the ranks. Captain Terry quietly spoke to Mourinho, suggesting the arrangement. "You take charge," Mourinho replied, addressing Terry as he surveyed the 20 trialists awaiting their chance. "Zhang, whether you can remain on the team depends entirely on your performance. Should you fail to impress, your trial will last but a month, after which you shall be sent back. I wish you luck," Mourinho softly conveyed to Zhang Ming. Upon hearing Mourinho's words, Zhang Ming felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Lacking systematic support, he was merely a mediocre high school player, hardly capable of competing with these professional athletes. Back in his home country, he had inquired about the system's selection criteria, questioning why he was chosen despite his shortcomings. The system had explained that during the selection process, a sudden gust of wind had knocked it off course, leading to an unintended encounter with Zhang Ming, who had inadvertently roused it from its stupor with a splash of urine, an act for which he now felt indebted. Hearing this, Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Indeed, sometimes a pivotal moment in life can hinge upon something as trivial as a splash of urine. If one splash was insufficient, perhaps two would suffice. At that moment, Zhang Ming repeatedly called out to the system in his mind, yet it seemed to have evaporated without a trace, leaving him in despair. It was over, without the system. He was destined for an early exit. Upon arriving in London, the system had granted him a set of self-defense techniques, but it had not reappeared since. Self-defense skills were of little use on the football field. He could hardly resort to fighting on the pitch. Ultimately, Zhang Ming, amidst the urging of the onlookers, donned the temporary red jersey with a heavy heart and walked towards the field. Chapter 4. A crucial moment of failure. Zhang Ming's heart was in turmoil. The match was about to commence, yet the system remained unresponsive. Why, at such critical moments, does it always falter? Observing the club executives seated at the sidelines and the reporters anxiously wielding their cameras, Zhang Ming knew that he was destined to bring shame upon his country. Look at that player from Longhua, how tense he appears. Isn't it better to play table tennis in one's homeland rather than risk embarrassment abroad? My goodness. What am I witnessing? A player from Longhua is actually trying out for Chelsea. Is this not akin to courting disaster? There are but a handful of Longhua players who can make their mark in the top 5 European leagues. Where does this youth find such audacity? Our Premier League's Manchester City once had a player from Longhua, yet he was a renowned star. This lad is relatively unknown and dares to audition for Chelsea. What gives him such courage? Zhang Ming listened to the discussions from the sidelines, infuriated to the point of wanting to strike someone. "Hey Zhang, let's give it our all. We must strive to stay in the game," shouted a young player with dark skin, who ran up to Zhang Ming. It was then that Zhang Ming realized this individual was Waji, hailing from the African nation of Ghana. Zhang Ming observed that the young lad was also clad in a red vest, immediately recognizing him as his teammate for the upcoming match. The 20 participants were divided into 2 teams, with a formal Chelsea player designated as the goalkeeper. He belonged to the red team, while their opponents represented the blue team. Zhang Ming observed the 20 individuals on the field. Aside from himself, who bore yellow skin, the others were either of black or white complexion. Among them was a particularly unkempt youth, unmistakably hailing from the land of the 3 brothers. "Hey, you little brat from the Empire, best head back early. People from your dragon country are simply unfit for football," taunted a player clad in a blue vest. "Rocky, why pay him any mind? He's probably just here for a day trip," another teammate in a blue vest chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "George, you make a valid point. It's quite likely the case. When the time comes, let us not hold back. We'll give him a thorough thrashing." Zhang Ming glared at the group of pale-skinned individuals who were so provocatively taunting him, his frustration nearly reaching a boiling point. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, he would have swiftly brought those 2 insolent individuals to the ground, with the referee's whistle piercing the air. The match commenced. Zhang, positioned as a forward, received a precise pass from Vidiki, who played as a midfielder. Though Vidiki was not particularly striking in appearance, his passing technique was impeccable. The ball seemed to possess a mind of its own, soaring directly towards Zhang Ming's feet. Zhang Ming raised his foot to receive the ball, but in doing so, he elevated it too high, resulting in him falling onto his backside, with the ball subsequently seized by an opposing player. Zhang Ming's recent antics have left everyone present in fits of laughter, their jaws nearly dropping in amusement. They whispered and chuckled amongst themselves, engaging in animated discussions. Although Zhang Ming could not hear their conversation, he could easily imagine it. At that moment, Boss Abu looked at Mourinho with a face full of astonishment. Though he said nothing, his expression conveyed everything. Mourinho, covering his face, was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Zhang Ming was indeed brought in by him. Goodness gracious. What am I witnessing? A Butterfingers? No, how can one be a Butterfingers and fail to even touch the ball? Yamamoto, I believe it is your duty to fulfill the role of this water cooler mover. This lad from the Dragon Nation appears utterly unreliable. Indeed, he has nothing to offer and a temper to match. When the time for voting comes, we shall not cast our ballots in his favor, allowing him to depart sooner rather than later. Chelsea's official players, Benjamin and Rodri, chuckled heartily. Zhang, do not take it to heart. Wadiki consoled as he approached and patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. The match continued, with the blue team advancing on the offense. Rocky, pass it here. Watch how I toy with this fellow. Upon hearing George's words, Rocky deftly sent the ball to George's feet. At that moment, Zhang Ming was engaged in a one-on-one defense against George. Hey, if you have the skills, then stop me. George taunted as he held onto the ball without making an immediate move to break through. As Zhang Ming seized the opportunity to tackle George unawares, George seemed to anticipate the move, effortlessly leaping over the grounded Zhang Ming. After bypassing him, George cheekily turned back to make faces at Zhang Ming, his expression dripping with arrogance. What on earth is happening? Unable to catch or intercept, is he merely standing there like a wooden post? How on earth did such a person end up at Chelsea? The observing Chelsea executives whispered among themselves. Hey, Rocky, this kid knows nothing. He is a liability. And we should exploit him. I see it too. This lad is our lucky star. With him around, we're secure, Rocky and George jubilantly discussed, witnessing Zhang Ming's performance. The players of the blue team were in fits of laughter. Skill is proven through comparison, and with Zhang Ming as the weakest link, everyone was eager to showcase their prowess alongside him. In stark contrast to the jubilance of the blue team, the red team found themselves in despair. What bad luck to be placed on the same team as this kid. After training diligently in hopes of remaining with Chelsea, they never anticipated being hampered by him. Only Vardsey approached Zhang Ming and patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. Head, let us deal with him later, Mourinho said apologetically to Abramovich. Originally, Mourinho had hoped that Zhang Ming could deliver a spectacular performance to salvage some pride, yet he couldn't even get a touch on the ball. Mourinho was frustrated, lamenting that the boy could no longer be dismissed so easily. Abramovich, with a furrowed brow, replied, Do you have any idea how hard we negotiated with the Dragon Country Football Association to bring him here? They are meticulous with their wording. Not only did we have trouble signing him, but they also stipulated his playing time. He must play an average of 5 minutes each match. Noticing Mourinho's bewilderment, Abramovich continued. Hearing this, Mourinho was astonished. Why is that? He asked. Isn't it because you claimed he was a once-in-a-century talent? Abramovich retorted angrily. You insisted on bringing him back. If I hadn't said that, how could we have secured his transfer so smoothly? As Mourinho looked at him, Flandre defensively responded. Now that matters have reached this point, you need to find a way to sign him. With so many people watching, how can we sign him? Moreover, this kid has a volatile temper and just had a confrontation with the first-team players. He surely won't be accepted in the upcoming vote, Mourinho exclaimed anxiously, regretting bringing Zhang Ming along. If they forced the signing, his own reputation would be irreparably damaged. Flandre, you handle this, Abramovich declared before turning to leave. Don't worry. I've got it covered, Flandre confidently replied. Flandre, do you have a plan? Can you persuade so many people? Mourinho inquired with a hint of disbelief. Just wait and see, Flandre replied with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, the match had concluded, with neither side managing to score, thanks to the presence of two formidable goalkeepers. Everyone else felt assured of staying on, except for the unfortunate Zhang Ming, who truly believed he was destined to return home. Damn it, little system. You have led me to ruin, Zhang Ming muttered softly. Chapter 5. There are people behind us. All the trial players gazed eagerly at Flandre, hoping he would utter their names. The results of the voting would not be revealed for another 2 hours. Among you, only 10 would remain for further trials, while the others would have to depart. For now, observe the training of the official team closely. Even if you return home, it won't be in vain, will it? Flandre spoke with an air of superiority. On the field, Mourinho had already organized the official players to commence their training. George, you are surely the one with the most votes. With your talent, securing a formal contract with Chelsea is inevitable. Remember to treat us when that happens, said the sycophantic lad from the A3 nation. Amir, what you are saying is utterly meaningless. With George's abilities, this trial is merely a formality. Obtaining the contract will be a piece of cake, Roki flattered. Zhang Ming was certain that George would undoubtedly be retained. This lad, being a native of England, would surely be favored by the national team. Otherwise, the fans would not take kindly to such a decision. Moreover, his skills are commendable, and he possesses the potential to establish himself within the Dragon Nation's national team. Vaji, have you purchased your return ticket yet? Accommodation in London is exorbitantly priced. If you find yourself unceremoniously dismissed, you may not even have a place to stay. It would be prudent to secure your return ticket first. Do not compare yourself to that fellow from the Empire. He is far wealthier than you, Rocky remarked, teasing Vaji. Rocky, do not put him in such a predicament. He can hardly afford a plane ticket. He arrived by boat, and soon enough, he might just have to swim back, George chimed in, sharing a hearty laugh with Rocky. Amir, amused by their banter, joined in their raucous laughter. Vaji, incensed, clenched his fists tightly, his face resembling an inflated black balloon. Zhang Ming was acutely aware that he was akin to the defeated Watke, destined to be unceremoniously cast aside. What a wretched system it was, rendering him a mere target for ridicule. Observing George and his entourage flaunting their prowess incited a profound frustration within him. Yet, what good was anger? His skills paled in comparison. These individuals had undergone rigorous training from a tender age, while his own childhood was consumed by mundane homework. He had even learned the rules of football from the esteemed commentator, Teacher Huang, a gold medalist in the field. How could he possibly compete with such formidable opponents? What could he possibly bring to the table? Zhang Ming, undeterred by the surrounding distractions, immersed himself in observing the Chelsea team's training session, thoroughly captivated. The considerate Videcki brought a chair for Zhang Ming, and together they watched the older players practice. Zhang, do you have any idea how challenging it is to play football in our country? The balls I trained with back home were fashioned from dog skin, and there wasn't even a proper pitch available. It was through relentless training, day and night, that I earned this opportunity to try out for the national team. Videcki conversed while they watched. I dream of staying here. Once I secure a formal contract, I will bring my family over. After I adapt to life here, we will immigrate to the UK and settle down. Noticing Zhang Ming's silence, Videcki continued his discourse. Zhang Ming perceived this as disdain. How dare you even contemplate abandoning your own country without having accomplished anything? Your nation has nurtured you without reservation. While your aspirations may be commendable, it is essential that you first secure a formal contract. Although Zhang Ming harbored disdain for the young man in his heart, he felt compelled to extend a few courteous words. At this point, it was evident that the young man was somewhat polite towards him. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's remark, Wadecki immediately felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He was acutely aware of his own performance and recognized the significant gap between them. While Zhang Ming was still preoccupied with concerns about his own future, chaos erupted back home. Initially, Sun Jihai, a former player for Manchester City, stumbled upon the news shared by his former teammates. In a state of shock, he too decided to share the news. Sun Jihai was a superstar of the highest caliber in Longhua, and it wasn't long before the news reached the eyes of eager netizens. Within an hour, the entirety of the Longhua football community was abuzz with the information, spreading like wildfire. Old Huang, get online. There's trouble. The president of the Longhua Football Association, Huang Yued, was roused from his slumber, wrapped in the embrace of his wife, by a phone call from director Lu Xiangyang. What's the matter, Lu? It's the middle of the night. Huang Yued grumbled in annoyance. No time for questions, hurry. At Lu Xiangyang's urging, Huang Yued jumped out of bed, opened his computer, skimmed through the news, and promptly contacted his subordinates. Shortly thereafter, the official website of the Football Association disseminated the news and called upon everyone to support Zhang Ming with their votes. Although Chelsea had publicly promised to sign Zhang Ming, the uncertainty of their commitment loomed large. Relying on others was fraught with risk. Self-reliance was the path to sustenance. In an unremarkable internet CAF, a group of impetuous youths were preparing to vent their frustrations at the Football Association's website. For years, with coaches changing annually, the team's performance had stagnated, and who wouldn't want to express their grievances against the association? As they logged onto the official website, they stumbled upon the news, igniting a fervor among them. Another one of our Longhua players is trying out overseas. At Chelsea, one of the top clubs in the Premier League, their excitement reverberated throughout the CAF. Why is the voting so low for our Longhua players? It's even lower than those from India. Are they mocking us for being underrepresented? They rallied together, determined to boost the votes. Thus, Zhang Ming's vote count skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launch. Who is that dark-skinned fellow sitting next to Zhang Ming? Many netizens fixated on a photograph on Chelsea's website, all pondering the same question. It turned out to be the African Wadecki. What was his story? How could he have 0 votes? This was indeed disheartening. Sitting so close to their compatriot, it seemed he was a friend of Zhang Ming. They decided to cast their votes for him as well, recognizing the challenges of his journey from a remote place to England for a trial. They hoped he would not be eliminated in the first round. In this manner, Wadecki's vote count surged, placing him in second, just behind the leading Zhang Ming. At Chelsea, Flandre gazed at the voting leaderboard with a satisfied smile. Head, it's all set. He proudly presented the rankings to Mourinho. Oh my God, Flandre, how did you manage this? Mourinho inquired with astonishment. It's quite simple. Just transform the club's voting into a global poll, and it's settled. The power of the Dragon Nation's internet users is unimaginable. One must never underestimate it, Flandre exclaimed excitedly. Goodness, it is currently midnight in the Dragon Nation. If it were daytime, our official website might very well crash. If the players from the Dragon Nation exhibited the same dedication as their online counterparts, who could possibly defeat the Dragon national football team? At that point, football would surely be removed from the Olympic Games, Mourinho reflected. So, can we announce the results now? No problem. It's fair and just. Proclaim it, Mourinho mused thoughtfully. Chapter 6. The Awakening of the System. The official players at Chelsea Football Club had completed their training session. Everyone was awaiting Flandre to announce the voting results. Once he declared the results, the atmosphere erupted. What? That lad from the Dragon Nation received the most votes? And the fellow from Africa came in second? How can this be? Rocky shouted in indignation. Is it any wonder? He believed George would be first, and he himself would be second. Yet, the outcome revealed George in third place and himself in fourth. This is unjust. Everyone has seen what that chap from the Royal Nation is made of. How could he possibly rank first? George rushed to Flandre, demanding, "What are you shouting about? This voting is fair and impartial. No one could manipulate it." Flandre, being quite seasoned, would never allow George to revel in his presence. This is impossible. How could someone from the Dragon Nation be first? Rocky joined in, exclaiming, "This cannot be. We didn't even cast our votes for him. How could he possibly be first?" Benjamin, perplexed by the results, questioned. This voting was conducted globally. The enthusiasm of the Dragon Nation's voters is well known. Do you have anything to say? Flandre replied dismissively. But Amir's country also has a large population, not significantly fewer than the Dragon Nation's. Why did he receive so few votes? George retorted defiantly. Then you ought to ask him. Why pose the question to me? I have no answers, Flandre replied curtly. Upon hearing George's words, Zhang Ming glanced at the voting leaderboard, noticing that the fellow from Enchanting country was precariously positioned at the 10th spot, nearly facing elimination. How despicable it was to covertly solicit votes. Such behavior is typical of the people from Long country. Emir, observing that his nation's population was comparable to that of the empire, yet his votes amounted merely to a fraction of Zhang Ming's, approached in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Which of your eyes witnessed me soliciting votes? I have solely been observing the training of the esteemed seniors." Zhang Ming retorted, "Then how do you explain your vote count? How could it be so much higher than mine?" Emir raised his voice further. "How should I know? Perhaps the citizens of your country are bathing in the Ganges or drinking cow urine. Do you not believe in the healing powers of cow urine?" Zhang Ming quipped in response to Emir's outburst. "Have you considered that your nation has a minuscule number of internet users, with electricity still not widespread? Dreaming of going online, aren't you?" Upon witnessing Emir's stunned reaction, Zhang Ming pressed on with his taunts. "What did you say?" Emir shouted, rushing towards Zhang Ming, ready to confront him. "Calm down. This fellow is not to be trifled with. The people from Long country are skilled in martial arts. Just recently, 2 official team members were bested by him." Rocky whispered to the furious Emir. Faced with Zhang Ming, who towered over him, Emir's bravado diminished. "We refuse to accept this. We shall demand an explanation from the Football Association," George protested vehemently, with others soon echoing his sentiments. Even the journalists on the sidelines began to embellish the unfolding story. The presence of the internet was indeed advantageous, unlike in the past when articles would only be published the following day. Now they could be written and submitted in an instant. As the news spread, Zhang Ming's votes continued to rise, garnering attention from major European websites. Eventually, the English Football Association, unable to withstand the pressure, contacted Abu, urging him to suppress the situation promptly, lest everyone face dire consequences. Abu, who had not anticipated the gravity of the matter, thought it was merely a matter of entering the imperial market by signing a player from Long country. Other teams had done so without incident. Why was it problematic for them? The recent failure of Long country to qualify for the World Cup had intensified scrutiny on when they might return to the global stage. Upon hearing his assistant's remarks, Abu understood that any association with Long country football now bore seismic implications. "Our stock price has surged unexpectedly, having risen by 20%, reported the financial manager, hurrying towards Abu. Upon hearing this, Abu quickly checked the stock market on his computer. "We must secure this player from Long country," Abu exclaimed with excitement. How could one not be exhilarated? The credit belonged to that remarkable individual from Long country. The contract has yet to be officially signed. Yet the stock price has soared to such heights. One can only imagine what might occur once the signing is completed. With this thought in mind, Abu made his way to the training ground, where he found that the players were all dissatisfied with the current outcome and demanded a rematch. Seeing Abu approach, Flandre hurried over to speak with him. "Flandre, you have done well. We must devise a strategy for the upcoming vote. It is imperative that we secure the signing of that young man from the Empire. Our stock has surged by 20%. Noticing Flandre's bewilderment, Abu added, "Flandre, you are quite astute. You must be aware of the nuances at play here. Clearly, the vote cannot be conducted globally. We can hold it among ourselves. To clarify," Flandre continued, "I propose that not only can the first team players vote, but all members of our club should have a say, including the cleaning staff and shareholders." Upon hearing this, Abu understood the implications. While the players may harbor grievances against the young man from the Empire, the office staff did not share such sentiments. As for the shareholders, they were far from foolish. They were well aware of the recent surge in stock prices and the reasons behind it. They need not present themselves. They would know how to cast their votes. "Flandre, let us proceed with this plan," Abu said, giving Flandre a thumbs up. "What? Why should we have a rematch?" Flandre exclaimed, his frustration rising. Wasn't the previous match conclusive? It was no wonder he was incensed. He had felt hopeless at first, only to find himself unexpectedly soaring to second place in the voting standings, filled with elation. He had already been contemplating how to inform his family of his impending contract, and perhaps even pondered how to win the affection of the village belle. But now, with the prospect of starting anew, who wouldn't be furious? Zhang Ming was utterly incensed. He had initially prepared to return home, only to be unexpectedly elevated by the fervent support of countless passionate youths back in his homeland. Just as he was beginning to savor this unexpected recognition, he was faced with the prospect of a rematch. The intricacies of the situation were far from simple. When he arrived in the UK, His father had been as elated as if Zhang had gained admission to Tsinghua University, treating friends to drinks and accepting red envelopes. His father had boasted with unabashed pride to others, declaring, "My son is studying in the UK at a university called Chelsea, which is even more prestigious than Tsinghua." His father had certainly relished showing off among family and friends. Now, should Zhang suffer the humiliation of being dismissed by Chelsea? He couldn't help but wonder if his father would be so furious as to disown him. In the midst of his distress, the melodious voice of the system, which he had whimsically named Hua, echoed in his mind. "Master, how is it going? Have you secured the formal contract? What the hell? Where have you been? Do you have any idea how embarrassed I am right now?" He retorted inwardly. "Master, I just arrived abroad and am struggling to acclimate. I was just adjusting to the time difference," the system replied. "Time difference? I'm yet to adjust myself." Zhang roared in his mind, frustrated by the system's nonchalance. Chapter 7. A stunning shot. Despite Zhang Ming and Vidiki's profound reluctance, they donned their competition vests, red, just like their previous team. The teammates assigned to Zhang were collectively grumbling, demanding a reassignment, but the blue team had no inclination to accommodate them. "Hua, hurry up. I have a CAC experience card that needs to be activated. It was unusable just now." Zhang Ming conversed with the system in his mind. "Master, the star player experience card can only be utilized during official matches. It is not applicable in practice games." "What? Are you joking?" "Master, please do not be anxious. Observe your teammates around you." Zhang Ming meticulously observed his teammates around him. At that moment, the entire field resembled a colossal chessboard, with its intersecting lines. "Master, when the ball is at your feet, an invisible line connects you with all your teammates on the field. This is the connection line. Each line bears a number, indicating the success rate of passes. The line between you and the goal is green, representing the shooting line. The lines between you and your teammates are either yellow or red. Yellow signifies an assist line, while red denotes a passing line." Upon hearing this voice in his mind, Zhang Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. "This is my opportunity. With this, what is there to fear? Master, due to my earlier mistake, I have brought you shame. As compensation, I now present you with a guaranteed goal card, which you may use at any time." At that moment, a throng of reporters appeared at the Chelsea training ground, including those from Long Country. They had come specifically for this occasion. Whenever a player from the imperial nation tried out overseas, it was imperative for these reporters residing abroad to be present for coverage, lest they be deemed negligent. "Quick, turn the cameras to Zhang Ming," urged Wang Jing, a reporter from the imperial nation's Somao website, to his partner Lu Minghui. Lu Minghui tirelessly adjusted his camera, striving to capture Zhang Ming's every movement. "Vardy, pass me the ball quickly." Zhang Ming observed as Wadiki obtained the ball and eagerly called for it. Wadiki's passing technique was impeccable, effortlessly sending the ball his way. This time, Zhang Ming did not falter. Although his control was less than perfect, he managed to secure possession. As the ball rested beneath his feet, the entire field transformed into a chessboard in Zhang Ming's eyes, just as the system had described. Zhang Ming gazed at the goal. The green line distinctly marked at 66. This indicated that the probability of scoring at this moment stood at 66%, a passing rate that warranted a shot. "Fool, what are you contemplating? Pass the ball swiftly." Zhang Ming's teammate shouted loudly in front of him. Zhang Ming was indifferent to such matters. At that moment, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a powerful kick. The ball soared towards the goal like a cannonball with a keen eye. Just as Zhang Ming prepared to celebrate, the goalkeeper skillfully caught the ball. "Alas, what a pity. The angle was impeccable, yet the force was insufficient," lamented Wang Jing from the sidelines. Mourinho, initially impressed by Zhang Ming's shot, soon felt a sense of disappointment. "Such a promising talent, yet his exposure to football has been too brief," sighed Flandre. "There are countless football prodigies in the empire, yet their teams persist in selecting those who are utterly incompetent. It is truly baffling," murmured Mourinho. "Wow, what is going on? With a success rate exceeding 60%, how can it still not find the net?" Zhang Ming watched as his shot was caught by the goalkeeper, check, and inwardly lamented to the system. "Master, this isn't my fault. It is your own lack of skill. You struggle with ball control, your stopping technique is lacking. Your shooting power is inadequate, and your stamina is insufficient. These are matters I cannot assist you with. They require your own practice." Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Ming felt helpless. He had squandered his time on homework and had no opportunity to practice football. "Master, the immediate priority is for you to utilize the guaranteed goal ability to secure a goal and finalize the contract. We can gradually improve later." If we fail to secure the contract, it would mean a failure in learning from Mourinho, and I shall vanish like a flower. Just as Zhang Ming became distracted, George swiftly dribbled past him. What is going on? This kid is at it again. Can't he defend at all? He can't just stand there waiting for the ball like a statue. It seems Chelsea has fallen to the point where such players can come for trials. Hearing the comments from the sidelines, Wang Jing quickly instructed Lu Minghui to delete that segment. As George bypassed Zhang Ming, Wadzik charged forward. The boy's speed was remarkable and soon caught up to George. With a well-timed tackle, Wadzik intercepted the ball from George's feet. Then, Wadzik quickly got back on his feet and controlled the ball at his feet. Wadzik passed the ball. Zhang Ming observed that Vardiki had once again acquired the ball and exclaimed, "Goodness, what a thick-skinned individual he is, shamelessly demanding the ball." Indeed, just look at Vardiki. It is truly foolish of him to pass the ball to him every single time. Witnessing Zhang Ming's relentless pursuit for the ball, the spectators at the sidelines grew increasingly incensed. Zhang Ming finds himself in a predicament. He lacks the confidence to control the ball, let alone intercept or seize it. Without the assistance of that tenacious lad, Wadeki, he struggles to even approach the ball. Wadeki, with his unwavering determination, selflessly passed the ball back to Zhang Ming. Although Wadeki may appear somewhat naive, he is far from foolish. The reason he garnered such a significant number of votes in the first round is undoubtedly tied to Zhang Ming's influence. He is well aware of the realities of his own country. Without leveraging Zhang Ming's reputation, he would scarcely have amassed such a substantial vote count. Zhang Ming observed as Wadeki passed the ball to him, and an overwhelming surge of joy surged within him. Without a thought to control the ball, he unleashed a powerful volley. Alas, this lad is at it again. How many opportunities must he squander before he comprehends his own ineptitude? As Zhang Ming's teammates watched him take another shot, their hearts sank. With the skill of a guaranteed goal at his disposal, the ball surged forward like a wild stallion. No longer feeble and lacking in strength as it had been moments before. Those on the sidelines, observing the trajectory of Zhang Ming's strike, were struck with amusement as the ball appeared to be heading straight for the stands. What on earth was happening? Was this a shot on goal? Or merely a display akin to an artillery shell aimed at the spectators? The players on the sidelines, all seasoned professionals, were certain this ball would not find its mark. While the previous attempt had boasted a perfect angle, it lacked the requisite force. This time, the power was undeniable, yet the trajectory was woefully askew. Just as everyone anticipated the ball soaring into the stands, it unexpectedly veered and nestled into the far corner of the net, soaring above the goal line. Although the goalkeeper was none other than Chelsea's star keeper, Petr Cech, the shot's force and angle were unparalleled, leaving him in helpless admiration. Initially convinced the ball was destined for the stands, Cech soon realized it was spinning rapidly as it approached. In that instant, he understood the impending disaster. As the ball nestled into the far corner with astonishing speed, Cech had no time to react. Good heavens, what did I just witness? Could that stunning outside-of-the-foot shot truly have been executed by someone from the Dragon Country? How could such a world-class strike originate from a player of that nationality? Surely, this must be an illusion. I must have seen it incorrectly. Zhang Ming's remarkable shot left the official players on the sidelines utterly bewildered. Old Lu, did you capture that moment? Wang Jing inquired, astonished, addressing his partner Lu Minghui. Rest assured, it's all taken care of, Lu Minghui replied, exuberantly waving his arms. That's it. That long-range shot is precisely what we need, Mourinho exclaimed with excitement. The first time may have been luck, but to witness it again. This is surely more than mere chance. We might have truly struck gold this time. I believe we can contend for the Champions League title. Flanders expressed his enthusiasm to Mourinho. Chapter 8. A goal and an assist. The Chelsea training ground erupted with fervor, with Vadisai being the most exhilarated of all. What began as a seemingly hopeless pass resulted in an assist. How could one possibly rationalize that? This occurred in the latter half, a spectacular world-class strike. With this assist, Vadisai knew he had a solid chance of remaining with the team. What did I just witness? Was that a shot from Beckham? Who else could execute such an extraordinary world-class goal? He mused, recognizing that Dragon Country had indeed produced an exceptional talent. The shareholders of Chelsea were whispering amongst themselves, speculating about that recent goal. Who is this kid's agent? We need to bring him in to discuss a contract immediately. With this goal, many teams will surely be interested in this lad from Dragon Country. We must act swiftly, one shareholder declared loudly. Everyone, there's no need to rush. The contract has already been preliminarily signed. We just need him to sign it officially, Abramovich stated as he presented Zhang Ming's draft contract for the shareholders to examine. What? A weekly wage of a mere £100? This is outrageous. How is this any different from giving charity? The shareholders erupted in laughter upon seeing Zhang Ming's paltry wage, unable to contain their amusement. It is worth noting that the top players in Chelsea's first team earn upwards of £200,000 a week, while even reserve players make at least £10,000. This £100 is less than what a janitor earns. Should we not increase it a bit? How about a small raise? Abramovich inquired, gauging the shareholders' reactions. No problem, let's just bump it up a little, then it will be comparable to the salary of a janitor. We can't be too hard on him, one shareholder replied with a sly grin. Upon hearing this, all the shareholders shared a knowing laugh. The training ground match continued. Ever since discovering Zhang Ming's prowess for long-range shots, George had been closely marking him. George was indeed a formidable opponent, adept in both attack and defense. Not only could he effortlessly maneuver past Zhang Ming, but he could also effectively nullify Zhang Ming's attempts. With George's relentless presence, Zhang Ming found it increasingly challenging. Several times, Vadisai attempted to pass to Zhang Ming, but George thwarted those attempts, even succeeding in intercepting the ball on one occasion. Just then, Vadisai regained possession. The young man kept glancing in Zhang Ming's direction. Finally, Zhang Ming had learned the ropes, understanding the importance of positioning to receive the ball. With a sudden burst of speed, he and Wadiki exhibited a remarkable synergy, delivering a brilliant pass that allowed Zhang Ming to finally bring the ball under his control. Upon gaining possession, Zhang Ming surveyed the field, and the green line between him and the goal displayed the number 50. It seemed a shot on goal was out of the question. After all, he had failed to score from 66, so 50 was an even more daunting prospect. Zhang Ming had no time to ponder, as the relentless George shadowed him closely, occasionally swinging a kick. Anxiety gripped Zhang Ming, for he feared the ball might be intercepted once more. Just as he was growing increasingly anxious, he noticed that the line between him and Wadiki was yellow, with the number 88 illuminated above it. Zhang Ming unhesitatingly passed the ball to Vadzi. With an assist under his belt, Vadzi felt a surge of confidence and let loose. Observing Zhang Ming sending the ball back to him, he found himself in an excellent position, just outside the small box, unmarked. Just moments ago, he had passed the ball to Zhang Ming, and everyone expected Zhang to take a shot, as he always did. Vadzi, however, was ready. He had consistently fed the ball to Zhang, who would then strike. No one anticipated that Zhang would return the ball to Vadzi, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot. As Vadzi struck, everyone was astounded. How had this unreliable duo transformed? The goalkeeper, Czech, dove to save, but despite being in the right direction, he was too late to respond to the sheer velocity of Vadzi's shot. The ball found the net with a resounding thud. Seeing that he had scored, Vadzi rushed over to Zhang Ming and embraced him in celebration, much to Zhang's chagrin. The dark-haired lad was thoroughly unpleasant and left Zhang feeling quite repulsed. He resolved to keep his distance from Vadzi in the future, who knew what quirks this fellow might possess. In stark contrast to the jubilant Vadzi and Zhang Ming, George and Rocky were feeling quite dejected. To their dismay, their most disliked pair had each contributed to the score, while they themselves had come away empty-handed. The expressions on George and Rocky's faces resembled those of individuals who had just endured a most grievous ordeal. As the match concluded, thanks to the goals from Zhang Ming and Vadzi, the red team triumphed over the blue team with a score of 2-0. Observing Zhang Ming's stellar performance, Abu decided to retain him, and no one dared to object, leading to the signing of 5 players: Zhang Ming, George, Vadzi, Rocky, and Amir. Although Amir was initially deemed unworthy, Abu, considering the substantial market in his homeland, opted to sign him nonetheless. After all, he was merely an additional water cooler mover, earning a weekly wage of €100. Upon receiving his contract, Vadzi was overwhelmed with joy and wept uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the remaining 15 players left in disgrace. At this moment, dawn broke over the Dragon Nation, as the news of Zhang Ming's trial with Chelsea had been sensationalized by fervent youths. Huang Yud, the president of the Dragon Football Association, had convened a meeting with relevant personnel early on. Everyone is aware that our chosen player, Zhang Ming, has signed with Chelsea. This illustrates our discernment. After much deliberation, we have finally identified a true talent. Let us arrange for the media to publicize this event, ensuring that the entire nation recognizes Zhang Ming as our selection. Upon hearing Huang Yud's remarks, an official from the association loudly echoed his sentiments. This only served to nauseate Huang yet further. Just moments ago, he had learned that Mourinho was coming to scout players, and each of these individuals had recommended 2 or 3 hopefuls. Although the recommended players varied in stature and skill, they shared a common trait. Either they had affluent fathers or strikingly beautiful mothers. The matters at hand, though sensitive, cannot be dismissed lightly. Huang Yud felt a profound sense of despair. When he first assumed the role of chairman, he harbored ambitions of elevating the state of football. However, as he delved deeper into the intricacies of the situation, he was swiftly disheartened. The internal dynamics of the Dragon National Football Association were deeply entwined and exceedingly complex. Far from straightforward. Observing an inconspicuous official, he found that before he could even contemplate taking action, he was already being cautioned from above. How could he possibly navigate this role? Perhaps it was best to simply drift along as retirement loomed on the horizon. At that moment, Wang Jing shared a video of Zhang Ming's goal. The large screen in the conference room of the association played Zhang Ming's remarkable strike in an endless loop. This was world-class. Could it be that Dragon Nation was on the verge of discovering a prodigious talent? Huang had mused to himself. Shouldn't we hasten to secure a contract with Zhang Ming? Otherwise, once he rises to prominence, he may slip from our grasp. Indeed, he is a talent nurtured by our association. It would only be fitting to collect a training fee from him. The atmosphere in the Dragon National Football Association's grand office became exuberant. Ultimately, a consensus was reached to secure 50% ownership of Zhang Ming. Henceforth, any transfer involving him would necessitate the association's approval. What a windfall this could be. If this young man were to blossom into a superstar, earning millions in euros annually, the association would reap significant rewards as well. Chapter 9. The agent recognizing Zhang Ming's immense potential, Lu Xianyang, the director of the Dragon National Football Association, volunteered to personally deliver the prepared contract to London without delay. What are you staring at? Are you hoping to learn something? Zhang Ming teased, noticing George's intense gaze upon him. Humph. Incensed by Zhang Ming's jest, George turned on his heel and departed. Zhang, have you ever considered hiring an agent? Asked Flander, approaching Zhang Ming. An agent? No, why would I? Can't I be my own agent? Zhang Ming's nonsensical words elicited a hearty laugh from Flander. Zhang, do you comprehend the significance of an agent? Observing Zhang Ming's bewilderment, Flander continued, as far as I know, the football association of your Dragon Nation can be quite formidable. I can confidently assert that they will soon approach you with a contract. You should be well aware of their disposition, correct? Upon hearing Flander's remarks, Zhang Ming realized the source of Flander's concern. In his homeland, countless transfers have faltered at the hands of the Football Association, a reality he knows all too well. Whenever a prodigious talent emerges, the shadow of the association inevitably looms. They always seem to produce a contract, often unbeknownst to the player, asserting their ownership. This is what is referred to as a hidden contract. Mr. Flander, could you kindly recommend an agent for me? Zhang Ming inquired with a hint of unease. Of course. You must have heard of Mendes, the renowned super agent. Our coach, Mourinho, is signed under his representation. If you are interested, I could facilitate an introduction. Upon hearing Mr. Flan's mention of Mendes, Zhang Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Being new to this unfamiliar environment, one misstep could potentially lead to exploitation. Mendes, however, was a different matter. He managed a plethora of stars, including the immensely popular Cristiano Ronaldo. Furthermore, Coach Mourinho was also under his auspices. With such a prestigious portfolio, how could he possibly be concerned with a mere novice like myself? Mr. Fland, do you think he would take an interest in me? Zhang Ming inquired, his disbelief evident. Rest assured, my bond with him is profound. Although you remain relatively unknown at present, your potential is widely acknowledged, Flandra replied with unwavering confidence. Regardless, you have already signed a 2-year contract with Chelsea, which cannot be altered. This is a surefire investment. If you do not progress, Chelsea incurs no loss. Merely a weekly wage of £200. However, should you experience a meteoric rise to stardom, it would be advantageous for Chelsea, whether you transfer or remain. The greatest concern is the interference from your National Football Association, which could complicate matters. It would be wise to secure a formidable agent who can handle any disputes with your association. Agents thrive on such negotiations. They are adept at navigating these situations. Thus, I must trouble Mr. Flandra. Zhang Ming aspired to sign under the illustrious Mendes, for the assurance provided by a renowned agent is indeed invaluable, at the very least. It ensures the absence of dubious contracts. Otherwise, one might find oneself thwarted by the Football Association just as one begins to find their footing, rendering the system's favor utterly futile. Thus, Zhang Ming successfully secured his contract with Mendes. The following day, just after finishing his training, Lu Xiangyang hurriedly arrived, clearly flustered. Observing Lu's frantic demeanor, Zhang Ming felt a sense of relief, grateful to have finalized the agreement with Mendes before his arrival. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to deal with this harbinger of doom. Zhang Ming, congratulations on signing with Chelsea. Our Football Association truly did not misjudge your talent. You have done exceptionally well. Remember to cherish this hard-won opportunity, strive diligently, and endeavor to lead our Dragon Nation into the World Cup, Lu Xiangyang proclaimed with grandiloquence. Upon hearing Lu's pompous words, Zhang Ming felt a wave of disdain. What did he mean by suggesting they had not misjudged him, as if he were chosen by them? Had it not been for his stunning, world-class goal that captivated Mourinho, he would still be herding sheep at home. Director Lu holds him in far too high regard. He is still but a newcomer, with much to learn. As for leading his nation to the World Cup, that remains a distant dream. Zhang Ming spoke in a nonchalant manner. Well, that's a commendable attitude. This is precisely how young individuals ought to conduct themselves. With that, Lu Xiangyang produced a contract and placed it before Zhang Ming. Director Lu, I have already entered into an agreement with Chelsea. I cannot sign another contract. Zhang Ming did not even glance at the contract presented by Lu Xiangyang before speaking. What is there to look at? It's all the same. Everyone is well aware of the underlying truths. Zhang Ming, do you comprehend just how nefarious Westerners can be? Without the backing of our Football Association, you could easily be sold off by others, and you would find yourself counting their money instead. Should you choose to sign this contract, I assure you that you will secure a place in the next national team roster. Moreover, we will vigorously promote you and attract sponsorships. If you refuse to sign, you are fully aware of our methods and capabilities. Observing Zhang Ming looking at him as if he were a fool, Lu Xiangyang continued to issue threats. Director Lu, this is my agent. Any matters can be discussed with him. As Zhang Ming observed Mendes entering, he rose to converse with Lu Xiangyang. Mr. Lu, I possess the authority to make decisions regarding the contracts of the players under my name. Mendes declared while picking up the contract prepared by the Dragon National Football Association that lay on the table. Lu Xiangyang swiftly snatched the contract and stowed it away in his bag. He was well aware of Mendes's reputation as a top-tier agent. The contract he brought was merely a ruse to deceive Zhang Ming, yet it would hardly fool the astute Mendes. If this contract, riddled with flaws, were to be exposed by Mendes, it would irrevocably tarnish the reputation of the Dragon National Football Association. Zhang Ming, just wait, you will come to regret this. Lu Xiangyang remarked before turning to leave. Director Lu, why the haste? You could have dined before departing, came the retort. Zhang Ming jested lightly. But Lu Xiangyang paid him no heed and promptly sought out a hotel to stay. His return to the country was not to continue deceiving Zhang Ming, with Mendes around. Such thoughts had long since been dismissed. Having finally arrived in England, he resolved to indulge in a few days of enjoyment, considering it a business trip nonetheless. It is said that that very evening, Lu Xiangyang made his appearance at the largest nightclub in the area. Zhang Ming hurriedly summoned the system upon returning to his dormitory. System, display my attributes, he commanded. In response to his request, a set of data materialized within the confines of his mind. Name, Zhang Ming, age, 18, weight, 80 kilograms, height, 188 centimeters, shooting, 10 dribbling, 10 defense, 10 tackling, 10 stamina. 50. This data is utterly dismal. His physical abilities have only been cultivated through long hours of labor at home. Alas, assignments truly are a bane to one's existence. Zhang Ming sighed. Wondering why there was no ball control index in the system, Zhang Ming pondered in his mind. Master, when the data is 0, the system refrains from displaying it out of consideration for your dignity. To his astonishment, his control index was indeed 0. The control index was of utmost importance. Once it improved, his ball control, dribbling, and even the most flamboyant bicycle kicks would surely follow. Ruhua, how can I elevate my control index? All indices are accumulated through regular training and matches, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming turned and strode towards the football field. Chapter 10. The first formal training session on the training ground outside the Chelsea player dormitory. A young man with yellow skin and black hair was fervently dribbling the ball. This young man was none other than Zhang Ming, who had just signed with Chelsea. At this moment, he was exerting himself more fervently than a donkey in a production team. Is this fellow mad? He is training as if his life depends on it. Recently, There had been a popular saying in Long Country: as long as you haven't trained to death, keep pushing yourself to the limit. The other new players residing in the dormitory observed Zhang Ming's fervent practice on the field, whispering among themselves. They were all newcomers. The established star players earned salaries in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of euros, and didn't he stay in the dorms? With such talent, how can he work so hard? Is there no room for us to breathe? A blond young man joined Zhang Ming on the field, also engaging in a frenzied dribble. Master, your stamina has reached its limit. Hearing this from the system, Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy. Indeed, hard work yields rewards. Surely, a reward from the system was forthcoming. Once the body reached its limit, for every additional hour of training, he would earn a point of talent value. The initial talent value was 10 points. Zhang Ming nearly collapsed upon hearing the system's next words. This is no way to treat a donkey from a production team. Renewal, what is the purpose of this talent value? As Zhang Ming trained, he inquired, is it possible to draw from them all? Every 10 points of talent allows for one draw. What prizes are available? Upon hearing the system state that one could draw once with 10 points of talent, Zhang Ming eagerly asked, what could it be? Unknown. Anything is possible. Master, you shall discover once you draw, came the reply. Is there a chance to win gold and silver treasures? Zhang Ming inquired with great excitement. If I could draw these, why would I toil so hard at practicing football? The system disdainfully replied, Master, while you may be foolish, please do not presume that I share your lack of wisdom. It continued, I am a football talent system, not a monopoly system. You have wandered into the wrong realm. Zhang Ming then asked, do you happen to know the monopoly system? I would appreciate an introduction. Zhang Ming unabashedly inquired, hey, Renewal, speak up. What are you doing? Not receiving a response from the system, he hurriedly pressed further. This lady has no desire to converse with a fool. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming could only resign himself to continue training relentlessly until he was utterly exhausted. Zhang, you are pushing yourself too hard, remarked the young man who had run out to train alongside him. Zhang Ming was aware that this fellow was a Serbian named Lavi. You are aware of it as well. Zhang Ming, panting heavily, spoke. Will we practice tomorrow? Practice, every day, he replied, his thoughts consumed by the prospect of the lottery. Zhang Ming returned to the dormitory, noticing that Wadecki had just come back as well. This fellow often rushed off to a part-time job after regular training, reportedly assisting in the kitchen of a local restaurant. Hey Zhang, what's wrong? You look as exhausted as a wild dog from the grasslands of our country, Wadecki remarked. Observing Zhang Ming panting heavily. Upon hearing Wadecki's comment, Zhang Ming couldn't be bothered to respond. It was disheartening to see someone so indifferent to personal growth, merely fixated on earning money. What a precious opportunity he had, yet he squandered it, constantly preoccupied with the thought of making a quick buck. Meanwhile, he brandished an utterly worn-out phone to show Zhang Ming photos of the village beauty. Zhang Ming gazed at the girl, whose appearance was decidedly unappealing, and felt a wave of nausea. Yet, Wei Qi audaciously proclaimed her to be the renowned beauty of their region, now his girlfriend. He flaunted her daily, as if this beauty were solely for his appreciation, otherwise, she would surely be snatched away. In that case, even her dark scalp might undergo a transformation. Wei Qi, with subtle insinuations, hinted that their village belle had a younger sister, subtly probing Zhang Ming's interest. Can Zhang Ming possibly engage with him? If he were to bring back someone with a complexion akin to that of a pot's bottom, it would indeed bring great honor to his family. One wonders if the ancestral coffin could withstand such a burden. Whenever Zhang Ming advises him against taking on part-time work, urging him to concentrate solely on his training, it is with the belief that once he achieves commendable results, earning money will be effortlessly within his grasp. This lad consistently boasts, claiming he is in a relationship, thus placing himself on a pedestal above those who remain single, which infuriates Zhang Ming to the point of wanting to disregard him entirely. Zhang, he exclaims, do you know? Today I earned 10 pounds. Once I save enough, I will bring my family over. Zhang Ming, utterly exhausted, turned to take a shower and retire for the night, paying no heed to his nonsensical ramblings. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ming, his fervent training had caught the discerning eye of Chelsea's midfield maestro, Frank Lampard. Is it not said that the people of the Dragon Country are inherently indolent? What is this then? He appears to be putting in considerable effort, Lampard mused. A native Londoner, Lampard did not reside in the dormitories. He had merely returned to collect some belongings when he chanced upon Zhang Ming's intense training session. The following day, Zhang Ming was set to attend his inaugural formal training session with Chelsea. Hey, you're with the reserves, train over there. shouted the notorious Balotelli as Zhang Ming approached the training ground. The tone was unmistakably laced with derision and mockery. Damn it. I'll deal with this brat sooner or later, Zhang Ming thought as he reluctantly made his way to the noticeably smaller reserve training pitch. How does it feel to be sent back? Balotelli taunted. Did you really think that scoring a fluke goal would grant you a place in the first team? There's an old saying in your esteemed country, to dream in broad daylight. It fits you perfectly right now. As soon as Zhang Ming arrived, George approached him with a taunting remark. However, I recall that you have not even managed a single fortunate goal, have you? Zhang Ming chuckled cheerfully. Don't get too smug. You'll see what awaits you soon. George retorted fiercely. Hua, can we draw the lottery now? In his mind, Zhang Ming inquired of the system. Certainly, Master. You currently possess 12 talent points. Are you certain you wish to spend 10 talent points for a single draw? The system reiterated. Is there any need to ask? Hurry up, Zhang Ming urged eagerly. Congratulations. Master, you have drawn Beckham's signature skill, the bending free kick. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming was overjoyed. Beckham's skill. How incredible. Zhang Ming had witnessed the remarkable skill of David Beckham during a live television broadcast. To enhance the spin and curvature of the football, one must exert oneself to twist the entire body while striking the ball, making contact with the inside of the foot at an almost 0-degree angle, delivering a powerful curving shot. This technique is strikingly similar to the two previous attempts he had made, which were destined for success. However, one might ponder, what distinguishes this from the assured goals he had previously executed? Zhang Ming inquired with a sense of perplexity. It is quite simple. The term guaranteed goal implies that any ball you strike will undoubtedly find its way into the net. However, the crescent moon blade is not as certain. It may or may not score. Nevertheless, the system has elevated the success rate of scoring to an impressive 80%, which remains a significant probability. Furthermore, this crescent moon blade is permanently effective. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt an immense sense of relief. Permanence is indeed preferable, as it signifies durability. However, due to your low data value, dear Master, the crescent moon blade can only achieve an 80% success rate within the penalty area. The further you are from the goal, the lower the success rate becomes. This final remark from the system caught Zhang Ming off guard. It seems he would still need to undergo rigorous training akin to that of a donkey in a production team. Young men, hurry up and gather. Just as Zhang Ming was filled with excitement at the prospect of acquiring Little Bay's crescent moon blade, a rugged man bellowed. Zhang Ming recognized the coach of the reserve team, Dakini, a German known for his tempestuous temperament and profane outbursts. The players all feared him. We've added quite a few newcomers. Let us have a match to see what kind of rubbish you all are, the coach declared. Upon hearing this, the assistant coach began distributing red and blue vests. Hey, kid from the Dragon Country, care to make a wager? George, who had previously provoked Zhang Ming, strutted over in his blue vest, tauntingly addressing him. Chapter 11. Master of Free Kicks. Noticing the provocation, Dakini deliberately ignored their exchange. A player must possess a certain temper. What accomplishments can a placid player achieve? He mused. When Balotelli first arrived at Chelsea, Dakini recognized his potential immediately. However, as Balotelli's erratic behavior led to his demotion to the reserve team, Dakini was elated, finally having someone to match his own volatile nature. Yet, within mere days, a conflict arose between them, and rumors circulated that Balotelli had struck Dakini. Subsequently, Balotelli was swiftly recalled to the first team, and Dakini became considerably more subdued. Though his infamous temper remained intact. What are we betting on? How shall we wager? Zhang Ming cast a disdainful glance at George and remarked, Let us compete to see who can score more goals. The loser must kneel and address the winner as grandfather. George, brimming with arrogance, replied, All right, that sounds fine. Shall we raise the stakes a bit? Zhang Ming retorted, What do you wish to play? George, brimming with excitement, replied, How about the loser kneeling and calling the entire team grandfather? Are you daring enough? Since you seek a challenge, I shall oblige. Upon hearing Zhang Ming raise the stakes, George's enthusiasm surged. At that moment, Zhang Ming noticed that the two journalists from Longwa had returned. Confounded, he pondered why they would come back after he had already offended the Football Association. This defied all logic. Under normal circumstances, the association should have blacklisted him by now, as was their usual practice. Little did Zhang Ming know that at that very moment, Lu Minghui was living a life of indulgence in London, oblivious to the fact that negotiations had already collapsed back home. The plan was to obstruct the passing lanes between Vadzi and that young lad. Only Vadzi would deliver the ball to him. If Vadzi was contained, scoring would become an impossibility. George enthusiastically relayed this to Rocky and Amir. "George, rest assured. I will keep a close watch on that dark-skinned fellow," Amir said, eagerly ingratiating himself. "You're not much lighter yourself. Besides, can you really keep an eye on him?" Rocky retorted, displeased by Amir's attempts to curry favor. "Enough of this bickering. Rocky, you focus on Vadzi. Amir, your task is to monitor that lad from the Dragon Nation. I will provide backup as needed. Listen up, once you gain possession, ensure you pass the ball to me. If we triumph over that fellow, I shall treat you both to a night out at the club." Upon hearing George's words, Amir and Rocky were filled with excitement. As the match commenced, head coach Dakini recorded the proceedings in his notebook. Dakini harbored his own concerns. The reserve team had not produced a player for the first team in quite some time. The first team was acquiring players from other clubs during the transfer window due to the dearth of talent from his own reserves. The reserve squad ranked merely in the lower middle tier of the league, falling considerably short compared to the first team's performance. Consequently, the club had voiced its discontent regarding his management. With a new season of reserve league matches on the horizon, failure to yield results equivalent to the first team could very well result in his dismissal. At the very least, he needed to supply the first team with a formal player. Otherwise, his worth would be called into question. On the field, Vadzi executed a flying tackle, swiftly regaining his footing and accelerating forward. Utilizing this signature move, he gained possession of the ball. Vadzi glanced up at Zhang Ming, who was currently entangled with Amir. Driven by the desire to enjoy a night out at the club, Amir was tirelessly guarding Zhang Ming, blocking all potential receiving lanes. Realizing he had no opportunity to pass to Zhang Ming, Vadzi charged forward with the ball. While Vadzi excelled in stealing possession, his ball control left much to be desired. Just as Rocky was poised to reclaim the ball, Vadzi quickly passed it to Lavezzi. Having joined Chelsea the previous year, Lavezzi's technical prowess was undeniable. He skillfully dribbled, weaving past 3 defenders to penetrate the small box, and unleashed a powerful shot in one fluid motion. Unfortunately, the trajectory of the shot was too direct, allowing the goalkeeper to make a straightforward save. On the sidelines, Dakini remained unfazed by Lavezzi's attempt. Lavezzi exhibited well-rounded skills, excelling in both ball control and interception. He was a steadfast starter for the reserves, yet when compared to Chelsea's first team, he still fell short. Although he had been given several opportunities to trial with the first team and participated in a few inconsequential matches, he was unable to replicate his reserve-level performance. As per the royal decree, he was considered to be suffering from stage fright. Each time, it is merely a brief appearance for the lackluster player before being sent back to the reserve team. Dakini has already concluded that Lavic will retire in the reserves. With age not on his side, he cannot linger in the reserves for much longer. Meanwhile, the match continues as the blue team begins their offensive. Rocky, possessing a modicum of skill, maneuvers the ball forward. Just before Vadzi unleashes his signature move, the flying tackle, he passes the ball to Amir from the Three Nations. Amir deftly evades the defending Zhang Ming and swiftly relays the ball to George, who awaits at the edge of the penalty area. Upon receiving the pass, George strikes with fervor, sending the ball into the far corner of the net. The blue team takes the lead. The young lad from Dragon Nation. Prepare to bow before your elder. Ha ha ha. After scoring, George neglects to celebrate with Amir and instead rushes over to flaunt his triumph before Zhang Ming. Amir, with his hands raised in anticipation of a celebration, is left bewildered as George bypasses him entirely. This leaves Amir in an embarrassing predicament, were it not for his complexion. The expressions of dismay would surely be evident. What is there to boast about? The match is far from over. A petty individual revels in their moment of glory. Zhang Ming scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, Wadecki advanced with the ball, but, finding no suitable passing route, he passed it to Zhang Ming, who subsequently relayed it to Lavezzi. Lavezzi, upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, was poised to take a shot when Amir executed a flying tackle, sending him sprawling to the ground. Observing how effortlessly Wadecki executed his tackles, Amir felt an irresistible urge to try his hand at it, only to be penalized for a foul. The red team was awarded a free kick in a promising position. Hey, brother, how about I give this one a shot? Zhang Ming observed Lavezzi preparing to take the free kick and approached him to converse. Do you possess confidence? He inquired. This position appears promising. Yet the angle is exceedingly challenging, making it quite difficult to execute. Lavezzi replied softly. Although the penalty spot is adjacent to the edge of the penalty area, when the opposing players form a wall, the attacking route becomes entirely obstructed. Executing a strike from such a scenario necessitates a profound mastery of technique. Zhang Ming stood at the free throw line, gazing towards the goal, where the vibrant green shooting line was prominently displayed, with the figure 79% clearly visible. This indicated that the success rate of the shot was 79%. I am confident that you are aware of my remarkable skill in long-range shooting. Zhang Ming confidently said to Lavish, I wish you good luck. As Lavish spoke, he walked away, relinquishing the penalty kick to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming tightly shut his eyes and, in a display of bravado, extended his tongue to gauge the direction and speed of the wind. As soon as the referee's whistle pierced the air, he unleashed a powerful kick, spinning in place like a top. Zhang Ming struck the ball with remarkable force, lifting it effortlessly off the ground as it soared over the opposing wall. With an exhilarating spin, it executed a magnificent curve before finding its way into the upper left corner of the net. The goalkeeper was left utterly astounded. Chapter 12, The Hat Trick. Zhang Ming's free kick ignited the passion of Chelsea's reserve team coach, Denis, who had been sitting calmly on the sidelines, projecting an air of profundity. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, he leapt into a dramatic slide and then sprang up, brandishing his fists in jubilant approval. Did you capture that, Laolu? He inquired, still in shock. I got it. I filmed Beckham. Lu Minghui exclaimed excitedly. Quickly send it back to headquarters. Our nation has finally produced a football star. Frande, having received the video of Zhang Ming's goal from the technical department of the reserve team, hurriedly presented it to Mourinho. Head, do you see this kid from our Dragon Nation? How is this any different from Beckham? Frande said with exhilaration. Frande, we have truly struck gold this time. This young man has the potential to become a world-class star with time, Mourinho replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang, you truly possess talent. That free kick you executed was so exquisite that even Beckham might not have done it better. You are a master of free kicks, Lavici exclaimed in excitement. The practice match differed from an official game, with both halves lasting 45 minutes. However, the practice match halves were only 30 minutes each. After Zhang Ming scored, the first half of the practice match had concluded. Zhang, with your shooting technique, you could achieve great fame. Why then do you remain unknown in our Dragon Nation? Denis, the reserve team coach, inquired during the halftime break. Coach, there are too many talents in our country. I am merely the least remarkable of them, Zhang Ming replied modestly. Zhang Ming chuckled awkwardly, pondering how to navigate the situation. What alternative could he present? To admit that he was merely a shepherd back home would be utterly humiliating. Should he then reveal the truth of his advantageous system? Yet, who would believe him? Zhang, you certainly have your tricks, a voice chimed in. Now, make sure to perform admirably in the second half. The first team has just witnessed your recent goal, and they may come to observe you during the second half. Seize this opportunity, and who knows, you might find yourself in the first team by the end of this season, Denis said, patting Zhang Ming's shoulder. At that moment, the second half of the match commenced. Zhang Ming glanced towards the sidelines, noting that not only had all the first-team players arrived alongside Mourinho, but also a significant influx of journalists. Zhang, I will do my utmost to pass the ball to you, Lavezzi whispered. Aki, feel free to send it over. Your passes could very well transform into assists when they reach me. Zhang Ming smiled confidently and said, Aki, what on earth? My surname is Lavish. What's wrong with this fellow? Upon hearing Zhang Ming call him Aki, Lavish felt puzzled. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was the data manipulation. As the match commenced, the blue team launched the first attack. Amir from the Asian nation dribbled the ball forward, preoccupied with thoughts of how to pass it to George. The clever Vaji swiftly executed a sliding tackle, sending the ball flying. Lavish quickly intercepted the ball, with ears attuned to every sound and eyes observing all directions. Before Amir from Asan could even close in on Zhang Ming, Aki Lavish skillfully passed the ball to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, upon receiving the ball, cast his gaze towards the goal, where the familiar green surface indicated a mere 50% success rate for his shot. Just as he contemplated surrender, he realized that none of his teammates were in a suitable position to receive a pass. His own ball control was inadequate, and the thought of being dispossessed was utterly humiliating. In the realm of domestic football, the prevailing ethos is to seek not glory but to avoid disgrace. When in possession, irrespective of the looming threat of interception, the paramount action is to release the ball swiftly. Failure to do so is merely a reflection of his teammates' shortcomings, not his own. If no viable passing options were available, he resolved to unleash a powerful shot, even if it failed to find the back of the net. Who could guarantee a perfect shooting success rate? What if, by chance, he scored? That would be a monumental achievement, and perhaps even stir the spirits of his ancestors. Zhang Ming, upon reflecting on this, hesitated no longer and unleashed a powerful shot. The trajectory and spin mirrored his previous effort. The ball ascended above the goal and then descended with a spectacular backspin, nestling into the corner of the net. The red team surged ahead with a score of 2-1. Goodness, in the brief span of 2 minutes, 1 minute from each half, he had scored twice, both of which were extraordinary strikes of world-class caliber. When did Chelsea acquire such a long-range shooter? Witnessing Zhang Ming's performance, the first-team players were left astounded, engaged in fervent discussions. If this fellow had joined us last year, we might not have suffered an early exit from the Champions League. Lampard quietly remarked to Terry. You are absolutely correct. We are indeed lacking a proficient marksman. When faced with a defensively adept team employing a fortress-like strategy, we find ourselves at a loss. I sincerely hope this lad can develop swiftly, Terry expressed with anticipation. There is hope for this year. Perhaps we might secure the club's inaugural Champions League title. Lampard replied eagerly. Who knows? Perhaps, Terry replied enigmatically. Meanwhile, the match continued as the blue team mounted an offensive. George dribbled forward, and Zhang Ming stepped up to intercept. George executed a rough step-over to evade Zhang Ming and charged toward the penalty area. Once again, Vardzie's flying tackle brought George crashing to the ground, and the blue team was awarded a free kick in the same vicinity. This lad from Longwa possesses remarkable free-kick skills, yet his defensive play is lamentably amateurish. Chelsea's captain Terry remarked incisively. This is precisely why I relegated him to the reserves. His long-range shooting is world-class. Even Beckham might struggle to surpass him. However, his defensive capabilities leave much to be desired, a common flaw among players from the Royal Kingdom. He can only undergo fundamental training in the reserves, Mourinho stated while observing the field intently. On the pitch, George and Zhang Ming were locked in competition, with George personally taking the free kick. George, with exaggerated flair, executed a series of moves, yet to everyone's astonishment, he sent the ball soaring into the stands. This young man underestimated the complexity of free kicks. They cannot be mastered without diligent practice to achieve such quality lofted shots. Observing George's overconfidence in taking the free kick, Mourinho's assistant, Flandre, expressed his disdain. Due to his relentless defense against Zhang Ming, Amir's stamina had severely waned, rendering him unable to keep pace with Zhang Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Vardzie delivered a precise long pass to Zhang Ming, who stood poised in the penalty area. Zhang Ming gazed at the goal, the familiar green lines indicating 80. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike. Goodness, here he comes again. Will he score this time? It's not that simple. Don't be misled into thinking that proximity to the goal guarantees success. Unless he opts for a low shot, with so many players in the penalty area, finding a clear path is quite challenging. A high shot presents even greater difficulty, as it must soar over the defenders. It loses any chance of descending accurately into the net. Just as the players on the sidelines engaged in animated discussion, Zhang Ming's shot executed a stunning drop, grazing the crossbar before finding its way into the net. Zhang Ming completed a hat-trick, leading the red team with a score of 3-1. In Chapter 13, Can You Shoot Like This? In Score, after achieving his hat-trick, Vardzie and Lavezzi exuberantly rushed over to celebrate with Zhang Ming. The players of the red team began to realize that passing the ball to this young lad from the Dragon Country almost guaranteed an assist. In the ensuing match, the red team players eagerly passed the ball to Zhang Ming. Although they could not score themselves, racking up assists was still commendable, especially with the head coach of the first team observing their efforts. This was undoubtedly no coincidence. Such occurrences were far too frequent to be mere happenstance. It was improbable that it was just luck. This young man had surely dedicated significant effort to his practice. Just yesterday, I returned to fetch something and saw him honing his skills on the field. His potential for growth is immense. Terry and Lampard continued to discuss everything regarding Zhang Ming. At this moment, Mourinho had lost interest in the conversation between his two protégés, as his mind was preoccupied with devising the perfect lineup. Goalkeeper check, left back Eschen, center back Terry, right back Ivanovic, midfielders Lampard, Fabregas, and Matic, alongside forwards Oscar and Williams, complemented by Zhang Ming's powerful long-range shooting ability. The swift Drogba was positioned at the forefront. This formation was foolproof for counter-attacking strategies. When encountering teams with a similar style of play, Zhang Ming could unleash long-range shots, turning their defense into a sieve. Against teams that favored an open style of play, Drogba could exploit his speed to penetrate their defenses. Moreover, the three midfielders behind Drogba could also function as forwards. The ideal was beautifully ambitious, yet reality often proved to be starkly unyielding. Observing Zhang Ming's lackluster defensive efforts, Mourinho felt a twinge of discomfort. It might be best for him to remain in the reserves for the time being to refine his fundamental skills. As the match continued, the red team players frantically passed the ball to Zhang Ming. Fearful of his formidable long-range shooting, the blue team dispatched 4 players to tightly mark him whenever he received the ball, whether in the penalty area, outside of it, or even in midfield. They were excessively aggressive in their approach, marking him even in their own half. It resembled a basketball game, with relentless pressure throughout the field. After all, how large is a basketball court compared to a football pitch? Unbeknownst to the blue team, Zhang Ming could only effectively score from within the penalty area. His success rate plummeted outside of it, and the chances were even slimmer from midfield or beyond. Zhang Ming was genuinely infuriated by the scrutiny he faced. Throughout the match, he attempted several shots from midfield. However, lacking the systematic precision of a guaranteed scoring ability, the outcome was all too predictable. His attempts ultimately landed directly within the opponent's small penalty area, leading his teammates to mistakenly believe he was making a pass. Had it not been for their lackluster finishing, reminiscent of the national team, he might have even recorded an assist. The power behind his strikes was insufficient. Henceforth, he must train with relentless fervor to improve. Zhang Ming gazed at his attempt, which had tragically morphed into a mere pass, murmuring softly to himself, "Master, do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding your own abilities? I implore you, spare us the embarrassment." Observing Zhang Ming's audacity to attempt a long-range shot despite lacking the skill to ensure success, the system mocked him. "One day, I shall undoubtedly execute a spectacular long-range shot without your assistance." Zhang Ming addressed the system, and subsequently, he ceased his incessant running across the field, opting instead to remain stationed within the opponent's penalty area. Given his inability to shoot from outside the box, he deemed it more prudent to stay put within the confines of the penalty area. This led to a peculiar scene on the pitch, where the rest of the players were darting about like the African brother, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Zhang Ming leisurely strolled within the opponent's penalty area, with 4 of their players shadowing him closely. This scene was undeniably comical. He meandered around the larger penalty area, occasionally venturing into the smaller box to exchange greetings with the opposing goalkeeper. With a numerical advantage, the red team swiftly intercepted the ball. Vardsey, skillfully dribbling, soon penetrated the blue team's penalty area. Almost all 20 players found themselves crowded within the blue team's larger box, creating a bustling atmosphere. The red team unleashed a flurry of shots, and the blue team could no longer afford the luxury of deploying 4 players to guard Zhang Ming alone. With the quartet's pressure alleviated, the ball quickly arrived at Zhang Ming's feet. Truly, the Chelsea reserves exhibited remarkable speed. Upon receiving the ball, he was immediately confronted by 4 defenders closing in on him. Zhang Ming found himself encircled by 4 opponents, akin to being trapped within an iron barrel. Indeed, this was the situation. They were fixated on him, determined to thwart any attempt he might make to shoot. George, with unwavering focus on Zhang Ming, shouted to the 3 teammates who were also converging on him. This time, he was at a loss. With such tight scrutiny, the prospect of a shot on goal seemed impossible. "Teammates, quickly provide support. If this continues, we will inevitably lose possession," Terry and Lampard anxiously called from the sidelines. How should this young man navigate the predicament? Should he pass or attempt to break through for a chance to shoot? Each option appeared fraught with difficulty. As the penalty area was densely populated, Mourinho fixated on Zhang Ming, his mind racing with calculations. "Old Lou, focus on Zhang Ming. We must capture this moment. If he manages to score despite this pressure, he will achieve legendary status." Wang Jing, nervously observing how Zhang Ming would handle the ball, shouted to Lu Minghui, "You might be in for a disappointment. Being surrounded by 4 players leaves no opportunity for a shot." Lu Minghui replied anxiously. At that moment, Zhang Ming felt a surge of tension. Not only did he need to seek a breakthrough, but he also had to guard against the ball being intercepted. Zhang Ming turned around, gazing at the goal. On that familiar green line, the number 88 appeared clearly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ming did not hesitate. He took a shot. With an 88% success rate, what was there to wait for? My goodness, that lad from Dragon Country is excessively confident. Shooting in this situation? How could that possibly succeed? Indeed, it seems implausible. Where does he find such confidence? Shouldn't he pass the ball to a teammate and then make a quick run to create space before shooting? To shoot directly like this seems overly ambitious. Just as everyone believed Zhang Ming's individuality would cost him this opportunity, he had already launched the ball. After shooting, Zhang Ming executed a full 360-degree turn. All eyes were anxiously fixed on the ball he had struck. It ascended straight up like an elevator, soaring over the wall of defenders before descending sharply, spinning rapidly, and landing in the lower right corner of the net. The goal was scored once again, his fourth. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? What just transpired? How is this possible? Goodness, is this ball remotely controlled? This is simply inconceivable. This goal has truly cemented his legendary status. It was astonishing. The players on the sidelines stood in stunned silence. All the members of the red team rushed over to celebrate wildly with Zhang Ming, while the despondent George became the most vibrant backdrop of the moment. Chapter 14. At a chicken leg with Zhang Ming's astonishing fourth goal, the internal match of Chelsea's reserve team came to a close. Hey mate, what do you think? How about the player I nurtured? As soon as I arrived at the training ground today, I sensed that this lad from Dragon Country was exceptional. After observing the match, you must admit my judgment is quite astute, right? After the game concluded, the reserve team coach, Dakin, strutted over to Mourinho, brimming with pride. Mourinho gazed at this fool in bewilderment, his deep blue eyes seemingly conveying, "You fool. Do you not realize that this lad from Dragon Country is the one I traveled great distances to bring back?" Mourinho, a seasoned figure in the football world, though he thought this, would never utter it aloud. Dakin, after all, has had his challenges. It would be courteous to grant him some grace. Unlike other teams with robust youth training systems, Chelsea struggles in this regard. Currently, players like Ibrahimovic from Manchester United and Spearing from Liverpool are shining stars among the younger generation, making waves in the reserve league. Chelsea's youth training system pales in comparison, which is why they recruit so many trial players each year. However, promising talents are fiercely contested by various teams, leaving little room for hidden gems. Consequently, the players trying out at Chelsea often fall short of expectations, which has led to consistently poor performances from the reserve team. While Chelsea's first team, backed by Abramovich's financial prowess, excels and qualifies for the Champions League year after year, the reserve team languishes at the bottom of the standings. This has earned Dakin the unfortunate reputation of being incompetent. Boss Abu harbors some reservations about him. Dakini, splendid performance. This lad's shooting is undeniably world-class. However, his defensive skills are lacking. He must devote more time to honing his fundamentals. I eagerly anticipate his future endeavors. With this thought, Mourinho smiled and spoke. Upon hearing Mourinho's words, Dakini was as exhilarated as if he had just consumed honey, brimming with excitement. I have a premonition. This boy will soon report to the first team, whispered Lampard to Mourinho. Let us hope he does not fall into the same trap as other players from the Dragon Kingdom, who, upon achieving a modicum of fame, become complacent and return home prematurely, Mourinho remarked as he departed with the first team players. After the first team had left, Dakini convened a meeting with all reserve team members. Amir, what on earth were you doing during the match? Your running distance was the least among all players. Have you not eaten? Did you expend all your energy last night on a woman's belly? Dakini scolded Amir fiercely. Amir felt disheartened. In order to accompany George to the nightclub, he had obediently focused on closely marking Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming had been loitering in the penalty area, leaving Amir with little opportunity to cover any distance. Coach, Zhang Ming's running distance wasn't particularly impressive either, Rocky interjected, watching his teammate being reprimanded. What are you shouting about? How can you lot compare yourselves to Zhang Ming? He scored 4 goals, while you. What else can you be but a bunch of losers? Dakini retorted, storming up to Rocky and unleashing a tirade of verbal fury. His booming voice drenched Rocky in saliva, leaving the young man so startled that he did not even dare to wipe his face. Zhang, what is going on with you? Your physique is far too frail. This is the Premier League, not Serie A or La Liga where one relies solely on technique. Remember, in leagues like the Premier League and Bundesliga, physicality is paramount. You must possess a robust body. Dakini shouted at Zhang Ming as well. Coach, I will take note, Zhang Ming replied. Zhang Ming spoke softly. Recognizing that this old fellow had a fiery temperament, it was prudent to exercise caution and avoid acting recklessly. I'll add an extra chicken leg for you at lunch. Make sure to eat well, Dakini called out. Upon hearing Dakini's words, Zhang Ming felt a wave of relief. Perhaps this old chap was rather endearing after all. As training concluded, the players made their way to the dining hall in small groups. Zhang Ming observed from a distance that George was waiting for him alongside his younger brothers, Rocky and Amir. Goodness, could this fellow possibly be unwilling to accept defeat? Shouldn't he be avoiding me at this moment? What could be the purpose of his waiting here? Does he truly wish to beg for mercy? Or is he contemplating a confrontation? Zhang Ming murmured softly to himself. What does it matter? With the self-defense techniques provided by the system, I fear no one. If it comes to it, I shall not hesitate to confront him. As a representative of the entire Dragon Nation, I cannot afford to lose face. Seeing George and his companions waiting for him, Waji and Leviki also hurried over to join Zhang Ming as they made their way to the dining hall. Observing the eagerness of the two, Zhang Ming felt a surge of pride. It seemed his social connections were quite commendable. Zhang, please forgive my arrogance. I have erred. I humbly ask for your pardon, George said, preparing to kneel, but Zhang Ming quickly intervened. Zhang, what does this mean? We had agreed upon a wager, George inquired, perplexed as Zhang Ming held him back. A wager? What wager? Why was I not informed? Zhang Ming jested lightly. Upon hearing his words, George was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. If he were to kneel, how would he ever hold his head high again? Just moments ago, you all wagered that in the practice match, the player who scored the most goals would emerge victorious, with the loser having to kneel and call the victor grandfather. How could you forget so quickly? The memory of you, people from the Dragon Nation, is quite poor. Look at me. I still remember. The memory of you from the Dragon Nation pales in comparison to that of us from the Three Nations. Amir exclaimed with excitement. Since being harshly reprimanded by Coach Dakini, Amir had been feeling despondent, but now he had finally found an opportunity to shine and would not let it slip away. Zhang Ming gazed at Amir with an expression of utter disbelief, astonished beyond measure. Could this truly be the legendary fool? The others either stared up at the sky or down at the ants engaged in their skirmishes. Is it real? Have you all forgotten? George, do enlighten us. Is it true that you indeed wagered with Zhang? With no one paying him any heed, Amir continued to shout. George, incensed by the antics of his younger companion, swiftly delivered a kick that sent Amir sprawling. Amir tumbled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. What is happening here? No fighting allowed, Dakini interjected. Having just seen George and his companions waiting for Zhang Ming, Dakini was aware of their bet. Betting during training was quite commonplace, serving to ignite the players' competitive spirits, and Dakini usually turned a blind eye. However, upon witnessing Zhang Ming potentially facing bullying, he felt compelled to intervene. After all, it was a rare opportunity to nurture a promising talent. He couldn't let it go to waste. To his surprise, it was Amir who had been sent flying, leaving Dakini momentarily taken aback. Coach, there was no fighting. Amir is too slight. The wind just caught him off guard and blew him over. Zhang Ming's despicable lies were met with no opposition. George was profoundly moved by Zhang Ming's words. The incident of fighting within the team was treated with indifference by the coach, akin to an inconsequential matter. If the coach were to take a firm stance, it would escalate into a significant issue. Just as George was ruminating on how to articulate his thoughts, Zhang Ming's timely assist arrived, leaving George unable to suppress his emotions. As long as there was no fighting, it was a relief. Let us go in for dinner. We still have training later, Dakini declared, leading the way into the dining hall. Coach, shouldn't we add a chicken leg for Amir as well? He appears rather frail. One might think a strong wind could sweep him away. Zhang Ming jestingly remarked. What does the water dispenser manager need such a strong physique for? Dakini retorted with irritation, while the others laughed heartily in agreement. Amir, upon hearing the playful banter, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. This time, it was Amir, sitting on the ground covered in dust, who became the vivid backdrop. Chapter 15. The Fury of Dragon Country fans during the afternoon training session. Zhang Ming focused on honing his fundamental skills, receiving one-on-one instruction from Coach Dakini, which left the other players envious. Wang Jing and Lu Minghui meticulously edited together Zhang Ming's 4 recent goals and sent the compilation back to the headquarters of the Somao website. Upon viewing the expertly crafted video, the personnel at the headquarters were elated. Quickly, prepare the text for release. Laoli, you take the lead on this, the general manager of Somao shouted out, instructing everyone to get to work. Before long, the website published the following announcement. A magnificent quartet. Indeed, it is a magnificent quartet achieved by our Dragon Country player. Just moments ago, our star Zhang Ming shone brightly in the prestigious English Premier League club Chelsea. In an internal practice match, he single-handedly turned the tide, scoring 4 goals with his signature technique, the lunar crescent, after initially trailing by 1 goal. leading the red team to a resounding 4-1 victory over the blue team. Following this, the video of Zhang Ming's 4 goals circulated rapidly across various platforms, prompting a flood of comments. Is this truly our Dragon Country player? Is that not Beckham? Look closely from above. This is our national star. With such a challenging shot, even Beckham might struggle to replicate it. The person on the second floor is correct. We finally have a super king emerging from our Dragon Country. The next World Cup is within reach. If our Dragon Country can break into the World Cup again, I will run naked from Harbin to Hainan Island. That's quite bold. I will live stream eating excrement. Wow, you guys are ruthless. Do you realize that Zhang Ming has not even been selected for the national team roster yet? A thoughtful netizen attached the latest national team roster. What on earth is going on? Is this the legendary case of a master hidden among the common folk? Lao Lu, have you secured Zhang Ming's contract? Our domestic situation is becoming untenable. Just as Lu Xiangyang, director of the Dragon Country Football Association, settled into his hotel room, a call from Huang Yud, president of the association, came through. Old Huang, I can't get it done. That kid is as stubborn as they come. He shows no willingness to negotiate. I've been watching him constantly, yet he remains tight-lipped. Lu Xiangyang lamented. Haven't you explained the stakes to him? I have. But he has already signed with Mendes. He is now a player under Mendes. Mendes, as you are aware, there are numerous methods that are utterly unfeasible. Upon hearing Lu Xiangyang mention that Zhang Ming had already signed with Mendes, Huang Yud resigned himself to the situation. Who does not know the illustrious name of Mendes? He is a world-renowned agent, wielding substantial influence in the realm of international football. Thus, you should promptly return and cease wasting time in England. After Huang Yud concluded the call, Lu Xiangyang, perceiving Huang's unfriendly tone, lost all desire for sleep. He opened his phone to find an overwhelming deluge of news regarding Zhang Ming, hastily booking a flight back to his homeland. The following day, fans in Longwa noticed that the national football team's roster had yet to be updated, still devoid of Zhang Ming's presence. The online community erupted in outrage. Zhang Ming rose early in the morning and made his way to the training ground. His current skill level stood at a mere 4 points, a figure that barely reflected the 2 points he had tirelessly accumulated through yesterday afternoon's training. Zhang, it's a day off today. Are you still going to train? Lavich called out as he observed Zhang Ming sprinting towards the court in his sports attire. Archie, you are well aware of my foundational skills. I must practice, for it is imperative. Zhang Ming spoke and swiftly dashed outside. Lavich hurriedly changed his clothes to follow suit. 991, 992, 993. After completing 1,000 laps around the pole, Zhang Ming finally came to a halt. Zhang, it's enough. Let's head back. You've reached your limit, panted Lavich, who had been running alongside him. Congratulations, master. Your stamina has reached its peak. Please continue to strive. For every hour you endure, you will earn a point of talent. Initially contemplating Lavich's suggestion to rest, upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Zhang Ming instantaneously shook off his fatigue and felt rejuvenated. Seriously, Zhang, do you wish to continue? Lavich inquired, astonished. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. Zhang, with the ball in hand, traversed the court with an exuberance reminiscent of an African warrior, fervently exhausting his masculine vigor. Insanity, pure insanity. I can no longer endure this. Lavich muttered as he staggered back to the dormitory. It was only after he accumulated an additional 2 points of talent that Zhang finally paused. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang took a refreshing cold shower and washed his already sweat-soaked sports attire before heading to the dining hall for breakfast. Passing by Chelsea's administrative building, Zhang seized the opportunity to make a phone call home. Zhang Ming possesses a mobile phone. On the eve of his departure to the United Kingdom, his father sold over a dozen bags of freshly harvested wheat and spent 1,200 yuan at the local business hall to purchase a smartphone for Zhang Ming. My son, international long-distance calls can be quite expensive, so refrain from making calls unless absolutely necessary. You are aware that there is nothing of urgency at home. Zhang Ming distinctly recalls the words his father uttered as he boarded Mourinho's car en route to the Forbidden City airport. Having been in the UK for several days now, it is high time he made a call home. Surely, such a grand club would not be overly concerned about the cost of a few phone calls. Today is a holiday, and the administrative building is devoid of any presence. There is a public telephone conveniently located at the entrance on the first floor. 052786. Zhang Ming skillfully dialed the home telephone. Who could it be? Why is it still an international number? Could it possibly be a scam? He hastily considered hanging up. I had mentioned the necessity of caller ID from the very beginning. Back then, You had your reservations. Now, do you not see the benefits of having caller ID? Zhang Ming picked up the phone, but before he could utter a word, he overheard the conversation of his parents on the other end. By the time he intended to speak, the call had already been disconnected. Resigned, Zhang Ming dialed the number once more. Why are they calling again? Have we attracted the attention of foreign scammers? These fraudsters are remarkably well informed. As soon as our son ventures abroad to pursue his career, they set their sights on him. Father, it is I, Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming was genuinely apprehensive that his father might abruptly terminate the call again, so he hurriedly spoke up. Ah, is that you? Zhang Ming, how are you over there? Are you managing to have enough to eat? Upon hearing Zhang Ming's voice, his mother swiftly seized the phone and began to speak. Mom, please don't worry. Your son is currently well-fed and sleeping soundly. Just yesterday, due to my outstanding performance, the coach even rewarded me with an extra chicken leg. Zhang Ming said with a smile. Chapter 16, Lampard's Invitation. As Zhang Ming dialed a call to his family within the confines of the administrative building, Lampard, too, occupied the same establishment, albeit in an office on the second floor. As the very embodiment of Chelsea Football Club, Lampard's thoughts were entirely consumed by the team. He dedicated the entirety of his youth to Chelsea and, upon his retirement, he was certain to continue contributing to the club's development from this very office. During each intermission, Lampard would often take a leisurely stroll around Chelsea, as there was little to occupy him at home. With practiced ease, he accessed the stadium's surveillance system and was instantly captivated by the sight of Zhang Ming's relentless training session that morning. It was utterly astonishing. He had trained for a solid 4 hours, demonstrating an intensity that surpassed even Lampard's own youthful endeavors. Just as Lampard immersed himself in the captivating footage, Zhang Ming's international call persisted. Initially, Zhang had merely intended to offer a brief reassurance to his family, but inadvertently mentioned that this was the team's phones, which allowed for free calls without any cost. Zhang Ming's mother stubbornly refused to hang up the phone, incessantly chattering away. Truly, a mother's worry knows no bounds. Ming, the old hen at home has laid dozens of eggs. I'll send them to you via the post office tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming found himself caught between laughter and tears. Mom, do you realize how expensive the postage is? It could buy a whole cart of eggs. He exclaimed. Please, can you say something more practical? Your son is in the UK, a developed country. Sending eggs over there will only be a source of amusement for his foreign friends. Nearby, Zhang Ming's father grumbled at the mention of sending eggs. What's the big deal? Our neighbor Dongzi took dozens of eggs with him when he went to the Forbidden City for his studies. Just look at how successful he is now. Mother Zhang admonished. Dear, the postage is excessively expensive. There is no need for you to exert yourself. The meals I have here surpass even those prepared at home. Please do not worry. Zhang Ming was genuinely fearful of his mother sending him eggs through the post. He repeated his concerns incessantly. By the way, Ming, speaking of seating arrangements, I just remembered. Your cousin's son is getting a haircut in a couple of days. Would you like to come back? Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhang Ming was rendered speechless. This was hardly a significant matter, and he was on the other side of the globe. How could he possibly return? Moreover, he had no funds to purchase a plane ticket. No, I'm quite busy with training here and cannot leave. Zhang Ming hastily exclaimed. Did you hear? Our son is now a crucial player for that Western team. If he takes a leave of absence to come back, how will the team compete in their matches? We must be considerate. After all, he is earning a salary. It's quite substantial. Our son just mentioned that he earns nearly 10,000 a month. This is even more than the wages of the skilled laborers on the construction site in our village. Father Zhang remarked, Indeed, my son, do not return home. Stay there and work diligently. The villagers speak highly of your accomplishments. You have studied abroad, earned a salary, and received substantial remuneration. Just the other day, your second uncle mentioned that while working in the fields early in the morning, he noticed smoke rising from our ancestral grave. Your father now visits your grandfather's grave daily. We must honor those who have entrusted us with their wages by competing earnestly. We cannot afford to let them down. Zhang Ming, upon hearing those words, found himself at a loss for words. After conversing with his family for a while, he ended the call. Having risen early that morning, he had engaged in an intense training session for 4 hours, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. Exiting the administrative building, he made his way toward the dining hall. Upon reaching the entrance, a chill ran through him. The dining hall was closed for the day, and now even the prospect of a meal seemed bleak. As the saying goes, man is iron, and rice is steel. And going without a meal left him feeling quite unsettled. With no other option, Zhang Ming stepped out of the team's gates and headed to the street in search of food. Passing by a restaurant, he spotted Wadaki, that young fellow, diligently washing dishes while humming a cheerful tune. I am a dishwasher, and my skills are strong. Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. At that moment, he realized that Wadaki was quite astute. What was wrong with washing dishes? Not only did it provide him with a source of income, but it also ensured that he wouldn't go hungry. Previously, Zhang Ming had heard Wadaki boast to his family about being a chef at a restaurant. At the time, Zhang was incredulous. What culinary delights could someone from Africa possibly offer to earn the title of chef? He had mused that if he were to join, he might as well become the head chef, considering that the cuisine of Longwa is renowned worldwide. Who would have thought that the lad was merely washing dishes? Alas, life on the road is never easy. It is filled with tales of joy while often concealing the sorrows. Just moments ago, he had claimed that the food in England was better than what he enjoyed at home during celebratory feasts. Yet here he was, just as hungry as ever. Zhang Ming tightly clutched the 200 pounds he had just received and made his way towards a convenience store. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a familiar face, Amir from Asangua, nonchalantly sitting at the store's doorway, devouring instant noodles with his bare hands. The sight of his grimy hands was utterly revolting. Zhang Ming entered the convenience store and picked up a bucket of Kong Shai Fu instant noodles, intending to proceed to the checkout. However, he recalled that Amir was also enjoying instant noodles. He then turned around and grabbed 2 sausages, thinking to himself, well, this should certainly be a more delightful choice than what the other fellow is having. As Zhang Ming settled the bill, he felt a pang of regret. It was truly exorbitant. After completing the transaction, he strutted past Amir with an air of superiority, thinking to himself that he was indeed someone who could afford instant noodles with ham, a privilege not easily matched by one such as Amir. Zhang Ming departed with an elegant demeanor, leaving Amir to gaze enviously after him. Zhang Ming did not indulge in his meal at the convenience store. Instead, he returned to his dormitory to boil some water. With grace, he unwrapped the instant noodle packet, poured in the boiling water, and added ham. Before the noodles had fully absorbed the liquid, he began to devour them hungrily. Zhang, is this all you're eating? Just as Zhang Ming savored the last sip of broth and let out a contented belch, Lampard entered, looking astonished. Oh, Lon, what brings you here? Isn't today a holiday? Zhang Ming inquired in astonishment. Feeling idle at home, he decided to come over for a visit. Zhang, I now earnestly invite you to my home as a guest. What do you say? Would you do me the honor? Just after Lampard asked Zhang Ming how he managed with instant noodles, he instantly regretted it. He was well aware that Zhang Ming only earned a mere 200 pounds a week, and he understood the implications of that sum in the high-cost environment of London. Contemplating this, Lampard extended an invitation to Zhang Ming to come to his home for a better meal. Brother Lon, is that really appropriate? Zhang Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke softly. Zhang, are you still being polite with me? Let us go. With that, Lampard took Zhang Ming by the hand and led him towards his sleek sports car. Brother Lon, please stop the car and wait for me. When they reached a fruit shop, Zhang Ming called out to Lampard to halt. It is my first visit as a guest, and I cannot afford to lose face, especially since I am representing the entire Dragon Nation. I must bring along some fruit as a thoughtful gesture. Zhang Ming selected a dozen apples to purchase, only to find himself spending the last remaining 100 pounds in his pocket. What on earth makes these British apples so exorbitantly priced? Could it be that a genius was once discovered among them, thus elevating their value to such heights? Had I known, I would have refrained from visiting Lampard at his residence. It truly feels like an act of superficial grandeur. Zhang Ming, filled with concern, feigned nonchalance as he strolled towards Lampard's vehicle. Upon noticing the bag of apples in Zhang Ming's hand, Lampard couldn't help but chuckle, well aware of the exorbitant prices of apples in London. Chapter 17, The Enchanting Lucy. The sports car raced forward with remarkable speed, and in no time, they arrived at Lampard's residence. Zhang Ming gazed enviously at the grand villa before him, filled with a fervent desire. He resolutely vowed to excel in football, aspiring to one day acquire a magnificent house like this. Zhang Ming silently resolved to himself, what good is excelling in studies? Can it yield £1 million annual salary? Or is pursuing a career in football the more promising path? Zhang Ming followed Lampard through the gate and entered the courtyard, where he was confronted by a large dog standing there, leaving him utterly terrified. When Zhang Ming was a child, he was once bitten by a dog, leaving him with a lingering shadow of fear. Whenever he encounters a dog, trepidation envelopes him. It's all right, Tom won't bite, Lampard reassured. Noticing Zhang Ming's evident apprehension towards his dog, Such words had become a mere echo in Zhang Ming's ears, for he had heard them countless times before. The last time he was bitten, the dog had leapt upon him, and its owner had audaciously proclaimed, "Don't be afraid, my dog doesn't bite." In that instance, Zhang Ming found himself at the hospital receiving rabies vaccinations. Now, the sight of a dog sends shivers down his spine. However, after a brief moment, his fear dissipated. Not for any other reason but the sudden appearance of a strikingly beautiful young woman, approximately his age, representing the entire unmarried youth of his homeland. How could he afford to lose face in front of foreign beauties? It would be no laughing matter if word got out. He would undoubtedly face the wrath of passionate young men upon his return home. Zhang Ming endeavored to present himself impressively before the enchanting lady, even daring to stroke the head of the large dog. However, upon noticing the steak in the dog's bowl, his composure faltered. To think that a mere dog feasts upon steak. Truly, it is a reflection of the grotesque disparity within our capitalist society, where the rich indulge in excess while the poor languish in destitution. Longu, you certainly have a knack for it. Your daughter has grown so much. Zhang Ming, adopting the demeanor of an elder, reached out to gently pat the head of the beautiful girl before him. "Oh, no, Zhang, this is my sister, Lucy," Lampard cheerfully interjected. "Lucy, allow me to introduce you to my brother's new teammate, Zhang Ming, hailing from Dragon Country." Lampard then addressed Lucy. "Hello, Zhang," she said, skillfully evading Zhang Ming's unwelcome advances. "Greetings, young lady. According to the customs of our Dragon Country, you should call me Minggu, though Ming brother will suffice as well." Zhang Ming replied with a smile. "Zhang, I have heard that everyone in Long Country is skilled in martial arts. Is that true?" Lucy did not fall for the trap of calling Zhang Ming by the frivolous title of Brother Ming, but rather inquired whether he possessed any martial skills. Upon observing Lucy's furious demeanor, Zhang Ming discerned that the young girl was on the verge of an outburst. "Indeed, to speak candidly, I am a master of martial arts, having recently unblocked the Ren and Du meridians." Zhang Ming, while speaking, performed a series of calisthenics, leaving Lampard and Lucy momentarily stunned. With a systematic self-defense technique at his disposal, was it not akin to unblocking the meridians? He certainly spoke no falsehoods. "Allow me to experience your prowess," Lucy declared, striking a pose that immediately revealed her boxing background to Zhang Ming. "Be cautious, Zhang. Lucy is a formidable boxer." "I wish you luck," Lampard remarked, stepping back to watch with a smirk as Zhang Ming and Lucy prepared for their encounter. With Lampard's approval, Lucy energetically warmed up, exuding confidence. The contours of her physique drew Zhang Ming's gaze, captivating him entirely. Irritated by his unwavering stare, Lucy approached him and delivered a swift punch. Zhang Ming, akin to a child in a playful brawl, casually seized Lucy's delicate little fist without relinquishing his grip. Enraged, Lucy retaliated with her other fist, only for Zhang Ming to capture it once more. At that moment, the two were locked in a stalemate, hand in hand, as Lucy attempted to withdraw. But Zhang Ming resolutely refused to let go, his grip unwavering. Lucy's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her quite endearing. In a fit of defiance, she delivered a swift kick aimed at Zhang Ming's sensitive region. Zhang Ming hastily released his hold and dodged, taken aback by the ferocity of her strike. "Lucy, you cannot hope to best him," remarked Lampard, observing his sister's futile attempt to engage Zhang Ming further. "Lucy, such impudence is unacceptable," came the admonition from a passing noblewoman. Zhang Ming immediately recognized that this was undoubtedly Lampard's mother. It could also potentially be his own mother-in-law. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship. "Is this his sister-in-law?" Zhang Ming approached and greeted. "Sister-in-law?" Not only was Lampard taken aback, but even Mrs. Lawn was astonished. Lucy was utterly bewildered. "Isn't this your—" Zhang Ming feigned confusion and inquired, "Zhang, is this my mother?" Lampard quickly interjected, "Yes, this is my aunt." "Greetings, Auntie. You look remarkably youthful." Seeming to be of the same age as Brother Lawn, they could easily be mistaken for siblings. Who would have imagined they were mother and son? Zhang Ming chuckled foolishly and said, "Zhang, is this true? Am I really this youthful?" Mother Lawn inquired with astonishment. "Indeed, we, the people of Longhua, never speak falsehoods." Zhang Ming earnestly asserted his words. "Zhang, you truly possess a gift for eloquence," remarked Lan's mother, as she embraced Zhang Ming warmly. "Do not take offense, Zhang. This is merely our custom." Upon hearing Lan's words, Zhang Ming promptly dashed over to envelop Lucy in a heartfelt embrace. "Dear Lucy, this is your custom as well." I hope you do not mind. Zhang Ming, intoxicated by the fragrance that enveloped the young maiden, lingered on with his words, provoking an eye roll from Lucy. Aware of the girl's formidable kick that could sever ties, Zhang Ming restrained himself, releasing Lucy after a brief embrace. Lucy, has a guest arrived at your home? An elderly man inquired, unmistakably the father of Lampard. Zhang Ming refrained from uttering any nauseating titles like Big Brother and simply addressed him as uncle. After all, flattering the mother-in-law was sufficient. As for the father-in-law, it was of little concern. Moreover, he might not even appreciate such flattery. Zhang, are you from the Dragon Country? Upon hearing Lampard's introduction, Mr. Lon inquired with a puzzled expression. Indeed, I am a genuine native of the Dragon Country. Zhang Ming, perplexed, remarked, That's splendid. You can play table tennis, can't you? Let's engage in a couple of matches. No one in this area can rival me. My hands have been itching to play. Upon hearing Mr. Lan's words, Zhang Ming immediately felt a wave of apprehension. If no one here could match his prowess, how could he possibly compete? He had merely played table tennis during physical education classes at school and had never received any formal training. He feared he would embarrass himself. Uncle, when you mention this area, do you mean all of London? Zhang Ming asked with a hint of insecurity. Oh, no, it's not as impressive as you think. It's just our row. Upon hearing Lan's father's words, Zhang Ming instantly felt a surge of confidence. It was merely a few households in this row. What was so remarkable about that? At most, it could be considered the champion of a single unit in the Royal Kingdom community. What was there to worry about? If this were in the Royal Kingdom, it might hold some weight, but in the realm of Britain, what significance could the prowess of a few families hold? Then please, uncle, enlighten me. Zhang Ming, following Lan's father, made his way to the ping-pong table. After exchanging a few rounds, he realized just how ludicrous this so-called champion truly was. In the domestic arena, he was at best on par with an elementary school student. Were it not for the old man's pride, Zhang Ming could have easily bested him. Chapter 18. A toast to each and every one. After the ping-pong match, Lan's father led everyone to the dining hall. Zhang Ming placed the apples he brought onto the table. Zhang, I didn't expect you to have such a knack for selecting fruit. These apples are truly top-notch, Lucy remarked, holding one of the apples in admiration. Zhang Ming certainly wouldn't be discerning about which apples to choose. A simple country fellow would merely pick the larger ones. At this moment, he may have salvaged his pride, but how will he resolve his meals for tomorrow? After taking a 2-day break, it is certain that the restaurant will be closed as well. The money in his pocket is insufficient even to purchase a bucket of instant noodles. Tomorrow, he is truly destined to go hungry, and he may even find himself scrambling alongside the African dishwashers, not as a chef, but merely washing dishes. It is indeed a case of sacrificing dignity for the sake of appearances. Is that so? I did suggest that he could choose casually. Zhang Ming chuckled amiably. Zhang, there's no need for formality, Mr. Lon said warmly as they reached the dining table. Uncle, your hospitality is truly overwhelming. I feel deeply honored. Zhang Ming was utterly famished, having engaged in an intense 4-hour training session upon rising in the morning. Following this, he consumed a bowl of instant noodles accompanied by 2 sausages, and shortly thereafter, he sparred with Lucy. Subsequently, he was taken by Mr. Lon to partake in a vigorous game of table tennis, which demanded considerable physical exertion, an endeavor that left him ravenous. Lucy, our training regimen is exceedingly demanding. Please prepare 2 steaks for Zhang and me, Lampard remarked, eyeing the steak on his plate. He was acutely aware that Zhang Ming had merely consumed a bowl of noodles, and such a modest portion of steak would scarcely suffice to satisfy his hunger. Indeed, it was evident that his brother-in-law was remarkably perceptive. Zhang Ming pondered silently. Upon hearing Lampard's words, Lucy rose and busied herself in the kitchen. Zhang, would you like a drink? Asked Mr. Lon, producing a bottle of red wine. Brother Lon, are we allowed to drink as players? Zhang Ming gazed at Lampard and inquired. Is there a problem? Lampard reassured him. Not at all. Both today and tomorrow are holidays, so there's nothing to worry about. Zhang Ming, aware of the revelry his teammates indulged in at the nightclub, felt a sense of camaraderie and dropped his reservations. Lampard then approached Zhang Ming to pour him a drink. Zhang Ming hastily rose to his feet, holding the cup in his hands. Zhang Ming had expected a full pour. Yet Lao Lan merely filled the cup to a meager 2 taels before ceasing. This is hardly akin to fine spirits. Who could possibly find such a scant amount sufficient? Zhang Ming, during his time back in his hometown, often indulged in surreptitious sips of his father's liquor. A half-liter of the potent 56-degree Shuanghua Daku barely fazed him. He thought little of a mere bottle of red wine, believing he could easily consume it all. In his heyday, Zhang Ming boasted of having outdrunk the likes of Nan Murong with yellow wine and having bested Bai Xiaofeng with white liquor, adapting to the company around him. He mimicked Lampard and his friends, sipping gradually. As Lampard and his family engaged in conversation, Zhang Ming found himself unable to contribute. His gaze wandered to the kitchen where Lucy was diligently preparing steaks, her demeanor exuding an irresistible charm. He imagined how perfect it would be to marry her. To share a life behind closed doors, reaching the pinnacle of happiness. Daily steak dinners and the prospect of children, a warm family life. What more could one desire? Just as Zhang Ming was lost in his reverie, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes entered. Frank, you arrived just in time. Come join us for a drink, Lampard beckoned. Zhang, allow me to introduce you to my neighbor Frank. Frank, this is my new teammate Zhang Ming from the Dragon Country. Upon hearing Lampard's introduction, Zhang Ming stood and warmly extended his hand to Frank. You people from the Dragon Country can play football? Are you sure you're not here for a laugh? Frank quipped, giving Zhang Ming's hand a casual pat before plopping down in a chair, ready to eat. Great. Now because of this lad, Lucy would need to prepare another steak. Zhang, don't take it to heart. That's just Frank's way. Lampard chuckled as he spoke to Zhang Ming. Lucy, having finished her tasks in the kitchen, joined them at the table, delicately sipping red wine from a goblet, leaving Zhang Ming momentarily speechless. Observing Zhang Ming's reaction, Frank couldn't help but feel exasperated. Zhang Ming was well aware that this Frank undoubtedly harbored feelings for Lucy. Damn it. The moment he laid eyes on her, he suddenly found himself with yet another rival in love. It was infuriating. Wooing a girl proved to be more challenging than honing his skills on the court. Zhang Ming was lost in thought. Regardless of Frank's fury, he remained fixated on Lucy, finding her increasingly captivating with each glance, which only served to infuriate Frank even more. Hey, Zhang, you've traveled a long way. Let me raise a toast to you. Frank poured the entire contents of the bottle for himself and Zhang Ming, downing it in one gulp, boasting, damn it. This kid not only chugs the wine but also flaunts the inverted goblet in front of Zhang Ming as a show of defiance. Frank's antics brought great joy to Zhang Ming. The wine from the Old Lawn family was exceptionally delightful, reminiscent of the 1982 Schwango Daku. However, sipping it slowly proved to be quite the torment. Being a guest, he couldn't possibly ask for more wine. Now, thanks to Frank. It seemed like a stroke of divine assistance. Zhang Ming, without hesitation, downed the wine in his glass in one swift gulp. You fool, hurry and fetch some more wine. Do not let this single cup of wine intimidate you. I am eagerly awaiting your return with more. My thirst for alcohol has surged. Zhang Ming, with a cunning mind, thought to himself, very well, let's indulge once more. Frank, with an air of familiarity, proceeded to retrieve 2 bottles of wine from the Old Lawn family's cabinet. Zhang Ming observed Frank heading to procure some wine, his heart brimming with delight. Frank, please refrain from drinking, Lucy implored, attempting to stop him as he prepared to uncork the red wine. Fear not, Lucy, the people from Longwood cannot hold their liquor, Frank reassured her. I visited Longwood last year, and their beverages are akin to water. Look, he is on the verge of fainting. With that, Frank proceeded to remove the cork from the bottle. Hey, Frank, which city did you visit in Longwood? Zhang Ming inquired. Intrigued by Frank's assertion that the liquor consumed by the Longwood people resembled water. I was in the city of Suzhou, Frank replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a wave of relief. No wonder this fellow claimed that the liquor in Longwood was like water. Suzhou is renowned for its rice wine, which indeed flows as smoothly as water. Zhang, are you certain you can handle it? You should really stop drinking, Lampard cautioned. Rest assured, Lon, my capacity for alcohol is not exaggerated. As long as the sun remains high in the sky, I shall continue to pour down the liquor. And when the sun sets in the west, I shall switch to beer and carry on. Zhang Ming boasted with an air of arrogance. This time, Flandra had filled the goblet to the brim, and Zhang Ming, unreserved, downed it in one go. What a delightful indulgence. The wine was truly exhilarating. Frank, having consumed a generous glass of red wine, was evidently intoxicated, his speech becoming slurred and incoherent. Zhang Ming observed that Frank, seated before him, showed no inclination to refill his glass. Thus, he rose and filled both Frank's and his own goblets with wine. Frank, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Allow me to toast to you. Zhang Ming raised his glass and said to Frank, Oh my goodness, Zhang, you're still drinking? Frank asked in astonishment. Of course. As long as the earth doesn't explode, we shall not return home. What is the matter? You can't possibly be drunk already, can you? Surely. You can't stop drinking now? Zhang Ming provocatively inquired with a smile. Young individuals are most susceptible to provocation, particularly those like Frank, who display a certain foolishness. After yet another glass of red wine, Frank found himself sprawled beneath the table. Lampard hurriedly assisted him to his feet and escorted him home. Zhang Ming poured another round of wine, savoring it slowly alongside Papa Lon, Mama Lon, and Lucy. Zhang Ming's recent actions utterly astonished the Lampard family. Just how much can one drink? Henceforth, anyone who dares to claim that the people of Longwood cannot hold their liquor is a fool. Chapter 19. That lad from the Empire is thriving too well. After Lampard escorted Zhang Ming back to the dormitory, Zhang Ming realized he had indulged a bit too much. The after-effects of the red wine are truly formidable. Once Lampard departed, Zhang Ming intended to head to the training ground, but found his limbs heavy and weak. Perhaps it is best to abandon that thought. Alas, the prospects for Longwood football appear bleak after barely a couple of earnest days. It seems to be a case of fishing 3 days and sunbathing 2. I must be blind to have chosen such a useless individual over the mere inconvenience of a restroom break. Truly, misfortune has struck. Zhang Ming lay down in a state of drowsiness, not yet fully asleep, when the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ahua, what do you mean by this? Can't you see that your master has indulged a bit too much? What's wrong with taking a day to rest? Zhang Ming, in a state of exasperation, lamented within his mind. Sleep, sleep. I had thought you had traversed countless miles to practice football, yet it appears you have come merely to vie for attention and indulge in drinking contests. Very well, I shall await another 800 years to select a new host. You, the imperial football of the realm, may wait for another 8 centuries. But, Hua, could you not show me a modicum of understanding? Are you aware of how much I have imbibed? Zhang Ming, upon hearing the system's sarcastic tone, grumbled, Be understanding. Go ahead and sleep. Rest well, so you can continue to vie for attention and indulge in jealousy tomorrow. All right then, enough of sleep. I shall proceed to train now. Zhang Ming could no longer endure the situation. He rose and dashed towards the court. Do not return until you have earned at least 2 points of talent. The system admonished. Zhang Ming aimlessly jogged around the court, initially lacking in energy. However, after half an hour, he began to feel increasingly invigorated. It was only when the system notified him of an increase in his talent points that he, like a weary dog, dragged his exhausted and heavy body back to the dormitory. Just as he encountered Wadeki returning from washing dishes, Wadeki inquired, Hey, Zhang, what have you been up to? You look a mess. Zhang Ming replied, Oh, it's nothing, just very tired. I'm going to sleep. Zhang Ming truly lacked the energy to deal with this rascal any longer. The following day, before dawn had even broken, he was summoned by the system once more. Hua, you have gone too far. It is one thing to exploit the production team's donkey, but surely even a cultivated donkey should not be treated in such a manner. Zhang Ming, with his eyes still closed, exclaimed, All right, I'll head to practice now. Upon hearing the system's sarcastic tone, he felt a genuine sense of dread. At the training ground, he noticed Amir from the A3 nation occasionally peering in front of his dormitory door. Goodness, could it be that Amir is a petty thief, contemplating some mischievous act? Nevertheless, it hardly mattered. There was nothing of value within the dormitory. Zhang Ming, upon reflecting on this, resumed his training. It was only after earning an additional 2 points of talent that he returned to his dormitory. As he reached the entrance, he spotted Amir from the Asin nation preparing instant noodles in the corridor. It seems he prefers to indulge in his instant noodles either at the convenience store or in the public spaces of the dormitory. The manner in which he uses his grimy hands to scoop the noodles is utterly lacking in decorum, a true affront to the sensibilities of those around him. Zhang Ming murmured softly as he returned to his dormitory to take a shower. After finishing, he gazed at the 2 remaining coins in front of him and suddenly realized how precious Amir's instant noodles at the entrance had become. What to do? The thought of starving in London was utterly humiliating. His stomach growled in protest, prompting Zhang Ming to waste no time. He swiftly pocketed the coins and ventured out to the convenience store to see what sustenance he could procure. Zhang Ming opened the door and beheld his younger brother Amir still indulging in instant noodles. How on earth could a single bowl of noodles take this long to consume? It was more arduous than the most unpleasant of tasks. Zhang Ming felt a wave of disgust as he beheld Amir's hands. While it was true that Wadeki's hands were also dirty, he did not resort to eating with them directly. But here was Amir, unashamedly indulging in such behavior. Hey, Zhang, Have you ever tasted this marinated egg? It's absolutely delightful. Just take a whiff. As Zhang Ming attempted to hastily navigate the aisle without acknowledging Amir, the latter unexpectedly called out to him, "Zhang, look, I have grilled sausages as well, identical to what you had yesterday. No, in fact, I have an extra marinated egg compared to what you had," Amir proclaimed with an air of superiority. No wonder this fellow has been loitering outside his dormitory since early morning. He has been consuming instant noodles in the corridor for an inordinate amount of time. Clearly, he intends to flaunt his indulgence in front of me. How audacious of him to seek superiority in my presence. It's akin to a dung beetle courting its demise. Quite impressive, indeed. It seems you're relishing your feast, Zhang Ming echoed as he stepped out. A single penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Without money in one's pocket, even words lose their strength. Zhang Ming wandered around the convenience store, only to discover that his 2 coins could only purchase a lollipop. He dismissed the idea, pondering the triviality of such a treat. Instead, he resolved to return to his dormitory and lie down, conserving his energy to stave off hunger more effectively. Zhang Ming sauntered back to the dormitory, catching sight of Amir, who was still indulging in instant noodles in the corridor. A preserved egg yet to be consumed. Each time someone passed by, Amir would gleefully retrieve the preserved egg from the bowl, showcasing it with his darkened hands. At that moment, Zhang Ming could hardly restrain his frustration, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier pretentiousness, having squandered all his money the previous day. Approaching Amir would undoubtedly subject him to ridicule. "Zhang, why don't you come inside?" Just as Zhang Ming found himself at a loss, Lucy arrived. Noticing Zhang lingering outside the dormitory, she called out, "Do you believe I was waiting for you?" Zhang Ming said with a mischievous smile. "How did you know I would come now?" Lucina asked, puzzled. "Of course I know, for you reside in my heart," he replied. "I wouldn't have guessed." "You certainly possess a way with words," Lucina remarked with a smile upon hearing Zhang Ming's statement. "No, I'm not being charming. I speak only the truth." "Well then, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, this is for you," Lucina said, handing Zhang Ming a food box. "How did you know I haven't eaten? Am I also in your heart?" Zhang Ming inquired with astonishment. "You claim that your weekly income is merely 200 pounds, and you spent it all on apples yesterday. How could you possibly have any money left for meals? I truly cannot fathom the mindset of you men, lacking funds, yet still putting on airs. It is a futile pursuit of pride that leads to suffering." Lucy cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Ming as she spoke. Zhang Ming had long been famished, yearning to devour the meal that Lucy had provided him without delay. Upon noticing Amir still parading in the dormitory corridor, Zhang Ming decided to escort Lucy back to their residence. Zhang Ming also ventured into the dormitory corridor to dine, and the meal prepared by Lucy was exceptionally delightful. "Amir, do you have any idea how fragrant this steak is? How delicious this fried egg tastes? And the bread, oh my goodness, it is simply exquisite," Zhang Ming, while eating, called out to Amir. Although Amir did not respond, it was evident that he was swallowing hard. After half an hour of struggling with his bowl of instant noodles, Amir finished his meal in a matter of moments while Zhang Ming was still seated in the aisle. When it came time to eat the marinated egg in his haste, he nearly choked to death, his eyes rolling back in exasperation. Had it not been for a bit of broth remaining in the cup of noodles, that egg could have very well been the end of him. The egg itself seemed to be quite indignant, having been fished out from the noodle cup so many times that the yolk was practically crumbling in frustration, almost as if it intended to choke him. Lucy was taken aback by Amir's eating habits. "Hey, did you see that? That guy from Longhua is quite impressive. He has only been here a few days and has already caught the eye of such a stunning girl. What's even more infuriating is that she's the one treating him to meals. My girlfriend makes me pay for dinner every day, leaving me broke. That guy from Longhua is really living the good life. I wonder how he manages it. It's truly remarkable." Hearing the discussions from the neighboring dormitory, Zhang Ming felt a surge of pride. After all, it was a matter of honor for the spirited youth of Longhua. Chapter 20. The Misfortunes of Amir in the Dormitory. Amidst the envious gazes of his single companions, Zhang Ming modestly finished his meal before engaging Lucy in leisurely conversation. Lucy expressed a keen interest in the dragon country, and with Zhang Ming's eloquence, he effortlessly entertained her, eliciting peals of laughter. After 2 hours, Lucy emerged from Zhang Ming's room, carrying a food container as she made her way home. "Hey, Zhang, you're quite impressive, spending so much time together," said Lavish, entering the room with an admiring tone just as Lucy departed. "Oh, was that truly remarkable?" "That was actually my least impressive performance. It was merely 2 hours." Zhang Ming pondered for a long time before grasping the meaning behind Lavish's words. He nodded in agreement, stating, as a man who doesn't care about such matters. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's remark, the group erupted in excitement, enthusiastically giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Amir, the young lad, rushed into Zhang Ming's dormitory, eager to eavesdrop on his banter. Zhang, how did you manage to attract such an exquisite beauty? After listening to Zhang Ming's ramblings for a while, Amir finally mustered the courage to inquire. Well, Amir, it's quite simple. It requires a bold spirit. You see, British girls are often drawn to us foreign gentlemen. Hearing this, Amir became exhilarated and dashed out of the dormitory, exclaiming, Go for it, young man. Remember, be bold. Zhang Ming called out to Amir's retreating figure. Zhang, your actions could lead to his downfall. Lavish expressed his concern. Achi, how could I possibly harm him? I merely urge him to be courageous during training. If he is timid now, how will he perform in the competition? Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Lavish was momentarily speechless. Zhang, you are quite the rascal, Lavish remarked. Giving a thumbs up. Achi, let's go. It's time for training. Zhang Ming, accompanied by Raviki, earned an additional 2 points in talent value before returning to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, he washed away the sweat and eagerly activated the system. Ruhua, how's my current data? Upon hearing Zhang Ming's inquiry, the system promptly displayed a set of statistics. Name, Zhang Ming. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Shooting, 12. Defense, 13. Dribbling, 15. Stamina, 60. Ball control, 5. Talent value, 10. Zhang Ming was quite pleased with these figures, as they indicated progress in various aspects. Ruhua, I wish to draw a lottery. Zhang Ming, upon witnessing the final 10 points of talent, exclaimed with excitement, Master, are you certain you wish to participate in the lottery? A friendly reminder, in official competitions, you will not be afforded the abundance of ball possession as you are during training. Furthermore, the opposing defense is exceedingly tight. I am well aware of that, which is precisely why I wish to draw. If I could obtain a permanent experience card for Ronaldo, I would no longer need to toil daily to accumulate talent points. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhang Ming's excitement was palpable. Master, do you harbor any misconceptions regarding the lottery? The prize pool does not contain any experience cards. The initial card for CAC was a complimentary gift upon binding with the host. Thereafter, such rewards are no longer available. Upon hearing this from the system, Zhang Ming felt a chill run through him. Then I shall still participate in the lottery. Obtaining a guaranteed goal would be quite satisfactory. Zhang Ming, undeterred, persisted, Master. If you cannot hold on to the ball, what is the purpose of possessing so many skills? You cannot intercept, and when your teammates pass, you fail to receive. The system contemptuously retorted, then what is the point of my relentless efforts to earn these talent points? Zhang Ming, in a state of despair, exclaimed, It is indeed possible to exchange. A modicum of talent points can be converted into personal data value. Under the persuasive influence of the system, he ultimately exchanged all 10 points of his talent for control value. Control is of paramount importance. Why does one feel a sense of trepidation while watching the national football team of the empire? Is it not due to their inability to maintain possession of the ball? The moment they gain possession, they resort to long passes, completely forsaking the midfield. By the end of the match, the possession rate is alarmingly low. It is imperative not to abandon the midfield. Without control, they are utterly incapable of holding onto the ball. When receiving the ball, they hardly dare to dribble. Passing it away seems the more prudent choice. Later that evening, Zhang Ming's stomach grumbled once more. If only I had mustered the courage to ask Lucy to bring me dinner as well, he lamented, resigned to endure until the next day's meal at the cafeteria. Just as he was preparing to sleep on an empty stomach, his friend Wakik arrived. Zhang, have you not eaten yet? Look what I have brought for you. Zhang Ming observed that Wadeki was holding a disposable food container, and his heart swelled with emotion. Truly, Brother Africa is remarkably kind. Zhang Ming opened the container to find a generous serving of tomato scrambled eggs over rice. Xiaohua, you truly are thoughtful. Once I achieve success, I will certainly treat you to a steak. Zhang Ming ravenously devoured his meal and spoke to Wadki. It is unwise to sleep immediately after eating, as it is detrimental to the stomach. Zhang Ming decided to take a stroll and fortuitously encountered Amir from the country of Asan returning. Amir, what has happened to your face? Wadki looked on in astonishment. Zhang Ming, upon hearing Wadiki's words, turned to gaze at Amir. Goodness, at that moment, Amir resembled someone who had been relentlessly pursued and battered by African wild dogs for 2 hours. Not only was his face bruised and battered, but his eyes mirrored those of a national treasure from the Dragon Kingdom. Amir, who was already somewhat unfortunate in appearance, now looked as though he had stepped on a landmine, a truly pitiable sight. Before long, the single men in the dormitory emerged to witness the scene. Amir, have you lost your virginity? Zhang Ming inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Upon hearing his question, the crowd immediately became intrigued. They were a group of impoverished souls, spending their vacation languishing in their dormitories, for the exorbitant cost of living in London left little room for leisure. The star players of the first team, affluent beyond measure, eagerly anticipated their time off, while reserve players like Zhang Ming dreaded it. Not only were they deprived of systematic training and the chance to ascend to the first team, but they also faced the grim reality of having no food to eat. Bored out of their minds in the dormitory, the reserve players gathered around, eager to listen to Amir's tale. Zhang, this is all your fault. You encouraged me to be bolder and claimed that British girls are fond of us foreign tough guys. I approached a young lady, only to be met with a beating from her boyfriend, Amir lamented. How did you attempt to strike up a conversation? Zhang Ming expressed his bewilderment. This is simply inconceivable. It was merely a casual attempt at conversation. If rejected, it should have been the end of it, at most resulting in a few harsh words. How could one resort to violence? I approached her with the intention of inviting her for a savory tea egg, only to be met with a brutal blow from a young man beside her. Amir lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing Amir's words, the crowd gazed at him as though he were a fool. Are you really that clueless? She already has someone by her side, and you still dare to approach her? Do you genuinely believe yourself to be a heartthrob? Goodness, you have some nerve. What you attempted was not flirting, but rather harassment. Zhang Ming, reveling in mischief, mused, Amir, it suddenly dawns on me that flirting requires not only audacity, but also a pleasing exterior. You ought to wash up and get some rest. There's training tomorrow. If you remain unsettled, perhaps a daily glance in the mirror will dissuade you. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's remarks, the crowd erupted in laughter. Amir, where did you embrace her? What was it like? Were you firm at that moment? A group of rascals inquired, directing their questions at Amir's retreating figure. Just look at the audacity of these little rogues. Amir was already feeling disheartened, yet they continued to pile on the ridicule. Truly, there is a lack of compassion. Chapter 21. Balotelli is demoted. The following day, Zhang Ming rose early once more for training. By the time everyone else awoke, he had already accrued 2 points of talent. It seems that not having a day off has its perks. This complimentary breakfast is indeed delightful. Zhang Ming sat in the dining hall, relishing his bread and milk, his heart brimming with contentment. Breakfast was a privilege reserved for the reserve team players residing in the dormitory. Those fortunate enough to rent or purchase their own accommodations hardly cared for such a meal, as they had already satisfied their appetites before driving to the team. As the training time approached, Zhang Ming made his way to the reserve team's training ground. Coach Dakini was already there, awaiting their arrival. I have gathered sufficient insights regarding your circumstances, Dakini stated solemnly, glancing at his watch with his left wrist raised. Today, we will engage in tactical discussions. Everyone was aware that the first team's tactical style revolved around counterattacking, to facilitate a swift adaptation to the first team's strategies. Our reserve team will also adopt a counterattacking approach. At this point, Dakini paused for effect, reveling in the rapt attention of his audience before continuing with satisfaction. The effectiveness of our counterattacking strategy hinges primarily on our ability to defend. Every player must contribute to the defense, including forwards who must retreat to assist. Once we regain possession, we must surge forward swiftly and deliver a decisive blow before the opponents can establish their defensive formation. Hey Zhang, do you comprehend what the coach is articulating? Whispered Wazhiki, his curiosity piqued. Quit the nonsense. You know the coach's temperament. Be cautious, or he might send you back home to seek your village beauty. Zhang Ming spoke without turning back. In truth, he could hardly comprehend the words of Dakini. It is no wonder that this old fellow has failed to yield results while leading the team, after rambling on for quite some time. A careful analysis reveals a singular point. The entire team must engage in defense, and upon regaining possession, they should surge forward like wild dogs and attack. As we are on the brink of commencing a new season, the dismal performance of the previous one weighs heavily on my mind. With new players joining our ranks this season, I fervently hope that we shall not endure yet another disheartening year. Subsequently, Dakini systematically elucidated the intricacies of marking opponents. The coordination of defensive players in a zone defense, how midfielders should deliver incisive passes upon gaining possession, and the execution of crosses from the flanks. He expounded upon these tactics for nearly an hour. Zhang Ming was utterly captivated, revealing that this old fellow possessed considerable skill. The other team members, however, did not exhibit the same level of seriousness as Zhang Ming. Most of them had ascended from various national youth teams and were well acquainted with these explanations, having heard them countless times before. Some players had even adapted to the first team and had the privilege of listening to the tactical maestro Mourinho. They certainly would not regard the relatively obscure D'Achini with any significance. Just as D'Achini concluded his lecture, Mourinho's assistant, Flandre, arrived, followed closely by the disheveled Balotelli. Upon observing the situation, Zhang Ming immediately discerned that Balotelli had undoubtedly caused yet another ruckus, resulting in his demotion to the reserve team once more. Flandre, what has gone awry with this fellow again? I implore you, do not let him wreak havoc upon my players. You cannot fathom the chaos he unleashed during his last stint with the reserves, where he engaged in 4 brawls within 3 days and ultimately led the entire team to a nightclub for an entire night of revelry. As Flandre approached with Balotelli in tow, D'Achini hastily interjected. Hey, mate, this is beyond our purview. It is the boss's directive. Perhaps you should call him and discuss it? Flandre replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, D'Achini felt deflated. His reserve team had struggled for several seasons without achieving any noteworthy results or successfully promoting a single player to the first team. How could he dare to oppose the boss's wishes? Balotelli, the troublemaker, possessed immense footballing talent but was utterly uncontrollable, creating turmoil wherever he went, even disregarding Mourinho's commands. What capability did he have to tame such a tempestuous spirit? Do not fret. This lad may have a fiery temperament and questionable character, yet his skills are undeniable. With him on the team, how could we possibly fail to achieve results? Flandre reassured D'Achini, who appeared despondent. You have no idea how much trouble this kid can stir. The last time he joined the reserves, even I felt compelled to confront him. Who wouldn't be intimidated? Regardless of Flandre's attempts to persuade him, D'Achini remained resolute. Let me share a secret with you. That lad from Long Country, upon his first arrival at the club, struck 2 first-team players. Perhaps you could have this troublemaker train alongside him and see if the Long Country lad can rein him in. Upon hearing Flandre's suggestion, D'Achini regarded Zhang Ming, who was training in the distance, with skepticism. That Long Country boy is such a formidable fighter. D'Achini found it hard to believe, as Zhang Ming exuded an air of grace and refinement, appearing anything but prone to violent outbursts. My friend, are you not aware? The people from Long Country possess remarkable martial skills. Flandre patted the bewildered D'Achini on the back before departing, leaving behind a playful imitation of Zhang Ming performing calisthenics as he had seen Benjamin, a first-team player, do. Zhang, come here for a moment. This new lad will train with you in opposition drills. Although his character leaves much to be desired, his technical abilities are commendable, and his speed is impressive. Your defense has been rather weak, and training alongside him will surely benefit your development. As Flandre moved away, D'Achini called Zhang Ming over. Hearing the coach's words, Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy. This was a special favor bestowed upon him. Training with a first-team player was a rare privilege. Zhang, this lad has a volatile temperament. Should he overstep any boundaries, do not hesitate to respond. I will feign sleep shortly, truly asleep, you understand? The kind of sleep where one cannot be awakened under any circumstance. D'Achini patted Zhang Ming's shoulder, speaking with a profound significance. What on earth is this about? Zhang Ming found himself bewildered by D'Achini's words. If the situation turns unfavorable, make a beeline for the first team, D'Achini advised earnestly. It was only now that Zhang comprehended the gravity of the situation. Balotelli possessed the caliber of a first-team player. Yet whether he could leverage that talent depended solely on his own capabilities. No wonder the atmosphere in the reserve team had shifted since Balotelli's arrival. He was a brash young man, tall and strong, a formidable fighter. Who would dare to provoke him? Hey, buddy, this is a player from the Dragon Country, newly arrived. My friend, please take care of him, Lavezzi remarked to Balotelli. Having spent a few days in the first team and recalling Balotelli's brief stay with the reserves last year, Lavezzi felt a semblance of camaraderie, which prompted him to speak up for Zhang Ming. Clearly, Lavezzi was apprehensive about Balotelli potentially bullying Zhang Ming. However, Balotelli paid no heed to Lavezzi, passing by with an unyielding expression, leaving Lavezzi feeling embarrassed. Zhang, you need to tread carefully. This guy is not to be trifled with. If a conflict arises, just ignore him. His skills on the field are undeniable, but he is also unafraid of a brawl. Even with the coach, Lavezzi whispered to Zhang Ming, observing Balotelli's lack of respect. "Chi, if a fight breaks out, you must testify on my behalf," confirming that he instigated it first. Zhang Ming, having spoken, departed to prepare for a one-on-one training session with Balotelli. What does that imply? Is he truly contemplating a confrontation with Balotelli, despite his slender physique? How audacious to challenge the robust Balotelli. Lavic was left bewildered. Chapter 22. Dealing with Balotelli. Upon witnessing the coach assigned Balotelli to Zhang Ming, the other players felt a sense of delight. The arrival of Balotelli had instilled a palpable tension among them. He was notorious for his troublemaking. During his previous stint, he had instigated fights almost daily, even engaging in 2 altercations on one occasion. Eventually, Coach D'Aquini could no longer tolerate his antics and issued a reprimand. While a player's strong personality can be beneficial, persistent conflicts among teammates are unacceptable. To the surprise of many, Balotelli showed no regard for Coach D'Aquini's authority. Had it not been for the intervention of other players, D'Aquini might have faced a serious confrontation. In truth, D'Aquini had underestimated Balotelli. The latter had disregarded even Mourinho's authority, which explained his relegation to the reserve team. Consequently, Balotelli became the undisputed overlord of the reserves, flaunting his prowess, treating the smaller players with disdain, and swaggering about as if he were invincible. Eventually, the reserve players contemplated approaching the management to report Balotelli, whose presence was hindering their training. Yet, Balotelli proved to be quite formidable. That very night, he whisked all the players away to London's largest nightclub for an all-night extravaganza. As a first-team player earning a substantial weekly salary, Balotelli was quite affluent and had no financial prudence, indulging generously. Upon arriving at the nightclub, the reserve players were utterly astonished. Being novices, they had never encountered such a spectacle, and they quickly succumbed to the atmosphere. It was said that several players lost their innocence that night. After their debut at the nightclub, no one dared to report Balotelli to management again. The age-old wisdom held true: one does not bite the hand that feeds. Balotelli was often praised. The consensus was that he was a decent fellow, albeit with a fiery temperament. After all, every player possesses a degree of individuality, which is generally understood. The unfortunate 5 players who had suffered at his hands endured a senseless beating. Such is the nature of professional leagues, which idolize the strong and scorn the weak. Look at Balotelli. Despite his questionable character, he commanded respect from both first and reserve teams. In contrast, consider Yamamoto from the island nation. Although he had long been a first-team player, he was treated as inconsequential. In the first team, Benjamin and his peers treated him like a servant, and even reserve players dismissed him. Last year, when Lavic was promoted to the first team, Yamamoto had long reached his limit, yet he lacked the courage to resist. Upon witnessing the elevation of the reserve team's Lavic, an air of arrogance enveloped the self-proclaimed leader, who began to issue commands to Lavic. It was well known among the reserves that Lavic held little regard for the notorious Yamamoto, who, despite being an elder figure, found himself disrespected even by the younger players. This situation ignited Yamamoto's spirit, leading him to confront Lavic, only to be swiftly subdued by a fierce beating. It seems that one must not exhibit cowardice. When the occasion demands a confrontation, it must be embraced. The distinction between victory and defeat pales in comparison to the courage to engage in battle. Although many express admiration for Balotelli, no one is foolish enough to willingly train alongside him. The last thing anyone desires is to suffer a beating while others indulge in nightlife. Such foolishness is universally rejected. Observing Zhang Ming assigned to train with Balotelli elicited knowing smiles from his peers, as they speculated that perhaps this evening would once again lead them to the coveted nightclubs. There was a collective wish for Zhang Ming and Balotelli to clash sooner rather than later. While the reserve players were ostensibly focused on their training, their glances frequently strayed towards the unfolding drama between Zhang Ming and Balotelli. Zhang Ming initiated an offensive dribble, while Balotelli assumed a defensive posture. Balotelli's skills are beyond question, as athletes of his complexion are often renowned for their remarkable speed, which is indeed exceptional. Zhang Ming consistently found himself intercepted by Balotelli whenever he attempted to dribble, leaving him unable to keep pace. Gradually, however, Zhang Ming began to rediscover his rhythm. After an hour, he awakened the system to examine his statistics. Zhang Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that after training for an hour with Balotelli, a player of world-class caliber, his dribbling and defensive skills had both increased by 20 points. Even more remarkably, his most crucial ball control attribute had risen from 15 to 20 points. This was indeed a windfall for Zhang Ming, who couldn't help but feel a sense of joy as he gazed at the dark-skinned lad before him. If this continued for a month, he mused, he would surely reach a passing standard of 60 points. However, after another hour of practice, Balotelli began to show signs of impatience. Zhang, do you know why I have been demoted to train with you young soldiers? Balotelli began to ramble nonsensically. Stop talking and focus on your training, Zhang urged. Zhang Ming, unaware of the challenge before him, was preoccupied with accumulating points. Zhang, there's no need to exert yourself so fervently. No matter how hard you try, it will ultimately be in vain, he was told. I must confess, during the recent holidays, I remained ensconced in nightclubs, only emerging this morning. Were it not for my indulgent escapades over the past few days, it would be inconceivable for you to hold your own against me in practice. Upon hearing Balotelli's words, Zhang Ming instantly grasped the stark foundational disparity that existed between him and the first-team players. The statistics of elite superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi likely reflect perfection, illustrating the chasm that lies between them. Even Balotelli, who was considered a lower-tier talent, demonstrated a significant gap in performance, having just endured a two-day, three-night revelry at the nightclub. Henceforth, his training regimen would necessitate even greater diligence. Zhang Ming couldn't help but think, hey, Zhang. Although your compatriots from the Dragon Country may not excel at football, your women are undeniably captivating. Do you know what I've put them through during my time at the nightclub? Hee, I happen to have a video. Would you care to take a look? As Zhang Ming was still sifting through the data in his mind, Balotelli suddenly erupted with his infamous outbursts. Given your current caliber, by this time next year, you shall undoubtedly be returning to your homeland. When that moment arrives, do remember to assist me in reaching out to the women from your country. I possess wealth. As you are well aware. After Zhang Ming examined the data, Balotelli was still spewing nonsense. Hey, did you know that in my hometown, there is a bachelor who is not picky about food? When I return, I will bring your sister along, and I assure you, she will be thoroughly pleased. Zhang Ming cheerfully shouted at Balotelli. Damn it. Balotelli responded with a swift left hook. Truly, he was a seasoned fighter. His punches were rapid and formidable. Had it not been for the system, Zhang Ming would undoubtedly have been knocked to the ground. The other team members paused their training, watching intently as Balotelli made his move. How dare he insult the women of our dragon nation? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Provoking you was merely a tactic to draw first blood. Zhang, undeterred, immediately struck out. The two were of similar height, with the advantage of a system. Zhang Ming was certainly no match for Balotelli. Zhang Ming unleashed a powerful left and right hook, leaving Balotelli utterly defenseless. No, please stop. At that moment, Balotelli realized the extent of his unpopularity. Even after receiving such a beating, not a single soul came forth to intervene. Reluctantly, he conceded defeat, aware that otherwise, he might truly face dire consequences. This young man from the Dragon Country was exceedingly ruthless. Chapter 23. Remarkable progress. Witnessing Balotelli on the ground, pleading for mercy, the crowd was left in stunned silence. The fight had indeed erupted, yet their plans for a night out at the club were now jeopardized. When Balotelli and Zhang Ming initially clashed, the reserve team coach, Dakini, was filled with apprehension. After all, a promising talent like Zhang Ming should not be further endangered by Balotelli's antics. However, upon seeing Zhang Ming dominate Balotelli, Dakini was able to relax and feign sleep. No matter how loud the players shouted, he pretended to be oblivious. Indeed, the old adage held true. One can never awaken a person who is pretending to sleep. Meanwhile, George and Rocky were overwhelmed with trepidation. They had previously made no small effort to provoke Zhang Ming. In hindsight, they considered themselves fortunate. Otherwise, their own skills would have been woefully inadequate to contend with Zhang Ming. Amir, early that very morning, had approached George to complain that Zhang Ming had mocked him during a day off. As someone who aligned with George, he felt the need to defend his honor. Initially, George had tried to placate him, but now it was clear that not only George, but even Amir himself recognized the futility of seeking trouble with Zhang Ming. It was apparent that no one on the entire team would be foolish enough to provoke him again. Get up, let's continue our training. Zhang Ming gazed at Balotelli, who lay on the ground feigning death, and shouted, Zhang, spare me. My legs are truly weak. I can no longer run. Upon hearing Balotelli's words, Zhang Ming resumed his training regimen. Stop, halt, practice, let us train now. Thus unfolded a scene on the pitch where Zhang Ming and Balotelli engaged in an intense practice session. Whenever Balotelli lay down pretending to be lifeless, Zhang Ming would commence his boxing drills, only to resume again. Coach Dakini observed this spectacle with an approving smile. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, evil begets evil. It was only fitting that Zhang Ming dealt with Balotelli. Noticing Balotelli being thoroughly handled, Dakini's temper flared once more. Rocky, what on earth are you doing? Get moving. Look at how hard Zhang Ming and Balotelli are training. Balotelli is still a first-team player, and he is not slacking off. Vardsy, pay attention to your teammates. Don't just rush forward the moment you receive the ball. Observe your surroundings. George, be mindful of your vicinity. Do not cling to the ball at your feet. Pass it. And you all, increase your movement. Even without the ball, you must run. Open space is earned through motion. The opposition will not grant you any. Dakini's relentless instructions left the 30 reserve players thoroughly subdued. The feeling of regaining authority was exhilarating for Dakini. It was not until Zhang Ming accumulated 3 talent points that he finally ceased his efforts. Upon noticing Zhang Ming had stopped, Dakini commanded everyone to halt as well. They were all utterly exhausted. Balotelli, in a state of fatigue, lay immobile on the ground like a lifeless dog. Ultimately, it was Lavik and Vardsy who assisted him back to the dining hall for a meal. The reserve team members exhibited an increased appetite at lunch, devouring all the food in the cafeteria, leaving the chefs in a state of disbelief. After dining and taking a brief rest, Zhang Ming once again dragged Balotelli to the pitch first. It was only after Zhang Ming acquired another 3 talent points that he decided to stop. The following morning, Balotelli approached Mourinho to offer his apologies, expressing his unwillingness to remain in the reserves, claiming it was no place for a human filled with madness. Mourinho was taken aback for a moment. After all, it had been 2 months since he relegated Balotelli to the reserves, and he had not seen him come to apologize until now. Ultimately, it was the pressure from the owner, worried about the expensive star's potential ruin in the reserves, that led to Balotelli's return to the first team. It was only a day. How could he return to apologize so soon? And yet his demeanor was remarkably sincere. Mourinho, renowned for his notorious temperament, made it abundantly clear to Balotelli that he would not be welcomed back unless he spent a full month in the reserves. Thus, Balotelli could only return, crestfallen, to endure Zhang Ming's training. This continued for another 3 days, filling Zhang Ming with immense joy as his statistics soared. Each day, he relentlessly trained with Balotelli, accumulating points. How could he not be thrilled? On this particular day, Dakini instructed the players to divide into 2 teams for a match. Zhang Ming, along with Levine and Vaji, formed the red team, while George, Rocky, and Balotelli comprised the blue team. Initially, it seemed that the blue team stood no chance against the red team. However, the inclusion of Balotelli changed the dynamics significantly. Zhang, as professional players, we must uphold our professional integrity and refrain from personal vendettas. Balotelli expressed his concerns to Zhang Ming, feeling apprehensive about not being on the same team. You needn't worry. I'm not that type of person, Zhang Ming replied with a bemused smile, realizing that he had inadvertently frightened the young man. The reserve team's coach, Dakini, observed Balotelli's fearful demeanor and found himself genuinely impressed by Zhang Ming. It appeared that this rebellious spirit had finally been tamed. As the match commenced, the red team launched the first offensive. Vaji passed the ball to Zhang Ming, who calmly received it, skillfully maneuvering past Rocky and Amir with ease. Dakini was astounded by Zhang Ming's performance, noting the rapid progress he had made. Just a fortnight prior, he had been a novice, unfamiliar with passing, ball control, or dribbling. Now, Zhang Ming exuded the confidence of a seasoned player, showcasing his impressive skills. Observing Zhang Ming's dynamic breakthroughs, Dakini felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this year would yield commendable results, and at the very least, they could promote someone to the first team. Zhang Ming carried the ball to the edge of the penalty area, gazing at the goal, where the familiar green line displayed 75. This indicated a 75% success rate. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming prepared to shoot. Just as he was about to strike, Balotelli swiftly intercepted the ball. Zhang, you must exercise more caution. In a formal match, the opponent will not grant you ample opportunities to take a composed shot. Scoring chances are fleeting, and hesitation is not an option. With that, Balotelli surged forward with the ball. This exemplified the disparity in skill as a first-team player. Balotelli's command of time and speed surpassed that of us mere reserve players. While Zhang Ming lingered in uncertainty, the players of the blue team erupted in thunderous cheers. It was evident Balotelli had scored. He had intercepted Zhang Ming's pass in the backfield and charged forward, traversing the field with singular determination, ultimately entering the red team's penalty area and delivering a powerful shot into the far corner. The first team truly set itself apart. The red team failed to contain Balotelli. No wonder reserve players struggle to adapt to the first team. The gap is indeed vast. As the red team attempted to organize an offensive, they placed their hopes entirely on Zhang Ming. Frantically, they passed the ball to him. Yet with Balotelli's relentless marking, Zhang found no opportunity to shoot. Once more, the ball was intercepted by Balotelli, who again embarked on a solo run. The red team could only deploy 4 players to staunchly defend against him. Balotelli evaded left and right, executing a series of feints that created space, then delivered a low pass to George. Unmarked, George took his chance and scored. The red team's sharpshooter, Zhang Ming, was tightly guarded by Balotelli, while Lavish of the red team attempted several shots, all in vain. Ultimately, the blue team triumphed over the red team with a score of 4-1. Zhang, do you see the difference now? This is the caliber of world-class players. Originally, the blue team stood no chance against your red team, but with Balotelli's addition, you were rendered powerless, D'Aquini remarked to Zhang Ming after the match. Chapter 24. Accumulating data through Lampard. Zhang Ming listened silently to D'Aquini's commentary. Zhang, do you recognize your weakness? Upon hearing D'Aquini's words, Zhang Ming was taken aback. You are overly concerned with the timing of your shots. After gaining possession, you always lift your gaze towards the goal instead of shooting immediately. If the opposing team lacks formidable players, your shots are often on target. However, should you encounter elite opponents, you stand defenseless. Remember, Balotelli is merely a notable player within our Chelsea squad, yet he wouldn't even rank among the top 20 in European football. Zhang Ming felt a wave of despondency wash over him at D'Aquini's remarks. He had just felt elated to be able to dribble past opponents, matching the level of his teammates, but now he was disheartened by the disparity between himself and Balotelli. This was merely in the face of Balotelli. What about when confronted by the likes of Messi or Ronaldo? He might not even be able to touch the ball. Nonetheless, your progress has been impressive. If you can alter your shooting habits and strike the moment you receive the ball, rather than first looking towards the goal, you will undoubtedly reach the heights of Balotelli. Zhang Ming recognized his shortcomings as he absorbed D'Aquini's words. Each time he gained possession, he would first check the success rate along that green line, which caused him to miss the opportunity for an initial strike. If the opposing players were swift enough, he would transition from a potential goal to a lost possession. Zhang, come, let me introduce you to the world. After the coach departed, Balotelli approached with a cheerful demeanor. Zhang Ming is well aware, even to the tips of his toes, that the phrase to see the world uttered by this fellow undoubtedly refers to his old haunts, the nightclubs. I shall refrain from attending. I am quite occupied. You may go alone. Zhang Ming would never accompany him to a nightclub. The fans of Longhua are well aware of his notorious reputation. It is well remembered that years ago, when Manchester United's Dong Fangzhou purchased an extravagant vehicle, he faced relentless criticism from the supporters for many years. At such a young age, frequenting nightclubs? If the domestic fans were to catch wind of this, they would undoubtedly resurrect their ancestors to voice their disapproval. Should it come to light that he was out partying with that rascal Balotelli, it would surely become a spectacle. Furthermore, Balotelli's reputation is utterly disreputable. How could he possibly associate with someone of such a repute? Ultimately, Zhang Ming observed George and Rocky leaving in Balotelli's sports car. With a 2-day holiday commencing tomorrow, it's only natural for these young men, sharing similar tastes, to indulge in revelry. Zhang Ming observed that Amir, that lad, also attempted to squeeze into Balotelli's vehicle, only to be unceremoniously ejected, which was truly quite embarrassing. Zhang Ming dashed onto the court, fervently exerting his energy until he was content with the acquisition of 2 talent points before returning to the dormitory. Please check my current stats, he requested. After freshening up, stamina, 70, dribbling, 40, ball control, 40, defense, 40, tackling, 40, shooting, 40, talent points, 10. Zhang Ming unhesitatingly exchanged his talent points for shooting skills. Failing to score would be utterly disheartening. Master, a gentle reminder. If your statistics do not meet the passing threshold of 60, you will not stand out in the reserve league, the system advised. However, there is nothing to worry about. The season begins in 2 weeks, and I am confident I can reach the required level. Unfazed by the system's voice, Zhang Ming replied dismissively. Master, once your statistics reach 60, you will require 10 talent points to exchange for a single data point. Furthermore, a lottery draw necessitates 100 talent points for one attempt. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming was thoroughly alarmed. Hua, is there any way I can reclaim the talent points I just exchanged? Master, what are you thinking? Even with your heal, you should realize that's impossible, the system retorted. Following this, Zhang Ming dashed out to earn 2 more talent points, returning to his dormitory exhausted, akin to a beaten dog, to shower and sleep. The next morning, Zhang Ming awoke and returned to the convenience store, where he spotted Amir, who was once again indulging in instant noodles. This fellow earned only £100 weekly, a mere half of Zhang Ming's earnings, leaving him with little choice but to subsist on instant noodles daily. Zhang Ming had initially intended to dine at the restaurant where he could wash dishes in exchange for a meal, with £200 in his pocket, which seemed sufficient. However, reflecting on his father, who had been consistently enjoying the local liquor, he realized he ought to save some money to buy 2 bottles of Dragon Country liquor for the old man to change up his palate for the new year. His father had worked tirelessly, going out early and returning late, seldom indulging in good food or drink. Upon hearing that his son was coming to England, he immediately sold several bags of wheat to purchase a smartphone without a moment's hesitation. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Ming returned to the convenience store, adhering to his usual routine of grabbing a bucket of instant noodles and 2 sausages. After returning to his dormitory and finishing the noodles, he was preparing to head to the court to gather more data when Lampard arrived. Zhang, what are you planning to do? Lampard inquired, noticing Zhang Ming clad in sports attire. Training. My fundamentals are lacking. I must put in the effort. Come on, Lon, let us go together. Ah, look at me. I'm getting older, and I need to rest on my days off. Noticing Lampard's silence, Zhang Ming provocatively added, Who's getting old? Just wait, I'll go change. The tactic of provocation is indeed a reliable strategy. Zhang Ming pondered with a sense of pride. As the soul of Chelsea, Lampard's prowess was unquestionable. In the realm of midfielders, aside from shooting slightly inferior to Balotelli, he surpassed Balotelli in every other aspect. You've progressed remarkably fast, haven't you? It hasn't been long at all, Lampard remarked in astonishment, noticing Zhang Ming's composed ball control before him. Brother Lon, you must take this seriously. As Zhang Ming prepared to dribble past, Lampard would not allow him to succeed, executing a swift tackle to intercept the ball. The training continued, and 2 hours later, Lampard's jealousy subsided. However, unwilling to lose face in front of Zhang Ming, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Zhang Ming was engrossed in analyzing data, completely oblivious to Lampard's sentiments. It was only after Zhang Ming had amassed 2 talent points that he decided to take a break. You really are relentless. Practicing like this every day, it would be astonishing if you didn't improve, Lampard remarked, exhausted and yet filled with admiration. Brother Lon, my foundation is weak. I must train with all my might, don't you think? Zhang Ming, equally breathless, spoke with a tone reminiscent of a weary dog. After we return, let us take a shower and change clothes. I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal to replenish our strength. With that, Lampard exited the pitch. Lanhua, please check my data, Zhang Ming eagerly requested upon returning to the dormitory. Shot, 55, dribbling, 45, ball control, 45, tackle, 45, defense, 45, talent level, 8. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhang Ming was utterly elated. It seemed that training alongside skilled players accelerated his progress remarkably. While Zhang Ming pondered how to persuade Lampard to practice with him a few more times, Lampard appeared once more. What is taking so long? Is taking a shower such a lengthy affair? You're acting like a woman, he teased, having changed and freshened up. Noticing that Zhang Ming had yet to emerge from the dormitory, he called out to him. Once Zhang Ming had dressed and walked with Lampard to his sports car, Amir, the lad from the A3 nation, happened to return just in time. Upon seeing Zhang Ming climb into Lampard's car, Amir's eyes widened in disbelief. Like himself, Zhang Ming had also arrived at Chelsea simultaneously, yet he watched as others mingled with first-team players or ventured out for leisure, while he was left with nothing but instant noodles, feeling utterly despondent. At that moment, Amir found himself in disdain of his own circumstances. Chapter 25, Lampard's Unspoken Thoughts. Zhang Ming sat in the extravagant sports car of Lampard, exuding confidence. The vehicle commanded attention, particularly when he pressed the accelerator upon spotting a young girl by the roadside, its thunderous roar eliciting gasps of astonishment from her. Zhang, what would you like to eat? Lampard inquired with pride. Brother Lon, you know well that I only earn £200 a week. I cannot afford to treat anyone, Zhang replied. Zhang Ming spoke with a hint of guilt. Rest assured. Zhang, am I truly unaware of this? As the vice-captain of Chelsea, how could I possibly allow you, my junior, to cover the expenses? Moreover, as an elder brother, it is only fitting that I extend some care towards the newly arrived junior, Lampard remarked with an air of arrogance. Goodness, how pretentious. Isn't it simply because of my talent that you even acknowledge me? Otherwise, would you even deign to notice my existence? That Vladimir earns a mere £100 a week, yet I have yet to see you invite him for a meal. Zhang Ming contemplated with disdain. Langue. It has been ages since I savored the cuisine of our homeland. Shall we indulge in a feast of Dragon Country dishes this time? While we are away, we must support the businesses of our fellow compatriots. No problem, responded Lampard, as he halted in front of an impressively grand Dragon Country restaurant. The light and shadows danced. Ah, is that a person from the Dragon Country? As Zhang Ming entered, the restaurant owner inquired. Indeed, a citizen of the Dragon Country. Hailing from Jiangsu? Ah, fellow compatriot. I am from Zhejiang, the owner replied. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's declaration of being from the Dragon Country, and from a neighboring province no less, the restaurant owner became even more cordial. Zhang, why don't you take the lead in ordering? Lampard said, holding the menu. Looking somewhat at a loss, Zhang Ming, displaying no hesitation, promptly seized the menu to make his selections. Zhejiang cuisine, while esteemed, is often overshadowed by several venerable culinary traditions within the Dragon Kingdom. The proprietor, astute in his approach, ensured that the restaurant offered not solely Zhejiang dishes but a diverse array of other regional specialties as well. Notable offerings include dompa pork, nine-tern intestines, sauerkraut fish, braised pork knuckle, roast duck, Westlake vinegar fish, and Longjing shrimp. Zhang Ming ordered nearly 10 dishes in one breath. That fellow Lampard is exceedingly wealthy. One cannot afford to be modest around him. My friend, would you care for a drink? The proprietor inquired after Zhang Ming had placed the order. What types of liquor do you have? We have both white and yellow rice wines, as well as rice liquor. Ultimately, Zhang Ming opted for a bottle of 53-degree Yangadaku. Gazing at the lavish spread before them, it was clear that both Zhang Ming and Lampard were filled with insatiable appetite. I never anticipated that the cuisine of your Dragon Country could be so exquisite, Lampard exclaimed after savoring a few bites. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. It barely scratches the surface of our culinary offerings. If you ever visit our Dragon Country, I assure you, you could dine here for an entire month without repeating a single dish. Zhang Ming spoke with pride, asserting that when it comes to culinary delights, he could effortlessly surpass all other nations, even with his eyes closed. After downing 2 glasses of 53-degree baijiu, the atmosphere became lively. Zhang, what is your dream? Inquired a clearly intoxicated Lampard. Brother, I confess that my dream is to marry a British girl. Do you believe me? Zhang Ming initially contemplated marrying the young lady Lucy, but upon further reflection, he decided against it. After all, if that fellow were to turn hostile, it would lead to considerable trouble. Should Lampard lose his temper and go on a rampage, he might not even be able to cover the cost of the meal, which would indeed be a disservice to his fellow countrymen. Zhang, you are aware that my inquiry pertains not to this matter, but rather to your aspirations in football. Lampard pressed on, sensing Zhang Ming's digression. My dream is to lead our Dragon Nation's football team to lift the illustrious World Cup. Zhang Ming spoke with conviction. Ha. That is utterly impossible. Not to mention your Dragon Country. Even the top Asian teams like Iran, Japan, and South Korea lack such capability. Football is a collective sport. It is not sufficient for one individual to possess skill alone. Even if you are the world's foremost football star, without the support of teammates, you are rendered powerless. Lampard remarked with a hint of derision. Zhang Ming understood this truth. Currently, the elite football stars, Messi and Ronaldo, dominate their clubs, amassing championships effortlessly. Yet, when it comes to their national teams, they fail to advance, largely due to the inadequacies of their teammates. Brother Lon, I am aware that this is a formidable challenge. But I will not yield. Just wait and see. One day, I shall bring the coveted Hercules Cup back to the Dragon Country. Zhang Ming gazed out at the sky, confidently speaking. Zhang, do you know what my dream is? Lampard inquired, somewhat displeased. I have already inquired about your aspirations. Shouldn't you also ask me in return? Can you not engage in a conversation? Lampard thought disdainfully. At this moment, Zhang Ming is captivated by the delectable cuisine before him. Paying no heed to any aspirations he may have, Zhang Ming is truly a quintessential child of the countryside, having never indulged in such a plethora of delectable culinary delights. Langue, what is your dream? After a sumptuous meal, Zhang Ming set down his chopsticks and inquired of the visibly displeased Lampard. My dream since childhood has been to lead my hometown team, Chelsea, to the pinnacle of European football. In my youth, my talent was far from remarkable. During my trial at Chelsea, I was even less skilled than you are now, and I didn't secure a single probationary contract. Longo, how did you manage to join Chelsea? Zhang Ming inquired with a hint of confusion. When I realized that joining Chelsea was unfeasible, I opted for a more attainable goal and joined West Ham United, where I made significant progress. Eventually, when the opportunity arose, I transferred to Chelsea. Upon my arrival, however, our performance was lacking as Manchester United, Arsenal, and Liverpool were formidable forces at that time. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, the club underwent a change in ownership. Under the new owner's financial strategy, we recruited the world-renowned coach, Mourinho. Subsequently, we achieved the long-coveted Premier League title. Do you know that at that moment, our entire team was ecstatic, envisioning our imminent ascent to the pinnacle of European football? Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Zhang Ming was aware of the unexpected matter referred to by Lampard. Abramovich, driven by impatience for immediate results, unleashed his fury during the team's low tide. Mourinho, with his prideful disposition, would not tolerate such indignities, leading to a parting of ways. Just as I was on the verge of relinquishing my childhood dreams, Coach Mourinho made his return, fortifying our squad in the process. Our lineup now stands as a paragon of excellence. In goal, we have the legendary Czech. In defense, our stalwart captain Terry. Anchoring the midfield, I hold my position. The forward line boasts world-class talents such as Drogba, Eto'o, and the recently demoted Balotelli from your reserve team. Moreover, the bench is brimming with several elite players awaiting their opportunity. Congratulations to Lampard. Next year, he is bound to realize his dreams. Zhang Ming, feeling rather displeased, offered his compliments. You have rambled on for quite some time without even mentioning yourself. How could one possibly feel cheerful? A simple acknowledgement, such as this year. Your presence enhances our endeavors, making us feel as if we are fish in water or tigers with wings, would have sufficed. How can one engage in conversation without understanding the importance of mutual respect? A few kind words in my direction would allow me to reciprocate, thus granting us both a sense of dignity. Wouldn't that be splendid? Zhang Ming contemplated with disdain. It's not that simple. Europe is currently under the dominion of Barcelona in La Liga, whose lineup is more impeccable than ours, particularly in midfield and defense, which present a nightmarish challenge for any forward. Upon hearing Lampard's words, Zhang Ming recognized that, under the genius of Guardiola, Barcelona is indeed a force to be reckoned with. They possess a steadfast defensive anchor in the golden-haired lion, Puyol, a midfield duo of unparalleled synergy in Xavi and Iniesta, and on the front line, the extraordinary Messi, one half of the iconic duo of modern football. Even more formidable is their illustrious youth academy, La Masia, which continuously nurtures talent for the first team. Their bench brims with promising young talents eagerly awaiting their opportunity. Chapter 26. The first date. For a moment, silence enveloped the room as Zhang Ming and Lampard both pondered Barcelona, a seemingly flawless roster. Longo, defeating Barcelona seems a daunting task, doesn't it? Can our current lineup truly challenge them? Zhang Ming inquired. The strength of Barcelona lies in their formidable midfield and attack. Their possession is exceptional, often hovering around 70 to 80% against average teams. To conquer them, we must dismantle their midfield. Otherwise, breaching their half is nearly impossible, Lampard explained. Longo, as a midfielder yourself, do you have confidence in overcoming them? Zhang Ming quietly asked. No, Xavi and Iniesta are world-class midfielders, and their synergy is remarkable. Defeating them is exceedingly difficult, Lampard replied, prompting Zhang Ming to feel a renewed sense of disdain. What you're saying amounts to nothing. If we can't penetrate their midfield, what is the point? Zhang, while I may struggle to break through their midfield, you possess the ability to do so. Your long-range shots are precisely their kryptonite. Regardless of how formidable their midfield is, if you shoot in the second half, remember that your long-range strikes are infallible. During the match, I will strategize to create opportunities for you to shoot, Lampard said, gazing at Zhang Ming with anticipation. Wow, no wonder you're so eager to treat me to dinner. You had this plan in mind all along. Zhang Ming thought to himself, fully aware of his own limitations. Without the systematic reward of a long-range shooting skill enhancement, he could barely hit the goal, let alone score. Longo, honestly, my long-range shooting isn't as formidable as you think. I only feel somewhat confident just outside the penalty area. Zhang Ming spoke with a hint of insecurity. The skill of the crescent moon blade is indeed permanent. As long as he positions himself to shoot near the penalty area, there remains a glimmer of hope. Zhang, do not be modest. You have the potential, Lampard remarked confidently. However, your fundamental skills are lacking, and you must dedicate yourself to practice. Just wait and see. This season you will undoubtedly make it to the first team. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lampard called for a designated driver. For one must never drive under the influence. Zhang Ming also had the leftover dishes packed, ensuring that dinner was taken care of. The proprietor thoughtfully provided a generous portion of rice as well. Zhang Ming casually requested another bottle of aged, unfazed by the expense since Lampard was footing the bill. Upon returning to his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed, overwhelmed by the effects of the alcohol. Later that afternoon, Zhang Ming ventured to the football field to earn a couple of talent points. Upon his return, he hurriedly began his lottery draw. With all his stats reaching 60, he knew he needed to reach 100 to draw again, so he seized the opportunity while it lasted. Congratulations, your ball control index has increased by 10 points. What the heck? Hua, are you joking with me? This is what I drew. I might as well have redeemed it myself. Zhang Ming, seething with rage, exclaimed, Master, this is quite sufficient. Surely, you do not believe that relying on a lottery will lead you to greatness. Future lotteries may even result in losses. There are inherent risks in such endeavors. One must proceed with caution. The system's voice left Zhang Ming utterly speechless. It is imperative to rely on oneself in all matters. Shortly thereafter, Wadeki returned from washing the dishes. Zhang, see what I have brought for you. Wadeki shouted as he entered Zhang Ming's dormitory. Zhang Ming opened the food box brought by Wadeki, only to discover it contained a delectable dish of shredded pork with green peppers served over rice. Wadeki, come. Let us partake in this meal together, he called out upon seeing Wadeki prepare to leave. My goodness, Zhang, you have struck gold. How is it that you have such a bounty of delicious food? Wadeki exclaimed, astonished by the array of dishes laid out on the disposable plate on the table. At home, one relies on their parents. When out, one relies on friends. Today, my friend treated me, and since there were leftovers, I brought some back. There is also some liquor, all from our beloved Longwa. Come, let us indulge. Zhang Ming poured a glass of wine for Wadeki and, in a pretentious manner, began to speak. Wadeki, that young lad, is quite remarkable. He often passes the ball to himself on the court and continuously brings his own meals. When one has something delectable, one must not forget to share it with him. Zhang, the wine from your dragon country is truly flavorful. Wadeki remarked after taking a sip of aged, smacking his lips in appreciation. This is indeed a renowned spirit from our dragon country. And these dishes are exquisite as well. Come, let us dine. Zhang Ming greeted warmly. What are you all eating? It smells delightful. Just as Zhang Ming and Wadeki were joyously toasting each other, Amir approached with a bucket of instant noodles, grinning as he asked, Hey, Amir. This is all exquisite food and fine wine from Zhang's hometown. Absolutely delicious, Wadeki proudly remarked. The aroma alone indicates its deliciousness, and the presentation speaks volumes. Upon hearing Amir's comment, Zhang Ming remained silent, harboring a deep-seated disdain for this lad from the Asin nation. Amir, why not join us for a bite? Zhang Ming observed Amir standing there, slurping instant noodles without a word of departure, and politely remarked, All right then. Amir replied and took a seat. Zhang Ming was taken aback, thinking, Goodness, do you not realize that I was merely being courteous? Why must you be so literal? Zhang Ming observed Amir nonchalantly taking a seat and pouring himself a glass of wine, thinking to himself how he certainly did not regard himself as an outsider. This lad, Amir, indulged in instant noodles every day on his days off. While the initial taste was delightful, the monotony of consuming them daily soon became tiresome. Zhang Ming observed Amir, who, without the use of chopsticks, directly seized the food with his hands, which instantly made him feel nauseated. He found himself unable to continue eating. Meanwhile, Wadeki was relishing his meal with great enthusiasm. Brother Ming, do join us. Do not be shy. Despite Zhang Ming's reluctance to eat, Amir, with his dark and grimy hands, pinched a piece of food and placed it onto Zhang Ming's plate, which only heightened Zhang Ming's disgust. He could not help but wonder if the fellow had washed his hands after using the restroom. I am full. Please enjoy your meal, he declared. Zhang Ming, feeling utterly repulsed, had no desire to sit at the table any longer. The following morning, he arrived at the court early once more to accumulate talent points. This time, He was quite relentless, managing to earn 3 points before returning to his dormitory to shower and change. Zhang, I've prepared some marinated egg noodles. Come join me for a meal. As Zhang Ming stepped out after a refreshing shower, Amir enthusiastically called out to him. No, thank you. Please enjoy your meal alone. Zhang Ming disdainfully uttered as he turned to leave. Upon arriving downstairs, he spotted Lampard's sports car parked there. Hey, Longu, off to training, are you? Zhang Ming rushed excitedly towards Lampard's sports car, exclaiming, Zhang, it's me. Zhang Ming focused his gaze and saw Lucy, Lampard's sister, emerging from the car. Goodness. What is this situation? Is this a home delivery? Where is your brother? Zhang Ming, suppressing his excitement, inquired, My brother has gone to assist at my father's company, and his car is mine for the day. Let us take a joyride. Upon hearing Lucy's words, Zhang Ming's exhilaration intensified. The fact that her father owns a company was astonishing. If he could win Lucy's affection, he would save himself years of toil. Watching Zhang Ming depart in Lucy's sports car, Amir felt a pang of envy. Chapter 27. Rescuing a fellow villager with a beautiful woman and a splendid car. He felt at the pinnacle of life. While seated in Lucy's vehicle, Zhang Ming's mind raced with excitement. However, it was Lucy who was driving. He was merely a passenger. And he still lacked a driver's license, uncertain if he could even obtain one in the UK. Lucy drove with far greater skill than Lampard, weaving in and out, overtaking cars with exhilarating speed, leaving Zhang Ming both thrilled and terrified. Amidst his trepidation, they finally arrived at their destination, the sandy beach. The sight of numerous bikini-clad beauties left Zhang Ming utterly captivated. Hey, Zhang, put this on, Lucy called out. Turning to look, Zhang Ming was taken aback to see that Lucy had already changed into her swimsuit, a bikini, while he had merely stepped out to admire the scene. Had he known, he would have remained in the car. He felt he had missed a significant opportunity. Zhang, why are you bleeding from your nose? Should we go to the hospital? Lucy asked, concerned upon noticing his condition. No, it's nothing. I had a bit too much to drink yesterday and am feeling a bit overheated, he replied. Zhang Ming nonchalantly changed his clothes. This is my brother's swimsuit. I didn't expect it to fit you so perfectly, Lucy remarked, gazing at Zhang Ming, who was clad only in a pair of shorts. You have quite a good physique. Zhang Ming lowered his gaze upon himself, acknowledging the fruits of his arduous training during this period, as even faint traces of abdominal muscles began to emerge. Zhang, let us go swimming, Lucy exclaimed, bounding towards him and tugging at his arm, leading him toward the shore. Her exuberant hops and the softness of her touch enveloped him in a sense of bliss, momentarily stirring his heart in a tumult of emotions. Upon reaching the seaside, Lucy leapt directly into the water, and Zhang Ming, not to be outdone, followed suit. For him, swimming was a trivial endeavor. He could even manage a dog paddle with ease. In his youth, he had been a proficient swimmer, honing his skills in the wild rivers of the countryside alongside his friends. After a while, Lucy, fatigued, returned to the beach to bask in the sun. Zhang Ming, finding little joy in swimming alone, decided to join her on the shore. Spotting an ice cream vendor, he observed others indulging in the delightful treat. With a sense of determination, he volunteered to procure ice cream for Lucy, dismissing the idea of purchasing the national liquor for his father. After all, his father had grown accustomed to the taste of Shuanggo and might not appreciate the flavor of the national spirit. Thus, he opted to buy ice cream for Lucy instead. Having spent over £100 from his pocket, Zhang Ming and Lucy reclined on the beach, savoring the warmth of the sun. Zhang, did you know that my brother's greatest wish is to help Chelsea reach the pinnacle of European football? However, Chelsea is still too weak. They lack the requisite strength for such aspirations, not to mention the formidable teams in other leagues. Even the top contenders in the Premier League do not have enough assurance to defeat them. Each time they lose, my brother isolates himself in his room, weeping inconsolably. I only lament that I am not a male, unable to assist him. Observing the tears glistening in Lucy's eyes, Zhang Ming felt a pang of anguish. Lucy, rest assured, I am here for you. At that moment, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through him. Indeed, the saying, a beautiful woman's tears inspire a hero's courage, held true. Just then, a luxurious yacht anchored nearby, and a group of young men accompanied by a bevy of beautiful women disembarked. This was the pinnacle of life, Zhang Ming thought with exhilaration. However, a group of unruly youths with dark skin approached, looking for trouble. Zhang Ming immediately understood their intentions. With so many beautiful women in their company, who wouldn't he feel envy? Although the group of dark-haired boys were affluent, They were woefully inept at fighting. It wasn't long before their leader was knocked down, prompting his companions to flee in terror. The dark-skinned youths surrounded the fallen boy, continuing to mock and kick him. "Help! Help!" cried the boy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's composure shattered. They were indeed from the Dragon Kingdom. "Lucy, wait for me. I will be right back." Zhang Ming spoke and immediately rose to his feet, dashing out. Zhang Ming rushed in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent several dark-skinned youths retreating. He then helped up the boy who had been knocked to the ground by them. "What kind of worthless friends do you associate with? When trouble arises, they all scatter like cockroaches." Zhang Ming cast a disdainful glance at the hapless young man. Before the lad could utter a word, several individuals with dark skin approached. Encircling him, Zhang Ming would never indulge them. He approached with an unwavering resolve. The first young man to be struck displayed a certain audacity, charging forward to retaliate. Though in truth, Zhang Ming was more than capable of handling the situation on his own. Before long, several dark-skinned youths found themselves sprawled upon the ground, begging for mercy. At that moment, a group of individuals adorned in sunglasses rushed onto the scene. "Run! They have come to their aid." Zhang Ming spoke as he prepared to take off running. "Brother, fret not. That is my bodyguard." A few men in sunglasses approached, delivering a barrage of blows to the fallen dark-skinned youth. "Since your bodyguard has arrived, there is no longer any cause for concern. However, do refrain from being so ostentatious next time. Bringing along so many beautiful women makes me want to thrash you." Zhang Ming spoke as he turned to leave. "Brother, please leave me your contact information." Upon hearing the young man's voice, Zhang Ming provided his phone number. "I shall remember this favor. I will treat you to a meal another day." Zhang Ming paid him no heed. Such pleasantries are merely for show and should not be taken to heart. If you were truly foolish enough to wait for him to call, you would find that even the flowers would wither in the meantime. "Zhang, I did not anticipate your boldness." As Zhang Ming returned, Lucy exclaimed with excitement. Just moments ago, Zhang Ming had dashed forward, leaving Lucy quite anxious. Observing Zhang Ming's slender physique, yet remarkable prowess in combat, Lucy was utterly thrilled. What girl does not admire a strong, handsome man? Upon witnessing the young man depart, surrounded by bodyguards, Zhang Ming hastily urged Lucy to leave. He feared the arrival of those dark-skinned henchmen would spell disaster for him. After escorting Zhang Ming back to his dormitory, Lucy drove away. Poor Zhang Ming was left pondering how to procure dinner. After a day of merely indulging in an ice cream and a few desserts, hunger began to gnaw at him. While in Lucy's captivating presence, he had not felt the pangs of hunger, but now, with her absence, he was ravenous. Indeed, was this not the perfect opportunity to enhance his talent points? Typically, he would need to train for 2 hours to reach his physical limits, yet in this state, he could immediately amass talent points. Thus, Zhang Ming effortlessly acquired 4 talent points. Zhang Ming returned to the dormitory, and after taking a shower, he lay on his bed awaiting the return of that rascal Wadiki with food. As expected, Wadiki indeed brought back a bowl of tomato and scrambled egg rice. Zhang Ming devoured it hungrily, finally relishing a hearty meal. However, while eating, Wadiki felt a twinge of disappointment, wondering if Zhang Ming had brought back any leftovers. As the previous night's dinner had been exquisitely delightful, poor Zhang Ming had been famished all day. There were no leftovers to speak of. Before long, Amir arrived again, carrying a bucket of instant noodles. Upon seeing Zhang Ming ravenously consuming his meal, Amir realized there was little to anticipate. Amir, too, had been hoping to mooch off Zhang Ming, having savored the deliciousness the day before and wishing that Zhang Ming would fetch takeout daily. The next day marked the end of the holiday. Zhang Ming, as was his routine, rose early to earn his skill points, followed by a shower and breakfast at the cafeteria. The schedule for the new season had been released, and our first match would be against the Liverpool reserve team. Before training commenced, the reserve team coach Dakini called out, "What? Our first match is against Liverpool? This is dreadful. Goodness." Liverpool had been the champions of the Reserve League last season. In our 2 encounters with them last season, we suffered humiliating defeats with scores of 5-0. Observing the dejected faces of his teammates, Zhang Ming understood just how formidable the Liverpool reserve team was. They were bolstered by the illustrious Kirkby Academy, which consistently supplied talent to both the reserves and the first team. Currently, the hottest star in the Liverpool reserve squad was Sperling, who had only recently earned his playing time in the final rounds of last season, yet had already captivated all Liverpool fans with his remarkable prowess. Chapter 28. Targeted training. In the subsequent training session, Dakini restructured the teams. Zhang Ming, Balotelli, George, and Lavezzi, along with several seasoned players, were assigned to the red vests symbolizing the first team. Amir, Wadiki, Rocky, and the others donned the blue vests, representing the substitutes. After one training match, the red team, wearing their vests, utterly decimated the blue team. Without Balotelli's defensive presence, the others struggled to contain Zhang Ming. George and Lavezzi continuously supplied Zhang Ming with opportunities, and he unleashed his full potential, scoring twice in the first half. Balotelli, like a wild stallion in the penalty area, was uncontainable, netting a hat trick before halftime. George and Lavezzi also contributed with goals. Facing the Liverpool reserve team in our opening match was far from advantageous. They were overwhelmingly powerful, ranking as the elite in the entire reserve league. After training, D'Achini gathered the players in the conference room and, while reviewing recordings of last season's Liverpool matches, stated, "To defeat them, we must neutralize their top scorer, Sperling. This fellow is not to be trifled with." Subsequently, D'Achini showcased the meticulously edited video of Sperling's goals. This young talent possesses an exceptionally well-rounded skill set, exhibiting remarkable explosiveness and the ability to create space for his teammates. He is also adept at making incisive runs into the box, a hallmark of his prowess. His explosive power is truly world-class, and his instinct for goal-scoring is unparalleled. D'Achini extolled Sperling's virtues with great enthusiasm. "Who among you believes they can defend against this young prodigy?" he inquired. Silence enveloped the room, as none dared to respond. After all, Sperling is a burgeoning superstar, far beyond the reach of their meager abilities. "Coach, I am willing to give it a try," Balotelli stood up and declared. Zhang Ming was aware that Balotelli's catchphrase was, "As long as I am serious, there is no need for Messi or Ronaldo." Yet, he could not rival Balotelli. His speed surpassed yours by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Balotelli's dedication to the game was on an entirely different level compared to yours. D'Achini's words greatly displeased Balotelli, who aspired to stand alongside Messi and Ronaldo. Now he found himself compared unfavorably to a fledgling newcomer, which was hardly a source of joy for him. "What have you been doing during your recent days off?" D'Achini inquired, noticing Balotelli's indignation. "I rely on my innate talent," Balotelli responded. "I am a prodigious player. If someone with my exceptional gifts were to train relentlessly, how would others even stand a chance?" Look at the audacity of Balotelli's words. They were indeed remarkably bold. "Can you defend against Zhang?" D'Achini further queried Balotelli. "Zhang, in a brawl, I would undoubtedly be outmatched, but in football, haha, that's a different story." "Oh dear, what do you mean by haha?" Zhang Ming observed that Balotelli remained silent, merely grinning foolishly, which incensed him greatly. This was nothing short of blatant disdain. "Zhang, take care of this fellow," D'Achini remarked. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Ming strode towards the field, with Balotelli eagerly trailing behind. Zhang Ming and Balotelli arrived at the stadium. Zhang Ming advanced with the ball, while Balotelli stood his ground in defense. Observing Zhang Ming leisurely approaching, Balotelli casually positioned himself along the edge of the penalty area, awaiting his move. Zhang Ming gazed at the goal, the familiar green line displaying 75. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful shot. The football struck the net with a resounding thud, leaving Balotelli in a state of bewilderment. "You sly dog. How dare you launch a sneak attack?" he exclaimed. "That goal doesn't count. Let's do it again." Observing how effortlessly Zhang Ming scored, Balotelli muttered in discontent. Zhang Ming was acutely aware that he could not yet rival Balotelli. This young man had spent the past 2 days reveling in nightclubs, leaving him utterly fatigued. His recent goal, while executed with a hint of opportunism, was also facilitated by Balotelli's carelessness and exhaustion. Otherwise, he would not have been able to surpass the formidable defense of this player. On his second attempt, Zhang Ming initiated an offensive play. Balotelli, displaying newfound cleverness, immediately pressed forward to challenge him. At this moment, Zhang Ming possesses a control index of 50 points, making him rather difficult to seize. Zhang Ming, unhurried in his approach, dribbled the ball across the field, while Balotelli trailed behind, occasionally taking a wild shot. Yet, none of these attempts bore fruit. Zhang Ming did not rush to take the shot. Instead, he leisurely maneuvered around the field alongside Balotelli. Balotelli's stamina was a significant concern, as his 2 consecutive nights of nightlife had severely depleted his energy. While others replenished their strength during breaks, Balotelli conserved his energy during training and utilized it during rest. Zhang Ming was a different breed altogether. With a stamina level already reaching 70 points, he trained diligently every day, demonstrating remarkable endurance. as their strengths contrasted. It became increasingly evident that Balotelli could no longer keep pace with Zhang Ming. In a sudden moment, Zhang Ming executed a sharp nod and a swift turn, sending Balotelli tumbling to the ground. There was no need for Zhang Ming to take a shot. In this contest, Balotelli had been decisively defeated. If you cannot even contain our Zhang, how will you manage to defend against Sperlin? In the face of Dakin's reproach, Balotelli's earlier bravado evaporated. To triumph over Liverpool, it was imperative to neutralize Sperlin. As of now, we lacked players capable of containing him. The only option was to employ a double-marking strategy, a responsibility assigned to the two of you. Dakin turned to Zhang Ming and Balotelli, instructing them, whenever Sperlin possesses the ball, you must press him closely, maintaining relentless pressure throughout the field. Over the ensuing days, Zhang Ming and Balotelli engaged in cooperative training sessions. Their synergy was such that the other members of the team simply could not defend against them. Once Balotelli had recuperated, his speed and explosive power were unmatched by any of the Chelsea reserve squad, showcasing his exceptional breakthrough ability. Zhang Ming maneuvered at the periphery of the penalty area, occasionally unleashing a powerful shot. Alongside Balotelli, one adept at breaking through defenses and the other proficient in long-range strikes, their synergy was impeccable. Zhang, you are the only one capable of keeping this young lad in check. Devise a strategy to ensure he refrains from frequenting nightclubs, or at least limit his time spent there, Dakini remarked to Zhang Ming after training that day. Head, you know that during breaks, players enjoy their freedom. As a newcomer, how can I possibly rein in a veteran? Zhang Ming is reluctant to concern himself with this troublesome matter. Zhang, I am aware of this. If you can keep this young man in check, I will find a way to allow you to train with the first team for a few days. Dakini remarked with a smile. Zhang Ming greatly valued this enticing prospect. He is the type who thrives in the presence of formidable opponents. The more he engages with skilled individuals, the swifter his growth. It's a deal. I assure you that during these 2 days off, he will not set foot in a nightclub. Zhang Ming exclaimed with excitement. In just 2 days, you will be able to train with the first team, at the very least for 2 days. Thus, Zhang Ming and Dakini reached an agreement. Chapter 29. Robbing Lampard after the coach departed. Zhang Ming pondered deeply on how to keep Balotelli in check and ensure that the young lad behaved himself. After all, the following 2 days were designated as rest days. Zhang, do you need assistance? Just as Zhang Ming was lost in thought, Balotelli approached him with a question, followed closely by George and Rocky, whose silly grins betrayed their intentions. Hey, brother, I won't be going, and neither can you, Zhang Ming declared with great confidence. What? Zhang, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Balotelli, upon hearing Zhang Ming's suggestion that he too should refrain from visiting nightclubs, reacted with astonishment, appearing rather foolish. I remarked, you cannot go out for the next couple of days. Instead, you shall remain here to train. Zhang Ming spoke with unwavering determination. Ha ha ha, fool, Balotelli scoffed, then turned on his heel and strode towards his car. Hey mate, do you wish to be ridiculed by others? Do you desire to be trampled by a rookie in just a week? Do you not aspire to surpass your current self? Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Balotelli continued walking without a glance back. At that moment, Zhang Ming realized how arduous it was to persuade this young man. Trying to reason with him felt akin to playing a lute to a cow. Forget it. If he doesn't want to train with the first team, so be it. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself and accumulate more talent points. Just as Zhang Ming was fervently exhausting his energy on the field to earn these points, Balotelli arrived. I just remembered, I've run out of money, he said awkwardly, noticing Zhang Ming's puzzled expression. Goodness, earning over £100,000 a week, and yet you are broke? You deserve to be poor. Zhang Ming frantically maneuvered on the field, accompanied by Balotelli, as George and Rocky gradually arrived, followed by Lavezzi, Vardy, and even Amir. The entire reserve team had gathered. Even the usually tardy Lampard made an appearance. It was only after Zhang Ming had accumulated 2 talent points that he finally paused. All the players collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Zhang, I have resigned from that part-time job, he proclaimed. Upon reflection, I am a professional athlete. I am here to play football, not to wash dishes. Noticing Zhang Ming's puzzled expression, Vardy chuckled and continued. Indeed, I was washing dishes. During that time, I lived in constant trepidation, terrified that others would see me scrubbing away in the restaurant. Now, I can only express how liberating it feels to voice my innermost fears. Vardy, resembling a madman, leapt and shouted, releasing his pent-up emotions. Did you know? I am the pride of our entire village. Not for any other reason than that I am a player for Chelsea. Yet, I found myself working part-time as a dishwasher. And I was afraid of what others would think. Upon hearing Vardy's words, Lavezzi, the captain of the reserve team, rushed over to embrace him tightly, offering comfort. Zhang Ming was taken aback as he observed Wadiki, who was in a disheveled state, tears and snot streaming down his grimy face, quite an unpleasant sight indeed. However, Lavish seemed utterly unfazed, indicating that being a captain was not as easy as it appeared. Hey, mate, are you truly out of money? Zhang Ming smiled and inquired of Balotelli, who knows? Balotelli replied, Zhang, you are aware that I have little regard for money. I merely spend it without concern for how much remains. However, there is one thing I have come to understand. I must never allow inexperienced youngsters to flaunt themselves in my presence, and that includes you. Balotelli chuckled and added, well, my friend, you better put in some serious effort. Zhang Ming and Balotelli exchanged high fives and remarked, Lon, why are you joining us in this madness? Zhang Ming reclined beside Lampard and inquired, I aspire to strengthen Chelsea. I wish to aid the club in reaching the pinnacle of European football. This season, we must engage in multiple competitions, and our first team will undoubtedly require rotation. In due time, we shall depend on your efforts. Witnessing the determination of the reserve team fills me with hope. I believe our opportunity has arrived, and we still possess a chance. Observing the exuberant smile on Lampard's face, Zhang Ming envisioned himself leading the national football team to lift the prestigious trophy. Zhang, tell me, is your relentless effort solely for the sake of your national team? You have yet to qualify for next year's World Cup. The distance is considerable, Lampard pressed further. Lon, the truth is, I made a promise to a beautiful girl to assist her brother in conquering Europe, Zhang replied. Zhang Ming reclined on the grass of the field, gazing at the stars above, softly murmuring, Zhang, you can't possibly be interested in my sister, can you? Lampard pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhang Ming in astonishment and inquired, What, brother Lon, are you inviting us out? Shall we indulge in some drinks? Upon hearing Lampard's question, Zhang Ming shouted exuberantly. The other players erupted in cheers. Brother Lon, what shall we feast upon? Brother Lon, tonight we shall not return until inebriated. Brother Lon, you are simply too charming. Witnessing the scene, Lampard found himself both amused and exasperated. You rascal, he exclaimed, playfully kicking Zhang Ming. Ultimately, Lampard placed a call to the team's driver, and soon everyone boarded the team bus, heading to the Dragon Kingdom restaurant where Zhang Ming and Lampard had dined previously. Upon seeing such a crowd, the restaurant owner beamed with delight. A large private room was prepared, with 3 tables set with an abundance of food and drinks, ready for a night of revelry. Zhang Ming resolutely refused to sit alongside Amir, repulsed by the latter's unrefined behavior. This sentiment was shared among the others present. Ultimately, a few individuals of darker complexion were arranged to occupy the seats next to Amir. An hour later, the group was inebriated to the point of disarray. Wade Chi oscillated between tears and laughter, embodying sheer foolishness. Amir had succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, sprawled beneath the table. Ravitch, with an impressive tolerance for drink, continued to indulge. Lampard gazed introspectively out of the box window, lost in thought, leaving one to wonder about the nature of his contemplation. George, do you have a sister named Peggy? Zhang Ming inquired abruptly, leaving George momentarily bewildered. Zhang, how old are you to still be watching cartoons? After a moment's reflection, George grasped the jest and erupted into laughter, prompting the others to join in merriment. The following morning, Lampard returned to the training ground for additional practice, accompanied by several first-team players. Zhang Ming gazed at the multitude of senior players arriving, his heart swelling with joy. This presented a splendid opportunity to enhance his statistics, one that he could not afford to overlook. The presence of so many esteemed players assured him of sustenance for the next few days. As the team fervently practiced on the court, Mourinho and Dakini made their entrance. At that moment, I suddenly felt an invigorating surge of motivation. Perhaps this season, we might truly achieve remarkable results, Dakini expressed with excitement while observing the dedicated players. However, this is not sufficient. We must remember that our competitors are also diligently honing their skills. Nevertheless, we possess all the necessary conditions to reach the pinnacle, Mourinho remarked with restrained confidence. Chapter 30. The commencement of a new season. Initially, the first-team players trained together, and in the following days, Zhang Ming continued to train with them, experiencing significant improvements in various metrics. Ruhua, Please review my statistics, he requested upon returning to his dormitory. Stamina, 80 shooting, 60 dribbling, 60 ball control, 70 tackling, 60 defense, 58 talent value, 33. Gazing at these figures, Zhang Ming felt immense relief. Thankfully, his defense had not yet reached the passing mark. Otherwise, it would require 100 points to draw a prize, which would be a considerable loss. Renewal. I wish to draw a prize, he declared. Zhang Ming resolutely opted for the lottery. Congratulations, the master has obtained a mere 1 point in ball control, bringing the total ball control index to 71 points. What a disappointment. If he had redeemed directly, he could have received 10 points. Instead, he only gained 1 through the lottery. Should the master continue to participate in the lottery? A friendly reminder, should the lottery yield 2 defensive points, then the master would meet all the necessary criteria. However, another attempt at the lottery will require 100 talent points, and redeeming 1 technical index will cost 10 talent points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming was deterred from further attempts and chose to convert all his talent points into ball control index. Master. The maximum redeemable data through conversion is capped at 80 points. Any advancement beyond that must come from personal training or special rewards, the system explained. Zhang Ming, upon hearing this, made further adjustments. The Master's data is as follows: stamina 80, ball control 80, dribbling 70, stealing 60, defense 60, shooting 60. Congratulations. The Master's stamina has reached a good state, while ball control has achieved an excellent status, culminating in an overall score of 70. Observing the data before him, Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Mourinho sat contemplatively at his desk, deeply engrossed in thought. The first match would be against last season's champions, Manchester United, who were in their prime under the legendary Sir Ferguson. You wish to have that lad from the royal country play in tomorrow's match? Flanders inquired, astonished by the names on Mourinho's roster. The defensive lineup of Manchester United is formidable, making this a challenging encounter for us. Zhang Ming's long-range shooting is precisely what we require, considering our first team has yet to select a striker, Mourinho lamented. Head coach, this is too risky. He is merely 17 years and 32 days old. If he fails to perform at the first team level, the pressure on you will be immense, as you are well aware. Moreover, his physique is quite slender. Whether he can withstand the intense physicality of the Premier League remains uncertain. In short, it is exceedingly risky. Flanders cautioned. Let us include him in the roster for now and assess his progress. We must secure victory in our first match, Mourinho replied, once again lost in contemplation. The following day, Zhang Ming rose early and, as per his routine, trained diligently on the field. Future enhancements to his data would predominantly rely on his relentless training. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. It's time to give it my all. Congratulations, Zhang. You have been included in the first team roster. After Zhang Ming finished his shower and changed his clothes, Wadeki approached him with a cheerful demeanor and said, "What? I made it onto the first team's roster? You must be joking." Zhang Ming, perplexed, inquired, "Is this true?" "Indeed, Zhang. This evening you may take the field against Manchester United," Lavici remarked with a grin. Later, Dakini informed Zhang Ming that he was to report to the first team, and he realized with certainty that he had indeed made the squad, including the 23 players for the match against Manchester United. Not only Zhang Ming, but also Balotelli was included in the roster. "Buddy, your maneuvers have put my reserve team in a difficult position. We are about to face the Liverpool reserves, and the scoreline may not be pretty," Dakini lamented to Mourinho. "The boss is more concerned about whether the reserve team can promote players to the first team. Do you really think he cares about their performance? Do not fret. As long as Zhang Ming can establish himself in the first team, his market value will soar like a rocket. Remember, he joined us for free. Even if he transfers, the boss will reap substantial profits." "The boss recognizes your contributions," Mourinho replied with a chuckle, patting Dakini on the shoulder. Before long, Zhang Ming accompanied Balotelli to the first team. "Zhang, congratulations. You've joined the first team without even playing a single reserve match since arriving at Chelsea. This is unprecedented in the club's history. Seize this opportunity and show everyone that our compatriots can indeed excel in football," Lampard said, embracing Zhang Ming in the locker room. "Brother Lampard, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for your guidance during training, I could not have progressed so swiftly." Zhang Ming expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Lampard. In truth, he had gathered more data from the rather brash Balotelli, yet there was no need to extend thanks to him, as he remained indifferent to such gestures. "Young lad from the Dragon Country, Do not celebrate prematurely. Although you have made it onto the main roster, your appearance on the field is far from guaranteed. You might find yourself reporting back to the reserve team tomorrow. I advise you to brace yourself mentally, lest you be overwhelmed and find yourself in tears. Benjamin remarked with a displeased expression directed at Zhang Ming. Despite your harsh words, I must still extend my thanks to you. As for whether I will report back to the reserves tomorrow, it is of little consequence. For I am a prodigy, destined to shine wherever I may go. Zhang Ming smiled, his lips curling into a 45-degree arc. Observing this expression, Benjamin felt a surge of anger, ready to teach a lesson to this individual who dared to disregard his elder brother. Calm down, my friend. This lad possesses martial skills, Rodri cautioned Benjamin. Zhang Ming, you shall oversee the water dispenser. It's a task assigned to all newcomers, Yamamoto said with ulterior motives. Yamamoto, as a newcomer, I am still unfamiliar with the water dispenser. Please do not hinder the elder brother's opportunity to hydrate, Zhang Ming replied. You have been the water dispenser administrator for quite some time now, proficient in your duties. Perhaps you should handle it. Besides, if I pour the water, the elder brothers may not partake in it. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Yamamoto glanced at the frontline players, but none paid him any mind, not even Benjamin and Rodri, who remained silent. Yamamoto felt as dejected as if he had bitten into a bun only to find half a worm inside. As the match approached, Mourinho had only instructed the players to engage in some recovery training. Such is the nature of professional leagues, replete with tedious pre-match press conferences. Mourinho attended the pre-match press conference alongside Captain Terry, as is customary. Chapter 31. The atmosphere of the Premier League at 7:30 in London, the Chelsea home ground. Stamford Bridge, which accommodates over 40,000 spectators, was filled to capacity. Sitting on the bench, Zhang Ming experienced for the first time the allure of the world's foremost sport. The cacophony of the crowd was deafening, as Chelsea's fervent supporters transformed the venue into a sea of blue. Zhang Ming rose to seek that familiar figure, and not far behind him, he spotted Lucy. Adorned in her Chelsea jersey, Lucy remained as endearing as ever. It was evident that Lucy had also caught sight of Zhang Ming. Come on, Zhang, she exclaimed, waving her arms with enthusiasm. Zhang Ming also waved his arms in response as both teams' players made their entrance. The starting lineup for Chelsea included goalkeeper Petr, defenders Branislav Ivanovic, John Terry, Rodrigo, and Gary Cahill, midfielders Frank Lampard and Nemanja Matic, and forwards Willian, Oscar, and Benjamin, with the swift Didier Drogba leading the attack. This formation is a classic counter-attacking setup, often employed by Mourinho. In terms of offense, midfielders Willian, Oscar, and Benjamin could all surge forward as shadow strikers to breach the opponent's defense. On the defensive front, Lampard and Matic would serve as the backbone, collaborating with defender Terry. As long as they could withstand Manchester United's offensive onslaught, shadow strikers Willian, Oscar, and Benjamin would quickly push forward, while the speedy Drogba would strike like a bomb, delivering a heavy blow to Manchester United. Manchester United's starting lineup featured David De Gea, Raphael, Rio Ferdinand, Valencia, Wayne Rooney, Ryan Giggs, Chris Smalling, Park Ji-sung, Shinji Kagawa, Robin van Persie, and Marouane Fellaini. Watching as each player was accompanied by a young player onto the field, Zhang Ming felt a wave of envy. At that moment, Dragon Country Sports Channel 5 was also broadcasting the match live, with renowned football commentators Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian providing the commentary. These two are considered the pinnacle of football commentary. Teacher Huang, who do you think will win this match? Or which team is stronger? Duan Xian inquired of Huang Jianxiang before the match began. That's hard to say. Everyone knows that predicting football matches is notoriously difficult. Until the final whistle, anything can happen. Our Dragon Country football has suffered greatly in this regard, Huang Jianxiang replied. Upon hearing his words, a flurry of comments appeared on Dragon Country Sports Channel 5, the Black 3 Minutes. The 3 minutes of shattered dreams. It seems the viewers have not forgotten this painful memory. Duan Xian chuckled, saying, if we must determine which team is stronger, I believe Manchester United has the upper hand, as they are the defending champions. This year, they have also bolstered their lineup, notably by acquiring the Japanese star Shinji Kagawa from Borussia Dortmund. He and Park Ji-sung are indeed among Asia's top football talents. Observing how players from other nations flourish in Europe's top 5 leagues, Zhang Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. When will our royal country players be able to establish themselves in the elite European leagues? He mused. After Huang Jianxiang's remarks, the Dragon Country fans watching the live stream erupted in excitement, flooding the comments with messages. Isn't there a player from our dragon country who signed with Chelsea this year? Yes, I wonder how he is faring now. Why haven't we heard any news about him? I even voted for him back then. Who knows? Over the years, many players from our dragon country have signed with top European leagues but have struggled to make their mark. Alas, they signed just to penetrate our dragon country market. Since Dong Fangzhou and Sun Jihai returned from the Premier League, our players have nearly become extinct in the top 5 leagues. Will our national star, Zhang Qiuwang, take to the field in today's match between Chelsea and Manchester United? Are you joking? Is the title of king worth so little now? To the second floor. Do not be indignant. Any player from our nation who can establish themselves in the top 5 leagues is now referred to as a king. It is no wonder that the netizens from our country are unaware of Zhang Ming's situation. Since Zhang Ming rejected Lu Xiangyang, Lu has returned home to paint Zhang Ming as a nefarious character. Consequently, Zhang Ming has thoroughly offended the Chinese Football Association, which has not only prohibited his selection for the national team, but has also deliberately blocked all news concerning him. Journalist Wang Jing and Lu Mingwei from the Soma website have captured extensive training footage of Zhang Ming, yet the site dares not release it, leaving them utterly frustrated and cursing Lu Xiangyang repeatedly. Observing the uproar among netizens, Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian are both amused and exasperated. Everyone, please calm down. Our Zhang Ming has signed a contract with Chelsea, with a weekly wage of £200. It is worth noting that Chelsea's reserve team boasts numerous players earning a mere £100 a week. This indicates that our Zhang Ming is indeed noteworthy. Duan Xian remarked with a smile. Wait, Zhang Ming has made it onto Chelsea's squad list. My goodness, what am I seeing? Our player Zhang Ming has only been in Chelsea for a month, and he is just over 17 years old. Yet he has made it into the first team and into the 23-man squad facing Manchester United. This is an intense match, a crucial season opener for both sides. Huang Jinxiang exclaimed, glancing at the freshly released lineup. Teacher Huang, is this true? Did you see correctly? Has Zhang Ming really made the squad? Enthusiastic netizens, akin to dung beetles discovering a new toilet, have gone utterly wild. Indeed, it is true. Everyone, look at the big screen. The camera is focused on our King Zhang. As Duan Xin spoke, Zhang Ming's figure appeared on the live broadcast of the Guogun Sports Channel. Wow, he looks so handsome. Our men from the motherland are truly dashing. I don't care what achievements Ming Gu accomplishes. As long as he brings back a foreign girlfriend, I will support him. That would also bring glory to our nation. Everyone hastily shared this monumental event on their social media. Zhang Ming, the last bastion of Chinese football. Such eloquence from the comments above. Observing the netizens' messages, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian were equally thrilled. Teacher Huang, will Ming Gu be playing today? A netizen timidly inquired. No one knows the answer, not even Chelsea's coach Mourinho, who may also be uncertain whether Zhang Ming will take to the field. After all, Zhang Ming is still a newcomer, youthful and rather slender in physique. However, I am convinced that his inclusion in the squad signifies a message from Mourinho to the outside world, an acknowledgement of Zhang Ming's abilities, suggesting that he will soon grace the stage of Europe's elite leagues. Huang Jinxiang exclaimed passionately, all right, everyone, quiet down, the match is about to commence. Whether our king of football, Zhang, will make an appearance depends on the flow of this game. Let us await the outcome. Duan Xian remarked as the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Chapter 32, a nightmarish beginning with the referee's whistle piercing the air. The curtain rose on the Premier League opener between Chelsea and Manchester United at Chelsea's home ground. Chelsea initiated the match, with Lampard delivering a forward pass that found Oscar, who swiftly surged ahead. Upon receiving the ball, Oscar veered to the left, drawing the attention of 2 Manchester United defenders before executing a deft back pass to Williams on the right. Williams then relayed the ball to Benjamin in the center, who skillfully flicked it with his heel to the waiting Lampard behind him. Lampard sent a precise through ball to Drogba's feet. Before Drogba could make his move, he found himself besieged by Valencia, Ferdinand, and Giggs of Manchester United. With no opportunity to shoot, Drogba had no choice but to return the ball to Oscar. Oscar seized the ball and made a rapid breakthrough down the right flank, delivering a cross that was nothing short of exceptional, precise, and powerful, allowing Drogba to receive it comfortably. Yet, once again, Drogba faced the trio of Valencia, Ferdinand, and Giggs, who thwarted any chance of a shot. Thus, he retreated to pass the ball to Benjamin in the middle, who then sent it to Williams on the left. Williams executed a clever 1-2 with the advancing Lampard, evading Manchester United's defender Shinji Kagawa, and passed the ball back to Drogba. Without hesitation, Drogba turned to take a shot, though unfortunately, the trajectory was too straightforward. And De Gea thwarted the attempt. Zhang Ming watched Chelsea's offensive surge with trepidation. This was the caliber of a top-tier league. The final shot from Drogba left a lasting impression on him. Against a formidable team like Manchester United, there was simply no time to adjust one's stance and shoot calmly. One must seize the moment to shoot immediately upon receiving the ball or risk being sidelined. From the tempo of the opening attacks, it was evident that Chelsea was determined to secure victory in this match. Even centre-back Lampard had ventured into the front line to launch an assault. The football commentator Duan Xian from Longwa Sports Channel 5, observing Chelsea's offensive onslaught, remarked with a sense of gravity, "This match is of utmost importance." Both Ferguson and Mourinho are resolute in their ambitions. Mourinho's intentions are clear, to position Drogba at the forefront, with the midfielders supplying him with ample support, ensuring that Drogba has limitless opportunities to strike. Regardless of whether it is Oscar on the left flank, Williams on the right, or Benjamin in the center, they all seek out Drogba as the focal point upon receiving the ball. Even the midfield maestro, Lampard, rushes forward to supply ammunition to Drogba, Huang Jinxiang remarked. Unfortunately, Drogba faced intense marking. The combined efforts of Giggs, Valencia, and Ferdinand rendered him helpless. It is evident that Manchester United's strategy is precise, a testament to the speed and prowess that warrants Sir Alex Ferguson's attention. Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian astutely pointed out. Chelsea's approach bears inherent risks. Should their attack falter and allow Manchester United to seize the opportunity, it will be a matter of whether Chelsea's defensive response can keep pace, or they may easily fall prey to United's advances. Manchester United initiated a rapid counterattack. Let us observe Chelsea's defensive capabilities. Rooney has already encroached upon Chelsea's penalty area, marking a crucial moment for Chelsea's backline. As Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian continued their commentary, United's entire squad surged forward, leaving Chelsea's midfielders, who had ventured too far upfield, rendered ineffective and unable to retreat in time. United's forwards deftly bypassed Chelsea's midfield, advancing towards the penalty area. On the sidelines at Stamford Bridge, Zhang Ming felt his heart leap to his throat as Chelsea's four defenders scrambled to contend with United's formidable attacking force. Upon receiving the ball, Van Persie charged forward. And as Chelsea's Terry and Cahill approached to block him, Van Persie swiftly passed to Fellaini. Fellaini, with a commanding presence, immediately surged forward, only to execute a sharp turn and deliver the ball to Rooney in the center. Just as Rooney gained possession, he found himself besieged by Ivanovic and Rodriguez, prompting him to quickly pass back to Van Persie. While Chelsea's focus shifted towards Van Persie, Rooney sprinted towards the edge of Chelsea's small box. As Van Persie received the ball, and with Terry and Cahill still engaged in defense, he returned the ball to the waiting Fellaini. Upon receiving it, Fellaini unleashed a long pass towards the unmarked Rooney. Rooney seized the opportunity, breaking through and finding himself one-on-one with Cech. With a powerful strike, Rooney sent the ball skimming along the ground into the bottom right corner of the net. Although Cech made a desperate dive, the speed of Rooney's shot was too swift. He was a moment too late. The ball pierced through Cech's fingers, finding its home in the net. Following the goal, Manchester United erupted into exuberance, forming a jubilant pile atop Rooney, while a despondent Cech became the backdrop to their celebration. Just moments ago, it was noted how precarious Chelsea's strategy was. A team renowned for its defensive counterattacks was now pushing midfielders forward to besiege their opponent, a bold gamble indeed. Chelsea's desperation to secure a victory is palpable, especially after being double defeated by Manchester United last season, lamented Duan Xian from the Dragon Country Sports Channel studio. The aim is to conquer Manchester United. This marks the season's opening match, and moreover, it is on home turf, leaving no room for error. Unfortunately, the opposing team managed to score first. Chelsea ultimately paid a heavy price for their recklessness. It is now up to Mourinho to make adjustments, as conceding the first goal can be fatal for a team that relies on a counter-attacking strategy. This moment serves as a true test of Mourinho's tactical acumen. Chelsea's path to victory has become treacherous. To secure a win, they must intensify their offensive tempo. If they manage to score, all may be well. However, if their attempts falter, the tragedy of the past may repeat itself. Nevertheless, only 5 minutes have elapsed, providing ample time to alter the course of the game. The outcome remains uncertain, and we shall wait in anticipation. Upon hearing Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian's comments, the fans of the Dragon Kingdom began to stir. Bring on our King Zhang. They yearned for Zhang Wang to unleash his signature long-range strikes and achieve a hat-trick to clinch the match. Are you serious? If Zhang Ming scores 3 goals, I will live stream eating dung, came a retort from the second floor. There you go again, but that sounds quite bold. Another chimed in. If Zhang Ming completes a hat-trick, I shall engage in a fierce battle with my girlfriend for 300 rounds tonight. Cut it out. If you aren't just boasting, we can still be friends. Is your stamina up to it? If not, I can assist, and at no cost. On the Stamford Bridge bench, Zhang Ming was in a state of distress. Chelsea's concession was utterly unexpected. No one anticipated conceding a goal within the first 5 minutes. Witnessing Lucy's tear-streaked face shattered his heart. Meanwhile, Mourinho observed the ongoing match with a somber expression, his thoughts inscrutable. Chapter 33. Another blow following Chelsea's goal concession. Their morale visibly plummeted. Lampard felt utterly despondent, realizing that his hasty advance had allowed Manchester United to seamlessly bypass Chelsea's midfield. Mourinho's tactical approach initially involved deploying midfielders Williams, Oscar, and Benjamin to provide support for Drogba, while he and Matic anchored the midfield. Should the attack falter, both he and Matic could buy time for the midfielders to retreat defensively. However, his reckless foray rendered Chelsea's midfield ineffective. Matic was effortlessly bypassed by Manchester United's attacking front, and he bears undeniable responsibility for the conceded goal. His lack of composure, coupled with an overwhelming desire to secure victory, led Chelsea to concede early. Consequently, a tactical adjustment to intensify their offensive play became imperative. While Lampard was still lamenting his oversight, Terry had already delivered the ball forward. This time, instead of making a forward run, Lampard passed the ball to the awaiting Benjamin. Upon receiving the ball, Park Ji-sung approached to apply tight marking. As a top-tier South Korean star, Park excels in both offensive and defensive duties. Under Park's pressure, Benjamin felt discomfort and, in haste, could only square the ball to Oscar on the left flank. Observing that Drogba was surrounded in the center, Oscar accelerated down the wing, determined to challenge Ferdinand. Just as he seemed poised to reach the byline, Ferdinand steadfastly shadowed him. With a clever backheel flick, Oscar swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball to Williams on the right side. After a brief adjustment, Williams passed it to Drogba in the center. Without hesitation, Drogba struck fiercely. The ball struck the crossbar and rebounded perfectly to Benjamin's feet. Before Park could close in, Benjamin unleashed another powerful shot, but it was too straightforward, allowing De Gea to parry it with a single hand. Oscar regained possession and attempted another cross. Drogba leaped for a header, followed by a powerful nod that aimed to drive the ball into the net. Just as it appeared destined to find the back of the net, De Gea executed a remarkable dive, grazing the ball with his fingertips, which sent it just over the crossbar and out for a corner kick. Chelsea earned a corner, while Manchester United players protested to the referee, claiming Drogba had headed it over the bar and that a corner should not have been awarded. The referee, after reviewing the incident, confirmed that De Gea had indeed deflected the ball over the bar, allowing the corner to proceed. Manchester United, cautious and resolute, applied pressure even at the corner flag, indicating their determination to win this match. Huang Jianxiang, the commentator from Longhua Sports Channel 5, chuckled as he remarked on Drogba's header. "Oh, there's no doubt about the corner. It was indeed De Gea who touched it over the bar." The large screen replayed Drogba's recent header, prompting Duan Xian to add, "Let us see how Chelsea handles this corner." Just as Huang Jianxiang finished his sentence, the camera focused on Oscar, positioned at the corner flag. Oscar's low cross posed a significant threat. We awaited to see if his corner could penetrate De Gea's defenses. As Oscar delivered the corner, it was once again aimed at Drogba. Drogba's powerful nod returned, but unfortunately, the trajectory was too direct, allowing De Gea to secure the ball firmly. With Huang Jianxiang's commentary concluding, Chelsea's attack came to an end. Throughout this sequence, Chelsea had encircled Manchester United, leaving them in a state of disarray. Du In remarked that although Chelsea played exuberantly, they were unable to penetrate De Gea's steadfast defense, which could be detrimental to their morale. If Chelsea continued in this manner, they needed to alter their strategy, otherwise, the match could slip away from them. As Huang Ji Nexi finished his statement, netizens began to clamor, "When will King Zhang come on? My girlfriend has already finished her bath, eagerly awaiting King Zhang's hat trick. Do the folks upstairs need assistance? Do they require help? Do they need support?" Originally, Du intended to comment on several netizens' messages, but upon seeing their remarks, he quickly abandoned that thought. The match between Chelsea and Manchester United was still ongoing. With Manchester United leading by a goal, they exuded confidence, skillfully passing the ball in midfield and asserting control over the game's tempo. Chelsea had retreated to their half, initiating defense, while Manchester United leisurely maintained possession. Just as everyone anticipated a long pass from Manchester United through the middle to find Rooney, Park Ji-sung received the ball and boldly challenged Cahill, driving down the left flank to deliver a cross. Cahill's defense was commendable, and Park was unable to bypass him. In a moment of haste, Park's cross sailed over Rooney and veered towards the right flank. Just as everyone thought the ball would go out of play, Fernandes executed a stunning volley, redirecting the ball back into the center. Rooney, unfortunately, misjudged the header, and as Chelsea's players exhaled in relief, Van Persie leaped to head the ball towards the goal, defended by Cech. The quality of Van Persie's header was subpar, with a straightforward trajectory and insufficient power. However, Cech had been fixated on Rooney, believing Manchester United had lost their chance when Rooney misjudged. To everyone's astonishment, Van Persie managed to execute a diving header. When Van Persie scored, Cech had little reaction, and the entire Manchester United squad erupted in celebration. The dejected Chelsea players hung their heads in silence, while Mourinho was visibly agitated, pacing anxiously. As Cech kicked the ball out, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Dear viewers at home, the opening match of the new Premier League season between Chelsea and Manchester United has concluded its first half, with goals from Rooney and Van Persie. Manchester United temporarily leads Chelsea by 2 goals. The broadcast then displayed footage of both teams returning to their dressing rooms. For Chelsea, whose strategy revolves around counterattacks, trailing by 2 goals at halftime was indeed hard to accept. Yet, the beauty of football lies in its unpredictability. One can never foresee the outcome of the next moment. Will Manchester United secure a comfortable victory, or will Chelsea stage a remarkable comeback to defend their home honor? We shall reconvene for the second half. In the second half, will our nation's star, Zhang Ming, make an appearance? Let us await with bated breath. To all the fervent night owls engrossed in live broadcasts, let us take a brief respite before resuming shortly. Following the words of Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian, the television screen incessantly replayed the remarkable goals scored by Rooney and Van Persie. Anticipation builds for the appearance of King Zhang in the second half. Chelsea's current deficit serves merely to afford our King Zhang the opportunity to grace the field. The latter part of the match promises to be even more exhilarating. As for me, sleep eludes me, caught in a moment of discomfort, preparing to offer a rather peculiar gift to the gentleman who intends to broadcast his rather unconventional dining experience. Freshly prepared, I hope he finds it to his liking. The fans of the Dragon Nation have once again embarked on their verbal jousting. Chapter 34. The moment of arrival within the changing room of Chelsea. Mourinho was in a fury. What on earth are you all doing? Each of you behaves like a petulant child. We are in the midst of a match, a battle. And yet, look at you. Through an entire half, not a single foul committed. Aren't you always proclaiming yourselves to be tough men? Where has that tenacity vanished? What has become of your aggression? I could pluck a few elderly women from the market at dawn to play football, and they would outshine you all. Just drape a sheet over you, and at the market, the grandmothers would part ways for you. You are even less formidable than those grandmothers. Zhang Ming observed Mourinho, erupting in a fit of rage, and felt an overwhelming sense of relief that he was not on the pitch, grateful that he was not the target of such vitriol. The Chelsea players remained silent, feigning indifference under the weight of Mourinho's scathing rebuke. Particularly, Frank Lampard bore an undeniable burden of responsibility for the first goal conceded. He appeared as dejected as a startled ostrich, his head hung low, almost as if he wished to bury it in his own trousers. In the stands, the Manchester United supporters, who had traveled a great distance to witness the match, were brimming with excitement. Although their numbers paled in comparison to those of the Chelsea fans, their enthusiasm was palpably greater. The Chelsea supporters, filled with frustration, lamented their team's 2-goal deficit, lacking confidence in their chances. As the second half commenced, the teams returned to battle without any substitutions. The match resumed with Manchester United taking the first kick. In the studio, as Duan Xian concluded his remarks, Manchester United advanced into Chelsea's half. With a 2-goal lead, United played with a newfound freedom, controlling the pace of the game with calm deliberation. The Asian duo of Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa exchanged passes, maneuvering towards Chelsea's penalty area. In stark contrast, Chelsea's players retreated into their defensive shell, with only the swift Didier Drogba positioned at the forefront, occasionally disrupting Manchester United's players. Park Ji-sung delivered a lateral pass to Robin van Persie, But with Chelsea's defenders entrenched in their area, Van Persie had no option but to pass to the forward Wayne Rooney. Rooney, facing a similar predicament, relayed the ball to Mourinho Fellaini, who suddenly unleashed a long-range shot that soared over the goal and into the stands. Petr Cech received the throw-in from the ball boy and promptly tossed the ball to Antonio Valencia. Valencia played a back pass to Lampard, who advanced with the ball, crossing the halfway line before passing to Oscar. Oscar then connected with Drogba, who charged forward like a beast unleashed. Just before being closed down by United's Giggs and Ferdinand, Drogba unleashed a powerful strike that struck the crossbar yet again. What a missed opportunity. Drogba's luck seemed to betray him today, having hit the crossbar twice. He could only watch in frustration as the ball rebounded off the woodwork. A sentiment echoed by Duan Xian in the studio. During the halftime break, Mourinho undoubtedly devised a strategy, evident in Chelsea's current offensive vigor, which contrasted starkly with their performance in the first half. Their counterattacks were swifter and more aggressive, albeit increasingly reckless. Given their 2-goal deficit, they had little choice but to go all out. Chelsea's approach became straightforward. Every player engaged in defense, with the ball directed to Drogba, completely abandoning midfield control and possession. This blunt and forceful style of play posed a significant challenge for Manchester United's defense. Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian continue their commentary. At this moment, Manchester United is no longer in a hurry to attack, as they lead by 2 goals, allowing them to leisurely engage with Chelsea. Rooney possesses the ball, with only Van Persie accompanying him as they advance towards Chelsea's territory. The other Manchester United players do not rush forward, but instead linger methodically behind Rooney and Van Persie. Lacking a viable offensive strategy, Rooney and Van Persie find themselves thwarted by Chelsea's steadfast defense, with too many players congesting the penalty area, leaving them no opportunities. Van Persie is compelled to pass the ball back to Fellaini to maintain possession. United's players exchange passes in midfield, while Chelsea's players hesitate to press forward, with only Drogba attempting to apply pressure, becoming a mere plaything for United's players. Drogba's solitary efforts yield little fruit. Chelsea's midfielders, Oscar, Benjamin, and Williams, join the fray to contest the ball. As Chelsea's players push forward, applying pressure, Rooney receives a pass from Park Ji-sung and unleashes a powerful shot, which soars into the stands. Chelsea takes possession and initiates an attack, while United sets up a defensive wall. Chelsea finds themselves at a loss. This is untenable. Both teams emphasize defense, rendering each other's lines impenetrable. With over 60 minutes elapsed, time is running short for Chelsea. United remains unperturbed, holding a 2-goal advantage. Conversely, as time ticks away, Chelsea's anxiety will only escalate. Should they falter, Manchester United will seize the opportunity. A 3rd goal from United would spell the end of the match. In the broadcast studio, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian continue their analysis. Wait, look at the sidelines. Mourinho is conversing with our king of football, Zhang. Is he preparing to bring our star player onto the pitch? How exciting. It has been a long time since one of our players graced the Premier League. Huang Jinxiang remarks in astonishment as he gazes at the big screen. Indeed, Zhang Ming is warming up. He will soon take the field, allowing us to witness our player's return to the Premier League. Will Zhang Ming lead Chelsea to an extraordinary comeback against the formidable Manchester United? Let us await the outcome. Duan Xian, thrilled to see Zhang Ming warming up, reflects on the necessity of substituting the inexperienced newcomer, given Chelsea's defensive counterattacking style. However, trailing by 2 goals, Manchester United's defensive posture has left Chelsea struggling to mount an attack. Mourinho can only hope for Zhang Ming's performance, as he has demonstrated remarkable long-range shooting skills in practice matches, precisely what Chelsea requires at this juncture. Mourinho is taking a gamble, relying on Zhang Ming to replicate his practice form. Otherwise, the pressure on Mourinho would be overwhelming. Zhang Ming is poised to enter the match. Let us observe his impact. The assistant referee raises the substitution board. Mourinho replaces the local player Benjamin with Zhang Ming. After Huang Jinxiang finished speaking with Duan Xian, Zhang Ming had also warmed up sufficiently. With an expression of reluctance, Benjamin slowly walked off the field and exchanged a symbolic high-five with Zhang Ming, who then entered the arena. Congratulations to the master for participating in his first official match. The system rewards him with a guaranteed long-range goal. Ding. The master has activated the match reward mechanism. If the master can lead Chelsea to overturn Manchester United, he will receive a random grand gift package. As Zhang Ming hastily arrived at the basketball court, a voice resonated within his mind. Flawless, you have truly excelled. Remarkable performance. Zhang Ming spoke to the system in his mind. Master, could you not be so uncouth? We are abroad now, and you represent the entire Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming had no time to respond, as he was intently observing the situation on the field. Chapter 35. A stunning play as Zhang Ming took to the field. Everyone was left astounded, with Manchester United fans particularly exhilarated. Look, who is that black-haired lad? Is he the Japanese player Yamamoto from Chelsea? No, Yamamoto is still seated on the bench. I heard Chelsea recently acquired a player from the Dragon Nation. It must be this young man. Oh my goodness. What do I see? They have sent a player from the Dragon Nation to compete against our illustrious Manchester United. Who do they think they are? Are they throwing in the towel, or merely using this match to train newcomers? They are currently 2 goals down, after all. Do you think Mourinho has lost his mind due to the performance of the players on the field? Has he forgotten this is a football match and not a table tennis game? I suspect that is indeed the case. Previously, our Dragon Nation player Dong Fangzhuo was quite renowned back home and even earned the title of Asian Footballer of the Year. Yet he struggled to establish himself in the Premier League. What sort of player is this kid? He seems barely matured enough to be here. Audacious enough to embarrass himself in the Premier League. People from the Dragon Nation simply do not belong on the football pitch. It's quite possible he is just here to lighten the mood. Associating Dragon Nation with football is an affront to the sport. I would wager my family's sheepdog would outshine him on the field. Just as the Manchester United players continued their excited banter at Zhang Ming's expense, Chelsea's midfield maestro, Lampard, had already passed the ball to him. With a ball control index soaring to 80, receiving the ball was a breeze for Zhang Ming. While an 80 control rating may not rival that of top-tier stars like Lampard or Rooney, it certainly placed him at a respectable level, comparable to players such as Shinji Kagawa and Park Ji-sung. Now, the ball lay at Zhang Ming's feet. Let us observe how he handles this situation. Will he make a direct pass to the advancing Drogba? Or will he opt to send the ball to the flanks for Oscar to exploit his speed and deliver a cross? This is difficult to predict, as Drogba is tightly marked by Giggs and Ferdinand, making even receiving the ball a challenge. I believe Zhang Ming will likely pass to the flank, seeking Oscar and Williams to create an opportunity. Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian, renowned commentators, were incessantly providing their insights. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Ming was quite perplexed. Who is it that looks down upon him? Why is no one coming to defend against him? This is truly an affront to his dignity. Zhang Ming was oblivious to Manchester United's intentions, lingering outside the penalty area, utterly unperturbed. With a 2-goal lead, our strategy was to run down the clock. If we could survive the remaining 20 minutes, victory would be ours. Outside the box, do as you please, it was of no concern to us. Hey, fellow Asian. I suggest you dribble towards the midfield. It might help improve your possession rate. Your current possession statistics are alarmingly low. If you can elevate that, it would indeed be a considerable achievement. Just as Zhang Ming pondered this, Shinji Kagawa approached with a grin, saying, Hey, you little islander, come over and mark me, or you will surely regret it. Zhang Ming provocatively addressed Shinji Kagawa, saying, Kagawa, do not be deceived. Just observe that lad's dribbling posture. It is evident he is an amateur. Let him do as he pleases outside the penalty area. Ignore him. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's taunt directed at Kagawa, Park Ji-sung interjected. Rest assured, Brother Park, I am no longer susceptible to such tricks. Those from the Empire merely engage in verbal sparring. When it comes to football, it is quite laughable. The words exchanged between Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa incited Zhang Ming's fury. Zhang Ming harbors his own ambitions to procure the grand gift from the system. He must triumph over Manchester United. In other words, he needs to score at least 3 goals, while they remain unaware of his capabilities. He must swiftly secure 2 goals at the periphery of their penalty area, reserving the skill of guaranteed scoring for later use. After all, given his current proficiency, being distant from the penalty area without the advantage of guaranteed scoring implies an inability to take effective shots. Zhang Ming gazed intently at the goal guarded by De Gea. The familiar green line of the penalty area clearly indicated a success rate of 82%. This signified that there was an 82% likelihood of success. Indeed, even with a system in place, rigorous training was essential. Previously, a success rate of over 80% could only be achieved within the confines of the penalty area. Now, standing nearly a meter away from the box, he was presented with an 82% success rate. This was the fruit of his relentless training, day and night. Henceforth, he would need to strive even harder than the most industrious donkey in the production team. Zhang, Do not hesitate for too long. We are running out of time, came Lampard's urgent reminder. Hearing this, Zhang Ming lowered his gaze to the football. With an 82% success rate, what was there to wait for? He shot. Zhang Ming launched a powerful shot, and as the ball soared away, he executed a complete 366-degree spin. Goodness, that lad actually attempted a goal. This was from outside the penalty area. Did he really think he was our very own Beckham, capable of long-range strikes? Just moments ago, both our star Rooney and their star Drogba had failed to score from distance. Where does this boy's confidence stem from? Alas, I envy the spectators seated behind the goal. They're about to receive another free ball. Next time, I shall definitely choose seats behind the goal. The Manchester United fans discussed with a sense of schadenfreude. As Zhang Ming directed the ball towards the net, Mourinho stood up in astonishment. Indeed, it was just like this. During practice matches, he exhibited the same shot, the same posture. A crescent moon slicing through the air. Mourinho murmured with excitement. Zhang Ming struck the ball with precision, sending it soaring towards the upper reaches of the goal. Just as onlookers anticipated it to ascend into the stands, the ball unexpectedly descended with remarkable speed, finding its mark in the upper left corner of the net. De Gea, a goalkeeper of world-class caliber, initially regarded the shot with a dismissive smile, confident in his vast experience that the ball was destined for the crowd. However, as the sphere approached, he noticed its rapid spin, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Every goalkeeper understands a fundamental truth. It is not the accuracy of the shot that instills fear, but rather the unpredictable spin that complicates judgment. Despite being an elite keeper, De Gea could only watch helplessly as the ball hurtled towards the upper left corner of the goal, launching himself in a desperate save that proved futile. He could only witness the football slip through his grasp. On the sidelines, Mourinho celebrated exuberantly, sliding onto his knees, indifferent to the potential damage to his designer suit. Tailors relish such passionate displays of celebration. As the sounds of the Stamford Bridge Stadium's DJ reverberated, the entire arena transformed into a sea of blue. Zhang Ming gazed at the jubilant Lucy on the stands, her exuberance causing a smile to bloom upon his face. Indeed, football stands as the quintessential avenue for flaunting charm and winning hearts. While Zhang Ming remained entranced by Lucy, Drogba and Lampard exuberantly rushed over, exuberantly pinning him down in celebration. Drogba, in his playful exuberance, began to nuzzle Zhang Ming's head. Goodness, I can hardly breathe. Someone, please, let me up. Zhang Ming observed Drogba, his face glistening with sweat, and disgustedly remarked, who would heed his words? Everyone has gone mad. Chapter 36, another goal. It's in. It's in. It's in. Zhang Ming scored. His very first touch upon entering the field resulted in a stunning strike. Such a feat is unparalleled in the realm of the Premier League. It is difficult to fathom that this marks our national player's debut in the English Premier League. The future is beyond imagination. Huang Jinxiang's distinctive voice ignited the adrenaline of fans who had stayed up late to watch the match. It was said that night, raincoats flew off the shelves in adult stores across the city. But that is a tale for another time. As our national football team has been repeatedly denied entry into the World Cup, and as our fans have experienced despair time and again, shedding tears in the process, Zhang Ming has arisen. He embodies the hope of our national football. If we could field 11 players like Zhang Ming, my heavens. I cannot even begin to imagine the possibilities. Duan Xin chuckled. Duan Laoshi, it seems Zhang Ming has not made it into the latest national team roster. Is the national team coach blind or simply foolish? Everyone, please be quiet. Let us refrain from discussing this topic. Today, we are here to watch the Premier League match. Huang Jinxiang swiftly diverted the conversation upon seeing the comments from netizens. Duan Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead as he watched Chelsea players celebrate wildly. The Manchester United players seethed in anger. Kagawa, you and Park Ji-sung need to mark that kid from the Dragon Kingdom. Be vigilant of his long-range shooting. Do not underestimate him again, barked Manchester United captain Giggs at the two Asian stars within his squad. Upon hearing this, Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa were incensed, glaring fiercely at Zhang Ming. The match continued, and now Manchester United launched an attack. The pressure was mounting for Manchester United. Chelsea not only had Drogba pushing forward to challenge United's defense, but also Zhang Ming lurking at the periphery, ready to unleash a surprise strike. It was now a matter of how Manchester United would defend against this. Teacher Huang, I believe the match has only just begun. Chelsea is starting to gain momentum. It's becoming increasingly exciting, remarked one spectator. Look at the field. Shinji Kagawa is preparing to take on Zhang Ming, Huang Jinxiang concluded. As everyone focused intently on the large screen, watching as Kagawa readied himself to confront Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming gazed at Shinji Kagawa's furious expression and couldn't help but smile. Hey, I just warned you to come and defend against me. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. So what do you think? Have you witnessed my prowess? It would be wise to send your captain to guard me, for you alone are hardly a match. Zhang Ming continued to provoke Shinji Kagawa. Zhang Ming understood that his abilities were nearly on par with those of Shinji Kagawa. In order to thwart Kagawa, he must incite him, disrupting his composure. Otherwise, they would be evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. What are you so proud of? Scoring a lucky goal means nothing. From this moment onward, you shall not have another opportunity to shoot. Kagawa, however, would not regard a player from the Empire, especially a relatively obscure young man like Zhang Ming, with much esteem. Kagawa, disregard his nonsense. Pass the ball over here, and do not dwell too long on it, urged Park Ji-sung, who was keenly aware of the unfolding tussle between Kagawa and Zhang. Having already made a name for himself at Manchester United, Park embodied the role of the elder statesman before Kagawa, who had only just joined the team. Hey, take a look at that fellow's attitude towards you. You're not faring too well, are you? Just look at how I'm thriving at Chelsea, with no one but the coach to answer to. Do you see Benjamin, whom I just substituted? He faced me just a few days ago and emerged unscathed. When we are out in the world, we must not tarnish the reputation of Asians. Do not concern yourself with that fellow. Who does he think he is? We are all standing here, and no one should be afraid of anyone else. Zhang Ming called out to Shinji Kagawa, expressing his determination not to let him feel too self-satisfied, declaring, I've got you in my sights today. Upon hearing these words, Kagawa immediately abandoned the idea of passing the ball and charged towards Zhang Ming. As a mainstay of the national team, Kagawa undeniably possessed considerable skill. Indeed, anyone of merit harbors a certain pride. How could he tolerate Zhang Ming's provocation? Furthermore, Zhang Ming was merely an obscure player from Long Nation. If it became evident that he, an unknown from Long Nation, could intimidate Kagawa, how could the latter maintain his reputation? This was the English Premier League, the pinnacle of world football, broadcasted even in Kagawa's homeland. In the realm of football, Japan had long outstripped Long Nation. The latter had been plagued by a psychological barrier for 2 decades. Kagawa could not afford to lose to this upstart. Japanese players adhered to an unspoken rule. Regardless of the league or the prestige of their opponents, they must never succumb to players from Long Nation. They were determined to dominate their rivals, instilling fear at the mere mention of Japan's name, perpetuating this psychological edge for at least another 8 centuries. With this in mind, Kagawa had no intention of passing to Park Ji-sung. Instead, he squared his shoulders and charged at Zhang Ming. Hey, why are you taking such large strides? This is football, not a race. Be careful not to trip. Zhang Ming continued to shout at Shinji Kagawa. Upon noticing that Kagawa chose not to pass the ball to him, but instead drove straight at Zhang Ming, Park Ji-sung was infuriated. How dare Kagawa disregard the face of his senior, especially in front of outsiders? With one of them being a citizen of Longhua, this was utterly embarrassing. It is crucial to understand that, among the East Asian nations of Longhua, Banghua, and Danghua, there exists a palpable rivalry. Each nation looks down upon the others and often engages in petty conflicts. Despite all being part of the Asian football community, they cannot seem to unite. This scenario is reminiscent of Jiangnan province in Longhua, where numerous local factions act arrogantly, each believing themselves superior. Daily conflicts arise, with even the lesser factions daring to confront their supposed leaders. Initially, Zhang Ming believed it would be nearly impossible to intercept the ball from Kagawa, given the latter's prowess as a national player of Danghua. However, when the agitated Park Ji-sung approached, Zhang Ming devised a plan. Zhang Ming and Shinji Kagawa stood face to face, while Park Ji-sung sprinted up from behind Kagawa, as Kagawa devised a strategy to break through Zhang Ming's defense. He paid little heed to the approaching Park Ji-sung. Just as Park reached Kagawa's right side, Zhang Ming abruptly dashed to Kagawa's left, attempting to seize the ball. Instinctively, Kagawa veered to the right to evade. Initially troubled by how to surpass Zhang Ming, Kagawa felt a surge of delight upon witnessing Zhang Ming's rush to his left. This foolish defender is truly lacking in skill. Just as Kagawa thought he could make his move, he collided squarely with the oncoming Park Ji-sung. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ming skillfully controlled the ball and surged toward Manchester United's penalty area. By the time Kagawa and Park managed to rise, Zhang Ming was already nearing the penalty box. Those two fools, Manchester United's captain, Giggs, watched as Zhang Ming toyed with Park and Kagawa, infuriated enough to curse aloud. Nevertheless, Giggs, being a world-class star, instinctively rushed to defend against Zhang Ming, showcasing his professional integrity. Zhang observed Giggs approaching, with Kagawa and Park closing in rapidly behind him. There was no time to consider the success rate of shots on goal. He unleashed a powerful strike and sent the ball soaring away. Zhang Ming spun around in place, and, upon realizing he stood on the edge of the penalty area, knew he had scored. Indeed, reminiscent of his previous goal, the ball curved in a beautiful arc, slicing through the air to find the dead corner of the net. De Gea's eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 37. An assist recorded. After Zhang Ming's second goal, the entire Chelsea team erupted in frenzy. Zhang Ming hurried back to celebrate with Lampard and the others. Eager to avoid being bested by the formidable Drogba, Mourinho executed yet another dramatic slide on the pitch, rendering his suit trousers utterly ruined. Brother, with Zhang Ming's addition, your dreams for this season should finally come to fruition, Lucy murmured softly from the stands, tears of excitement streaming down her face. It's in, it's in. It's in again. In a mere 5 minutes, Zhang Ming had scored twice. With 20 minutes still remaining in the match, let us see if Zhang Ming can complete a hat-trick. Just as Huang Jinxiang finished speaking, a flood of comments from netizens inundated the screen. Teacher Huang, you've changed. Does Teacher Huang also wish to watch a live stream? Huang Jinxiang was left both amused and exasperated by the comments. Zhang Ming's 2 goals were of monumental significance. Particularly the second one, a clean interception followed by a swift dribble, calmly taking a shot in front of the world-class star Giggs, once again penetrating De Gea's defenses. Such feats were previously unimaginable, as our nation had never before produced such a player, exclaimed Duan Xian with unrestrained joy. Indeed, what Teacher Duan said resonates deeply. For a long time, our nation as players have been burdened with a reputation of incompetence. When I used to commentate, I dreaded the presence of our players on the field. I would rack my brain trying to articulate how they were not as inept as they appeared. During those moments, my heart was filled with anguish as I watched players from other countries shine, while ours either wandered aimlessly on the pitch or managed the water cooler from the sidelines. It was utterly disheartening, Huang Jinxiang confessed. Teacher Huang is correct. I share the same sentiments. Though I have not commentated as much as you, I have experienced similar situations, and it is profoundly painful. However, things have changed. We now have Zhang Ming. I believe he will continue to improve, and Chelsea will soon renew his contract. I am eagerly anticipating whether he can achieve a hat-trick. No sooner had Duan Xian finished speaking than the comments from netizens surged again. Has Teacher Duan also gone astray? Teacher Duan, please check in the background for that brother who mentioned wanting to engage 3 times in one night. Let us bring him to light. What was said above is correct. Could we perhaps witness a live stream of that brother's prowess? Let us support the top comment. Brothers, if you want to see it, press 1. 111. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of netizens back home, Manchester United's manager Ferguson was ensnared in frustration. He had seemingly secured control of the match. All that was needed was a solid defensive setup, and Chelsea, known for their counter-attacking style, would be rendered helpless. Yet, unexpectedly, an obscure player from our nation had disrupted the equilibrium. In a mere 5 minutes, the score was equalized with an astonishing second goal. It is hard to fathom. Had it been the likes of Messi or Ronaldo exhibiting such extraordinary prowess, it would have been somewhat acceptable. Yet this was merely an unknown player from the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone would find it difficult to reconcile. Inquire about the situation of that Chelsea lad. The more detailed the better. After all, Ferguson is a wily old fox, quickly pondering deeper implications. In the vernacular of the Dragon Kingdom, this is akin to undermining the foundation. As Manchester United advanced with the ball, this time it was not entrusted to Shinji Kagawa on the right flank, but rather initiated from the left. Giggs delivered a long, precise pass that found United's forward, Rooney. With the score now level, Rooney felt a surge of urgency. Chelsea, renowned for their defensive counterattacks, executed their defensive strategies with impeccable precision, leaving no gaps. Observing his teammates struggling to penetrate Chelsea's formidable defense and realizing he lacked confidence in a long-range shot, Rooney decided to take matters into his own hands. Charging directly at Chelsea's captain, Terry. Undoubtedly a top-tier forward, Rooney's ball control and instinct in front of goal are commendable. However, Terry is no pushover. Chelsea's stalwart is rightly revered. His ascension to the captaincy over Lampard was no stroke of luck. It was a testament to his genuine skill. As Rooney maneuvered, preparing to bulldoze through Terry, the latter swayed side to side, poised for a tackle. Suddenly, Terry accelerated towards Rooney's right side, prompting joy from Rooney, who swiftly opted to break through on the left. Unbeknownst to him, Terry's rightward lunge was merely a feint, as if he anticipated Rooney's leftward advance. With a powerful push off his right foot, Terry swiftly darted to the left, intercepting the ball from beneath Rooney's feet. Chelsea's tactical approach emphasizes defensive counterattacks, focusing on the speed of transition from defense to offense. After reclaiming possession, Terry executed a long pass to Lampard, who then relayed the ball to Oscar. Oscar, with a horizontal pass, sought out the central presence of Drogba. Unfortunately, Drogba was a moment too late, allowing Van Persie, who was retreating, to intercept Oscar's high ball with a header, instinctively directing it back to the defensive half. Zhang Ming hurriedly dashed over to regain control of the ball. This time, do not even think about shooting. This time, do not even consider advancing. Within the Manchester United squad, the two Asian stalwarts, Shinji Kagawa and Park Ji-sung, swiftly approached Zhang Ming upon seeing him seize the ball, encircling him resolutely. Zhang Ming was acutely aware that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not surpass these two challenges. Positioned at the midpoint, he was still far from the penalty area, rendering a successful shot improbable. Contemplating this, he gazed ahead. The green shooting line, marked at 40, indicated the impossibility of scoring against the goal guarded by De Gea. The red passing line to Oscar displayed a mere 60, suggesting a low probability of successful transmission. The red passing line to Williams was even less favorable, at 50, inferior to that of Oscar. Suddenly, Zhang Ming noticed the yellow assist line leading directly to Drogba, boasting an impressive 88 success rate. What was there to hesitate about? He promptly sent the ball to Drogba. You cannot possibly score from that position. What a waste of an opportunity, truly foolish, Shinji Kagawa remarked with a sense of schadenfreude as he observed Zhang Ming's actions. That is not a shot. It is a pass, Park Ji-sung exclaimed in astonishment. Who claimed I was attempting a shot? Turn around and see for yourself, you fool, Zhang Ming retorted. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Kagawa turned to look towards the goal defended by De Gea. Realizing that Drogba was situated within the small box, he understood the impending peril. At that moment, Drogba had already outmuscled Van Persie and directed a header towards the goal. A header from within the small box is notoriously difficult to defend against. The short distance leaves the goalkeeper with minimal reaction time. Drogba's header struck the ground, rebounding directly between De Gea's legs and into the net. As the ball ricocheted towards him, De Gea instinctively attempted to clamp his legs together to secure it. However, the speed of the ball was too great. When he realized he had grasped nothing, he understood it was too late. Finally, Drogba scored, dispelling the frustration he had previously felt. He swiftly ran over to celebrate with Zhang Ming, the architect of his assist. Although Zhang Ming anticipated this outcome and hastily retreated to his own half, his speed paled in comparison to that of the African cheetah, and soon he was firmly grasped by Drogba. Alas, the king of football from the Dragon Nation was once again subjected to humiliation. Chapter 38. The last-second decisive strike. Mourinho continued his dramatic slide on his knees, his suit trousers now bearing two conspicuous holes. Terry and Lampard observed with amusement as their teammates piled atop Zhang Ming, who was desperately lamenting beneath them. This season promises to be quite the spectacle, Terry remarked, gazing at the precariously stacked players. We are growing older and have limited years left to compete. Perhaps this year we can fulfill our long-held aspirations, Lampard eagerly added. Regardless of that, we must approach each match one at a time. Let's secure this game first, Terry insisted, glancing at the time displayed on the sidelines. Chelsea had taken the lead, with Zhang Ming assisting Drogba in turning the tide. With only 10 minutes remaining, if they could hold on, Chelsea would achieve a triumphant start to the new season. Zhang Ming was undoubtedly the key architect of Chelsea's stunning comeback. Who would have imagined that a player from our Dragon Nation would become the pivotal figure in the fierce contest between two Premier League giants? I have a premonition that the rivalry between Messi and Ronaldo may soon evolve into a trifecta. However, it is still premature to make such claims, as Zhang Ming has only just played his first match and still has a distance to cover to reach their level. Nevertheless, there is hope, after all. Zhang is a decade younger than them, and the future is bright. Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian grew more animated and delighted as they spoke. The match between Chelsea and Manchester United continued. Giggs orchestrated an offensive maneuver for Manchester United. He passed the ball to Ferdinand, who attempted to overpower Chelsea's right-back Ivanovic. Ivanovic stood his ground firmly against Ferdinand. Realizing he could not break through, Ferdinand passed the ball laterally to Shinji Kagawa. Kagawa felt a surge of trepidation as he faced Chelsea's renowned left-back Cahill, a formidable obstacle. Lacking confidence in his ability to bypass him, Kagawa opted to pass to Robin van Persie in the center. Van Persie received the ball and hesitated momentarily. Chelsea, known for their defensive counterattacks, was now ahead by a goal and was in no rush to press forward, resolutely guarding their penalty area. Observing Chelsea's steadfast defense, Van Persie recognized that they were entrenched like a toad with a heavy weight, and seeing no designated shooter on his side, he suddenly accelerated with the ball, charging into Chelsea's penalty area. However, breaking through Terry's defense was no trivial task. Faced with this obstacle, Van Persie executed a sudden stop, passing the ball to Fellaini. Despite his attempts to maneuver left and right, Fellaini could not find a way through and ultimately passed to Rooney. Upon seeing Fellaini pass to Rooney, Terry moved in to challenge, resulting in Rooney collapsing to the ground during their tussle. Still writhing in agony, oh dear. Rooney has collapsed and lies motionless within the penalty area. We must await the referee's decision. Should he deem Terry at fault, it will result in a penalty kick. Indeed, the referee's ruling at this juncture is pivotal. We are now in stoppage time, and time is fleeting. Following Manchester United's current offensive maneuver, the referee is likely to sound the final whistle. Just as Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xiangang concluded their remarks, the referee pointed decisively to the penalty spot, issuing a yellow card to Terry. Chelsea's players rushed to surround the referee, demanding an explanation. The referee's decision is not easily swayed. Despite the players' protests, he remains resolute. One cannot fault the referee. If he were to alter his ruling capriciously, it would jeopardize his professional career. Upon witnessing the penalty awarded, Rooney, remarkably rejuvenated, rose to his feet, displaying an exuberance that starkly contrasted with his previous feigned demise. Zhang Ming gazed in astonishment at Rooney's remarkable maneuver. In this world, one must rely on the art of performance at every turn. It is imperative that he learns from this. Mourinho, on the sidelines, was fuming with rage. Yet it proved futile. At this juncture, during stoppage time, a penalty was awarded. Who could possibly endure such a turn of events? What should have been 3 points had now dwindled to 1, and who wouldn't be infuriated by that? Rooney stepped up to take the penalty himself. Check bent low. Intently scrutinizing Rooney at the penalty spot, Rooney began with a brisk run, then lifted his leg for a powerful strike. The ball soared directly into the upper right corner of the net, striking the crossbar and ricocheting into the goal. Penalties are notoriously difficult to save, and this stroke of luck, hitting the crossbar, left Cech utterly helpless. As he watched the Manchester United players celebrate wildly, Cech, in a fit of frustration, kicked the ball in the goal net. It was evident that this was intentional. Zhang Ming approached Rooney and whispered softly. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Rooney looked at him as if he were a fool. The implication was abundantly clear. There was no need for further explanation. The objective was simply to secure a penalty kick, so why concern oneself with unnecessary details? Rooney disregarded Zhang Ming and walked away, lost in his own thoughts. Although Zhang Ming was filled with anger, he felt powerless against the situation. Such is football. What truly matters is the outcome, while the journey is of little concern. Zhang, do not act impulsively, or you may find yourself cautioned, Lampard advised, noticing Zhang Ming's tightly clenched fists. To have turned what should have been 3 points into just 1 is truly disheartening, Terry murmured from the side. Zhang Ming gazed at the time board on the sidelines. The 4 minutes of stoppage time were dwindling away, and it was quite possible that as soon as Cech cleared the ball, the referee would sound the final whistle. The Manchester United players were still exuberantly celebrating. From a commanding 2-goal lead to being equalized, and ultimately falling behind, they had managed to equalize once again during the dying moments of stoppage time. The United players were already content. After all, playing away from home, securing a point was acceptable. Although time was running short, there were still a few seconds remaining. The referee signaled for the match to continue. Zhang Ming directly requested the ball from Terry. Observing Zhang Ming's insistence, Terry passed the ball to him. After all, there was little time left to organize an attack, so he thought he might as well let him have some fun. Zhang Ming gazed at the ball that Terry had passed to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike. Equipped with an infallible goal-scoring skill, there was no room for doubt. Initially, the referee had intended to blow the final whistle once Terry executed a long clearance. However, Terry unexpectedly tossed the ball to Zhang Ming, who, with a swift motion, took a shot from midair. The referee, left with no choice, thought he would wait until the ball landed before signaling the end of the match. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Ming's unconventional strike hurtled towards the goal defended by Manchester United's De Gea, finding the back of the net. Having realized that his role was largely diminished following Rooney's penalty conversion, De Gea was already contemplating where to celebrate after the match. Given that Chelsea had no time left to mount an attack, he was preoccupied with the prospect of reveling in the limelight he had garnered throughout the game. Suddenly, in the dying moments, he found himself bewildered by an unexpected goal against him, an astonishing last-minute winner. Chapter 39, Post-match press conference. As Zhang Ming's ball pierced through De Gea's fingers, the referee sounded the final whistle, marking the end of the match. The Manchester United players stood despondently on the pitch, devoid of hope. Initially leading by 2 goals, everyone believed they could secure 3 points from Stamford Bridge. However, after being equalized and then surpassed, they managed to level the score again thanks to Rooney's penalty, which seemed to validate their acceptance of a single point. Yet, in the dying moments of the game, they were once again overtaken, leaving the Manchester United players in a state of utter bewilderment. In stark contrast, the Chelsea players were exhilarated to the utmost. Twice trailing, twice equalizing, such a remarkable turnaround was truly uplifting for their spirits. Well done, Zhang. Zhang Ming approached the sidelines, and Mourinho, filled with excitement, affectionately patted Zhang Ming's head, exclaiming, "Coach, all of this is your achievement." At that moment, Zhang Ming adopted a charmingly innocent demeanor. All the Chelsea players gathered around to congratulate him, some even planting kisses on his head, much to Zhang Ming's disgust as he quickly sought refuge behind Mourinho. Mourinho then brought Zhang Ming to the post-match press conference, showcasing his profound fondness for the young player. "Zhang, you are the first from your country to accomplish a hat-trick in one of the top 5 leagues. How do you feel at this moment? Is there anything you would like to say?" As the opening remarks concluded, reporters eagerly clamored to interview Zhang Ming. "Firstly, I am immensely thrilled, and I believe everyone can understand that. As you all know, I am a newcomer, and this match marks my debut. Achieving such remarkable success requires gratitude towards many people. But the one I must thank the most is my esteemed mentor, Mr. Mourinho. He brought me from the distant land of the Dragon Kingdom to receive the most professional training. Thank you, my mentor." Zhang Ming, upon speaking, rose to bow respectfully to Mourinho. Mourinho nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with Zhang Ming's performance, be it on the field moments ago or at this very press conference. "Zhang Ming, your display today has undeniably silenced those who look down upon our compatriots." "Thank you, and may your career be boundless," exclaimed Wang Jing, the correspondent for the SurgeCat website in the UK. "My sister articulated it perfectly. I have often been told, your countrymen may excel at table tennis, but in football, you simply do not measure up. It would be wise to return to table tennis. Each time I hear this, it pains me deeply. Now, I wish to proclaim to the world that we, as a nation, are indeed capable of playing football, and we do so with skill that rivals others." Zhang Ming exclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing his words, Wang Jing and his partner Lu Mingwei enthusiastically applauded, entirely oblivious to the disdainful glances cast their way. "Zhang, today you have single-handedly triumphed over your Asian compatriots on multiple occasions. Does this not signify that you have ascended to the pinnacle of Asia?" Zhang Ming scrutinized the female journalist who had just posed a question. She possessed an appealing appearance, youthful and with fair skin. Adorned with glasses, her tone was notably gentle. Particularly captivating was her figure, characterized by alluring curves. However, her face held a striking uniqueness. With prominent cheekbones, it suggested a disposition that could be rather acerbic. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. He truly wished to bring her back home, to present her to the avid readers for a little refinement. There is an old adage in our country: a woman with a gaunt face is often the most formidable. Zhang Ming was acutely aware that this individual was attempting to ensnare him, sowing discord as is customary in Western nations. At this very moment, any lapse in vigilance could lead to him being ensnared by others. Having just arrived in Chelsea, he had yet to find his footing and had to tread cautiously. He could not afford to jeopardize his promising future with a single misstep. "No, I am merely a newcomer, fortunate to have made a few breakthroughs today. Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa are esteemed veterans, the benchmarks I aspire to surpass. I have a long journey ahead of me. In terms of football alone, I hold them in great admiration." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, the female journalist who had posed the question was taken aback. She had anticipated successfully trapping him, yet his response was impeccable, leaving no room for manipulation. "Zhang, as far as I know, you have yet to be selected for your national team. Given your performance, you possess the capability to be included. What are your thoughts on this?" Is there some sort of conflict between you and your football association? Or is it that your national federation is suppressing you? Noticing that Zhang Ming had not taken the bait, the journalist pressed on. I have already stated that I am still a newcomer. In terms of match experience, I am as unblemished as a blank canvas. It is well known that in official matches, experience is as crucial as skill. At present, I do not believe I possess the capability to join the national team. However, I am confident that with the passage of time, I will surely earn my place. Upon hearing the journalist's remarks, Zhang Ming quickly interjected. Although Lu Xiangyang had explicitly informed him that he would not be allowed to join the national team, that matter was internal. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired in public. How could he possibly discuss the affairs of the Domestic Football Association in such a public setting? That would be akin to inviting disaster. Well, that concludes today's press conference. We must return to training. Thank you all. Mourinho, a seasoned veteran in the arena, was quick to discern the underlying implications of the journalist's inquiries and promptly ushered Zhang Ming away. Zhang, your performance today was remarkable. Could you not share a few more words? You have achieved fame in one fell swoop. The journalist called out as Zhang Ming followed Mourinho out. There is no such thing as instant fame. Only through relentless forging does one attain strength. My achievements are cultivated drop by drop with sweat. Zhang Ming hastily uttered a few words before swiftly following in Mourinho's footsteps. Zhang, do say a bit more. You are now the most resplendent star. Zhang Ming would hardly pay her any heed. She is undoubtedly a master of manipulation, and it is best to avoid provoking her. Now, to all the night owls tuning in to the live broadcast, this thrilling match concludes here. Thanks to the remarkable performance of our player Zhang Ming, Chelsea triumphed over the formidable Manchester United with a score of 4-3 at home. Zhang Ming played an indispensable role in this victory, emerging as Chelsea's foremost hero. As Huang Jinxiang's words came to a close, the live broadcast of Chelsea's match against Manchester United also drew to an end. Indeed, with 3 goals and 1 assist, Zhang Ming has certainly won over the discerning Chelsea fans. I firmly believe that his future will shine even brighter, and one day, he will lead our domestic players to the World Cup. Let us wait and see. Until the next match, as Duan Xian added. Observing the comments from viewers, neither Huang Jinxiang nor Duan Xian dared to linger, hastily packing up their belongings to depart. To the viewer upstairs desiring a rather peculiar live stream, do come forth. And to the one aspiring for a tryst with his girlfriend thrice, when shall we commence? Chapter 40. Acquiring Ronaldo's pendulum dribbling technique. That evening, Chelsea's owner Abramovich hosted a lavish banquet for all members of the first team at the largest hotel in the area. The spread was quite sumptuous. It was said that even the beverages were from the vintage of 1982. This clearly illustrates Abramovich's eagerness for this victory. During the feast, as toasts were exchanged, Zhang Ming, being the star performer, was the center of attention, with everyone raising their glasses in his honor. With a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, Zhang Ming accepted every toast without hesitation. 2 hours later, the revelers were inebriated, and Zhang Ming could hardly recall how he returned. When he awoke the next day, it was already 10 in the morning. Upon rising, Zhang Ming discovered that the reserve team was already engaged in training on the field. As a member of the first team, having achieved significant success the previous day, he certainly would not return to training with the reserves. What was there to practice with a bunch of rookies? Li Hua, yesterday you mentioned that if I were to lead Chelsea to victory, I would be rewarded with a grand system gift package. It is time to fulfill that promise. Is it not? Upon contemplating the lavish gift bestowed by the system, Zhang Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. Congratulations, master. You have acquired the Ronaldo pendulum dribble technique. This ability is effective indefinitely. The moment he heard this announcement, Zhang Ming was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly leapt into the air. He truly felt as though he had struck gold. With an alien signature skill at his disposal, he would have ample opportunity to impress those around him. Just how extraordinary is Ronaldo's pendulum dribble? It stands alongside the likes of Ronaldinho's artistry, Ronaldo's iconic step-over, Cristiano Ronaldo's bicycle kick, Iniesta's exquisite nutmeg, Ibrahimovic's scorpion kick, Messi's delicate dribbling, Zidane's Marseille turn, Neymar's rainbow flick, Di Maria's intricate footwork, Kaká's nimble steps, and Cruyff's elusive turn. All of which are celebrated as the 11 most remarkable dribbling techniques in the world. Each of these 11 individuals is a luminary in their own right. Possessing this alien technique, especially with its everlasting efficacy, sends shivers of excitement coursing through his veins. Hua, please examine my data. Zhang Ming continued to inquire, Master. As your various metrics have all reached commendable levels, the system will no longer record each individual data point separately, but will instead focus on your overall performance. Your current aggregate score stands at 78 points, just 12 points shy of excellence. Please continue to strive. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhang Ming was astounded. Such remarkable improvement after a single match. What might the future hold? Judging by his previous performance, he was certain to secure a stable position as a key midfielder for the first team, undoubtedly continuing to compete alongside Chelsea in various tournaments. With a few more matches, he was confident that he would attain an exceptional standard, reaching a level of world-class excellence. Yet, the system cautioned him not to rejoice prematurely, as future progress would likely slow down significantly. After achieving excellence, the pace of improvement would diminish even further. It emphasized the importance of grounded effort and perseverance. The system seemed to comprehend Zhang Ming's innermost thoughts. Just as he contemplated this, it remarked, "Oh, my dear, your potential seems rather limited. Surely you possess more than this?" Zhang Ming inquired with a hint of confusion. "Master, I can evaluate all adversaries before you, and I am also capable of issuing task rewards at any moment. As long as you successfully complete the tasks, you shall be duly rewarded. A friendly reminder, the experience card you have acquired must be utilized within 3 official matches, or it shall expire and become unusable." Upon hearing this from the system, Zhang Ming understood that he must employ this experience card in the upcoming English Premier League match against Everton in the second round. Having painstakingly obtained the Superstar experience card, he would be utterly dismayed if it were to expire. Yesterday, after a grueling battle, the first team was granted a day off today. Zhang Ming arrived at the restaurant only to discover that breakfast had already concluded, and the staff were in the midst of preparing lunch. Alas! Having missed the breakfast service and with lunch still not ready, he lamented that he should have lingered in bed a while longer. Now, he was left with no choice but to venture out and make do with whatever he could find. As Zhang Ming reached the entrance, he was approached by someone who struck up a conversation. "Hello, I am Smith. May I invite you to dinner?" This left Zhang Ming utterly bewildered, as he did not recognize the middle-aged man before him, who was dressed rather flamboyantly. Just yesterday, after Zhang Ming scored a goal in the match, Ferguson had sent Smith to inquire about him. Although Smith presented himself as Ferguson's assistant, those in the know were aware that he was, in fact, a scout for Manchester United. To hold such a position meant that Smith possessed considerable skill and resources. His connections were unfathomable. Gathering information about Zhang Ming was child's play for him. Before long, he had uncovered every detail about Zhang Ming's situation. "What? This lad from the Dragon Country earns merely £200 a week." Ferguson exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Smith's report. Not only was his weekly wage pitifully low, but his release clause was also a mere £1 million. Given the talent this young man had displayed today, that was an absolute bargain. Smith replied with a sense of pride. "So what are we waiting for? Let us secure him immediately. We cannot afford to waste time with Chelsea. We should pay the release clause and acquire him outright." With Ferguson's directive, Smith began to await the opportune moment. Immediately following the match, Zhang Ming accompanied Mourinho to the post-match press conference and then joined the team for a celebratory banquet. At the banquet, Zhang Ming indulged in the festivities and ultimately had to be carried back to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Smith had been waiting at the entrance of Chelsea, contemplating how long he might have to wait if not for the absence of breakfast at the Chelsea restaurant. "I don't know you, and I don't have time to dine with you. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he turned and left. "Mr. Zhang, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the assistant to Sir Alex Ferguson, the manager of Manchester United, whom you triumphed over yesterday. I would like to invite you to dinner in order to discuss the planning of your career. Trust me, it will be beneficial for you," Smith said earnestly. Zhang Ming recalled that he had yet to dine. The previous night, after a match against Manchester United, he had indulged solely in libations at the celebratory banquet. His stomach now grumbled with hunger. After examining Smith's credentials, he followed him to a nearby restaurant. The ambience of the establishment was quite pleasant, and since it was not mealtime, the interior was rather desolate, occupied only by 2 pairs of young couples engrossed in their affections. "Mr. Zhang," Smith remarked, "from what I gather, your weekly salary at Chelsea is a mere £200. Given your performance, this is a profound indignity." Zhang Ming, famished and deeply engrossed in his steak, found little inclination to indulge in Smith's ramblings. "Mr. Zhang," he continued, "I trust you are familiar with our illustrious Manchester United, particularly our esteemed manager, Sir Alex Ferguson. His prowess in nurturing young talent is undeniably evident. You are aware of the world-renowned footballer and Ballon d'Or laureate, Cristiano Ronaldo. Are you not? He was cultivated under our banner and is now earning a staggering 20 million euros at Real Madrid. Furthermore, your own nation's star, Dong Fangzhou, was also nurtured by Sir Ferguson and has once been honored with the title of Asian Footballer of the Year. Such accolades require no further elaboration. I believe you grasp my sentiment. Zhang Ming finished devouring 2 steaks, wiped his mouth, and let out a satisfied belch before finally lifting his gaze to the figure before him, Smith. Chapter 41. An olive branch from Manchester United. Zhang Ming smiled as he regarded the confident Manchester United scout, Smith. Zhang, behold our sincerity, Smith proclaimed as he presented a contract to Zhang Ming. An annual salary of £5 million, spanning over 5 years. Is this not a substantial offer? As Zhang Ming scrutinized the contract before him, Smith took a sip of red wine, reveling in his triumph. Upon hearing Smith's words, Zhang Ming was taken aback. £5 million, equivalent to nearly 50 million in his homeland's currency, could secure a modest goal within 2 years. If his family were to learn of this, suitors would surely be flocking to his doorstep, trampling the threshold in their eagerness. Zhang Ming yearned to sign the contract. The village belle from the neighboring hamlet had been accepted into a prestigious 211 university and was now insufferably proud. Previously, she and Zhang Ming shared a good rapport, often walking to and from school together. Zhang Ming had even entertained thoughts of advancing their relationship. However, ever since she received her university acceptance letter, she ceased all communication with him. In her words, they would soon belong to different social strata, and their lives would no longer intersect. It was better not to grow too close. The village belle was undeniably attractive, with commendable grades and an enviable physique. Of course, Zhang Ming played a part in her achievements. Upon graduating from university, she would undoubtedly marry someone from the city. Her father had made several pointed remarks towards Zhang Ming, conveying a clear message: a toad should not aspire to eat swan meat. This thought filled Zhang Ming with indignation. If he could secure this contract, he would return home for the new year in a convertible sports car, donning a down jacket as he cruised through the streets, reveling in his triumph. He would zip from one end of the village to the other, eventually parking outside the village belle's home for a half-hour display of ostentation, infuriating her. He would then purchase a house in the city for his parents, allowing his father to hold his head high in front of the village belle's father. Meanwhile, at Chelsea's headquarters, Abramovich was engaged in idle banter with Mourinho. José, you're doing splendidly. Zhang is exceptional. I have a premonition that he will soon become a world-class star. The owner, Abramovich, showered praise upon Zhang Ming. Perhaps it's time to consider a pay raise. His current salary of £200 per week is far too meager for his talents. Mourinho began to advocate for Zhang Ming's benefits. José, I acknowledge his outstanding performance, but altering his contract so soon after signing is not advisable. What will the other players think? Let's wait until next year to amend his contract and increase his salary. He just signed a 2-year deal. There is no fear of him leaving. The old fox, Abramovich, took a leisurely puff of his cigar, saying with a knowing air, I must remind you that Zhang's buyout clause is merely £1 million. For his abilities, that is a bargain. Upon hearing Mourinho's words, Abramovich became agitated. What? Why is it so low? How was this contract negotiated? How could the buyout clause be only £1 million? He bellowed in fury. That was your decision, boss. When he first joined, you were inclined to offer him a mere £100 per week, only raising it to £200 after realizing it was insufficient. The low buyout clause was your insistence as well. Initially, you intended for him to linger in the team for a year or so, appeasing the Chinese Football Association and attracting a few sponsors before letting him go, Flandre explained, feeling wronged. Enough. Quickly, find him. At Abramovich's command, Flandre dashed out. We couldn't locate him. No one knows where he went. The first team is on break today. He drank heavily last night, and when the reserve players awoke, he was still asleep. By the time we went looking for him, he had already vacated his dormitory. Flandre rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Quick, open the video recording. Abu shouted impatiently. The footage played slowly, until Zhang Ming stepped out of the door. Wait, stop. Who is that? Mourinho exclaimed in astonishment as he noticed someone approaching Zhang Ming the moment he exited. Ah, is that Smith, the scout from Manchester United? Flandre also recognized Smith and called out. At that moment, Abu's phone rang. Head, Zhang Ming's performance yesterday has caught the attention of various clubs. To my knowledge, scouts from Real Madrid have already arrived in London. Zhang Ming's release clause is a mere £1 million, which is practically negligible. You all need to be cautious. Mendez informed Abu over the phone. Quick, organize everyone to find Zhang Ming. We must locate him at all costs. He cannot sign a contract with anyone else. Abu was genuinely alarmed. Zhang Ming's remarkable performance of 3 goals and 1 assist was enough to astonish everyone. Moreover, Zhang Ming was still under 18. Just at the beginning of his career, with limitless potential ahead. The prospect of losing him for a mere £1 million felt like a grave injustice to all the hard work put into his development. The reserve team coach, Dakini, has Zhang's phone number. Flander pondered aloud. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call. Abu shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, in a restaurant outside Chelsea's headquarters, Zhang Ming continued his conversation with Smith. Zhang, this offer is already quite sincere. You could check around. When has our great Manchester United ever offered such a substantial contract to a teenager? Smith said, noticing Zhang Ming's silence. An annual salary of €5 million is indeed generous. I never imagined I would receive such a lucrative contract. Just as Zhang Ming was about to sign the contract, his phone rang loudly, the sound echoing throughout the entire restaurant, drawing everyone's attention. Damn it. Next time I have to change the ringtone. This is so embarrassing. Mr. Smith. Please excuse me. I need to take this call. Zhang Ming said with a smile. All right, please proceed. Smith, exhibiting great gentlemanly demeanor, inquired. Zhang, have you affixed your signature? Upon answering the phone, Zhang Ming was urgently questioned by Flander. A signature? How did you know? I was just about to sign when your call came in. What a coincidence. Zhang Ming expressed his confusion, saying, That's good. That's good. It's fortunate that there is no signature required. Zhang, please, do not sign anything at all. I am aware that you are currently with Manchester United scout, Smith. Regardless of the size of the contract he offers you, I implore you to come to the club first so we may discuss the details thoroughly. I assure you that we will make you a satisfactory offer regarding the contract. Fran's words flowed rapidly, akin to a machine gun. Hey, buddy, do you know what Manchester United is offering me? An annual salary of £8 million. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that sum? My current weekly wage is merely £200. On my days off, I can hardly afford a meal, surviving only on instant noodles. I have no justification to decline Manchester United's offer. Zhang Ming began to deceive Flander. Zhang, the boss has just mentioned that he intends to offer you a new contract. Please refrain from signing with Manchester United for the time being. Return and assess the sincerity of the boss before making a decision. If you find the contract unsatisfactory, you may always negotiate with Manchester United again, Flander urged anxiously. Mr. Flander, out of respect for you, I will return immediately, Zhang Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Abramovich and Mourinho felt a wave of relief wash over them. Chapter 42. The Renewal of Contract. Upon returning from the phone call, Zhang Ming was met with Mr. Smith's eager gaze. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Smith, but I am currently unable to sign. As you know, I am a professional athlete bound by contract, and I must confer with my manager before making any decisions. Hearing these words from Zhang Ming, Smith felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He had kept vigil throughout the night for this moment, hoping to catch Chelsea off guard. Now, with Zhang Ming's insistence on consulting his team before deciding, it seemed there was no longer any role for him in this scenario. Zhang Ming's talent was indisputable. None could deny it. Zhang, do you comprehend what you are rejecting? You are turning down the illustrious Manchester United and Sir Alex Ferguson himself. You will come to regret your decision today, Smith exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. I deeply regret to inform you, Mr. Smith, but my professional integrity dictates that I cannot sign at this moment. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Ming promptly turned to depart. It is imperative to leave quickly. Should that old scoundrel Smith erupt in fury, I would be left to bear the cost of the meal, with merely £200 in my pocket. How could I possibly afford it? Zhang, you have finally returned. Come quickly, the boss is awaiting your arrival. Zhang Ming arrived at the entrance of Chelsea's stadium and immediately spotted Flandre anxiously waiting. Zhang Ming entered Abramovich's office and greeted both Abramovich and Mourinho. It was Abramovich who spoke first, an annual salary of £10 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming was taken aback, realizing that this offer was double that of Manchester United's. It seemed that his ruse of telling Flan that Manchester United had offered him an annual salary of £800 had worked. Boss, I demand 100% of my image rights. Zhang Ming contemplated that his reputation had already been established. Yet the realm of the imperial nation's football stars remained devoid of recognition. His commercial worth was incalculable. Zhang, that is inconceivable. No team would relinquish all the image rights of their players, Abu remarked with a scornful smile. Is that truly the case? Then I shall inquire further. Zhang Ming declared his intention to leave. Mr. Mendez is about to arrive. Let us wait for him to discuss the specifics, Abu interjected, halting the agitated Zhang Ming. Upon hearing Abu's words, Zhang Ming took a seat beside Mourinho to await Mendez. After a brief interval, Mendez arrived, looking somewhat disheveled, demonstrating his professionalism. Mendez first pulled Zhang Ming aside to inquire about his demands. You desire 100% of the image rights? Mendez asked, astonished by Zhang Ming's assertion. Indeed. I wish to secure all the image rights, Zhang Ming affirmed. Zhang Ming asserted with unwavering determination. This is quite challenging, as you are aware. No player has ever secured complete rights to their likeness. However, I shall endeavor to advocate on your behalf. Trust me. With that, Mendez proceeded to negotiate with Abramovich. You know, no player has ever attained full likeness rights, not even Messi or Ronaldo, Mendez began, but Abramovich interjected, Boss, this young talent is currently in high demand. Not only Real Madrid, but Barcelona is also keeping a close eye on him. He has just begun to rise to prominence, and his commercial value is still modest, rendering his likeness rights less critical at this moment. Our primary objective should be to finalize a new contract with him, ensuring a substantial buyout clause. Otherwise, should he step out, someone might easily offer £1 million to acquire him, which I am certain is not what you wish to witness. Grant him the likeness rights. But let us keep his salary minimal. £500 would suffice, with a weekly wage of £100,000. Manchester United is already offering him an annual salary of £800,000. Would he accept £500,000? Upon hearing Mendez's words, Abramovich inquired further. We could also offer him bonuses, such as £10,000 for every goal scored, a £100,000 reward for winning the Premier League Golden Boot, and another £100,000 for being the top scorer in the Champions League. As a newcomer, achieving such feats would undoubtedly be beyond his reach, rendering these bonuses somewhat theoretical. Mendez replied with pride, professionalism is key. Shortly thereafter, Mendez returned exuberantly, Zhang, it's all settled. He will receive complete likeness rights and a weekly salary of £100,000, along with a bonus of £10,000 for each goal. He will also earn £100,000 for winning the Premier League Golden Boot, and another £100,000 for being the Champions League's top scorer. Is this amount post-tax? Zhang Ming promptly questioned, aware of his lack of knowledge regarding taxation, keen to clarify and avoid any potential accusations of tax evasion. Of course, this is post-tax. You need not worry. I am a professional, Mendez assured him. With this reassurance, Zhang Ming had little to contest. After all, Mendez had made significant concessions. And as a newcomer, he understood the importance of not being overly demanding. Thus, Zhang Ming signed a new contract with Chelsea. Zhang Ming possesses 100% of his portrait rights, earning a weekly salary of £100,000, with a bonus of £10,000 for each goal scored. He also stands to receive accolades for the Premier League Golden Boot and the UEFA Champions League top scorer. His contract spans 4 years, with a penalty clause set at £100 million. Everyone is pleased. Zhang Ming has secured his image rights, and Chelsea has increased the buyout clause to £100 million. Although Zhang Ming is unaware of Mendez's earnings, the smile on Mendez's face indicates it is undoubtedly substantial. After signing the contract, Zhang Ming promptly called home. With such newfound wealth, he could no longer rely on the team's communal phone. Upon returning to his dormitory, he used his mobile device to call. Zhang, is everything all right? Why are you using your phone? It's so expensive, his mother complained as soon as the call connected. Mom, thanks to my exceptional performance, my boss has given me a raise. You needn't worry about the cost of phone calls anymore. Your son is now affluent. Zhang Ming spoke with pride. It's only been a month and my salary has increased. My son truly has a promising future. What is the current salary? £5 million, which is equivalent to 50 million in our dragon country. Zhang Ming exclaimed with pride. How much? 50 million? Mom, you heard me correctly. It's indeed 50 million, and this does not even account for the bonuses. Zhang Ming, upon hearing his mother's astonished voice, felt a surge of pride. Dad, my son claims that he now earns 50 million. Can you believe it? I believe nothing of the sort. This child has only been in the capitalist society for a few days. How could he possibly learn to boast so readily? Capitalism truly corrupts. I hope this good child is not led astray. Hand me the phone. I shall speak to him myself. Zhang Ming overheard his parents whispering on their phone. Ming, may I ask how much your salary has increased? Father Zhang answered the phone with a puzzled expression. 50 million, indeed. Zhang Ming was even more perplexed, wondering why he was not trusted. What nonsense are you spouting? Boasting to your own parents. How will you navigate life in the future? Father Zhang spoke with a heart full of sorrow. Indeed, I am not boasting. Zhang Ming is at a loss for words. Have you yet to boast? You claim to earn 50 million a year? I could just as easily say that I burned 100 million in paper for your grandfather yesterday. Would you believe that? Father Zhang spoke in a sarcastic tone. Believe. Who would dare to doubt your words? Even if you claim that you burned 100 billion for grandfather, I would still believe you. Zhang Ming concurred, saying, do not indulge in nonsense. Focus on your training and do not bring shame upon us. Stop dwelling on futile thoughts daily. We are humble farmers and must remain grounded. Do not entertain dreams of overnight wealth, particularly not 50 million. Your claims are truly extravagant. Father Zhang said this and then hung up the phone. Chapter 43, almost slapped in the face. Upon hearing the incessant beeping of his mobile phone, Zhang Ming reluctantly set it down. How could they not believe him? What could he possibly do to convince them of his newfound wealth? Zhang Ming lay on his bed, lost in deep contemplation. Indeed, purchasing items would allow them to witness the tangible, thus instilling belief. Zhang Ming unlocked his phone, intending to purchase 2 bottles of national liquor for his father. However, 2 bottles seemed rather insufficient. He decided to buy 2 boxes instead, for he was not particularly concerned about the expense at this moment. Zhang Ming, reflecting on this, promptly purchased 2 boxes of Mao Tai from JD Mall to send back to his hometown. He spent the last remaining funds in his account, and now he must swiftly attend to the card matters while awaiting Chelsea's salary disbursement. After concluding his business, Zhang Ming placed a call to Lucy, pondering that his parents should not forget about his girlfriend either. Guess who I am? He proclaimed with pride as soon as Lucy answered the phone. Congratulations on signing the new contract. Ah, you already know? Zhang Ming inquired, astonished by her response. Of course, it has already been announced on Chelsea's official website. Everyone is aware, and there will be a press conference for you tomorrow, Lucy replied, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming realized that although the new season had commenced, the transfer window had yet to close. To deter rival teams from pursuing him, Chelsea would undoubtedly promote their re-signing of him vigorously. Lucy, I've come into some money and would like to treat you to dinner. Are you available? Please don't refuse me. Grant me this opportunity to revel. Zhang Ming, with a playful grin, remarked, when a superstar treats, one must show respect. Wait for me at the team. I shall fetch you shortly. With that, Lucy ended the call. Before long, she arrived in Lampard's sleek sports car. What would you like to eat? Don't be shy. We are wealthy now, Zhang Ming declared proudly from the passenger seat, addressing Lucy, who was driving. You promised, she replied. In no time, Lucy brought Zhang Ming to an exquisite Western restaurant. Upon seeing the elegantly presented dishes before him, Zhang Ming immediately surmised that the prices would be steep. Zhang, your performance has been exceptional. My brother believes you now have the prowess to be compared with Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Ever since defeating Manchester United, he has been training with even greater determination, fixated on securing the UEFA Champions League trophy this season. Hearing Lucy's words, Zhang Ming felt a swell of pride. Lampard, his brother-in-law, certainly knew how to boast. After just one match, he claimed to be on par with the legends. Since you sing your own praises daily, you ought to assist Lucy in bearing you several nephews in the future, he jested. As they savored the sophisticated cuisine accompanied by soothing music in the company of the woman he cherished, Zhang Ming relished the moment. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, he approached the server to settle the bill. Sir, your total comes to £18,000. Will you be paying by card or cash? The charming server inquired sweetly. Zhang Ming was taken aback, stunned by the exorbitant amount. This is outrageous. We hardly had much, just some steak, caviar, mushrooms, and a bottle of red wine. How can it be so costly? Although they had feasted, he could not shirk his responsibility. Besides, with Lucy beside him, he couldn't afford to lose face. I suppose I simply won't return here again. Reaching into his pocket, Zhang Ming's heart sank. He had been so caught up in his newfound wealth that he forgot the funds had yet to reach his account. The Chelsea finance department had suggested he open a bank account for salary payments, a weekly sum of £100,000, but cash payments were no longer an option. Consequently, he had called his parents, spent money on Mao Tai, and later coaxed Lucy out, all in a bid to impress. Now, he found himself with a mere £200 in his pocket. Having previously boasted about treating, he could not let Lucy bear the cost, as that would be utterly humiliating. What a disaster. I am about to be publicly embarrassed. Just as Zhang Ming was engulfed in anxiety, a well-dressed young man approached. Grinning as he greeted him, Zhang Ming, our superstar, what a coincidence. Zhang Ming gazed at the young man before him, accompanied by two beautiful women. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that this was indeed the same fellow he had rescued during his first swimming date with Lucy by the seaside. How fortuitous it was to encounter a benefactor on his journey. It seemed that thoughts of destiny had manifested in this very moment. My friend, what a delightful coincidence. I never anticipated crossing paths with you here. Zhang Ming greeted with a smile, reminiscing, ever since we parted that day, I intended to call you, but alas, I became too preoccupied and completely forgot. It was only when I watched the live broadcast on television that I discovered you are a player for Chelsea. I had just been thinking of inviting you out for a meal to express my gratitude for your assistance last time, and lo and behold, here you are. Look at how deftly you phrase your words, leaving no room for doubt. It's not that I neglected to call, rather, it simply slipped my mind. If it weren't for the spotlight from your match with Manchester United, who would even recognize your name? Upon seeing you, I pretended not to know you. In this world, one must first cultivate their own strength. It is not only in the matter of finding a partner for marriage. Even in friendships, one must consider compatibility. If I were an unknown nobody, you would surely turn away without a second glance. How could we possibly engage in conversation? Upon hearing this young man's words, Zhang Ming formed a resolution. The last time I helped you was merely a trifling effort. I cannot abide seeing our compatriots from the Dragon Nation being bullied. Damn it. If I witness anyone mistreating our people again, I shall intervene without hesitation. I am well aware of your considerable wealth, so do not even think of paying for this meal. It is imperative that I cover the costs myself, for my assistance was not sought in exchange for a meal. Zhang Ming, speaking with a casual air, reached into his pocket in search of money. However, after a considerable effort, he realized he had not produced a single cent. Come on, do we really care about this meal among brothers? What kind of relationship do we share? He exclaimed. Waiter, please charge it to the card. With that, he presented a golden card to the waiter. Observing the astonished expression on the waiter's face, Zhang Ming understood that this young man's golden card was certainly extraordinary. My brother, you are exceedingly gracious. This is quite embarrassing. Zhang Ming chuckled as he embraced the young lad. It's a mere trifle, usually. It's a challenge to invite a superstar like you for a meal. This time, however, fortune has smiled upon us. How could I possibly let this opportunity slip away? The young man, brimming with pride, inquired, What is your esteemed surname, my friend? Zhang Ming inquired with a smile, Wang Sikong? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming recognized that this young man was indeed the heir of the wealthiest family in the Dragon Country, currently studying in the United Kingdom. Oh, it is young Master Wang. My apologies for the oversight. Zhang Ming exclaimed with excitement. How could one not be thrilled to meet such an extraordinary individual? I am merely a student, hardly worth mentioning. Wang Sikong, surprisingly modest for once, remarked, Zhang, the people of Longhua are truly warm-hearted. This meal must have been quite costly. Lucy, observing the camaraderie between Zhang Ming and the young man, expressed her astonishment. Sister-in-law, you may not be aware, but we Longhua people are indeed hospitable. This is merely customary. Upon hearing the young man address Lucy as sister-in-law, Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy. Affluent, generous, and amiable. This young man was certainly someone worth cultivating a deeper friendship with. Zhang Ming contemplated with great beauty. Originally, Zhang Ming had intended to take Lucy away, but Wang Sikong stubbornly insisted on having 2 more drinks before allowing Zhang Ming to depart. Chapter 44. The Press Conference. Zhang Ming returned to the dormitory and immediately rushed to the court for training. He understood the importance of maintaining his practice, for this was the skill he proudly claimed as his own. Have you noticed? Even someone as accomplished as Zhang Ming continues to train relentlessly. His achievements did not simply fall from the heavens. Exceptional individuals tirelessly strive, and what right do you, a group of idlers, have to complain of exhaustion? Observing Zhang Ming's relentless dedication, Dakini shouted at the reserve team players, Do you wish to gain fame like Zhang Ming in a single battle? If so, join him in his training. Upon hearing Dakini's words, the reserve team members frantically followed Zhang Ming, racing around the court. The next day, Flander arrived early to seek out Zhang Ming, inviting him to attend a press conference. Zhang Ming entered the conference room, taken aback by the multitude of journalists encircling him. armed with cameras and microphones. Both his boss, Abramovich, and Mourinho were present, underscoring the club's profound regard for him. Zhang Ming, you have ascended to the ranks of top football stars. In our dragon country, you are undoubtedly the foremost figure in football. Some even refer to you as the Messi of our nation. What aspirations do you hold for your future development? Inquired Wang Jing, a reporter from the Somao website. Ever since the Dragon Country Sports Channel broadcasted the opening match of the Premier League, Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian have lavished praise upon Zhang Ming. The Somao website no longer regards the Dragon Country Football Association with any deference. Even the elder statesmen have extolled Zhang Ming, leaving no room for doubt in the minds of smaller platforms. Previously, Wang Jing and his team had published training videos of Zhang Ming, which proved to be a significant draw for viewers. Enthusiastic netizens from Dragon Country even edited a compilation of Zhang Ming's training footage alongside highlights from his match against Manchester United, set to music, which garnered an impressive number of views, an undeniable financial success. At this juncture, Zhang Ming was more renowned in the royal kingdom than both Messi and Ronaldo. My aspiration is that in the future, when other nations produce emerging talents, everyone will say, "This is our country's Zhang Ming." Zhang Ming's words radiate an undeniable aura of confidence. Zhang, it has come to my attention that prior to your contract with Chelsea, Mr. Smith from Manchester United approached you with a lucrative offer, which you ultimately declined. What could possibly have led you to refuse Manchester United, a club whose renown surpasses that of Chelsea? Sir Alex Ferguson, known for his exceptional ability to cultivate emerging talents, has notably developed players such as Cristiano Ronaldo at Real Madrid. Do you harbor any regrets at this moment? A journalist, whose origins are uncertain, posed the inquiry. Firstly, I acknowledge that Mr. Smith did indeed reach out to me, presenting a contract that could rival that of Chelsea. However, I chose to align myself with Chelsea not out of a belief that Manchester United is inferior, but because I was already bound by a contract with Chelsea. As a representative of my country, we hold integrity in high regard. I cannot accept a salary from Chelsea while secretly negotiating with another club, for such actions would be unethical. It is essential for me to first inform my employer. Only if my employer chooses not to retain me would I consider signing with another team. Moreover, my esteemed mentor, Mr. Mourinho, traveled great distances to bring me from my homeland to this place, which signifies a profound sense of gratitude. In our culture, we believe that even the smallest act of kindness should be repaid with immense gratitude. My professional ethics compel me to avoid repaying kindness with ingratitude. Zhang Ming's words immediately elicited a resounding round of applause. Beside him, Abu and Mourinho exchanged knowing smiles. Zhang, you have yet to don the colors of the Dragon Kingdom's national team. According to the regulations of the global football community, you are eligible to represent another nation in the World Cup. Have you ever contemplated immigrating to a football powerhouse? Such a move could grant you the opportunity to shine on the grand stage of next year's World Cup, a coveted arena that every footballer dreams of. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's team is not qualified for the upcoming tournament, and they have not extended an invitation for your participation. Zhang Ming gazed at the journalist posing the question, recognizing her as the cunning individual who had previously ensnared him at the post-match press conference. As a proud citizen of Longhua, raised on its sustenance, I am acutely aware that our nation does not acknowledge dual nationality. I will never relinquish my identity as a Longhua citizen. Although we may not qualify for next year's World Cup, I firmly believe that the presence of our national team will grace the grand stage of future tournaments. With diligent training, I aspire to one day be summoned to represent my country, fulfilling my greatest dream. Hearing Zhang Ming's declaration, Wang Jing and Lu Minghui's eyes shimmered with fervor. Zhang, your Longhua is merely a developing nation. Would you truly decline an invitation from a developed country? The cunning journalist pressed on. I shall reiterate, I will never abandon my Longhua identity. Kindly refrain from posing such trivial inquiries. Zhang, it is evident that you have lost your patience. My goodness, is it possible to immigrate? If my father were to discover my desire to immigrate, he would undoubtedly break my legs. Zhang, have you ever contemplated seeking a foreign girlfriend? It is worth noting that Western women possess remarkable beauty. While I may consider myself attractive, in our Western nations, I am hardly exceptional. There are countless women who surpass me in beauty. The cunning woman continued her inquiries. I believe that love knows no borders. If fate were to present itself, I would be open to the idea of accepting a foreign girl. Yet I would never relinquish my Chinese nationality. Zhang, can you entertain the notion of a relationship with an older woman? I must confide in you that I am still single. The sly woman continued her performance. If you were the last woman left in the world, I would dedicate myself to mastering the sunflower scripture. Zhang Ming replied with irritation, what do you want from me? Although you are not unpleasant in appearance, you are indeed full of cunning. I would have to keep one eye open even while sleeping beside you, lest I be sold out, and then help you count the money. Lucy is far better. She is gentle, considerate, and not clingy. What is this sunflower scripture? Is it a formidable martial art from the Dragon Kingdom? Are you suggesting that you wish to master it to protect me? The scheming girl asked shyly. Zhang Ming hardly pays her any heed. How old is she, and how old is he? Still dreaming of older men courting younger women. It's laughable. Not only is she pretty, but her thoughts are equally naive. Wang Jing and Lu Mingwei, overhearing the exchange between Zhang Ming and the cunning journalist, were nearly reduced to tears from laughter. As true citizens of the Dragon Nation, they were well aware of the connotations behind the phrase sunflower scripture. This press conference was broadcast live around the globe. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, netizens from the Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Well done, Zhang Ming. He is no ingrate. Brother Ming, take this female journalist down and bring her to her homeland for some proper training. This journalist is quite attractive, clearly suited for bearing children. Just look at her ample assets. She wouldn't need to buy formula if she had a son. But Brother Ming is still too young. In his youth, he fails to appreciate the virtues of older women, mistaking a younger woman for treasure. I was genuinely worried Zhang Ming might mention considering immigration. My thoughts, however, are quite the opposite. Zhang Ming is patriotic, yet this only makes the national team less eager to recruit him. I sincerely hope he expresses a willingness to immigrate, as this would prompt the national team to swiftly call him up and extinguish foreign ambitions. When will the national team finally recruit Zhang Ming? I truly wish Brother Ming would find a foreign girlfriend. There are too few girls in our homeland. This would solve the problem of single men in our country. Chapter 45. Are you prepared to queue up with an elderly lady for groceries? At this moment, within the headquarters of the Dragon Nation Football Association, Chairman Huang Yud and Director Lu Xiangyang sat gloomily, smoking in silence. Old Huang, why not just recruit Zhang Ming? It would merely be a formality. His performances are improving, and our pressure is mounting. The fans are becoming enraged, and I genuinely fear the day they might throw eggs at me, Lu Xiangyang murmured. We should wait a while longer. Now is not the time to recruit him. Everyone is watching us, and if we concede now, our authority will be diminished. We must find a way to tame this hothead, Huang Yud replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I am equally reluctant. He is currently earning a salary of 500,000 pounds a year. Had he signed a contract with us initially, we would have secured half of that. Now, we stand to gain nothing, and just thinking about it is painful, Lu Xiangyang sighed. Let that young man cool off for some time. Let Coach Gao manage the team. I do not believe he can continue scoring indefinitely. Once he stops, the fans will gradually forget him. Our nation has so many players who have ventured abroad. And what has become of them? Most have returned in disgrace. He has scored a few goals and is acting insufferably. Rest assured, time will make the fans forget everything. Huang Yud asserted confidently. Alas, it is unjust to burden old Gao. Please take some time to have a word with him, to reassure him. Huang Yud added after hearing Lu Xiangyang's suggestion. Zhang Ming had just concluded a press conference when he returned to his dormitory, only to be surrounded by the reserve team players. Zhang, you've really made it big, haven't you? It's time to treat us, Lavich said with a grin. Don't be stingy now. Vaji chimed in. No worries. Tonight we shall indulge until we are inebriated. Everyone is invited. Zhang Ming gazed at Amir, who seemed on the verge of speaking but repeatedly held back. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, everyone was filled with excitement. Zhang Ming managed to gather the reserve team members and then sought out Coach Dakini. Zhang, this is a gathering for you young folks. I shall refrain from attending. I need to return home to accompany my granddaughter. Do you have any idea how adorable she is? At 6 years old, she requires my presence. Otherwise, before I know it, she will be all grown up. Upon hearing Dakini mention his granddaughter, Zhang Ming's spirits lifted, as he contemplated persuading the old fellow to bring her along. However, when he learned she was just 6, his enthusiasm waned. She was simply too young. That evening, they returned to the restaurant run by the Zhejiang natives, where Zhang Ming had invited both the first team and reserve players. The Longhua restaurant was indeed a better choice, affordable and satisfying. The previous dining experience at the upscale Western restaurant with Lucy had cost a staggering 18,000 pounds for just the two of them, and Lucy barely ate much. If these ravenous players were to dine there, he shuddered at the thought, it would surely lead to financial ruin. Zhang Ming specifically instructed the restaurant owner to prepare a hot pot, curious to see how Amir would manage to partake in the meal. Once the hot pot arrived, everyone indulged in the feast with great enthusiasm, except for Amir, who appeared rather disheartened. He attempted to dive in several times, yet hesitated as his hand approached the edge of the pot. Amir, fret not. We play football, not basketball. A scalded hand is of little consequence. As long as you have your feet, tomorrow's training will not be hindered. George's comments were undeniably infuriating, watching others immerse their meat rolls into the pot and retrieve them. Their faces glistening with grease, Amir could hardly contain his cravings. Ultimately, Amir relented, using a ladle to scoop the meat rolls onto his plate, then bringing them to his mouth with his hands, savoring every bite. The following day held training, so no one dared to overindulge, and they dispersed early. On the next day, Zhang Ming arrived at the first team training. Zhang, do not presume that your fortunate goals in the match have elevated your status. Those were merely the result of Manchester United players underestimating your youth. Otherwise, you would not have scored so effortlessly. As soon as Zhang Ming arrived, Benjamin began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Yesterday, Zhang Ming hosted a gathering to which all the first team members attended, with the exception of Benjamin, Rodri, and Yamamoto. Given that Benjamin and Rodri had previously faced reprimand from Zhang Ming, and that Yamamoto is Benjamin's staunch follower, their absence was hardly surprising. Zhang, you must understand your position. You are merely a newcomer, and the road ahead is long. You should show us some respect and refrain from being presumptuous, Benjamin admonished. Rodri chimed in, agreeing. What the elder brothers say is indeed true. We hope that in the upcoming match, you can score and avoid being labeled as inept. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Benjamin and Rodri were incensed to the point of boiling with anger. Zhang Ming would never indulge them. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, he would not hesitate to take action, for after all, he is no stranger to confrontation. Moreover, given his current standing within the team, he is unafraid of the consequences should matters escalate. Zhang, how could you speak to the two esteemed seniors in such a manner? They are your elders and deserve your respect. At this moment, Yamamoto also emerged to assert his presence. Little Yamamoto, will you be able to participate in the next match? Or should you focus on managing your water cooler? Zhang Ming's words infuriated Yamamoto. At that moment, Mourinho approached. In 2 days, we shall face Everton. Let us not underestimate them. They are not a feeble team. After delivering this message, Mourinho commenced a technical analysis. He spoke with great detail, encompassing the technical characteristics of Everton's key players. He elaborated on tactical strategies and essential considerations, discussing how to maintain control of the rhythm when in the lead and how to stabilize the formation when trailing. Zhang Ming was utterly captivated, realizing the importance of meticulously recording every detail, for should he ever assume the role of head coach, these insights would prove invaluable. Once Mourinho concluded his explanation, the team commenced an internal practice match, with the starting players facing off against the substitutes. Zhang Ming naturally received the red vest, symbolizing a key player. Rodrigo and Yamamoto donned the blue vests, representing substitutes. As the practice match commenced, Yamamoto volunteered to defend against Zhang Ming. Hua, please assist me in reviewing Yamamoto's overall performance index. Zhang Ming gazed at Yamamoto and inquired with the awakening system. The system indicated that Yamamoto's comprehensive index stood at 75 points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt reassured. Even in the absence of Xiao Bei's exquisite crescent moonblade and the alien's pendulum dribbling skills, his own score of 78 points surpassed that of Yamamoto. Not only was Yamamoto's index inherently lower than Zhang Ming's, but with Zhang Ming also possessing Ronaldo's signature pendulum dribbling technique, it was evident that Yamamoto was no match for him. Zhang Ming deliberately sought to humiliate Yamamoto, repeatedly knocking him to the ground. The clay figure still had some spirit left, let alone Yamamoto. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, Yamamoto rose, ready to confront Zhang Ming with all his might. Zhang Ming pays him no heed, treating him as insignificant, like a mere card that cannot be showcased. Truly, Zhang Ming does not regard him with any respect. Yamamoto, what are you doing? If you have no desire to practice, then go to the reserve team. Mourinho, upon seeing the furious Yamamoto, shouted. Look at the nonsense you've been practicing. You've been with the team for 2 years, and there has been no improvement whatsoever. You are no better than an elderly grandmother who wakes up early to buy vegetables. Do you wish to join her in the queue for groceries? Zhang Ming gazed at the furious Mourinho, utterly astonished. Why do coaches often resort to humiliating others by invoking the image of an elderly woman? Rumor has it that some coaches even go so far as to reference grandmothers long deceased, reduced to mere bones, to discuss their players. Such cruelty is astonishing, fortunately. Mourinho possesses a moral compass, or else the daily torment would be unbearable. Chapter 46. Mothers arranged matchmaking. Witnessing Mourinho's rage, Yamamoto was petrified. Coach, I was just joking around with Zhang Ming. We're from the same hometown and share a good rapport, he chuckled, patting Zhang Ming on the shoulder. Please, do not say that. I'm not well acquainted with you. Thank you. Zhang Ming brushed aside Yamamoto's hand, then patted the jersey that had been stuck by Yamamoto's touch, finally blowing on it in disdain. For heaven's sake, who among us is familiar with you Islanders? The only thing from your island that piques my interest is action films, particularly the heroines of those films. Everything else is utter rubbish. Zhang Ming pondered with disdain. Everyone should not presume that the upcoming opponent, Everton, is to be taken lightly. It is essential to recognize that they consistently secure a position within the top 10 of the league, indicating they are not as feeble as we might assume. Moreover, following the match against Everton, we will face Arsenal away, which promises to be a formidable contest. Additionally, there are Champions League fixtures and cup competitions ahead, leading to a schedule that may require us to play twice, or even thrice, a week. It is imperative that each of you carefully considers this. Mourinho was evidently dissatisfied with the players' recent training attitude. Witnessing Mourinho's anger, no one dared to wear a smile any longer. They all resembled donkeys from a production team, laboring with fervor. Just as training concluded, Zhang Ming received a call from his mother. The phone rang twice before being abruptly disconnected. Alas, his mother had not changed at all. Fearing the exorbitant cost of international calls, she was likely hoping he would return the call. Zhang Ming shook his head with a wry smile, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is happening?" Zhang Ming called back, inquiring, "Hello, did you receive the wine you purchased?" JD. Com is remarkably swift. I placed the order just yesterday and it arrived today. Truly impressive. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhang Ming felt a wave of emotion. Ming, are you listening? Noticing Zhang Ming's silence, his mother asked again. Yes, I am. Zhang Ming hurriedly responded. I checked the weather forecast yesterday, which warned of a severe storm at sea. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I find it hard to believe. Just listen, your voice is carried by the strong winds, and I have to wait a while before I can hear you. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhang Ming was rendered utterly speechless. Mom, is there anything else? I'm waiting for my training. Zhang Ming was utterly disinterested in discussing whether the sound of their voices might be swept away by the sea winds with his mother. There were more pressing matters to address. Yesterday, your maternal aunt visited, claiming she wished to introduce you to a potential suitor. The young lady is robust and diligent, possessing a strong physique, which your aunt has meticulously observed, deeming her suitable for motherhood. I have already shared your phone number with her. You should cultivate a rapport over the phone, and when the new year arrives, you can meet in person. As she is a lady, it is only proper that you return to meet her. We cannot neglect such decorum. Upon hearing these words from his mother, Zhang Ming was rendered speechless. A robust physique? Goodness, that sounds like an elephant. He had yet to confess his feelings to Lucy, and here his mother, bored at home, was orchestrating this affair. At that moment, Zhang Ming felt overwhelmed. Mother, I do not require your assistance and introductions. I am fully capable of handling this myself. Zhang Ming spoke with evident irritation. What on earth can you accomplish from abroad, surrounded by foreign girls? Do not even think about bringing back a foreign daughter-in-law. If she cannot understand our language, how will she argue with me, her mother-in-law? I would be left bewildered and infuriated. It would be far better for you to return and meet someone suitable from our village. Those girls are grounded and capable of managing a household. They are not lacking in beauty either, well-proportioned and charming. Mom, please stop. I truly do not need you to worry about me. I can handle this on my own. Besides, I'm still young and at the peak of my career. I cannot afford any distractions. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhang Ming replied with displeasure. What are you talking about? Your cousin next door is even younger than I am, and your uncle is already a grandfather. Your father and I are quite anxious. Do not be foolish and wait for that village beauty. She has already been accepted into university and is bound to marry someone from the city. You would not measure up to her, so it is best to abandon that notion. When the new year arrives, come back for matchmaking, and let us strive to have you married by the end of the first month, after which you can take your wife to England. Once she is pregnant, we can bring her back home, and I will help take care of the baby. Zhang Ming's mother spoke in an authoritative tone. Mother, if you insist on this arrangement, I shall not return home for the new year. Zhang Ming finds himself utterly helpless. That old man, do you still care for your son? I can no longer manage. Now that he has grown up, he no longer heeds his mother's words. It is truly a case of a son no longer being guided by his mother. Zhang Ming heard his mother speaking with a quivering voice on the phone, after which she handed the call to his father. Ming, what has happened? Why have you made your mother cry? His father inquired. Your mother wishes for you to return home for an arranged marriage, which is indeed a commendable intention. As the saying goes, there are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, with the greatest being to have no descendants. It is not that one seeks accolades, but rather aims to avoid faults. One must first ensure the continuation of their lineage before embarking on ambitious endeavors. Without heirs, what purpose does such grand ambition serve? Father Zhang, with a heavy heart, imparted a lesson in politics to Zhang Ming over the phone. Dad, please do not worry about my affairs. I am fully capable of managing them on my own. Moreover, I am currently in the ascendant phase of my career, and I cannot allow a romantic relationship or marriage to hinder my progress. Rest assured, I will no longer be entangled with that village beauty. Zhang Ming found himself at a loss for words. He could understand this sentiment, and he would also take the opportunity to counsel his mother later. His phone number had been requested by his cousin, and should she wish to reach out to him, he must respond graciously. After all, she is a relative from his cousin's family. Acting out of goodwill, one must not offend such kindness. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Ming readily agreed, recognizing the wisdom in them. Zhang, the wine you purchased, I have partaken of it. It is quite delightful, with a genuine flavor. Please procure some more. Zhang Ming was taken aback by this revelation. Had they truly consumed both cases of wine so swiftly? Father, while this wine is indeed excellent, moderation is key. We must be mindful of our health. Zhang Ming hurriedly responded, No, I didn't drink much. I only had a couple of taels at noon. The remaining bottles were sold by me at 200 each. What do you think? Father, I have a knack for business, don't I? You just acquired them. And I flipped them for 200 each. By the way, how much did you purchase this wine for? Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Ming understood the meaning of wanting to cry but having no tears. The wine, bought for over 2,000 a bottle, was resold for a mere 200. Truly a remarkable business endeavor. Dad, this wine was purchased during a promotional event, so it was quite inexpensive. Now that the promotion has ended, the price has reverted to its original state, over 2,000 a bottle. I can buy you a couple of cases, but please do not sell them again. What can Zhang Ming do? He can only express it this way. To speak candidly, that would surely break his father's heart. To withhold the truth? What if his father continues to sell? This wine is so expensive. Why didn't you purchase a few more boxes during the promotion? The discounts were truly substantial. Father Zhang lamented over the phone. My dear, there are restrictions in place. Each person is permitted to purchase only 2 boxes. No matter how wealthy you may be, they simply will not sell you more. Zhang Ming concluded the conversation and promptly hung up the phone. There could be no further discussion. It had already been quite some time, and if this continued, the esteemed readers would surely express their discontent. Chapter 47. Everton's strategy. The second round of the Premier League officially commenced, with Chelsea hosting Everton at the illustrious Stamford Bridge. Dear viewers, the much-anticipated match between Chelsea and the Toffees is about to begin. Today, I will join the esteemed commentator Huang Jianxiang to provide insights into the game. Let us first examine the starting lineups of both teams. In the Dragon Kingdom Sports Channel 5 studio, Duan Xian and Huang Jianxiang sat poring over their notes. Duan Xian announced, the starting lineup has been revealed. Everton has deployed a 3-4-3 formation. In goal, we have Muhar. Defenders include Hibbert, Baines, and Diston. The midfield consists of Neville, Osman, Coleman, and Gay, and up front, we have Baxter, Saha, and Anichebe. This formation indicates that Everton is resolutely aiming to conquer Chelsea on their home turf. Huang Jinxiang remarked with a sense of wonder. In the opening match, Chelsea narrowly triumphed over the defending champions, Manchester United, thanks to our compatriot Zhang Ming's remarkable performance of 3 goals and 1 assist, finishing with a score of 4-3. Now, in the second match, the distant visitors, Everton, have unexpectedly fielded a 3-striker formation, indicating their intention to engage Chelsea in an all-out offensive. What gives them such confidence? Duan Xin chuckled. Let us also consider Chelsea's starting lineup. In goal, we have Cech. Defenders are Rodri, Terry, Ivanovic, and Cahill. The midfield features Lampard and Matic. Wingers include Williams, Benjamin, and Oscar, and leading the attack is Drogba. Mourinho has opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation with a solitary striker. Regrettably, our compatriot Zhang Ming has yet to secure a starting position. Upon hearing Huang Jinxiang's words, the dedicated fans of the Dragon Kingdom, who had stayed up late to watch the match, erupted in debate. Why is Zhang Ming not starting? What is Mourinho thinking? Our king of football's prowess is evident. Surely he is more capable in the center-back position than Benjamin? I believe Mourinho is protecting Zhang Ming, another fan opined. As a newcomer, it may be strategic to delay revealing his capabilities to the opponents, only introducing him when the situation demands a miraculous turnaround. From the upper tiers, it is clear that should circumstances turn unfavorable, Zhang Ming will certainly have his opportunity to shine. As the match commenced, Zhang Ming sat on the bench, attentively observing the unfolding events on the pitch. Everton initiated the kickoff, and after a few passes, the ball was swiftly brought to the edge of Chelsea's penalty area. Chelsea's midfield, primarily composed of the two established players, Lampard and Matic, appeared vulnerable against the aggressive counterattacks, making it easy for the opposition to penetrate their midfield. Mourinho's tactical arrangement seemed to prioritize either defense or offense, neglecting control of the midfield entirely throughout the match. The midfield appeared utterly ineffective. Throughout the match, Lampard and Matic were either defending alongside the back line or engaging offensively with the forwards, undertaking the most arduous tasks. Everton's trio of forwards, Baxter, Zaha, and Anacheeb, relentlessly bombarded Chelsea's penalty area, putting the four defenders of Chelsea to a rigorous test. Everton took the initiative, launching a fierce assault right from the outset. In contrast, Chelsea, playing on their home turf, found themselves steadily retreating, preoccupied with defense, resulting in a rather disheveled display. Observing the initial minutes, Duan Xin remarked that Everton's intentions were unmistakably aggressive. They aimed to seize the lead. Should they manage to get ahead of Chelsea, the latter would be compelled to alter their counter-attacking strategy. If they failed to secure an advantage, Everton would be in dire straits, once drawn into Chelsea's rhythm. Their chances of victory would diminish significantly, a fact not lost on Everton. Huang Jinxiang, a seasoned football commentator, astutely analyzed the situation. Although Everton began with fervor, pressing Chelsea hard, their forwards proved inadequate, failing to direct several shots on target. The possession shifted to Chelsea's feet. Chelsea excelled in swift counterattacks, with nearly all players exhibiting remarkable speed. The transition from defense to offense occurred in an instant. Benjamin received a pass from Lampard and, without hesitation, relayed it to the quick-fire striker, Drogba. Drogba unleashed a volley, but the ball skimmed past the post and out of play. Frustrated by the near miss, Drogba buried his face in his hands as he lay on the ground. While the Chelsea players lamented their recent failure to score, Everton initiated a rapid counterattack. The trio of forwards, Baxter, Zaha, and Anacheeb, continuously exchanged positions, weaving through Chelsea's defense from left to center to right. Chelsea's goalkeeper, Cech, bellowed at his teammates. Although Zhang Ming could not decipher Cech's words amidst the chaos, he could easily guess the sentiment. Are you all dead? They're charging at us, and what are you doing? Waiting in line like grandmothers to buy groceries? A 3-on-3 situation had emerged within Chelsea's penalty area. Baxter passed the ball to Anacheeb in the center, who unleashed a powerful shot. As Cech braced himself for a save, Anacheeb cleverly redirected the ball using the outside of his foot to Zaha on the right flank. Zaha, undeterred, executed a sweeping cross-field pass to Baxter, who then returned the ball to Anacheeb. Anacheeb took another shot. At this moment, Cech faced an overwhelming dilemma, unsure whether to anticipate a pass or a shot. Fortunately, as Anacheeb prepared to strike, Terry galloped in to intercept the ball. Zhang Ming observed this with astonishment. Everton's forwards indeed struggled, their finishing akin to that of the forwards from Longwa. Within the confines of the penalty area, a 3-on-3 scenario unfolded, yet not a single shot was taken. It was utterly exasperating. Terry, upon regaining possession, cleared the ball with a powerful kick directed towards the midfield, successfully alleviating Everton's onslaught. However, the ball, having been propelled into midfield by Terry, was swiftly intercepted by Everton's midfielder, Coleman, due to Chelsea's feeble midfield presence. Coleman relayed the ball to Gay, who in turn passed it to the forward, Baxter, who then found Anacheeb. This time, Anacheeb did not hesitate. He unleashed a fierce shot within the penalty area. Cech, with remarkable agility, soared to make a spectacular save, firmly clutching the ball. In the aftermath, Cech vented his frustration vocally. Under the referee's insistence, Cech eventually passed the ball to Terry, who then surged forward with the ball at his feet. A long pass followed, directed towards the central midfielder, Benjamin. Surprised by Terry's unexpected delivery, Benjamin mishandled the ball, allowing Everton's Osman to seize the opportunity. Osman executed a long pass that found its way to the forward, Saha. Without a moment's pause, Saha took aim and shot. Cech, in a desperate dive, managed to deflect the ball, but he could not secure it. Observing Cech's failure to gather the ball, Everton's forward Anichebe followed up with a goal. At that moment, Cech was still on the ground, leaving Anichebe with an open net to score. Following the goal, the entire Everton squad erupted in euphoric celebration. Astonishingly, Everton's manager approached Mourinho, dancing provocatively in front of him, which infuriated Mourinho to no end. After all, Mourinho is renowned as the special one. He would not easily tolerate such provocation. Zhang, begin your warm-up. Mourinho gritted his teeth and instructed Zhang Ming. Chapter 48. Zhang Ming takes the field. Zhang Ming has already begun his warm-up, while Everton's coach is still dancing joyfully. Observing his rotund figure, one cannot help but notice he is well into his 40s, quite a sight indeed. Mourinho, visibly irritated, gestures animatedly, but Fland immediately intervenes. He aims to provoke you, to incite your fury, leading to your expulsion by the referee. Do not fall into his trap. Ultimately, Chelsea's substitute players come over to assist Fland in pulling Mourinho back. Dear viewers, Zhang Ming is warming up and is expected to enter the match shortly. In the previous encounter against Manchester United, Zhang Ming only received his opportunity in the second half. With 10 minutes remaining in the first half against Everton, it is confirmed that Zhang Ming will certainly take the field. Indeed, a warm-up rarely lasts more than a few minutes. And Mourinho's decision to have Zhang Ming warm up indicates his imminent appearance in the first half. The Everton coach has certainly managed to infuriate the special one. Certainly, Mourinho will not tolerate such provocations. In the previous match against Manchester United, Zhang Ming scored 3 goals and provided an assist in less than half a game, currently placing him at the top of the Premier League scoring chart. Mourinho's early substitution of Zhang Ming is a calculated move to retaliate against Everton. As for whether Zhang Ming can achieve a consecutive hat-trick, we shall wait and see. The question remains, who will Zhang Ming replace? Is it Benjamin once again? This is undoubtedly the case, a positional swap. Benjamin bears significant responsibility for the goal conceded. Due to Benjamin's blunder, an Everton forward found himself face-to-face with Cech. A one-on-one situation is hardly different from a penalty kick. For Cech to save even one is a testament to his legendary prowess. Ultimately, another forward capitalized on the opportunity and scored into an empty net, leaving Cech utterly helpless. Benjamin will certainly be substituted, and in the upcoming match against Arsenal, he may very well lose his starting position. Zhang Ming is likely to take his place. Upon hearing Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xin's remarks, Dragon Kingdom fans are utterly elated. Go, Ming, go. Defeat Everton. The Everton coach has successfully provoked the special one, who is venturing deeper down the path of self-destruction. We eagerly anticipate Zhang Ming's potential hat-trick. If Zhang Ming achieves another hat-trick, will anyone still dare to broadcast their misfortune? Which brave soul intends to live-stream their folly? Please let me know in advance. I am currently holding back my excitement. Wow, you can really hold it in? Hurry up, don't overdo it. Brother, I'm watching the live stream. I'll wait until halftime. Our endurance is unmatched, do not worry. Wow, you sure know how to boast. Are you trying to absorb it all? Moments later, the assistant referee signals for a substitution. Indeed, it is confirmed. Zhang Ming replaces Benjamin. Zhang, do not hold back. Make them pay. Before Zhang Ming took the field, Mourinho reminded him, rest assured, I am merely here to enhance my goal statistics. Zhang Ming spoke with unwavering confidence. After exchanging a symbolic high-five with Benjamin, he dashed onto the field. At that moment, he found himself hesitating should he utilize the CAC experience card. Given Everton's overall lack of strength, it seemed unnecessary to employ the card. The upcoming match against Arsenal would undoubtedly be arduous, and reserving the CAC experience card for that encounter appeared to be a prudent choice. Ultimately, Zhang Ming decided to assess the situation before making a decision. If the game proved challenging, he would resort to the CAC experience card. Conversely, if fortune favored him, even the extraterrestrial-like pendulum dribble would remain untouched. After all, concealing one's true capabilities and employing them at the most critical juncture would be the wisest strategy. As Zhang Ming stepped onto the field, Lampard immediately passed the ball to him. Please check Neville's statistics, he inquired, observing the Everton midfield linchpin, Neville, who was defending against him. Neville's composite index is 76. Upon hearing this from the system, Zhang Ming felt reassured. realizing that this figure was even inferior to his own. Zhang Ming assumed a commanding posture as he dribbled the ball, resolutely challenging Neville. Confronted with an opponent whose overall rating fell 2 points below his own, Zhang Ming exuded confidence. Indeed, with his deft maneuvers, he skillfully outpaced Neville. Zhang Ming gazed ahead, noting that the green line indicating his shooting accuracy displayed a mere 75%, a rather unimpressive success rate that rendered the prospect of a forced shot too perilous. In stark contrast, the yellow line marking Drogba's assists also revealed a 75% success rate, a reflection of the relentless defensive pressure exerted by two Everton defenders, diminishing the likelihood of a successful assist. However, the line for passing to Williams indicated a remarkable 95%, an almost certain guarantee of success. Just as Zhang Ming was poised to pass to Williams, he suddenly noticed that the yellow assist line for Oscar displayed a commendable 92%. This indicated a significantly high probability of success. With this revelation, Zhang Ming acted decisively, sending the ball directly to Oscar. Known for his reliability, Oscar received Zhang Ming's pass, paused momentarily, and unleashed a powerful shot. The Everton goalkeeper, Mourinho, was fixated on Drogba within the penalty area, utterly oblivious to Chelsea's left winger, Oscar. As Oscar's shot found its way into the net, Mourinho exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Witnessing Zhang Ming's assist culminate in Oscar's successful goal, Mourinho executed his signature sliding kneel, this time performed in front of the Everton coaching staff, showcasing a moment of bravado. Following the goal, Oscar swiftly sprinted towards Zhang Ming, leaping onto him and clinging like a koala. Had Oscar been a heavier player, he might have risked injuring Zhang Ming's waist. After the jubilant celebrations from Chelsea, the match resumed, with Everton organizing their attack. The Everton center-back, Neville, recently outmaneuvered by Zhang Ming, prepared to challenge him aggressively. Zhang Ming noticed Neville advancing towards him alone and felt a surge of delight. How amusing it was, he thought, that with an overall rating 2 points lower than his own, as long as he remained alert, there was no way Neville could overpower him. Neville, having just been outmaneuvered by the newcomer Zhang Ming, was incensed and solely focused on vengeance, oblivious to the signal from his teammates urging him to pass the ball. Despite his frustrations, Neville possessed commendable foundational skills, preparing to charge at Zhang Ming from both the left and the right. However, as Zhang Ming suddenly accelerated towards Neville's left, Neville swiftly attempted to break through on the right. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Ming had feigned a move moments earlier, upon witnessing Neville barreling towards him. He subtly shifted his weight and pivoted to the right. Zhang Ming extended his right foot, deftly maneuvering the ball away from Neville. He then accelerated once more, firmly securing the ball beneath his control. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Ming noticed Neville charging towards him and promptly passed the ball to Matic. Subsequently, Zhang Ming made an off-the-ball run towards the edge of Everton's penalty area. Matic, upon receiving the ball, recognized Zhang Ming's movement and directly returned the pass to him. By this moment, Zhang Ming had already entered Everton's penalty box. Observing the number 89 on the green line, Zhang Ming showed no hesitation and unleashed a shot. Utilizing his signature technique, the crescent moon curved blade, the ball found the back of the net with a resounding thud. Chelsea surged ahead with a score of 2-1. Chapter 49. Neville's wrath. Witnessing Zhang Ming's goal, Mourinho's excitement reached a fever pitch. He rushed towards the Everton bench, mercilessly overwhelming the gaze of the Everton head coach. After scoring, Zhang Ming ran over to Matic, mimicking Oscar's celebration as he hung onto him. The Chelsea players surged forward to celebrate. Observing Zhang Ming mingling seamlessly with everyone, Benjamin, who had been substituted for Zhang Ming, looked as though he had lost a dear relative, overwhelmed with grief. Envy and resentment filled his heart. At that moment, Yamamoto, the Chelsea waterboy, realized how foolish he had been to oppose Zhang Ming. Despite being at the club for 2 years, he still had not integrated into Chelsea's inner circle. He could only fawn over Benjamin and his peers daily, while Zhang Ming, having joined just over a month ago, had already formed strong bonds with the senior players and was even a leader in the reserve team. The disparity between them was painfully stark. Now, Benjamin found himself in dire straits, having been substituted in 2 consecutive matches, and this time it was in the first half. It is rare for teams to make substitutions before halftime in football, clearly indicating Mourinho's dissatisfaction with Benjamin. Yamamoto contemplated the need to forge a good relationship with this young prodigy, otherwise he would surely face the consequences. As the match resumed, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half, just as Everton restarted play. As Zhang Ming walked down the tunnel, Chelsea fans erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Mourinho affectionately patted Zhang Ming's head, genuinely pleased with the young talent he had brought from the distant Dragon Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, in the second round of the Premier League, Chelsea hosted Everton, and the first half concluded with Chelsea leading 2-1, thanks to Zhang Ming's assist and goal. The prospect of Chelsea securing victory seemed assured, but the real intrigue lay in whether Zhang Ming could achieve a hat-trick in the second half. Could he score in consecutive matches? We eagerly await the outcome. As Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian concluded their commentary, the broadcast shifted to advertisements. However, the late-night viewers remained fervently engaged in discussions, and who could blame their excitement? It had been ages since the Dragon Kingdom had made waves in football. The national team's performance had been dismal, and players abroad returned home in disgrace one after another. Occasionally, a player would score in one of the top 5 leagues, only to be hailed by the media as a football king, but soon they would fade into the background of their respective teams. Fans had grown numb to these disappointments. Now, Zhang Ming had burst onto the scene, rising from obscurity to secure the largest contract for a Dragon Kingdom player in the top 5 leagues with Chelsea, the premier club in the world-renowned English Premier League. The level of prestige far surpassed that of the clubs other players from the Dragon Kingdom had signed with. Only Dong Fanjua, the former Asian Footballer of the Year who signed with Manchester United, could be compared to Chelsea's stature. However, Dong Fanjua has already retired. And now Zhang Ming can undoubtedly be regarded as the pinnacle of overseas players from Longwa. With a player like Zhang Ming, how could the fans of Longwa not be exhilarated? The viewership for the Premier League broadcasts on Longwa Sports Channel 5 has skyrocketed like a rocket. I am certain that Minggu will undoubtedly score a hat-trick today. This is beyond doubt. Within just 10 minutes of the first half, he has already provided an assist and scored a goal. With nearly 50 minutes remaining in the second half, at this rate, Minggu is likely to achieve a staggering 5 assists and 5 goals. Goodness, can football matches truly be calculated this way? My friend, you are indeed a remarkable talent. Brother, what is the matter? Are you not pleased to see this situation? No, I am not opposed to this scenario, but if it continues this way, won't Everton be utterly overwhelmed? Brothers, let us not argue. Currently, some internet users studying in our Longwa are criticizing Zhang Ming online, calling him a coward who only strikes from the shadows. What? Goodness, which website? This is unbelievable. I refuse to accept it. A few insignificant individuals from a tiny island dare to bicker with us, the great celestial empire. What nonsense is this? How can they accuse him of striking from the shadows? Should he have informed them that he was about to shoot before taking the shot? Brothers, one and all, let us head to the Somao website and confront those island fans. No doubt, I must support my team in this matter. 10 minutes later, the internet users from the island studying in Longwa have fallen silent. The second half resumes after halftime. Mourinho's frustration has not abated. He issues a stern command. There is but one directive: attack, attack, and attack again. We must turn Everton into a sieve. In the second half, Chelsea takes the first kick. Terry receives the goal kick from Czech and passes it to the midfield maestro, Lampard. With a lead in the score, Lampard calmly orchestrates the attack. He first passes the ball to the midfielder, Williams. Williams makes a run to the byline and crosses to the striker, Drogba. Drogba unleashes a powerful strike. Although the power is there, the trajectory is too direct, and the ball is parried away by Everton's goalkeeper, Muha. In the ensuing chaos, Zhang Ming seizes the ball and promptly returns it to Lampard to reorganize the attack. This time, Lampard again passes to Zhang Ming. Observing the number 80 displayed on the green of the goal line, Zhang Ming takes a shot. Unfortunately, his attempt strikes the crossbar and rebounds. Just as Zhang Ming laments his missed opportunity, Drogba capitalizes on the ball that ricocheted off the crossbar, leaping to head it into the net. After scoring, Drogba rushes towards Zhang Ming. Faced with the towering figure of the formidable Drogba, Zhang Ming hurriedly retreats towards the backfield. Should that fellow leap upon me, I might indeed suffer a serious injury. Ultimately, Drogba came over to embrace Zhang Ming in celebration. On the sidelines, Mourinho's trousers had already worn through at 2 points. The match resumed as Everton's goalkeeper, Muha, threw the goal kick to defender Hibbert. Hibbert attempted to advance with the ball, but was intercepted by Lampard, prompting him to pass to midfielder Gay. Confronted by Chelsea's midfielder Matic, Gay swiftly relayed the ball to Neville. Facing Zhang Ming's defense, Neville had no intention of passing. Instead, he prepared to confront Zhang Ming head-on. Here we go again. How many times must he be thwarted before he relinquishes his efforts? Zhang Ming watched as Neville prepared to aggressively seize the ball from him, feeling a sense of delight. Indeed, It wasn't long before Zhang Ming successfully intercepted Neville's pass. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Ming skillfully dribbled forward, penetrating the penalty area. As he beheld the green line indicating 85, he prepared to strike. However, before Zhang Ming could unleash his shot, Neville, having endured several humiliating moments at Zhang's hands, furiously tackled him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Ming suddenly lost his balance and was brought down to the ground, clutching his foot in agony and unable to rise for an extended period, witnessing Neville's malicious foul. The Chelsea players were utterly enraged. Chapter 50, Congratulations, you have completely incensed me. Seeing Zhang Ming sprawled on the ground, Lampard and the others rushed over to confront Neville, while Everton players also joined in, shoving against the Chelsea team. Observing the escalating situation, the referee hurried over to separate the players. He promptly issued a red card to Neville and pointed to the penalty spot, awarding Chelsea a penalty. Upon witnessing Neville's dismissal and the penalty granted to Chelsea, the Everton players immediately surrounded the referee in protest. However, the referee remained unyielding. The foul was indeed malicious, with a blatant tackle from behind aimed directly at the player, leaving no room for doubt in his decision. Realizing the referee had made his ruling, Lampard and the others quickly assisted Zhang Ming to his feet, anxiously inquiring about his condition. On the sidelines, Mourinho was visibly tense, fixated on the unfolding events on the pitch. With the season just beginning, the injury of the team's leading scorer would be a catastrophic blow. Zhang, how are you feeling? Can you continue? If not, don't push yourself. The outcome of this match is already determined, and we will undoubtedly triumph over them, Lampard asked, his voice laced with concern as he spoke to the now-recovered Zhang Ming. I'm fine. No need for a substitution, Zhang Ming replied resolutely. Zhang Ming jumped a few times and spoke. Upon witnessing Zhang Ming's ability to leap, Mourinho felt a sense of relief and returned to his seat on the coaching bench. Neville approached the sidelines, and the thousands of Chelsea fans collectively jeered at him. The fact that they could boo one of their own players for Zhang Ming's sake indicated that he had indeed earned the respect of Chelsea's notoriously discerning supporters. Oh dear. That was close. Neville was clearly aiming for Zhang Ming's legs. Such a malicious foul warrants the referee's decision. A penalty and a red card are entirely justified, exclaimed Duan Xian from the Sports Channel 5 studio. This lad Neville has been thoroughly outplayed by Zhang Ming, and now he is merely acting out of embarrassment. Thankfully, Zhang Ming is unharmed. Otherwise, both Chelsea and our nation would suffer greatly, Huang Jinxiang added. Look at Zhang Ming's expression. He was calm just moments ago, but now it exudes a fierce intensity. He is undoubtedly angered. I have a premonition that today's scoreline will be quite extraordinary. Anger is inevitable. Anyone would be infuriated by such a deliberate foul, one that could jeopardize another's career. Such actions are universally condemned, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian continued. Who even knows which country this scoundrel Neville hails from? Someone remarked. I just checked. He is indeed a native of England, came the response. Damn it, as expected. From a capitalist nation. They constantly accuse us of playing kung fu football, yet they engage in the same tactics. Why are they silent now? It is well known that they possess double standards, came the retort, as Neville's ancestry was thoroughly insulted. The match resumed. Williams positioned himself at the penalty spot to take the kick. An experienced veteran. Williams maintained a commendable composure under pressure and effortlessly sent the ball soaring into the top right corner of the net. With goals from Oscar, Drogba, Zhang Ming, and Williams' penalty, Chelsea now led Everton by a score of 4-1. The game progressed, but with one player down, Everton hesitated to launch an all-out attack, opting instead to pass the ball around in midfield to waste time. Zhang Ming, observing the situation, realized that Everton had resigned themselves to defeat, merely intent on wasting time in the hope that the match would swiftly conclude. In stark contrast to the listless players on the field, Neville, recently dismissed from the game, was animated on the sidelines, fervently bellowing at his teammates to surge forward and attack, channeling his inner frustration. The Everton coach, equally incensed, was vociferously urging his players to advance. Neville's malicious foul had utterly provoked Zhang Ming. He thought to himself, if you seek your own demise, then I shall exploit this opportunity to enhance my scoring statistics. Zhang Ming observed Everton's midfielder Osman as he dribbled the ball, seeking to penetrate the defense. Wah. Could you assist me in reviewing the statistics of Osman and Coleman? Zhang Ming observed Osman skillfully controlling the ball while executing a series of passes with Coleman, preparing to make his move. Osman possessed a comprehensive index of 78, while Coleman's was 74. Upon hearing Hua's remark, Zhang Ming formulated a plan. Osman's index mirrored his own, making him a formidable opponent, but Coleman, with an index 4 points lower, presented an opportune target. When the ball reached Coleman's feet, Zhang Ming surged forward to challenge him. Aware of his own limitations and realizing he was inferior even to the recently dismissed Neville, who had been outplayed by Zhang Ming, Coleman knew he stood no chance. As Zhang Ming approached, he hastily passed the ball back to Osman. Osman, caught off guard by Coleman's evident fear of Zhang Ming, was surprised. After all, Zhang Ming was still several meters away. The moment of hesitation allowed Matic to seize the ball. Upon gaining possession, all Chelsea players, save for the goalkeeper check, rapidly advanced towards Everton's penalty area. Meanwhile, the Everton players abandoned their midfield bravado and raced back, determined to fortify their defense. Matic passed the ball to Williams. Initially intending to cross for the towering Drogba, Williams found the striker tightly marked by 3 Everton defenders. Recalling Zhang Ming's prowess as a long-range shooter, which was ideal for breaking the deadlock, he opted to return the ball to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, upon receiving the ball within Everton's penalty area, glanced at the green goal line, displaying a remarkable 92% success rate for shots. With such assurance, he took a decisive strike. Although Everton's goalkeeper, Muha, lunged desperately to thwart the attempt, the exquisite curvature and finesse of Zhang Ming's shot proved too formidable to deny. The ball found its way into the net, extending Chelsea's lead to an emphatic 5-1 over Everton. Zhang Ming had scored again, now tantalizingly close to completing a hat trick. With 10 minutes remaining in the match, one couldn't help but ponder whether Zhang Ming would find the net once more. I believe the odds are in his favor, as Everton appeared utterly demoralized. In this moment, Everton resembled a helpless slab of meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of Chelsea's relentless pursuit. Zhang Ming, now incensed, was bound to continue his fervent assault in the final 10 minutes. Indeed, as Mr. Huang aptly remarked, Neville's reckless foul had thoroughly provoked Zhang Ming. He now surged forth like an enraged lion, relentlessly attacking Everton's defensive line. Let us resume our observation of the match. Chapter 51, completing the hat-trick. Muha, after receiving a back pass, executed a short layoff to defender Hibbert, who, astonishingly, began to exchange passes with Baines and Diston within the penalty area. This was nothing short of dilly-dallying. In response, Drogba charged forward, energetically pressuring Everton's defenders, prompting Hibbert to finally distribute the ball to Osman. At this juncture, Chelsea's Oscar, Williams, Zhang Ming, Lampard, and Matic were all engaged in an intense midfield press. With Everton's midfield linchpin Neville dismissed from the match, they stood no chance against Chelsea's onslaught. In a state of disarray, Everton's midfielders struggled even to complete basic passes. Ultimately, Oscar intercepted the ball and unleashed his signature skill, delivering a cross from the flank. Upon receiving Oscar's pass, Drogba was immediately met with a blockade from Everton's defenders. Zhang Ming, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, dashed forward to intercept the ball. Without a moment's hesitation after gaining possession, he unleashed a powerful shot on goal, and given the proximity within the penalty area, success was almost assured. With yet another goal to his name, Zhang Ming achieved a splendid hat-trick. As the match progressed into injury time, he selflessly assisted Lampard, who subsequently netted his first goal of the new season. The exhilaration radiating from Lampard was palpable. As a midfielder, opportunities to score are typically scarce, and this particular chance not only materialized but culminated in a goal, leaving him elated. Ultimately, Chelsea triumphed over Everton, affectionately known as the Toffees, with a resounding score of 7-1, thanks to Zhang Ming's hat-trick and contributions from Lampard, Drogba, Oscar, and Willian through penalties. As they made their way back to the players' tunnel, Chelsea fans on either side clamored to shake hands with the hero of the match, Zhang Ming, who graciously obliged each enthusiast. Amidst the throng, a middle-aged man holding a young girl sought to extend his hand to Zhang Ming. However, the little girl was inadvertently jostled from her father's grasp and fell into the crowd. In a moment of swift reflexes, Zhang Ming caught her just in time amidst the gasps of onlookers. Cradling the still shaken girl, she bestowed a kiss upon him, filling Zhang Ming with a profound sense of happiness. He mused how wonderful it would be to have a daughter like her, ideally one fathered with Lucy, rather than the potential match spoken of by his mother back home, which involved an unacquainted suitor with 4 legs and 4 pillars. After Zhang Ming returned the child to the middle-aged man, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Following the match, Chelsea, as per tradition, embarked on a celebratory banquet. Zhang Ming no longer possessed the fervor he once had for toasting with celebratory drinks. It seems that indulging in alcohol daily is not feasible. The following day, as per routine, the first team enjoyed yet another day of leisure. Zhang Ming naturally awoke at his own leisure, rising only when the sun had already ascended to a considerable height in the sky. Zhang Ming awoke to find a message on his phone, consisting of merely 2 words, "Hello?" Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhang Ming was taken aback to discover that it was a phone number from the imperial nation. This could undoubtedly be a telemarketing call. In today's society, who would initiate a conversation with a mere greeting? It is not as if we are living in the days of letter writing. Zhang Ming paid it no heed and proceeded to the restaurant to indulge in a meal. Now that he had wealth, he could no longer treat himself to mere instant noodles. Just as Zhang Ming was savoring a delectable steak, his phone rang, chiming twice before abruptly disconnecting. Initially, Zhang Ming presumed it was a call from his mother and quickly retrieved his phone to check. To his surprise, it was the very number that had just messaged him. Goodness, have telemarketing calls become this audacious? They are so unwilling to spend a dime on phone credits yet expect him to return the call, attempting to pull off a scheme without any investment. How naive of them. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ming chose to disregard the call and continued savoring his steak. Before long, the phone rang again, and it was still that same number. This time, he did not hang up. "Hello, is this Zhang Ming?" "Yes, this is Zhang Ming. May I inquire who is calling?" Upon answering the call, Zhang Ming immediately recognized the familiar voice addressing him by name. "Why haven't you called me? Do you realize how exorbitant international call charges can be?" "I am your partner," she exclaimed. At that moment, Zhang Ming understood that this was indeed the remarkable young lady his mother had often praised. The one with 4 legs and 4 pillars. He empathized with her situation and decided not to squander her phone credit. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Ming dialed the number back. To his surprise, he found you to possess a kind heart. "It seems my aunt did not deceive me, for you are indeed a good person." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Ming was taken aback. How naive rural girls can be, considering a mere returned phone call as an act of goodness. However, it appears there may be a misunderstanding, as my family did not convey the matter clearly. Zhang Ming initially contemplated candidly expressing his disinterest in pursuing a romantic relationship. However, he recalled his father's admonition to handle such matters delicately, especially since they were relatives, and he did not wish to cause any embarrassment. Furthermore, the young woman's aunt happened to be his own cousin, who had always treated him kindly, even knitting him a warm sweater during his childhood. "How much do you earn in a month now? And how much savings do you have?" As Zhang Ming pondered how to gently decline, the young lady inquired first. "Why do you ask this?" Zhang Ming replied with a hint of irritation. "Is it not rather too direct to inquire about one's potential earnings and savings right from the outset? Why leave such probing questions to me? If you wish, you may entrust all your funds to my care. After all, men with wealth often become misguided, and in the end, they squander it all. It would be far wiser for me to manage it." His words struck Zhang Ming profoundly. This was indeed quite audacious. They had yet to meet, and she was already attempting to seize control over the finances. "Do not worry, I am not after your riches," she asserted confidently. "I simply fear you might spend recklessly. You may set aside 500 a month for personal expenses. After all, your living and dining are covered by the team. 500 should suffice for social engagements." Her conviction was palpable. "No, this is simply too much." Zhang Ming, suppressing his anger, spoke. "What is so excessive about this? I demand a dowry of 100,000. And you can contribute a little more to help buy a house for my younger brother. My parents are in poor health and cannot work. Our family is not affluent. Is it too much to ask for you, as my brother-in-law, to assist in purchasing a home for my brother? My parents raised me with great effort, and I am offering you a beautiful daughter. What more do you want? Surely, you possess a heart of flesh, not one of stone." At this moment, Zhang Ming was left speechless by the rebuttal. "You still have objections to this? Do not presume that just because you are now abroad, you are somehow superior. I will be frank with you. Had it not been for my aunt's intervention, I would not have chosen you. There are plenty of suitors vying for my affection, and their conditions far exceed yours. You must be aware of the number of bachelors in our country. Do not be oblivious to the reality of your situation. Fine, 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 go find someone with better prospects. I am unworthy of you. Do not reach out to me again." Upon hearing the young lady's words, Zhang Ming hurriedly responded. "I was just contemplating how to broach the subject, and your words resonate perfectly with my thoughts. Truly, one's desires often manifest unexpectedly." Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Are you certain? A miserly curmudgeon like you deserves to remain a bachelor. Only a fool would marry you. Whoever marries without spending money I will immediately inform my aunt that we are incompatible. With that, the young lady hung up the phone. Zhang Ming stared in astonishment at the disconnected call, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Just moments ago, he had remarked on the girl's innocence, only to be swiftly confronted with an undeniable contradiction. Where was her innocence? Who could claim to be pure in this world? Chapter 52. Absurd Interview. Zhang Ming finished his meal and walked back to his dormitory, feeling dejected. He had been in high spirits, having recently achieved a remarkable feat by scoring hat tricks in 2 consecutive matches, leading his team to victory. The team was firmly positioned at the top of the standings, bolstered by their superior goal difference, while he himself was reigning supreme in both the scoring and assist charts. However, his buoyant mood was now shattered by the unexpected encounter with a girl he had never met before. Well, at least he had overcome this hurdle. He sincerely hoped that his mother would refrain from orchestrating such situations in the future. Zhang strolled along, deep in thought. Zhang Ming, do you have a moment? We would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you for our cat-themed website. Do not even consider declining our request. I am aware that your first team is on break today. As Zhang Ming approached the entrance of the team, Wang Jing, a journalist from the SoCat website, called out to him. Upon hearing Wang Jing's words, Zhang Ming realized he had little choice. He was well aware of the formidable power of the press. Their pen could breathe life into the most mundane of narratives, and should he offend them, heaven knows how they might tarnish his reputation. No problem. When and where? He replied. Zhang Ming said with a smile. Zhang Ming had also perused the pages of the Soma website, while Wang Jing had followed him several times to capture moments with the team, ultimately praising him extensively on the site. Such kindness was commendable, especially considering they both hailed from the same esteemed nation, thus deserving of mutual respect. Now, you rarely have time to spare. Come over to the hotel where I'm staying, Wang Jing suggested. To your hotel? Isn't it a bit inappropriate during the day? Zhang Ming exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Wang Jing's words. What are you thinking, little one? I could practically be your aunt, Wang Jing retorted, urging him to hurry as time was of the essence, aware of the thoughts swirling in Zhang Ming's mind. Zhang Ming settled into Wang Jing's car, racing towards the hotel. Wang Jing's Volkswagen paled in comparison to Lampard's sports car, lacking any semblance of flair. The suspension was woefully inadequate, jostling them about. Zhang Ming even speculated that the vehicle might be on the verge of collapse. However, the bumpy ride had its own merits. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhang Ming found himself fixated on Wang Jing. The tight grip of the seatbelt, coupled with the car's incessant jolting, rendered him unable to divert his gaze. When the time comes to purchase a car, he mused to himself, he too would acquire a sports car akin to Lampard's. Zhang Ming accompanied Wang Jing into the hotel. Upon entering Wang Jing's room, he was taken aback by the sight of intimate garments strewn across the bed. I apologize. I didn't expect you to agree to the interview so readily, she said, slightly flustered, realizing she hadn't tidied up. Wang Jing, noticing Zhang Ming's astonished gaze fixed on her delicate attire, blushed and hurriedly gathered the clothing. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen enough? She teased, observing his stunned expression. And no, I wasn't looking at anything, he stammered. Zhang Ming was filled with regret at that moment, feeling utterly inadequate as he fixated on someone else's attire. No matter how captivating it may be, one cannot simply gawk incessantly. Now, he found himself in a dire predicament, fearing he might soon be unceremoniously dismissed. Yet, to his surprise, Wang Jing appeared completely unfazed, even smiling. So, what about your partner? Zhang Ming shifted the topic, inquiring. Are you referring to Lu Minghui? He has returned to the country. Your wife is about to give birth. This exclusive interview can only be conducted by me alone. Oh, he is not your husband? Zhang Ming asked, astonished by Wang Jing's words. Who told you he is my husband? I am not yet married. I am still an unmarried woman, Wang Jing retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. In Wang Jing's room, there was a small table where Zhang Ming and Wang Jing sat facing each other. Wang Jing retrieved a pen and notebook, beginning to jot down her questions. Are we not recording this? Zhang Ming observed Wang Jing, who had not even turned on the camera, preparing to pose questions. He inquired, We are in a hotel. How can we film this? If it gets broadcasted, what will others think? My boyfriend might come rushing over. Wang Jing looked at Zhang Ming as if he were foolish. You already have a boyfriend. Zhang Ming felt a pang of disappointment. It was understandable. She was stunningly beautiful, had an exquisite figure, and was articulate. How could she possibly be single? With this realization, Zhang Ming fell silent and began to answer Wang Jing's questions attentively. Wang Jing's inquiries were quite detailed, How many people were in his family? How many acres of land they owned? And how many cattle were on the farm? She asked it all. Wang Jing was quite conversational, possessing a delightful sense of humor. Moreover, her beauty kept Zhang Ming from dozing off. Ultimately, Wang Jing asked about Zhang Ming's academic performance, which struck a chord. If he had been a good student, he would not have failed his college entrance examination, and how could he still entertain thoughts of playing football? Gaining admission to university while aspiring to play football? His father would surely break his legs for such folly. By the way, sister, aren't you hungry? Shouldn't it be time for a meal? Hours had passed, and Wang Jing continued her relentless questioning. Is this even an interview? The detail is such that it could be turned into an autobiography. She added, the hotel will deliver the food shortly. I've made arrangements. There are just a few more questions before we conclude, so let's make haste. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming could only endure his hunger in her company. Before long, indeed, a waiter arrived with a sumptuous array of dishes. Would you care for a drink? Just as Zhang Ming was about to indulge, Wang Jing produced a bottle of Mao Tai and inquired, I bought this at the airport. It was cheaper than back home. You can pick some up at the duty-free shop next time you visit. As she poured him a glass, she continued, Sister, I toast to you. Zhang Ming observed Wang Jing pouring himself a glass of wine as well, and then raised his own cup, remarking, You, my friend, are quite the gentleman. Wang Jing, possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol, promptly downed his drink in one swift motion. Zhang Ming also felt the weight of the atmosphere. In the end, Wang Jing produced another bottle of Matai, and the two consumed yet another half a gin. Sister, you are truly remarkable. I simply cannot drink anymore. Zhang Ming, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, finally succumbed to his intoxication. He thought to himself that he could no longer continue drinking. In a hazy stupor, he drifted into a dream, wherein he envisioned himself marrying a lovely bride, Lucy. It was the enchanting night of their wedding, filled with joy and celebration. Here, the narrative omits an extensive 2,000 words. Zhang Ming awoke to the startling realization that he was lying beside Wang Jing, both clad in garments reminiscent of a primitive society. Goodness, could it be that the dream he had just experienced was not merely a figment of his imagination? In his dream, he was with Lucy, yet in reality, he found himself with Wang Jing. Zhang Ming gazed at Wang Jing before him, while Wang Jing, noticing Zhang Ming's unwavering stare, glanced down and realized that she resembled a primitive being in her current state. In a flurry, Wang Jing hastily pulled up the blanket to envelop herself. This is all a consequence of excessive drinking. I have a boyfriend, and I implore you not to breathe a word of this to anyone. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. Wang Jing, being a few years older, promptly contemplated the crucial issue and admonished Zhang Ming. Sister, you need not worry. I assure you that I will remain silent. Zhang Ming asserted confidently, Sister, I shall take my leave now. Zhang Ming dressed quietly, whispering to himself. Noticing that Wang Jing was unresponsive, he decided to step outside on his own, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Chapter 53, Mourinho's Plan. Zhang Ming did not leave the hotel. Instead, he concealed himself in a corner, observing the entrance. After his recent behavior, he felt compelled to ensure the well-being of the other person, worried they might be in despair. Before long, he spotted Wang Jing limping out of the hotel. That boy, truly uncouth, lacking the sensitivity to appreciate a woman's fragility. He was just a naive youth, utterly ignorant. With a flushed face and gritting her teeth in pain, Wang Jing shuffled in small, careful steps toward the pharmacy across the street. What was wrong with her? Why was she heading to the pharmacy? Had she been injured? That seemed implausible as she was still able to walk. Zhang Ming pondered to himself, astonished. Goodness. Both of them had indulged excessively and forgotten to wear raincoats. No wonder. With this realization, Zhang Ming comprehended the situation. Once Wang Jing emerged from the pharmacy and returned to the hotel, Zhang Ming hailed a taxi back to the team's dormitory. The following day, Zhang Ming awoke with a sore back and aching muscles. How many times had they exerted themselves the previous night? He had never felt this weary after earning 3 talent points in a single evening before. Zhang Ming pondered in frustration. He now understood why that lad Balotelli, despite possessing immense talent, failed to achieve results. Although he felt weary and achy, Zhang Ming still arrived punctually at the first team training ground. Mourinho began by elucidating the technical characteristics of Arsenal, followed by a detailed analysis of each key player on the team. Zhang Ming, like his fellow players, listened intently, aware that Arsenal was unlike the Everton team they had triumphed over the day before. Arsenal, often referred to as the Gunners, earned this moniker due to their frequent sale of players, particularly key figures, including even their captain. While other top clubs lavishly spend during the summer transfer window, Arsenal deviates from this norm, opting instead to open their doors wide for selling. Notably, Robin van Persie, the former captain of Arsenal, was acquired by Manchester United for a staggering €30 million. Similarly, Cesc Fabregas was sold during his prime years. Despite the tendency to part with essential players, Arsenal's performance remains commendable, consistently securing a spot within the top four of the Premier League. Although their initial league results may seem dismal, they possess an uncanny ability to rally in the latter half of the season, earning them the reputation of the fourth-place maniacs. A significant contributing factor to their success is the presence of an exceptional coach, the renowned French tactician Arsène Wenger, affectionately dubbed the Professor by fans. Wenger has been at the helm of Arsenal for over a decade, second only to Manchester United's Sir Alex Ferguson in tenure among Premier League clubs. Zhang Ming was acutely aware that facing Arsenal posed a formidable challenge, perhaps even more daunting than contending with Manchester United. After all, Manchester United lacked a robust midfield, excelling primarily in their forward and defensive lines. In contrast, Arsenal boasted an array of midfield virtuosos, with talents such as Essence, Zil, Chamberlain, and Podolski, all of whom are world-class midfielders. Globally, only Barcelona, whose strength lies in their midfield, possesses the capability to thoroughly dominate Arsenal's midfield. On the other hand, Chelsea's midfield, aside from Lampard and Matic, pales in comparison, as players like Willian, Benjamin, and Oscar are more akin to attacking midfielders rather than genuine central midfielders. Zhang, in the upcoming match against Arsenal, you will need to drop back into the midfield. Do you have the confidence to measure up against the formidable Arsenal midfield maestro Zil? Mourinho inquired after training, halting Zhang Ming. I am a shadow striker, not a midfielder, Zhang replied. I lack the necessary experience, and my observational skills during matches are simply insufficient. Zhang Ming has always regarded himself as a shadow striker, solely focused on scoring goals and basking in the limelight. It is inconceivable for him to agree to retreat and play as a midfielder. Moreover, Lampard is a midfielder. Wouldn't that be undermining his esteemed relative, Lampard? I understand this, but our midfielders are far too few. Unlike Arsenal and Everton, this team possesses remarkable resilience. Even if you lead them by 3 goals, one cannot afford to be complacent, for they are likely to catch up and even surpass the lead. Their midfield lineup is exceptionally formidable, surpassing even that of Manchester United. We are left with only Lampard and Matic as our genuine midfield players. Clearly, that is insufficient. You must withdraw to the midfield, partnering with Lampard and Matic. In the next match, I plan to employ a 4-3-2-1 formation. Only in this manner do we stand a chance of victory. Mourinho has stated as much. What more can Zhang Ming say? It is prudent to comply. It is wise to remain humble in the presence of the special one. Subsequently, Mourinho repeatedly practiced the 4-3-2-1 formation. The 4 defenders were Ivanovic, Cahill, Terry, and Rodriguez. The 3 midfielders were Lampard, Zhang Ming, and Matic. The 2 attacking midfielders were Oscar and Willian, with Drogba leading the front line. According to Mourinho, this is the most reliable formation. At this moment, Zhang Ming felt immensely anxious. He has never played in midfield before. In the previous 2 matches, he had no regard for formations, merely seeking opportunities to shoot and shine. Playing in midfield is entirely different. It requires involvement in defense, orchestrating attacks, and possessing a broader perspective to control the tempo of the match. Teams that can dominate the midfield significantly increase their chances of victory. A strong midfield can maintain possession, alleviating the spectators' anxiety. Why do the national matches of the Royal Kingdom evoke such distress? Is it not due to their inability to retain possession? Look at Barcelona. With the genius midfielders Xavi and Iniesta at the helm, steadfastly controlling the rhythm of the game, providing a sense of reassurance to the viewers. Indeed, he still has the CAC experience card unused. CAC is an attacking midfielder, aligning perfectly with his current predicament. What is there to fear? With the CAC experience card, he might not even need to resort to Ronaldo's signature pendulum dribble. After all, the later the grand move is executed, the better. With this thought, Zhang Ming felt considerably more at ease. 2 days later, at the pre-match press conference, Mourinho brought Zhang Ming along. Wenger attended with Arsenal's forward Giroud for the event. After the customary pleasantries exchanged between the 2 coaches, reporters began questioning the players present. Chelsea has acquired an outstanding striker from the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Ming, who has scored hat-tricks in 2 consecutive matches, currently leading the scoring chart with 6 goals. Additionally, he tops the assist leaderboard with 4 assists. As Arsenal's top striker, you have only scored 1 goal. What are your thoughts on this significant disparity? Do you believe your team has a chance to defeat Chelsea? The journalist first inquired of Arsenal striker Giroud, stating, as the season has only just commenced, the rankings of the top scorers hold little significance. It is well known that players who often occupy the upper echelons of the scoring charts in the early months tend to falter as the season progresses. Therefore, I am not currently preoccupied with the scoring leaderboard. I will assess it once we reach the halfway mark. Regarding your mention of the player from the Dragon Country, Zhang Ming, I must admit I have not been following him closely. He remains a novice, a newcomer, and thus far, he has yet to demonstrate the caliber that warrants my attention. Perhaps he performed admirably in his first 2 matches and fortuitously found the back of the net. But facing us, Arsenal will undoubtedly be his nightmare. I am confident that in the forthcoming match, I will keep him and indeed the entire Chelsea squad at bay. Giroud declared with conviction. Zhang Ming, upon hearing these words, was infuriated, exclaiming, "Is this for real? How arrogant can one be? Does your mother even know about your audacity?" The reporter, relishing the drama, prodded further. "Did you hear what Giroud said? He claimed he does not pay attention to you. You simply do not measure up. Do you have anything to say in response?" "Who? Giroud. Who is he? I do not recognize him," Zhang retorted. "As you know, I have only recently arrived in England. It is unreasonable to expect me to be acquainted with every individual here. Today is a pre-match press conference, so I kindly ask you to refrain from raising irrelevant questions." Zhang Ming responded with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing his words, Mourinho secretly gave Zhang Ming 2 thumbs up. After the match, he thought to himself, I must bring this young man to the press conference. His words carry such commanding presence. Chapter 54, The Furious Giroud. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's remarks, Giroud's face contorted with rage, and he squared up, ready to confront Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming sat motionless, merely casting a disdainful glance at Giroud. His expression conveyed a clear message. Do not make a fuss if you lack the ability to back it up. With the self-assuredness granted by the defensive skills provided by his system, he thought, I could easily take on 3 of you. Giroud, in a sudden burst of fury, kicked over the press conference table and charged forward, only to be restrained firmly by Wenger. Standing at an impressive height of 191 meters, Wenger was undoubtedly the tallest among coaches, making it nearly impossible to contain the impetuous Giroud. This was, after all, an open pre-match press conference. How could one resort to violence? Should anyone witness such behavior, it could jeopardize one's career irreparably. With tensions rising, it became apparent that the press conference could not continue and had to be hastily concluded. As they exited the venue, Chelsea's captain, Terry, wrapped an arm around Zhang Ming's shoulders and remarked, Well done, mate. We used to dread encountering such fools at press conferences. But you managed to provoke him to this extent. Impressive work. Boss, we cannot indulge such individuals. How dare he assert that he would shut us out completely? Who does he think he is? Zhang Ming exclaimed. What the hell? A clean sheet against all of us. Just based on him. Even Messi and Ronaldo wouldn't dare utter such words to us. His incredulity was palpable, and soon Drogba echoed his sentiment with equal fervor. Before long, the entire Chelsea squad was aflame with righteous indignation, prepared to confront Arsenal with unyielding resolve. Mourinho, witnessing this fervor, smiled knowingly. Players, especially those about to take the field, should embody such fearless spirit. It is no wonder Chelsea bristled at Giroud's audacious claim of a shutout. Both Arsenal and Chelsea are clubs hailing from London's capital, and it is rare to find camaraderie between 2 teams residing in the same city. Each strives to outdo the other, vying for the favor of their shared fan base, leaving no room for niceties. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. The pre-match press conference saw Zhang Ming and Giroud trading barbs. And soon both teams were poised for battle, fists clenched in anticipation of victory. The fans were equally embroiled in a war of words online, and the club's official websites exchanged provocations with unrestrained vehemence. At this juncture, neither side could afford to show weakness. Arsenal's home ground, the Emirates Stadium, boasts a capacity of over 60,000, all seats filled. The atmosphere was electric, with fans from both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of insults. Although it was Arsenal's home turf, the proximity of the teams and their supporters rendered the crowd evenly matched. In the studio of Royal Sports Channel 5, the announcer declared, Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd round of the Premier League is upon us, as Chelsea prepares to face Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium. The tension was palpable even before the game began. In the days leading up to this clash, the clubs and their supporters had been locked in a verbal sparring match. The catalyst for this animosity was the pre-match press conference, where Arsenal's leading scorer provocatively challenged Chelsea's own star, our very own Zhang Ming. Indeed, Zhang Ming is not one to be trifled with. Rumor has it, upon his arrival at Chelsea, he faced provocations from midfielder Benjamin and defender Rodri, only to deliver a resounding lesson in return. Giroud, perceiving Zhang Ming's youth and status as a newcomer from the royal nation, dared to speak disdainfully. Little did he know, this encounter would ignite a fierce competition. I sense this match will evolve into a spectacular goal fest. Thanks to Zhang Ming and Giroud igniting the powder keg during the pre-match conference, both teams have been engaged in daily verbal exchanges, significantly heightening interest in this upcoming match. The same fervor is echoed in the royal nation, where the viewership ratings for Royal Sports Channel 5 have shattered historical records. Witnessing the soaring ratings for their commentary, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian could hardly contain their delight. Despite Zhang Ming's pivotal role in this success, they reveled in the triumph of their own broadcast. The starting lineups were announced. Our King Zhang has finally made his debut in the starting lineup after 2 matches as a substitute. This is hardly surprising, considering he has scored hat-tricks in consecutive games. He currently leads both the Premier League's scoring and assisting charts. Today marks the London Derby, a match that both sides are eager to win. As the team's foremost striker, how could Mourinho possibly allow Zhang Ming to remain on the bench? Let us examine the starting lineups for both teams. Arsenal's 11, playing at home, consists of goalkeeper, SCCZSNY, defenders, Gibbs, Monreal, Debuchy, Chambers, midfielders, Zil, Esche, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Podolski. Forwards, Giroud, Campbell. Chelsea's starting 11 includes goalkeeper, Cech, defenders, Ivanovi, Terry, Cahill, Rodriguez, midfielders, Lampard, Zhang Ming, Matic, attacking midfielder, Oscar, forwards, Drogba. From the starting rosters, it is evident that both teams have fielded their finest players. The only notable change is Zhang Ming's repositioning to midfield, partnering with Lampard and Matic. It is important to note that Zhang Ming has excelled in the attacking midfield role. One wonders what Mourinho's strategy could be in moving him back to midfield. This adjustment is likely due to Arsenal's formidable midfield, as the combination of Zil and Esche is second only to Barcelona's illustrious duo of Xavi and Iniesta. Chelsea's reliance on Lampard and Matic is simply insufficient. By repositioning Zhang Ming to bolster midfield control, we can expect an intriguing match today. Firstly, it remains to be seen whether Zhang Ming can adapt to the midfield position. Secondly, can he achieve another hat-trick, thus marking a remarkable feat of 3 consecutive matches with hat-tricks? After all, no player has ever accomplished such a miraculous achievement. If Zhang Ming manages to score another hat-trick today, he will undoubtedly ascend to legendary status. Whether we will witness this extraordinary event remains to be seen. Upon hearing Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian's commentary, the supporters of the Royal Kingdom, who were watching the match in the dark of night, began to stir with excitement. Wow! Brother Ming is formidable, daring to confront Giroud head-on, truly impressive. Brother Ming has never backed down. I've seen that video of him taking on Chelsea's Benjamin and Rodriguez, reportedly recorded by the bad boy Balotelli, and it was absolutely explosive. Brother Ming's 1-against-2 was like a deity descending from the heavens, exuding an air of majesty. Wow, does anyone still have that video? Please share the link. Bro, let's chat privately. Dude, I just received 99 friend requests out of nowhere. Bro, I want to see it too. Me too. Chapter 55. Is that not cack? As both teams took to the field, the starting player Zhang Ming had the honor of leading a young fan onto the pitch, a charming little girl with golden locks and azure eyes, which filled Zhang Ming with immense joy. The girl was utterly delightful. He thought to himself that he must have a daughter in the future, come what may. The match commenced with Arsenal, playing at home, taking the first kick. The midfield maestro, Zil, executed a long pass to forward Campbell. Campbell, with deft control, maneuvered into the penalty area, and, faced with the defensive challenge from Terry and Rodri, deftly passed the ball to Giroud. Giroud unleashed a powerful shot, which was heroically parried away by Cech. In a moment of sheer determination, Campbell regained possession before Terry could intervene, and with both Terry and Rodri closing in, he delivered another superb pass to Giroud. The quality of Campbell's pass, its trajectory, height, and force, was impeccable, allowing Giroud to strike effortlessly. Without hesitation, Giroud executed a volley that struck the left post and ricocheted into the net. Arsenal took the lead, 1-0. Chelsea's players stood dejectedly, watching the jubilant Arsenal squad celebrate, their spirits dampened by frustration. What on earth was happening? They had prepared extensively, intending to contest the midfield fiercely. Yet, Arsenal had forsaken control of the midfield from the outset, charging forward to shoot on goal in a manner that defied all expectations. Arsenal truly stood apart. A league above Everton, without a doubt. The renowned Professor Wenger lived up to his illustrious reputation. Zhang Ming contemplated deeply. Arsenal had secured a dreamlike start, breaking the deadlock merely 2 minutes into the match with Campbell's assist to Giroud. Chelsea appeared to have underestimated their opponents. From the formation, it was evident that Mourinho intended to engage Arsenal in a midfield battle. However, Arsenal's unexpected strategy caught Chelsea off guard. The goal conceded was indeed unforeseen, with a stroke of fortune accompanying Giroud's strike. Cech had already committed to a direction in his desperate dive, yet the ball ricocheted off the post and into the net. Such deflections leave the goalkeeper utterly powerless. Now, it remains to be seen how Chelsea will respond offensively. I trust Mourinho has devised a plan. Falling behind in the scoreline has undoubtedly affected Mourinho's tactical approach, as he surely did not anticipate conceding so swiftly. The focus now shifts to Chelsea's counter-strategy. Although they may not have foreseen such an early goal, they must have rehearsed for such scenarios. After all, football does not allow for pauses. It now hinges on the player's performance in the heat of the moment. Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian, the esteemed commentators from Royal Sports Channel 5, displayed commendable insight, swiftly identifying the underlying issues. Following Giroud's goal, he celebrated exuberantly, then approached Zhang Ming with bravado. "Hey, little dragon from the east, I promised you a clean sheet. Did you see that? Our prowess far surpasses that of second-rate teams like Manchester United." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt as though he could hear Rooney's furious voice. "Lampard, what the hell are you doing? Get in there and confront them." "Has the match concluded?" Zhang Ming questioned, bewildered by Giroud's provocation. "Has the match ended? Oh my goodness, are you so daunted by my aura that you wish for it to finish already? I haven't even begun to unleash my prowess," Giroud boasted. "You shoot so swiftly. Does your girlfriend approve? You know, not many appreciate a quick draw like you. I suggest seeking help from a less conventional clinic. Otherwise, I fear you might end up with a flock of sheep grazing atop your head." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Giroud took a moment to process. "What the hell did you just say?" he roared. Hey, calm down. Besides your blustering, what else can you do?" At the pre-match press conference, "You were all bark and no bite. I sat there unmoved, and yet you cowered. No wonder you have a flock of sheep on your head." Just then, Arsenal's captain, Zil, rushed over to pull Giroud away, sensing his fury. "Just wait. Today, I will turn you into a sieve," Giroud shouted defiantly. "You should be more concerned about whether your head can still support a flock, you fool." Zhang Ming, unwilling to concede defeat, responded assertively. The match continued as Cahill passed the ball to Terry, who then relayed it to Lampard, and Lampard subsequently returned the pass to Zhang Ming. After receiving the pass, Zhang Ming was immediately marked by Zil. Goodness, Arsenal truly shows respect, as they have even sent their captain to defend against him. Hua, please check Zil's overall rating. Zhang Ming observed Ozil approaching to defend against him and decided to awaken the system for an inquiry. Ozil's comprehensive index stood at an impressive 95 points, showcasing his adeptness in ball control and commendable performance on both offensive and defensive fronts. The system cautioned him to exercise vigilance. When Zhang Ming checked his own comprehensive index, he was astounded to discover that Ozil's score had reached a staggering 95 points. He then inquired further into his own index. "Your comprehensive index is 82 points. However, due to your utilization of the CAC experience card, your index has soared to match the peak performance of CAC, now standing at 97 points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a sense of reassurance. CAC at his zenith, undoubtedly referring to the 2006 to 2007 season, when CAC single-handedly propelled AC Milan to the pinnacle of European football, earning the coveted title of World Footballer of the Year. CAC's technical prowess was characterized by his swift pace and exceptional vision, captivating the hearts of many fans with his aesthetically pleasing playing style. He was affectionately dubbed the Prince of the Green Pitch by enthusiastic admirers. Moreover, CAC's feints were remarkably effective. The more convincing they appeared, the more genuine they seemed. While CAC may not have boasted the signature moves of Iniesta's exquisite dribbling or Ronaldo's pendulum-like ball control, none could afford to underestimate his capabilities. His renowned quick steps were indeed legendary, and his mastery of game tempo control was nothing short of formidable. With Kak's spirit seemingly within him, what was there to fear? Contemplating this, Zhang Ming disregarded the calls for a pass from Matic beside him and Oscar ahead, instead preparing to assertively take on Ozil. Goodness, what am I witnessing? Is Zhang Ming truly planning to confront Ozil head-on? Indeed, Matic and Oscar were clearly signaling for a pass. Yet Zhang Ming's posture indicated his intention to break through and face Ozil directly. It was well known that Ozil was a prominent figure, recently rumored to be linked with Real Madrid. Next year, he might very well join Los Blancos, considering their ability to secure even Cristiano Ronaldo. Acquiring Ozil would be a mere formality. Suddenly, Zhang Ming accelerated his run, spurred on by Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xin's commentary. As he charged forward, Ozil regarded him with disdain and irritation. How audacious of this unheralded novice to attempt to overpower me. Have I fallen so low? With Real Madrid now taking notice of him, he feared that a misstep against this emerging talent could shatter his own aspirations. With this thought, Ozil steeled himself. Zhang Ming, with a comprehensive index 2 points higher than Ozil's, felt emboldened. Locking eyes with Ozil, he suddenly surged forward, embodying Kak's signature movement, an unpredictable series of rapid, irregular steps, darting left and right to evade. Upon witnessing Zhang Ming's agility, Ozil recognized that this young talent was not to be underestimated. Zhang Ming ceaselessly swayed erratically before Zil, and after 10 rounds, Zil unexpectedly lost his footing and fell to the ground. Upon successfully breaching the defenses, Zhang Ming swiftly dribbled into the penalty area. Confronted by Arsenal's defenders, Gibbs and Chambers, he exhibited no hesitation and unleashed a powerful shot. As the ball soared through the air, Zhang Ming noticed the green indicator on the goal line displaying a 95% probability of success. How could it possibly miss? My goodness, what am I witnessing? Is this truly that lad from the royal capital? I clearly see Kak in him. Whether among the over 60,000 fans present at the stadium or the global audience watching live from their screens, each person harbored the same thought. Chapter 56, Shattering Zil. After scoring, Zhang Ming approached Giroud and exclaimed, "Hey, Great Prairie, didn't you claim you would keep a clean sheet against me? What did you just witness?" Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Giroud was infuriated. Campbell, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire, saying, "Brother Rue, he is praising you, likening your broad-mindedness to that of the Great Prairie. Let us not stoop to his level." Had it not been for Sanchez intervening to restrain Giroud, he would surely have retaliated. Zhang Ming gazed at Campbell, astounded by the young man's remarkable comprehension skills at such a tender age. It was truly impressive. It seemed he had devoted all his time to honing his athletic abilities instead of his studies. The match continued as Arsenal orchestrated their offensive play. Defender Gibbs received a goal kick from goalkeeper SNY and skillfully dribbled the ball forward, passing it to Chamberlain. Faced with Lampard's defense, Chamberlain relayed the ball to Podolski, who then set it up for Zil. Upon seeing Zil gain possession, Zhang Ming hurriedly advanced to defend. Recently outmaneuvered by Zhang Ming, Zil was seething with frustration. Had he not been surpassed by this newcomer, the goal would not have been conceded. Once the midfield linchpin of the team, excelling in both defense and attack, he now found himself overwhelmed by a fledgling player. This time, he was determined to outsmart Zhang Ming, should he be thwarted again. Everyone would label him as a defensive liability and his offensive prowess as feeble. Confronted by Zil's fierce demeanor, Zhang Ming confidently prepared himself, employing Kak's signature quick steps. Zil, intent on challenging Zhang Ming, disregarded the calls for the ball from Che and Giroud. Suddenly, Zil burst into a sprint, veering towards Zhang Ming's left. Zhang Ming, exerting himself to block the path, soon realized that Zil's move was a feint. As Zhang Ming charged forward, Zil executed a sharp stop and darted to Zhang Ming's right. Kak's nimble footwork was not just for show. The small, rapid steps allowed for quick directional changes, and as Zil surged right, Zhang Ming adeptly altered his trajectory, anticipating Zil's next move. When Zil saw Zhang Ming waiting on the right side, he was momentarily taken aback by the latter's speed. But a sly smile crept upon his face. It turned out this was yet another feint. Zil's true intent lay once more towards Zhang Ming's left. The detour meant to deceive. However, before Zil could fully relish his cunning, he found Zhang Ming now stationed on the left, waiting for him again. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. How could this young man be so swift? Being a world-class midfielder, Zil quickly regained his composure. If Zhang Ming was waiting on the left, then surely he could pivot again. He dashed towards Zhang Ming's right, only to discover that Zhang Ming remained steadfast in his position. This time, Zil was utterly flabbergasted. Was this young man human? Astonished, he marveled at Zhang Ming's extraordinary agility, rivaling even Messi's famed dribbling finesse. Zhang Ming felt an inward sense of delight as he observed. Zil changed direction once more, and in a series of back-and-forth movements, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Ming, witnessing Ozil sprawled on the ground, swiftly charged forward to seize the ball. With deft footwork, he maneuvered past Arsenal's defenders, Monreal and Debuchy. Empowered by the peak skills reminiscent of Kaká, he exhibited audacity and finesse, weaving left and right with nimble steps, causing the two Arsenal defenders to collide in confusion. Having successfully evaded the duo, Zhang Ming found himself face-to-face with Arsenal's goalkeeper, Szczesny. At that moment, Szczesny, bent over in preparation to intercept the ball, bore an uncanny resemblance to someone about to release a flatulent blast aimed at the spectators behind the goal. With Gibbs and Chambers hot on his heels, Zhang Ming unleashed a shot. The ball soared over Szczesny's head before descending sharply, nestling into the net. Indeed, it gracefully glided over Szczesny's crown before plummeting into the goal, a classic Panenka strike. Such a shot is fraught with peril, yet serves to profoundly demoralize the opposition. Should one employ this technique during a penalty shootout, it often emboldens teammates to convert their own attempts with ease. Being pierced by such a shot can inflict a devastating blow to a goalkeeper's confidence. The moment Zhang Ming executed the Panenka and scored, the Chelsea supporters erupted in ecstasy. After days of verbal sparring with Arsenal fans, this goal extinguished their arrogance. In stark contrast, the Arsenal fans fell silent. Their spirits shattered not only by the blow to their players on the field, but also by the tens of thousands of supporters in attendance. Zhang Ming displayed remarkable prowess, having intercepted the ball from Arsenal's midfield maestro, Ozil, before deftly bypassing two defenders to confront Szczesny alone, ultimately delivering a sublime Panenka. This performance was sufficient to silence critics who claimed Zhang relied solely on luck. Indeed, Ozil is a celebrated figure, heralded as one of the world's premier midfielders, arguably even more renowned than Chelsea's own Lampard. Yet, Zhang Ming first outmaneuvered Ozil to score, then thwarted his attempt to retaliate, subsequently dismantling Arsenal's defense before deftly lifting the ball into the net, a feat worthy of legendary status. Previously, when Zhang Ming was dubbed the king of the royal nation, many dismissed it as jest. Now, however, such notions are unlikely to persist. His performance has undeniably earned him the title, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian. As football commentators and staunch fans of the national team have always sought to extol the virtues of their squad, despite the challenges faced. With Zhang Ming's emergence, their delight is palpable. As commentators, praising a player comes naturally to Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian, even if one were to speak from dusk until dawn without repetition. For a time, Zhang Ming found himself lauded as an individual on par with President Xi and Boss Mei. The commentary section of the royal fans was nothing short of spectacular. Figures like Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian, as public personas, remained concerned about their reputations and public images. However, the fans who stayed up late to watch the live broadcast were unfettered by such considerations. They voiced whatever came to mind, expressing their disdain without restraint. What? The king of football has emerged. Punching Messi, kicking Ronaldo. Female fans circling around, exploring the entirety of London with empty pockets. Indeed, a plethora of remarks flowed forth. It was something that the average person could hardly tolerate, lest they find themselves losing their appetite for the New Year's feast. Chapter 57. Balotelli's request after scoring. Zhang Ming celebrated with his teammates before swaggering over to Giroud. Hey, Grassland brother, what do you think? Was my goal-scoring pose not impressive? You better watch out. I'm about to complete my hat trick. Zhang Ming inquired cheerfully of Giroud, who, upon hearing his words, cast a fierce glare at him, the intensity in his eyes sending a shiver down one's spine. The match continued as Arsenal took the kickoff, with Zhang Ming maintaining his focus on Zil. Gibbs swiftly passed the ball to Enchanting, who advanced with the ball only to encounter Lampard's defense. Enchanting then relayed the ball to Giroud, who in turn sent it to Campbell. Following his pass, Giroud sprinted into the penalty area. The synergy between Campbell and Giroud was remarkable, as Campbell executed a long pass that soared into the penalty box. Giroud leapt with the grace of a giraffe, and the ball struck the crossbar before ricocheting into the net. The score equalized at 2-2. Goodness, this luck seems almost too fortunate for that fox fur. With 2 rebounds finding the net, Zhang Ming observed Giroud rushing towards him without sparing a moment to celebrate with his teammates. a wave of disdain washing over him. This fellow truly harbors a grudge. Hey, young man from the Empire, did you find my recent stance impressive? Giroud taunted, casting a challenging glance at Zhang Ming. Impressive. My foot. Your ashen complexion and sweat-drenched hair are more repulsive than a mirror from the land of the three rivers. Zhang Ming contemplated that such thoughts could only remain unspoken. It was acceptable to utter a few harsh words towards him, but one must never comment on his skin tone. If such remarks were to circulate, it would be deemed racial discrimination, a grave taboo in the realm of sports. We must steer clear of such misfortunes. As Zhang Ming observed Giroud's self-satisfaction, he turned to Terry, requesting the ball. Scoring another goal would serve as the most gratifying form of retaliation. Just as Zhang Ming received the ball, poised to showcase his prowess, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Thus, the match concluded its first segment with Chelsea temporarily tied 2-2 against Arsenal. After the interval, both teams resumed play, with Chelsea initiating the kickoff. Terry continued to pass the ball to Zhang Ming, who, upon gaining possession, was swiftly approached by Zil and Podolski, intent on double-teaming him. Although Zil felt a twinge of defiance, he was acutely aware that he alone could not hope to contain Zhang Ming's formidable skills. Like a blooming flower, he assessed Podolski's comprehensive index. Upon noticing the presence of Podolski defending against him, Zhang Ming activated the system and inquired. Podolski's comprehensive index stands at 93. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming was taken aback. With a 95-point Zil and a 93-point Podolski, and possessing a peak Kaka's comprehensive index of 97. He pondered whether he could indeed break through their tight defensive formation. Zhang Ming did not even make an attempt. He directly passed the ball to Lampard. Upon receiving the ball, Lampard immediately sought out Oscar. Oscar, making a run down the flank, delivered a cross into the penalty area, but to everyone's surprise, Drogba missed the header. Arsenal defender Monreal seized the opportunity and executed a long pass, which landed at Chamberlain's feet. Zhang Bachin frequently occupies the position of an attacking midfielder. As Zhang Ming aptly puts it, he serves as a shadow striker. Chamberlain observed that both Giroud and Campbell were poorly positioned, so he took a long-range shot. Remarkably, it found its way into the net. Within a mere 5 minutes, Arsenal had turned the tide, now leading 3-2. Arsenal's fortune seemed extraordinarily favorable. Chamberlain's shot was a delicate lob that bounced off the ground before entering the goal. 3 goals, each a fortunate bounce. And all found the back of the net. How can one rationalize such luck? Mourinho, on the sidelines, shook his head in disbelief. No matter how great one's abilities, when faced with such extraordinary fortune, one can only stand by helplessly. At this moment, Mourinho approached Balotelli and exchanged a few words, prompting Balotelli to begin warming up. One wonders who would be substituted. Surely, he wouldn't be the one to leave the pitch. Zhang Ming observed Balotelli warming up, pondering to himself. Before long, the assistant referee raised his flag to signal a substitution. Chelsea requested the change. Balotelli entered the match, replacing Oscar. The team had adjusted, with Oscar making way for Balotelli. Let us examine Chelsea's formation at this moment, Huang Jinxiang announced to the viewers. Chelsea had now shifted to a 4-3-3 formation. In defense, Ivanovic, Terry, Cahill, and Rodriguez. In midfield, Lampard, Matic, and Williams. And in attack, Balotelli, Drogba, and Zhang Ming. Chelsea's current lineup was indicative of their determination to fight back. Indeed, trailing once more, Chelsea had to adapt. Both teams were now poised for an offensive, making the match exceedingly thrilling, surely destined to evolve into a goal fest. Let us observe Chelsea's current offensive play. As the commentary concluded, Czech's goal kick found its way to Lampard's feet. Lampard passed the ball to Zhang Ming, who, upon receiving it, found himself besieged by the defensive efforts of Ozil and Podolski. At this juncture, Zhang Ming had become the focal point of the defense. Zhang Ming observed that he was still far from the penalty area, undoubtedly lacking any opportunity to take a shot. Zhang Ming advanced with the iconic, quick little steps, darting left and right. However, Zil and Podolski's defense was impenetrably tight, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. Zhang Ming observed that the red passing line between himself and Drogba displayed a score of 95, while the yellow assisting line indicated a score of 90. Zhang Ming, without any hesitation, directly passed the ball to Drogba. Whether he would take a shot on goal or maneuver the ball himself was left to his discretion. As Chelsea's foremost striker, it was only natural for Drogba to seize the opportunity within the opponent's penalty area. Upon receiving Zhang Ming's pass, Drogba immediately unleashed a powerful shot. Although Arsenal's goalkeeper, SCCZSNY made a valiant attempt to save it. The angle of Drogba's shot was simply too acute, finding the back of the net. At long last, fortune smiled upon Drogba. Chelsea had once again managed to level the score against all odds. Following the celebration, Balotelli approached Zhang Ming. "Zhang, we shared such a wonderful rapport in the reserve team. Given our camaraderie, you simply must provide me with an assist, don't you think? Admittedly, your position was not as advantageous as Drogba's. It was unavoidable." Zhang Ming, with a sense of grievance, remarked that since the assist was his own, he would pass the ball to whoever was in a better position. "Let me confide in you," he continued. "There are several alluring women at the nightclub I frequent. How about you pass me the ball so I can score? Later, I shall take you out for a delightful evening." Noticing Zhang Ming's reluctance to pass, Balotelli playfully added, "Those captivating women are from the same country as that fellow Yamamoto. Don't you men from the Empire find the women from Yamamoto's nation intriguing?" "Brother Ming," he lamented, "I've been benched for 2 matches now. This time, I must score. Otherwise, I risk losing my place on the first team." Seeing that Zhang Ming remained noncommittal, Balotelli pleaded once more, "Truly, it would be remarkable, at least you know, it is quite rare for someone of your Asian heritage to possess such stature." Zhang Ming shook his head at Balotelli's pitiful appearance. Chapter 58. The Unstoppable Zhang Ming. The match continued as Arsenal's goalkeeper threw the ball to defender Debuchy, who subsequently passed it to midfielder Sanchez. Just as Sanchez received the ball, Matic rushed in to block him. Both were formidable midfielders, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Sanchez found himself tightly marked by Matic, and it became apparent that a breakthrough was unlikely. Thus, Sanchez opted to pass the ball to Chamberlain. While defending Ozil, Zhang Ming had been contemplating the possible options for Sanchez's pass before it reached Chamberlain. A personal breakthrough seemed implausible, given that Matic was not to be underestimated and would certainly not allow him to escape unscathed. Passing to forwards Rooney and Campbell was equally unfeasible, as both strikers were well contained by Ivanovic and Terry. A back pass to the defenders also seemed improbable, typically. Such a retreat occurs only when the midfield is under significant pressure and opportunities are scarce, prompting a reorganization from the back. Sanchez was left to maneuver in the midfield, seeking openings amongst his teammates. With Ozil firmly contained, having been outplayed multiple times by Zhang Ming, who possessed the Kaka experience card, Sanchez would certainly refrain from passing to Ozil. Thus, Sanchez was left to pass to either Chamberlain or Podolski. Podolski, stationed on the right flank, was too far away, leaving Sanchez with no choice but to deliver the ball to Chamberlain. As Sanchez initiated his pass, Zhang Ming sprinted towards Chamberlain. Zhang Ming's situation is akin to a gamble, wagering on the accuracy of his own judgment. Sanchez opted to pass the ball to Chamberlain. Had Sanchez chosen to deliver the ball to Ozil instead, while Zhang Ming abandoned Ozil to intercept Chamberlain, it would have left Ozil with an unobstructed path forward. Life is a constant gamble, and no one is exempt from this truth. Surprises invariably accompany risk. The greater the risk, the more profound the surprise. Indeed, Zhang Ming's judgment proved to be astute, as he successfully intercepted the ball intended for Chamberlain. Upon regaining possession, Zhang Ming swiftly turned to locate Balotelli. The grand way from East Island, at least, still resonates as an E. Although Zhang Ming initially disregarded Balotelli, his subsequent actions spoke volumes. My goodness, the formidable wave from East Island. Who could possibly withstand such force? Typically, one would merely observe their action films. Yet this was an experience unlike any other. Zhang Ming gazed at Balotelli, who boasted an impressive assist rate of 93%. A remarkable figure indeed. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ming promptly passed the ball to Balotelli. Although Balotelli's character left much to be desired, his footballing talent was indisputable, placing him among the elite of the world. Recently, he had been subjected to rigorous training, akin to that of a wild dog. Under Zhang Ming's insistence while in the reserve team, his physical prowess and technical skills had notably improved. At this moment, upon receiving Zhang Ming's pass, Balotelli executed a stunning bicycle kick, sending the ball into the far corner of the net. Thanks to this exquisite goal, Chelsea regained the lead, bringing the score to 4-3 against Arsenal. This remarkable bicycle kick would surely be a source of pride for Balotelli for a lifetime. Such goals are a rarity in the annals of football history. In the Royal Sports Channel S studio, the commentators remarked, while it appears that Balotelli is stealing the spotlight with his bicycle kick, the true credit belongs to Zhang Ming. Indeed, had Zhang Ming not anticipated Sanchez's intention to pass to Chamberlain and intercepted the ball, Balotelli would not have even had the chance to shoot, let alone score this extraordinary goal. Zhang Ming's significance to Chelsea cannot be overstated. He possesses not only a remarkable long-range shot, but also the ability to invigorate the midfield. With Zhang Ming on the field, it feels as if Chelsea is playing with 12 men against Arsenal's 11. As the match approached its conclusion, anticipation built to see if Zhang Ming could score once more, achieving a hat-trick for 3 consecutive games. Hearing the commentators' excitement, the fans who had stayed up late to watch the live broadcast were ecstatic. Is this truly our Zhang Ming? He resembles Brazil's Kaká. They could hardly believe that such a talent had emerged from their nation. A sense of epic-defining change in their football was palpable. However, another voice interjected, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Zhang Ming has yet to make it to the national team. A friendly match against South Vietnam is approaching, and it remains uncertain whether he will be eligible to play." Sighing, another remarked, "What a world we live in. Capable individuals are excluded from the national team while a plethora of mediocrity parades around. Excuse me, where have you seen the national team members parading? They are clearly suffering and embarrassed," came a retort. Embarrassed? Nonsense. They move like women who have just given birth, a sight utterly ridiculous. Please, do not insult the poached chicken, at least it has some muscle. These players are just a mass of excess flesh. The match between Chelsea and Arsenal continued unabated. "Well done, Zhang. Tonight, just watch how I arrange things for you. You will be thoroughly satisfied," Balotelli exclaimed, running over to embrace Zhang Ming's shoulders after scoring. Zhang Ming was infuriated upon hearing Balotelli's words. Such matters are typically conducted in secrecy. How could one dare to speak of them aloud? Are you truly foolish? Your lack of shame is astonishing. I still require it. The match continued, and the Arsenal goalkeeper refrained from passing the ball to the defenders, opting instead to launch it forward with a powerful kick, directing it towards the forwards. The midfield had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Neither Zil nor Nche managed to gain any advantage in that area. Relying on the midfield to orchestrate the attack was no longer viable. Upon receiving the ball, Giroud took a direct shot at the goal, only for it to strike the crossbar. However, fortune does not favor one indefinitely. One cannot solely depend on luck to play the game. The ball ricocheted off the crossbar and was seized by the young Arsenal player, Campbell. Campbell exhibited considerably more patience than Giroud. He did not rush to shoot but instead passed the ball to Podolski. Podolski initiated the offensive play. Zil was tightly marked by Zhang Ming, prompting Podolski to distribute the ball to Chamberlain. Chamberlain, with the ball at his feet, prepares to boldly take on Ivanovic. However, under Ivanovic's steadfast defense, Chamberlain finds himself with little opportunity to advance. Zhang Bojan, unable to penetrate Ivanovic's defenses, opted to pass the ball to Sanchez. With remarkable agility, Sanchez deftly maneuvered against Rodri's defense. His relentless feints and swift movements left Rodri on the ground, completely bamboozled. After successfully evading Rodri, Sanchez adeptly drew Terry into the fray for support. Facing Terry, Sanchez executed a backheel pass, sending the ball to the waiting Giroud behind him. Just as Terry prepared to charge towards Giroud, Sanchez pivoted, momentarily obstructing Terry's advance. Giroud, now unmarked, surged towards the penalty area, prompting Ivanovic to rush in for a block. Before Ivanovic could close in, Giroud took a swift shot at goal. In the heat of the moment, neither the trajectory nor the power of his strike was optimal, resulting in the ball being firmly grasped by Cech. The match had entered stoppage time. Cech quickly tossed the ball to Terry, who then relayed it to Matic. Matic deftly redirected the ball to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, brimming with confidence, faced Zil's defense. Before Enchanting could arrive to provide support, he skillfully maneuvered the ball, swiftly breaking past Zil. At that moment, Zhang Ming resembled a desperate African brother, gliding with Kaká's signature delicate steps, darting left and right as he charged toward the Arsenal penalty area. Arsenal's goalkeeper, SCCZSNY, bellowed at his teammates to retreat quickly. However, the Arsenal defenders, unable to encircle Zhang Ming, were no match for his Kaká's prowess. Zhang Ming made a swift advance, and Arsenal's goalkeeper SCCZSNY leaped valiantly to intercept the ball. Upon witnessing the feeble nature of Zhang Ming's shot, SCCZSNY felt a surge of relief, for indeed, the players of the Royal Kingdom had a penchant for such antics. Just as everyone presumed that Zhang Ming had succumbed to a clumsy misstep, he quickly surged forward, seizing control of the ball before the goalkeeper could grasp it, and deftly maneuvered into Arsenal's net. Chelsea now led Arsenal by a score of 5-3. With precious little time remaining in stoppage time, Chelsea's victory seemed all but assured. Chapter 59, the crafty Balotelli after the Chelsea players reveled in their triumph. The 4 minutes of stoppage time elapsed. Following SCCZSNY's clearance, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Amidst the fervent jubilation of Chelsea supporters, the Arsenal fans directed their ire towards their own players. As the Arsenal team made their way to the tunnel, furious fans hurled beverage bottles in their direction. The players, seeking refuge, scurried towards the changing rooms, their distress palpable. In stark contrast, Chelsea's players remained composed on the pitch, engaging with the enthusiastic crowd. Initially, Zhang Ming dismissed the spectacle, viewing it as mere bravado before the fans, but soon, a female supporter rushed over to embrace him, awakening a realization within him. The young English ladies, especially in the sweltering heat and clad in their minimalistic attire, exuded an alluring charm. Each embrace left a lingering scent, a delightful experience, and soon, several young women approached Zhang Ming, drawn to him as he was undeniably the epitome of attractiveness within the team. Meanwhile, Drogba and Balotelli observed like forlorn kittens, envy etched on their faces as they witnessed others receiving affection from the young women. Even the defensively challenged Rodri enjoyed their attention, while they, with their darker complexions, were overlooked. How could they not feel a twinge of frustration? Zhang Ming, feeling a lingering sense of delight, welcomed all with open arms, occasionally brushing against the soft forms of the young ladies with his arm, reveling in the pleasure of the moment. However, his enjoyment was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a burly man in slippers, with a disheveled beard and an uncouth demeanor, causing Zhang Ming to hastily retreat to the changing room. Who could blame him? The imposing presence of such a man, exuding an air of dominance, was enough to instill fear in anyone. As the evening progressed, the customary celebratory drinks were served. Yet, before the toast could be fully savored, Balotelli's attention began to wander. Frequently glancing towards the exit, clearly contemplating an escape to relieve himself, Zhang Ming felt a restless anxiety akin to the scratching of a cat's paw. What on earth is taking you so long, Balotelli? Hurry up and attend to the matter at hand. Zhang, your passing today was exceptional. As the best partners, we ought to cultivate our synergy in this regard. Shall we practice further? Balotelli remarked, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming certainly wouldn't dare to accompany him at this moment, as numerous journalists are surrounding the area. If they were to discover that he had gone to a nightclub with Balotelli, it would be a scandal of monumental proportions. Within a day, even the grandmothers of the Dragon Kingdom would be aware of it. Hey, Xiaoba, you should prepare yourself first, and once you're ready, bring everything to your home. I will come over later, and we can practice thoroughly. Zhang Ming similarly cast a glance at Balotelli, exclaiming, What? To my home? Zhang, when I mentioned practicing, it was merely a pretext. I was referring to that kind of practice. Balotelli, in a state of urgency, responded to Zhang Ming, Little Ba, I am aware. I was alluding to that very type of practice as well. You go ahead and prepare, I will join you shortly. Zhang Ming pulled Balotelli aside and remarked, Goodness, this lad is indeed a bit of a hothead. If I hadn't reacted promptly, he might have inadvertently spilled the beans. Balotelli, with a mischievous grin, replied, Ah, Zhang. So you enjoy this kind of performance, do you? I understand. Brother will make the arrangements. He discreetly handed Zhang Ming a set of keys, no doubt the keys to his residence. The onlookers, witnessing the seemingly nonsensical exchange between Zhang Ming and Balotelli, were utterly baffled. The club executives paid little mind to the antics, as long as Balotelli refrained from causing any trouble. Mourinho even gave Zhang Ming a thumbs up. Acknowledging the challenge of taming Balotelli was no small feat. Observing Zhang Ming and Balotelli discussing their training, Yamamoto suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Yamamoto, who had experienced a dismal tenure at Chelsea akin to the struggles of former Dragon Country players in the top leagues, had only seen the field when the coach felt generous enough to let him play during garbage time. During training, even the coach, let alone his teammates, treated him as inconsequential. To them, as long as he managed the water cooler, he was deemed satisfactory. He often faced the awkwardness of dining out with teammates, where, before he could voice his preferences, they had already ordered for him. Lacking the courage to assert himself, devoid of skill to show off, and with empty pockets, he felt invisible. Witnessing Balotelli, often relegated to the reserve team, shine brightly today, Yamamoto realized he must cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming is not only exceptional at scoring goals, but also proficient in providing assists. Just look at Drogba, Lampard, and Balotelli, who hasn't benefited from Zhang Ming's assists. As long as one maintains a good rapport with Zhang Ming, when the coach calls upon him to play, Zhang Ming will surely deliver an assist. Heh. Wouldn't that elevate one to a starting position? Zhang, I too wish to join you all for practice. Please take me along, if you would be so kind. Upon this thought, Yamamoto called out to Zhang Ming. You might want to reconsider. My synergy with Little Ba is still not fully developed. I cannot possibly include you at this moment. What are you even doing here? We are merely playing with the girls from your country. What do you intend to achieve? Even a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Zhang, I admit that my attitude towards you was less than favorable when you first joined the team. I have come to realize my mistake. Might you grant me an opportunity to be forgiven just this once? We are both Asians, and from East Asia at that. We ought to be closer to one another. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Zhang Ming was filled with an overwhelming desire to lash out. No matter how eloquently you speak, I shall not forge a friendship with you islanders. Little Sean, today is simply not feasible. If you wish to practice, you may do so with Benjamin, Rodri, or the others. Zhang Ming concluded his remarks and bid farewell to the crowd before stepping outside the hotel. Upon his arrival, he indeed found numerous journalists awaiting him. Zhang Ming has now achieved remarkable success, with reporters flocking around him, inquiring incessantly. At this moment, Zhang Ming is hardly in the mood to engage with their questions. Zhang Ming finally managed to extricate himself from the throng and hailed a taxi to depart. Zhang Ming was not foolish enough to go directly to Balotelli's residence. After all, what if the driver harbored a penchant for gossip? He instructed the chauffeur to halt at a street corner, settled the fare, and then lowered his head to hail another taxi. Following the address provided by Balotelli, he arrived at the football star's abode. As a high earner within Chelsea, Balotelli's grand villa was indeed impressive, an exclusive estate with a private courtyard, exuding an air of opulence. Once he had saved enough money, Zhang Ming aspired to purchase a similar villa for himself. Receiving a weekly stipend of £100,000 from Chelsea, he mused that such a residence would undoubtedly cost several £1,000,000. Outside Balotelli's home, he cautiously observed his surroundings while contemplating. Known for his humorous disposition and carefree nature, Balotelli was likely to attract the attention of numerous reporters, necessitating caution on Zhang Ming's part. Sure enough, he spotted several journalists lurking in the nearby greenery. Zhang Ming cautiously maneuvered to the back entrance of Balotelli's residence. After confirming the absence of reporters at the rear, he swiftly retrieved the key given by Balotelli and unlocked the door, stepping inside. To avoid detection by any lurking journalists, Zhang refrained from turning on the lights, opting instead to conceal himself in the dimly lit living room. This waiting period felt interminable. He silently cursed Balotelli, wondering when the young man would finally arrive. Fearing he might have been stood up, Zhang Ming grew increasingly anxious as he pondered. Chapter 60. In matters such as this, Balotelli has never faltered. Zhang Ming had lounged in Balotelli's living room for approximately half an hour when he heard the unmistakable sound of a car braking outside. It was evident that Balotelli had returned. Through the curtains, Zhang Ming observed Balotelli alighting from his luxurious sports car, accompanied by 4 enchanting ladies. Goodness, Balotelli truly excelled, returning with a quartet of beauties, impressive indeed. Witnessing this spectacle, the reporters lurking outside hastily raised their cameras to capture the moment. Balotelli, unfazed, swiftly retrieved a high-pressure water gun from the yard, turning on the faucet to unleash a torrent towards them. His movements were remarkably adept, clearly indicative of prior experience with such antics. The journalists outside found themselves drenched, fleeing in disarray. Goodness, Zhang, why is it so dark in here? Are you trying to frighten me? Balotelli exclaimed, startled upon entering and flipping on the lights, only to be greeted by Zhang Ming in the living room. Little Ba, do you believe me when I say I couldn't find the switch? Zhang Ming inquired with a smile. Are you foolish? The switch is right there on the wall. Truly, Balotelli was rather naive. Upon hearing Balotelli's remark, Zhang Ming contemplated. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the 4 elegantly lined-up ladies, yet he feigned an air of superiority. Zhang, do you not fancy them? Have you perhaps turned? Balotelli, noticing Zhang Ming's expression, posed the question, retreating apprehensively. Goodness, little Balotelli has gone astray. This was a matter of his own reputation. Zhang Ming would no longer be courteous. Without waiting for Balotelli to speak, he selected one who bore a striking resemblance to a famous actress and another akin to another renowned star, leading them upstairs to Balotelli's abode. Balotelli, unselective, immediately engaged in revelry in the living room. Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhang Ming beheld the 2 young women, reminiscent of heroines from action films, and was instantly captivated. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to elevate his prestige. He could not falter. Omitted. extensive details. In the early hours of dawn, after what felt like an exhausting marathon, Balotelli lay sprawled on the ground, panting as if he had been chased 2 miles by an African brother. Hearing that Zhang Ming was still reveling upstairs filled Balotelli with envious despair. How extraordinary! Who was Balotelli, after all? A renowned connoisseur of beauty. How could he be outdone in such matters? With this thought, Balotelli launched into a new wave of pursuit. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Zhang Ming took his leave early, exiting through the back door. Upon Zhang Ming's emergence, he noticed a reporter lurking in the greenery near the front gate. A wave of relief washed over him. Fortunately, he had not waited to exit alongside Balotelli. Otherwise, he would have become fodder for idle gossip among the elder citizens of the Dragon Country. Zhang Ming ran a considerable distance before finally hailing a taxi, which took him directly back to the Chelsea team dormitory. Upon his arrival at the team facility, dawn had just begun to break, and his teammates were still fast asleep. Zhang Ming initially intended to enhance his talent points on the court, yet he found himself utterly fatigued, more so than during his previous battle with Wang Jing. Alas, he realized he had been too considerate of the Japanese players. Zhang Ming returned to his dormitory to indulge in a brief slumber, having endured a sleepless night that left him utterly fatigued. After the alarm on his mobile phone rang, he rose, refreshed himself, and proceeded to the dining hall for a meal. "So, how was your practice session with Balotelli yesterday?" Lampard inquired after Zhang Ming had finished his meal. Recognizing the unkind tone in Lampard's question, Zhang Ming realized that the incident involving Balotelli bringing 4 women home had been leaked to the press. "Not at all," he replied. "I got lost yesterday and couldn't find Balotelli's place. When I called him, he didn't answer. I only managed to take a taxi back to sleep in the early hours of the morning." Zhang Ming feigned innocence as he spoke. "You have been deceived by that scoundrel. He claimed that seeking you out for practice was merely a ruse to divert attention. Just look at what he did last night." As he spoke, Lampard handed his phone to Zhang Ming. Upon glancing at the article, Zhang Ming was struck by the journalist's remarkable dedication. Not only was the coverage meticulous, but the headline was also captivating. "Rogue Balotelli engages in midnight escapade with 4 women, exuding spirited vitality." Just look at that headline. Truly impressive. It leaves Balotelli with no grounds for outrage. After all, this is a compliment. The journalist's choice of words was sharp, certainly superior to that of Xiao Yu. Otherwise, she wouldn't be mingling in this realm. "Lan, I assure you, I have no part in this," Zhang Ming thought, dismissing any notion that the journalist might attribute his achievements to Balotelli. 2 of those women were indeed his conquests. The priority now was to ensure everyone knew he did not associate with Balotelli's antics. "Zhang, I trust you," said Lampard, which put Zhang Ming at ease. This elder cousin was quite easy to persuade. An hour later, Balotelli sauntered in, yawning. "Zhang, last night was quite splendid, wasn't it?" Upon entering, Balotelli noticed the knowing glances directed at him from the crowd, confirming that everyone was aware of the previous night's events. With this in mind, Balotelli called out to Zhang Ming, "What's wrong with having one more person wade through the waters? By the way, where exactly is your home? I searched all night and couldn't find it." Zhang Ming, well aware of Balotelli's intentions, called out to him, "You little rascal, do you dare to play mind games with me? I will outsmart you." He then turned to Captain Terry, handing his phone to Balotelli, saying, "Look at this. Indeed, the night battle with 4 ladies." "No, this is also attributed to Zhang Ming's efforts," Balotelli exclaimed anxiously. Yet, who would heed his words? Why is Zhang Ming not in the photo? It dawned on Balotelli at that moment why Zhang Ming had not accompanied him the previous day, why he had arrived at his house without turning on the lights, and why he had left early in the morning. There were reasons behind it all. "Zhang, you are too cunning," Balotelli whispered during training. "Little Ba, I am not like you. You have already reached that stage. I am different, you understand." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Balotelli was utterly confused. "Zhang, I don't care about that. You must assist me in scoring 2 goals in the next match, otherwise I will suffer a tremendous loss." Balotelli began to extort. "Who are we facing in the next match?" Zhang Ming whispered, inquiring softly about the upcoming match, which would be the inaugural encounter of the Champions League, where we would face the German team, Borussia Dortmund, away from home. "If you do not acquiesce to my request, I shall convene a press conference and publicly disclose the events of yesterday," he warned. "As you are aware, journalists have a penchant for sensational stories. Coupled with my reputation and your identity as a citizen of Dragon Country, the media would undoubtedly go into a frenzy." Upon hearing Balotelli's words, Zhang Ming realized he had unwittingly fallen into this troublesome fellow's trap. It was clear that maintaining a distance from this character would be prudent in the future. Zhang Ming is also aware of Borussia Dortmund. At this moment, under the guidance of Jurgen Klopp, Dortmund is at the pinnacle of success, having repeatedly dethroned the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich. The team boasts formidable talents such as Mario Götze and Ilkay Gündoğan, showcasing an impressive strength. Little Ba, do you grasp the extent of their prowess? Perhaps I can share just one example. Ultimately, it hinges on fortune. Whether or not one can score depends on one's own capabilities. Zhang Ming spoke with a hint of irritation. Deal, Zhang, we are the best partners. Are you still unaware of my capabilities? You witnessed them last night. While I may not rival your prowess, I am nonetheless formidable. By the way, I nearly forgot. Your actions yesterday were rather ruthless. The two ladies who accompanied you insisted this morning that I compensate them with an additional £1,000. They claimed your intensity caused them internal injuries, necessitating a week's rest from work. This sum is meant to cover their lost wages. Upon hearing this from Balotelli, Zhang Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. What man wouldn't he care about such matters? Little Ba, what you need to do now is focus on your training to ensure you can participate in the next match. At Zhang Ming's words, Balotelli dashed off like a wild dog. Chapter 61. The first commercial advertisement after completing training. Zhang Ming returned to the dining hall for a meal before heading home to rest. He was utterly exhausted from the previous night's exertions. As he was to be a guest in Germany soon, the team had a day off the following day. Zhang Ming awoke naturally the next morning, rising at his leisure. Zhang Ming arrived at the sports field, satisfied after enhancing his talents by 3 points, and then returned to his dormitory to take a shower and change his clothes. On his day off, with the cafeteria closed, he ventured out in search of a meal. Passing by the entrance of the convenience store, he spotted Amir indulging in instant noodles. Amir, having noticed Zhang Ming, gazed at him with eager anticipation. Fully aware that Zhang Ming's weekly earnings had reached an impressive £100,000. He hoped that Zhang Ming would invite him to share a delightful meal. Zhang Ming would hardly pay any attention to someone who eats with their hands. Such uncouth behavior is utterly revolting. Just as Zhang Ming was about to leave, a Bugatti sports car came to a halt before him. Old Zhang, do you have time to share a meal together? Upon glancing, Zhang Ming realized it was the wealthy heir Wang Xikong, whom he had previously rescued by the seaside, just as he was contemplating a meal. This fortuitous encounter prompted Zhang Ming to unhesitatingly take a seat in Wang Xikong's sports car. Zhang Ming was just about to get into the car when a young maiden emerged from within, graciously opening the door for him and assisting him inside. This scene left Amir, who was eating instant noodles not far away, momentarily stunned. How did they manage to lead such a splendid life? Amir pondered as he continued to consume his noodles. At that moment, however, he found little pleasure in his meal. What was once a delectable dish now resembled something as unpalatable as chewing on leather. Frustrated, Amir cast the noodles aside, only to retrieve them moments later and resume eating. Alas, life tormented him 1,000 times, yet Amir cherished his noodles as if they were sacred, akin to the waters of the Ganges. Zhang Ming, for the first time, found himself seated in a Bugatti, a supercar that far surpassed the likes of Lampard and Balotelli's vehicles. At that moment, Zhang Ming resembled Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, gazing around with wide-eyed wonder, everything appearing novel and extraordinary. Meanwhile, Wang Xikong, occupying the driver's seat, cast a bewildered glance at Zhang Ming through the rearview mirror, akin to looking at a fool. He had deliberately arranged for two stunningly attractive young women, clad in revealing attire, to accompany him in the back seat. Yet Zhang Ming seemed utterly indifferent to their beauty, his attention fixated instead on the car. This was reminiscent of the legendary son Wukong sneaking into the Queen Mother of the West's peach garden to pilfer peaches. The 7 fairies had been captivated by him, yet he chose to turn his back and steal fruit instead. Such behavior left the fairies' dignity in tatters. At this point, Wang Xikong began to question whether Zhang Ming might have inclinations of a different nature. Finally, they arrived at the restaurant, and Wang Xikong parked the car before leading Zhang Ming inside. Upon observing the surroundings, Zhang Ming recognized that this was indeed the restaurant where he had dined with Lucy just a few days prior. The prices here were exorbitantly high. Wang Xikong led Zhang Ming to a private room on the upper floor, encouraging him to place the order. Zhang Ming, well aware of his companion's substantial wealth, felt no need for modesty and directly chose the most expensive dishes. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, he let out a satisfied belch and then noticed the 2 alluring women beside him. "What's the matter, Lao Zhang? Are you not fond of them? Wang Xikong inquired, noticing Zhang Ming's gaze lingering on the captivating women before he averted his eyes in disdain. These ladies are your companions, my brother. I would never dare to covet another man's wife. Zhang Ming chuckled and remarked, Haha, Minggu, you are exceedingly humorous. My brother, I must say, I aim to engage with at least 3 different women each year. The notion of marriage is merely a game, a mutual exchange of desires. Wang Xikong scoffed in response. In truth, I am not fond of such types. I prefer those who embody purity and charm. That's simple. Just change again, he added nonchalantly. Upon hearing Wang Xikong's words, Zhang Ming quickly intervened, stopping him as he prepared to leave. Brother, you didn't come to consult me merely to inquire about my preferred type of girl, did you? Zhang Ming halted Wang Xikong and inquired. Since you have posed such a question, allow me to speak candidly. You are aware that my father is a businessman. He wishes to invite you to endorse his business. Please state your price. Wang Xikong, ever the bachelor, replied, Well, I must first call my agent, for I have a contract with them, and I must adhere to its terms. After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he placed a call to Mendes. Mendes, surrounded by numerous star athletes and perpetually traversing the globe, hardly had the inclination to concern himself with such a minor endorsement. Besides, the venture had yet to gain any substantial momentum. Ultimately, Mendes offered a polite remark, simply stating, You handle it as you see fit, before abruptly ending the call. What did your agent say? Wang Xikong inquired, observing Zhang Ming disconnect the call. Nothing of importance. Just left it up to me, Zhang Ming replied. Honestly, I am uncertain of what price to propose. Since we have established a rapport, I suggest you refrain from inquiring further. Set the price as you deem appropriate. Zhang Ming, equally unencumbered, deftly passed the ball to Wang Xikong. Very well, Brother Ming. I appreciate your straightforwardness. I relish dealings with forthright individuals. Discussing finances can tarnish relationships, while conversing about affections can jeopardize wealth. Hence, I shall take the lead and offer you 3 villas as remuneration. If you have no objections, we can proceed to sign the contract now. 3 villas? Where are they located? Upon hearing Wang Xikong's inquiry, Zhang Ming pressed for details. One in London, another in the Forbidden City, and the last in Nanjing. All are villas. Here are the photographs for your perusal, Wang Xikong replied, handing Zhang Ming several images. Zhang Ming gazed upon the photograph of the residence. A splendid villa with its own entrance and courtyard, rivaling even that of Balotelli's abode. It was truly delightful, evoking a sense of admiration. It's a deal. Let us sign the contract now. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Wang Xikong promptly produced the contract. Zhang Ming merely glanced over it before affixing his signature. Subsequently, Wang Xikong requested Zhang Ming to present his identification for his subordinates to process the necessary formalities. The efficiency of professionals is remarkable in no time. The documents were returned to Zhang Ming. All set, my friend. You may now go and inspect your new home. Naturally, your family is welcome to visit the properties in our homeland as well. In due course, I will arrange for someone to create an advertisement video for you. However, I suggest we refrain from showing the domestic listings. My parents have never ventured beyond our town of Yuran. They are unlikely to explore grand cities like the Forbidden City or Nanjing. I shall take the time to explain it to them upon my return. Zhang Ming accompanied Wang Xikong to view a property in London. It was quite impressive, featuring 3 stories with 8 rooms and a swimming pool. One could only imagine the amount of water required to fill such a large pool. The utility costs must be substantial. Additionally, there are the property management fees to consider, which certainly contribute to significant expenses. Zhang Ming pondered to himself, contemplating that choosing an auspicious day would soon allow him to move. He was weary of being cramped in that dilapidated apartment. Observing Zhang Ming's contemplative demeanor, Wang Xikong interjected, suggesting, What does it matter about an auspicious day? Just find a sunny day as bright as a basin. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's remark, Wang Xikong shook his head disapprovingly. The house had been selected, and the keys had been received. Zhang Ming returned to the dormitory in Wang Xikong's sports car. However, he decided it would be prudent to postpone the move, for now. His primary focus was to triumph over Borussia Dortmund in the upcoming match. Zhang Ming reclined on his bed in the dormitory, lost in thought. Chapter 62. The contest between the uncle and the scoundrel. After the day's training concluded, Mourinho announced the 23-man squad for the away match against Dortmund. Zhang Ming and Balotelli are conspicuously included, alongside Benjamin and Rodri, who also made the roster. It is quite reasonable that Yamamoto has been excluded. After all, managing the water cooler daily, and having participated in 3 matches of the new season without even a minute of playtime. One must ponder the necessity of wasting a plane ticket on him. While the players bound for Germany radiate joy, Yamamoto languishes in a corner, devoid of hope. Even when his elder brother Benjamin beckons him to refill the water, Yamamoto remains unresponsive. Benjamin, infuriated by Yamamoto's blatant disregard, storms over, prepared to confront him. In a rare show of defiance, Yamamoto rises and glares at Benjamin, his fierce gaze reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. Taken aback by Yamamoto's unexpected boldness, Benjamin falters. After all, with Yamamoto not even on the main roster, he has little to lose. Should a confrontation ensue, it is Benjamin who may find himself removed from the list. Yamamoto regards Benjamin with palpable disdain, marking the end of Benjamin's control over him. José, as you know, the Champions League is my utmost priority. This opening match against Dortmund is crucial. Our true adversaries are the 2 Spanish powerhouses, not the perennial second-placers. Dortmund, Abramovich asserts to Mourinho in his private office. Mourinho, however, counters, Dortmund is not as inept as you suggest. Their coach, Klopp, is renowned for his ruthlessness. Their aggressive tactics have left Bayern Munich, the Bundesliga champions, utterly subdued. This season, Dortmund may very well claim the title. Noticing Abramovich's dismissive attitude towards Dortmund, Mourinho inquires, "Are you afraid? Have you conceded defeat?" I do not recognize defeat." Mourinho retorts with disdain. "José, there are significant divisions within the team. I support you wholeheartedly, yet the pressure is immense. Should you fail to secure the Champions League title this season, you may very well lose your position." Mourinho, known for his notorious arrogance, would never bow to such veiled threats from his boss. "Regardless of our performance this season, I might very well depart," he declares before leaving without a backward glance. Returning to his office in a huff, Mourinho's assistant, Flandre, inquires, "What happened? Did you argue with the boss again?" "Nothing of consequence. Our primary focus must be on overcoming Dortmund," Mourinho replies, ever the proud individual, unwilling to disclose his grievances with Abramovich to anyone. Dortmund is an unpredictable team, and their coach Klopp resembles a madman in his approach. The team possesses numerous attacking talents, and if we merely adopt a defensive stance, the score could very well become unflattering, Flandre expressed with concern. Indeed, both Lewandowski and Aubameyang are renowned goal-scoring machines. They also have players like Gundogan, Reyes, Jidzu, Mkhitaryan, and Sahin in their formidable attacking lineup. This presents a genuine test for our defense. However, we are not without our own strengths. It is imperative that we exert pressure in the midfield, ensuring they cannot easily penetrate our lines. Otherwise, they will charge into our ranks like ravenous wolves among sheep, which would spell disaster for our defense. "That seems quite challenging," Mourinho remarked, "especially given our midfield's fragility, which makes it difficult to contend with their multitude of attackers." Flandre's worry deepened upon hearing Mourinho's words. "No, as long as Zhang Ming performs as he did in the match against Arsenal, we can hold our own against Dortmund in the midfield," Mourinho thought, recalling Zhang Ming's prior performance, which alleviated his concerns somewhat. Dortmund is the 7th largest city in Germany. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Dortmund club, their head coach Klopp was deep in thought. "Are you still fretting over the upcoming match against Chelsea?" His assistant Gutes inquired, observing Klopp's furrowed brow. Who knows how that old scoundrel Mourinho discovered this prodigy? Klopp lamented, rubbing his face with both hands and pressing his fingers against his weary eyes. Gutes gazed at the computer in front of Klopp, which was looping videos of Zhang Ming's 9 goals and assists over 3 Premier League matches. "I've analyzed it. In Chelsea's 3 matches, 90% of their goals have involved this young man. They've certainly struck gold," Gutes remarked in admiration. "This lad from the Dragon Kingdom is remarkably formidable. Initially, I thought he could only rely on long-range shots, using his signature techniques to secure victories. That seemed manageable. But who would have anticipated that in the recent match against Arsenal, he could perform effectively in an attacking role, even outshining world-class attacking midfielders like Zil and Sanchez. Zil was thoroughly outclassed. In terms of breakthroughs and defensive interceptions, Zil and he operate on entirely different levels, with our own plethora of attacking talents. I wonder how many would confidently claim they could outmaneuver Zil." Gutes fell into contemplation upon hearing Klopp's words. "Our captain Reyes is a well-established midfield powerhouse. Can he truly be overshadowed by this relatively unknown lad from the Dragon Kingdom?" Gutes questioned with lingering doubt. "You would have to ask our captain. From my perspective, Reyes currently lacks that level of dominance. At the very least, he has yet to possess the absolute capability to subdue Zhang Ming. Furthermore, let me reiterate, never underestimate players from any nation. Zhang Ming from Chelsea is certainly incomparable to the young talent from Schalke 04. The prodigy at Chelsea is truly remarkable. Do you know the amount of his buyout clause? Klopp suddenly shifted the topic after a lengthy discussion. I have heard it is £100 million, Goodis murmured. What a pity. Our team is too impoverished. Otherwise, we could directly acquire this young talent, utilize him for 2 years, and then sell him to that foolish Spaniard, making at least another £100 million. Klopp lamented with great sorrow. Do not dwell on that. Mourinho is no simple character. He would never allow Abramovich to sell this player. Klopp replied, shaking his head in resignation upon hearing Goodis's words. Inform everyone that all players should gather in the conference room to watch the video. We must devise a strategy to counter this player. Klopp suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 63. Pre-match analysis in the grand conference room of Borussia Dortmund. All first-team players were intently watching the video replay of Zhang Ming's goals and assists on the large screen. Reyes, do you have confidence in containing this player? Klopp inquired, looking at Reyes, who appeared perplexed after watching the footage multiple times. It is quite challenging. His long-range shooting skills resemble those of Beckham. However, in that match against Arsenal, his play was reminiscent of Kak. Particularly his signature small steps, identical to Kak's, make him exceedingly difficult to defend against. Moreover, he plays like a peak Kak, perhaps even stronger than the current version of Kak. Last year, when we faced Real Madrid, I was able to hold my own against Kak. Like him, I am a quintessential attacking midfielder, yet his form has declined significantly. I long to compete against the Kak of his prime. In the match the day after tomorrow, I shall not be defeated by him. For I am a Borussia Dortmund player, and we are the strongest, Reyes declared passionately. Excellent. This is the spirit of our Dortmund captain. Remember, our objective is to stand atop Europe, looking down upon our rivals. No one can impede our progress, for we are the mightiest. Klopp's conversation with Reyes ignited the fervor among the players. Lewandowski, can you use your speed to neutralize Drogba? Is it achievable? Klopp inquired loudly. No problem. I am confident I can keep a clean sheet against him, Lewandowski responded. Wonderful. Klopp exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Lewandowski's words. As players, if you lack this basic confidence, what are we even doing here? Jidzu, Jean Duan, Reyes, Mkhitaryan, you are our finest midfielders, even among the best globally. In the upcoming match, dominate Chelsea's midfield. Reyes will handle Zhang Ming. Jidzu will take on Lampard. Jean Duan will contend with Matic, and Mkhitaryan and Aubameyang will confront Oscar and Willian. Do you have confidence? Yes, came the resolute reply. Upon hearing the deafening roar, a long-awaited smile finally graced Klopp's face. Yet, beneath this smile lingered a hint of concern, a sentiment known only to Klopp himself. Could Reyes truly contain that young prodigy? While Reyes's confidence was commendable, it did not necessarily amplify his abilities. Klopp's heart raced with apprehension. Coach, you called for me, Jidzu said as he entered Klopp's office after the others had departed. Glancing at the message Klopp had just sent him. In the upcoming match, you and Reyes will be responsible for defending against that young talent from Chelsea. Jidzu was taken aback by Klopp's words. Surely, it can't be that dire. You are aware of Reyes's capabilities. Can he really not handle a mere novice? He inquired in astonishment. You both represent the German national team alongside Zil. Who do you believe possesses greater strength, Zil or Reyes? Upon hearing this, Jidzu comprehended the underlying message. Zil, the seasoned veteran, not only showcased remarkable attacking prowess but also possessed formidable organizational skills, maintaining a steadfast position among Germany's illustrious attacking midfielders. This was a testament to his strength. If even Zil struggled against Zhang Ming, how could Reyes possibly contend with him? Klopp's decision to discreetly assign him and Reyes to jointly defend against Zhang Ming stemmed from a concern for Reyes's pride. After all, Reyes was the team's captain and notoriously self-assured. He would hardly agree to share the defensive responsibilities with an inexperienced newcomer. Coach, I am confident that Reyes and I can neutralize that young talent, Jidzu asserted. Remember, this matter must remain confidential, especially from Reyes, Klopp instructed. Jidzu felt a profound admiration for Klopp, who had such a keen understanding of his players' personalities, truly an impressive feat. Meanwhile, at Chelsea, Mourinho was organizing a video session for his first-team players. They were reviewing footage of Borussia Dortmund's match against Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich. As you can see, Dortmund is exceptionally formidable. They may even surpass Arsenal and Manchester United in strength, particularly in midfield. This presents a significant challenge for us. Do you have confidence in defeating them? Yes, Zhang Ming exclaimed loudly. However, he was the only one to respond, as the others remained silent. What's the matter, lads? Are you so intimidated by Dortmund? Zhang Ming observed the silence of the crowd and, puzzled, inquired. You are new to the team and may not yet grasp the formidable nature of Borussia Dortmund. Their playing style is a bane to us. They predominantly utilize a 4-4-2 formation. However, all four of their midfielders are attacking players of exceptional skill. In defense, they can function as center backs, but once they gain possession, those same midfielders instantly transform into forwards. This gives them a striking force of 6 forwards. Can you fathom the predicament our defenders face? Currently, in the Bundesliga, they are an unstoppable force, overwhelming all in their path. Furthermore, their head coach shares a similar disposition with ours, both being strong personalities. Teams led by such coaches exhibit remarkable resilience. In summary, Borussia Dortmund is exceedingly difficult to contend with. If given a choice, I would prefer to face Bayern Munich. Upon hearing Lampard's words, Zhang Ming comprehended the magnitude of Dortmund's prowess. Zhang, look at how intimidated your elder teammates appear. The match hasn't even begun yet, and they are already so frightened. How can we compete under these circumstances? The entire team should disband and return to their personal lives. Let the reserve squad take the field as mere formality, Mourinho disdainfully remarked. Coach, we are not afraid of them. We respect them. Although they are formidable, victory is within our grasp. We shall return from Germany with 3 points, Terry shouted emphatically. Hearing their captain's declaration, the others echoed his sentiments with fervor. Now, this is the spirit of a team ready for battle. Zhang Ming, your task in the upcoming match is to disrupt Dortmund's midfield. Only by controlling their powerful midfield can we harbor hopes of victory. At Mourinho's words, Zhang Ming felt a surge of trepidation. In the previous match against Arsenal, he had relied on his experience with CAC to outmaneuver Zil and dominate the midfield. Without that edge, he questioned his own capabilities. This is disastrous. Mourinho has placed all his faith in me. How can I possibly rise to the occasion? What is wrong, Zhang? All you need to do is replicate your performance against Arsenal, Mourinho inquired, noticing Zhang Ming's silence. I understand that I need to perform at that level. But the truth is, I can't even reach that standard, Zhang Ming confessed. Moreover, my Ronaldo-style stepovers are ineffective. While it is an attacking maneuver, it offers little in defense. If I can't stop you, you certainly won't be able to stop me. At best, we might settle for a draw. But that would still feel like a loss. No problem, I will surely disrupt their midfield, Zhang Ming proclaimed with newfound determination. Chapter 64. If boasting were a crime, you would be sentenced to death. Zhang Ming accompanied the Chelsea team to the airport, preparing to board their flight to Dortmund. Upon witnessing the bustling crowd, all heading to Dortmund as well, he realized the immense attention surrounding this match. The fervor of Chelsea's supporters was truly commendable, as they traveled at their own expense to rally behind their cherished team. At that moment, the fans waiting to board also spotted the Chelsea players and rushed towards them in a frenzy, with the front runners always being the female supporters. As the wave of enthusiastic female fans surged forward, the Chelsea players found themselves momentarily immobilized. Zhang Ming, the man who elevates Chelsea's overall appeal by 6 points, is immensely popular among female fans. They flocked to him, embracing him, leaving Zhang Ming with a profound sense of joy. Meanwhile, Didier Drogba and Mario Balotelli, those unfortunate souls, suffer 1,000 internal blows. Their resilience and thick skin keep them from collapsing in despair. Otherwise, they might have fainted on the spot. While everyone else enjoys the attention of female admirers, these two brothers of color find themselves utterly overlooked. Who wouldn't be frustrated by that? Finally, boarding begins, and Drogba and Balotelli, feeling liberated from their burdens, rush onto the plane. Abramovich has truly invested heavily. The entire team is in business class, a most comfortable arrangement. Upon arriving in Dortmund, Zhang Ming is momentarily taken aback. The airport is swarming with journalists, eagerly capturing the Chelsea players as they disembark from the aircraft. Hello, Zhang Ming. May we interview you? Just a few questions, if you please. Reporters clamored at the airport exit. Captain Terry was poised to offer a few prepared remarks, ready to speak, when the journalist directly singled out Zhang Ming, leaving Terry quite embarrassed. Zhang, say a few words. We cannot afford to offend them. You know how formidable their pen can be, Lampard advised Zhang Ming. Upon hearing Lampard's words, Zhang paused. Zhang, could you share your team's objective for this match? One reporter inquired. Surely, It goes without saying. We have traveled a great distance to secure 3 points. Otherwise, we might as well be at home enjoying a good sleep. Zhang replied. Do you mean to say that you aim to defeat Borussia Dortmund? You must be aware of their current strength, having toppled the Bayern Munich dynasty. A journalist asked, astonished by Zhang Ming's assertion of victory. That is undoubtedly the case. Are we here merely to hand out points? Zhang responded confidently. Zhang Ming retorted with irritation, what is wrong with that? Aren't your Dragon Country players merely facilitators of easy points? Just look at that young lad from Schalke 04. He has even been stripped of his role as the waterboy for the first team and is now languishing in the reserves. He might very well find himself sent back home next season. The Schalke 04 player is indeed a facilitator of easy points. While you presume yourself to be a grandiose figure, it's quite amusing how your Dragon Country players operate. A journalist amidst the crowd chuckled, adding, You should count yourself fortunate not to be a player for Dortmund. Otherwise, I could easily make you regret it. Zhang Ming, visibly infuriated, exclaimed, Oh my goodness. What have I just heard? Do you realize that if boasting were a crime, you would deserve to be executed? He cast a disdainful glance at the journalist. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming decided to disregard the reporter entirely and turned to leave. Zhang, allow me to pose one final question, the reporter pressed on. You just mentioned your intent to triumph over our Borussia Dortmund team. May I inquire where this unfounded confidence stems from? A rather attractive female journalist asked. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Ming halted and turned to face her. Goodness, she truly is striking, he thought to himself. She possessed all the right curves in all the right places, complemented by a charming, doll-like visage. Upon observing Zhang Ming, he instantly transformed into an upright creature with 3 legs. At this moment, I am unable to provide you with an answer to your inquiry. I hope that after the competition concludes in 2 days, you will still come to me with this question. At that time, I shall provide you with a response. Zhang Ming uttered his words and departed without casting a glance back. Upon Zhang Ming's arrival at the hotel, Mourinho promptly took the team to the designated stadium in Dortmund for restorative training. Following the training session, free time ensued. Zhang Ming had never set foot in Germany before. After taking a shower and changing his clothes at the hotel, he ventured out for a stroll. Zhang Ming, it is indeed a challenge to meet you now. As Zhang Ming emerged from the hotel, he was called out by Wang Jing, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon realizing it was Wang Jing, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He recollected how he had subjected her to considerable distress during their previous interview at the hotel. How fortuitous, indeed. Zhang Ming, with a hint of naivete, remarked, What a coincidence. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon hearing Wang Jing's words, Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of joy, realizing his allure was quite significant, as someone had been waiting for him. A wave of accomplishment washed over him. So, are you going to interview me again? Let us go. We must hurry. I need to return today. Quickly, which hotel are you staying at? As Zhang Ming spoke, he tugged at Wang Jing, preparing to depart. You rascal, what are you thinking? We agreed not to mention that day. Are you seeking trouble? Wang Jing said, twisting Zhang Ming's ear. Then what is it that you are waiting for? Zhang Ming was utterly bewildered. Was it not merely a trivial matter between him and you? Had he truly forgotten? Were there any other issues at play? You must possess tickets, do grant me two. You are unaware of the fervor surrounding this match. The official tickets have long since sold out. Presently, on the black market, the prices for tickets have skyrocketed, and there is no place to procure them. Wang Jing extended his hand towards Zhang Ming and said, Is it merely this? Just wait. I shall return and fetch them for you. Zhang Ming hurriedly returned to the hotel, retrieved the tickets, and tucked them into his pocket before swiftly turning and rushing outside. As a key player of the team, Zhang Ming received several tickets for each match. Given that he had already shared his bed with Wang Jing, requesting 2 tickets was hardly excessive. I still have several tickets left. I shall bestow them all upon you. Zhang Ming handed the tickets to Wang Jing, exclaiming with excitement. The sensation from their previous encounter in a dream had yet to be fully realized. After the match, he planned to visit her hotel for an interview. Determined to savor the experience this time. I'm truly grateful to know you. Otherwise, I would have never managed to acquire these tickets, he remarked. Wang Jing, holding the tickets with enthusiasm, responded, Why do you need 2 tickets? Is a friend coming? Zhang Ming, perplexed, inquired, My boyfriend has arrived. The UEFA Champions League match against Dortmund is electrifying. I am planning to take him to the venue to cheer for you. How generous of me, right? He is bringing along a few friends as well, and fortunately, you provided a few extra tickets. Wonderful, Wang Jing exclaimed, jumping with joy. However, Upon hearing Wang Jing's words, the unfortunate Zhang Ming felt a pang of distress. Damn it, I was just contemplating how to spend time with them after the match. And now her boyfriend has shown up. Why must he arrive at such an inopportune moment? Couldn't he have delayed his arrival by just a couple of days? My boyfriend is waiting for me at the hotel, so I must take my leave. Thank you for the tickets, Wang Jing said, noticing Zhang Ming's silence before bidding farewell. Watching Wang Jing's departing figure, Zhang Ming felt as though he had transformed into a creature of despair. Chapter 65. The heist of Balotelli's tickets. As he observed Wang Jing excitedly bouncing away, Zhang Ming trudged back disconsolately. At that moment, he had no inclination to stroll about. Returning to the hotel for some rest seemed the most sensible option. Zhang Ming. Just as he was approaching the hotel entrance, someone called out, "Are you?" Zhang Ming gazed at the young man before him, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, yet he could not quite recall who he was. Wait a moment. Don't speak just yet. Allow me to ponder. Ah, you are Min. Indeed it is you. Zhang Ming suddenly recalled that this was the Dragon Kingdom player Hao Junmin from Schalke 04. Congratulations to you for securing a starting position in the formidable Chelsea. The future of our Dragon Kingdom football now rests upon your shoulders. Min Gu, you overestimate my capabilities. I am still young. You are truly the beacon of hope for our royal football. Min Gu, what brings you here? Does your team not have training? Zhang Ming inquired with evident confusion. What more training is there? I am merely a marginal figure in the team, relegated to the reserves. The team's intentions are painfully clear. I could be released at any moment. By the way, I came to the hotel where your team is staying to ask if you have any tickets for the UEFA Champions League match between Chelsea and Dortmund. If you do, could you possibly secure 3 for me? My sister-in-law has brought her children from afar, and I wish to treat them to a high-caliber match. Of course, I am aware that tickets are scarce at this time. Brother, I truly have no other options. I have no connections, and I cannot even procure them on the black market, or I wouldn't be troubling you. I am willing to pay, even at the inflated black market prices. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only he had known better, he would not have given all the tickets to Wang Jing. Now, he found himself without a single ticket. The elder brother had made such a request. It would be unbecoming to turn him down. Zhang Ming was contemplating whether he should call Wang Jing to request the return of 3 tickets. However, he hesitated, considering that Wang had accompanied him in the past, making it difficult to broach the subject. Yet, without reaching out to Wang, he found himself unable to procure tickets for the gentleman before him. If it truly came to a standstill, so be it. After all, his sister-in-law and niece were not absolutely insistent on attending. By the way, allow me to introduce my wife, Ding Mengshi, and my daughter, Hao Qini. Greetings to my sister-in-law. Zhang Ming gazed at the wife of Hao Junmin, exclaiming in admiration. Indeed, Hao Junmin possesses remarkable taste, as his spouse resembles a glamorous star. Her beauty is truly beyond reproach. Beside her stood a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, exuding an overwhelming charm. Fortunately, Lucy is not lacking in beauty herself. Otherwise, it would have been quite a disgrace for a player from Longhua in this regard. In the realm of football in Longhua, who does not boast one or more stunning wives? Zhang Ming greeted Sister Min and affectionately embraced her daughter, Hao Junmin, before continuing. Brother Min, to be candid, I originally had a few tickets to the game. Just a few minutes before your arrival, I handed them over to a reporter from our country. However, rest assured, I will certainly secure 3 tickets for you. As soon as Zhang Ming finished speaking, he spotted Balotelli emerging from the hotel. Goodness, it's as if his thoughts had summoned him. The timing of this young lad's arrival is impeccable. Hey, little Ba, come here for a moment. Zhang Ming called out to Balotelli, referring to him as little Ba. Hao Junmin was taken aback. Balotelli, notorious for his rebellious nature, was renowned as a player of extraordinary talent, having spent a significant time in Chelsea's first team. In terms of fame, he was undoubtedly the star of the Chelsea squad. Yet he appeared to be rather intimidated by Zhang Ming. Alas, both had ventured abroad, yet one could not help but compare their circumstances. Zhang Ming seemed to thrive, effortlessly managing even the team's troublemaker, while Hao Junmin faced the prospect of returning home soon, feeling a sense of embarrassment. As he observed Balotelli jog over to Zhang Ming to engage in conversation, he pondered the situation. Hey, what's up? Balotelli inquired upon his arrival. Do you have tickets for tomorrow's match? Zhang Ming, addressing the impatient Balotelli, inquired. Do you have any tickets? Balotelli replied, Indeed, I possess 6. I intend to use these 6 tickets to charm 6 ladies. What about your tickets? Hand them over, and I shall assist you in your pursuit of romance. After the match, we can indulge ourselves together. As he spoke, Balotelli's gaze lingered lewdly on Hao Junmin's wife, his eyes brimming with unrefined desire. Upon noticing Balotelli's lascivious stare, Hao Junmin's wife quickly turned her head away, urging him to leave at once. Zhang Ming snatched 3 tickets from Balotelli's hands, exclaiming, "Oh no, Zhang, you cannot do this. Do you realize how precious these tickets are? 1 ticket is enough to win over a lady. You cannot just take them from me." Balotelli, observing Zhang Ming's audacity in seizing 3 tickets, shouted, "Feeling a bit frisky, are we?" Zhang Ming threatened Balotelli, saying, "Damn it, you have no sense at all. I am trying to impress the big boss here while you are busy chattering away. How inconsiderate can you be? Are you itching for trouble?" Balotelli, noticing the fierce glare from Zhang Ming, hurriedly grabbed the last 3 tickets and fled. He had no choice but to run. Lingering any longer could very well result in losing those precious tickets. "Zhang Ming, you are quite formidable. I have indeed heard of this kid's reputation, and I never imagined you could put him in his place," remarked Hao Junmin with a smile after Balotelli departed. "This kid certainly needed a lesson. When I first joined the team, he tried to assert his dominance over me. After I dealt with him a few times, he learned to behave. Hold on to those tickets. There will surely be a large crowd tomorrow, so remember to arrive early." Zhang Ming handed 3 tickets to Hao Junmin, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much. Here is the money." As Hao Junmin began to retrieve his wallet, Zhang Ming interjected, "Brother Min, do you realize what you are doing? You are slapping my face. If you proceed like this, I cannot part with the tickets." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Hao Junmin promptly tucked his wallet away. "Since Zhang Ming is new to Germany and still unfamiliar with the surroundings, let us treat him to a meal," suggested Hao Junmin's wife. Ultimately, after Zhang Ming's insistence, the group decided to dine at a restaurant owned by fellow compatriots. Initially, Hao Junmin had intended to take Zhang Ming for Western cuisine, but Zhang Ming was acutely aware of the exorbitant prices. A simple meal could easily exceed 10,000 euros. Hao Junmin's career in the team was not particularly stellar, and his salary was likely modest. With his wife and child now present, the expenses had increased significantly, making it prudent to save a little. Although he possessed wealth, he felt that if he were to settle the bill, it would undermine the dignity of his elder brother. Moreover, he held a deep respect for Hao Junmin, who had forsaken a lucrative contract with a domestic club to venture alone to this foreign land in pursuit of personal growth and to contribute to his country. Such spirit was truly admirable. Chapter 66. The tragedy of the king of Dragon Country football within a Dragon Country restaurant located on the most bustling street of Dortmund. Zhang Ming perused the menu and soon selected several dishes. The authenticity of his compatriots was apparent, as a table laden with dishes in such a vibrant area cost around 1,000 euros. Zhang Ming gazed contemplatively at the prices on the menu. "Zhang Ming, shall we indulge in some spirits?" "Indeed, what man could refuse a drink? Perhaps a shot of something clear?" Zhang Ming inquired. "Let's have 2 bottles of white liquor." Hao Junmin shouted in agreement. Initially, Hao Junmin intended to indulge in Matai, but after Zhang Ming's insistence, they opted for Blue Dream instead. Observing Zhang Ming's determination to savor Yanghe, Hao Junmin couldn't help but grumble in frustration. Alas, men from Long were like this, forever concerned with their pride. Hao Junmin truly relished the drinking experience, downing glass after glass. In no time, both he and Zhang Ming had finished an entire bottle of white liquor. "Brother, we can't drink like this. It's far too swift. Let us savor it slowly." Zhang Ming intercepted the eager Hao Junmin and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, I raise a toast to you both." Zhang Ming raised his wine glass and addressed the couple opposite him, saying, "My friend, we are abroad, where conventions are not so rigid. When men indulge in drink, there is no place for women. Come, my brother, let us drink." Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback by these words. Goodness, Min Gu is impressive. When a man has consumed half a gin of white liquor, his tongue tends to loosen. "Old Zhang, our overseas players have it tough. You have no idea what kind of life I endure daily. It's as if I am treated worse than a dog, ignored by coaches, overlooked by teammates, and no one willing to pass me the ball. Sometimes, while walking down the street, I even get scolded by fans. I have truly had enough of it. What about you? As a newcomer abroad, how are you adjusting?" Hao Junmin, clearly inebriated, spoke with a slurred tongue. "I find it rather agreeable. Being ignored allows me to focus on extra training. After every practice, I dedicate an additional 5 hours to training. Waking up early for a few more hours of practice, and before I know it, the day has passed. So fulfilling. You're quite the determined one. No wonder you are achieving results. Have your teammates ever bullied you?" When I first arrived at the team, the local players, Benjamin and Rodri, sought to trouble me. I did not indulge them and dealt with them directly. Later, that Balotelli also tried to create issues, but I handled him just the same. I moved from the first team to the reserve team and then back again. Hearing Zhang Ming's story, Zhang Ming was astounded. This is a fellow countryman. Yet he is so formidable. Keep up the good work. The national team will rely on you in the future. I will be returning home soon. Since I can't even get game time here, it would be better to return early and join a domestic club to maintain my playing condition. You are different from me. You are still young and have room for growth. Unlike me, whose age has reached a limit, this is how my life will be. The banner of our nation overseas will rest upon your shoulders. Moreover, I must caution you, do not foolishly provoke the Football Association. We cannot contend with the powers that be. Brother, I refuse to be daunted by this. Initially, Mourinho wanted to bring me to England, but they adamantly opposed it. Had it not been for the Chelsea owners' connections, I would never have had the opportunity to leave. To be honest, when I began to achieve results, they presented me with a contract to sign. Do you think I could sign it? Zhang Ming, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What is this? They possess numerous tactics. Enough of this talk. You must fend for yourself, for I cannot assist you." He then turned to his companion. "Come, brother, let us drink." After consuming 2 bottles of liquor, Zhang Ming still desired more, but Zhang Ming resolutely restrained him. Subsequently, Zhang Ming began to ramble on about the pleasures of alcohol. Eventually, Zhang Ming, succumbing to the moment, acknowledged Zhang Ming's daughter as his goddaughter. When it came time to settle the bill, Zhang Ming was utterly inebriated. Zhang Ming felt too embarrassed to ask his wife to pay, thus he ended up footing the entire bill. Adjacent to the restaurant was a jewelry store, where Zhang Ming generously spent 20,000 euros on a jade bracelet for his goddaughter. The young girl was overjoyed, calling him godfather with an affectionate enthusiasm. It was quite amusing. As she repeatedly addressed him as godfather, he felt compelled to contribute. Ultimately, Zhang Ming called a taxi to take Zhang Ming and his party back. Upon arriving at their hotel, Zhang Ming was taken aback, for they were staying in a remarkably upscale establishment, comparable to the 5-star hotel Abramovich had reserved for his team. Moreover, Zhang Ming and his companions occupied a suite. In that moment, Zhang Ming comprehended that although Zhang Ming's salary in Germany was modest, he had earned quite a fortune during his prior years in the domestic league, a time when players were significantly well compensated. For Zhang Ming, this sum was trivial. It was rather pitiful that he, in his own financial straits, had been playing the benefactor. What a laughable predicament! Zhang Ming dragged Zhang Ming onto the bed, where the young man lay as motionless as a dead pig, still mumbling, "Coach, grant me another chance. This time, I will seize it." Hearing Zhang Ming's drunken ramblings tugged at Zhang Ming's heartstrings. This is indeed a top domestic football star. What kind of life has he been living abroad? Alas! Zhang Ming tidied up Zhang Ming and then emerged into the living room, where he found his goddaughter peacefully asleep, having been lulled by Zhang Ming's wife, Dang Mingshi. "Zhang Ming, it's too late. The roads are unsafe. I've heard that people from abroad are targeting our compatriots for robbery. It's far too perilous for you to return now. You should wait until daybreak," she cautioned. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Ming gazed out the window into the pitch-black night, panic engulfing him. "Damn it. Drinking has truly led me astray," he lamented. Mourinho had specifically requested his presence at the pre-match press conference, yet he had completely forgotten about it. "Sister-in-law, I just dealt with that Balotelli. Who would dare to trouble me now? I have a match tomorrow and other matters to attend to. I must return." With that, he prepared to leave. Zhang Ming uttered these words before pushing the door open and taking his leave. "Sister-in-law, do not forget the time of tomorrow's competition." Zhang Ming walked while calling out, "Understood. Rest assured, I will certainly come to support you tomorrow." Zhang Ming stepped outside the hotel and hailed a taxi, making his way towards the establishment. "Zhang, where on earth have you been? We've been searching for you everywhere." As soon as Zhang Ming arrived at the hotel, Lampard lamented, "I ran into a fellow townsman and shared a meal together. Alas, I lost track of time." Zhang Ming, in his navette, remarked, "Why have you been persistently unreachable? The phone line is dead, and given that this is your inaugural visit to Germany, do you have any inkling of the anxiety you've caused?" Lampard gently nudged Zhang Ming as he spoke. Zhang Ming then retrieved the mobile phone his father had obtained in exchange for 10 bags of wheat from his pocket. To his astonishment, it had somehow powered off. He had scarcely used it, the only instance being when Sister Min borrowed it during a meal to save the phone number of Zhang Ming in the contacts. How could it have possibly turned off? Zhang Ming powered on his device once more, despite there being sufficient battery life. He resolved to replace this unreliable phone with a reputable brand at the earliest opportunity, for this faulty device had proven to be exceedingly troublesome. Zhang Ming gazed at his phone, which still had half its battery remaining, pondering the situation. You should go and explain to the coach yourself, he thought. The coach was currently engaged in a pre-match press conference with Terry, which should conclude shortly. After Lampard finished speaking, he turned and departed. Damn it. Mourinho is not easily deceived. I must devise a flawless excuse. Zhang Ming returned to his room, lost in thought. Chapter 67. A deception against Mourinho. Shortly thereafter, Lampard came to knock on the door, announcing that the coach had returned. Zhang Ming entered Mourinho's room. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, Mourinho remarked, his tone sharp. Coach, I deliberately sought to avoid this, Zhang Ming responded when he noticed Mourinho's silence. I am merely a newcomer. In recent matches, you have brought me along to both the pre-match and post-match press conferences. This is inappropriate. What will the senior members of the team think? They may not dare to confront you, but they hold significant opinions about me, although their discontent has yet to surface. It is bound to erupt with the passage of time. Therefore, I believe it is best for me to refrain from attending the press conferences any longer. Zhang Ming, feeling aggrieved, remarked, Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding the press conference? Is there truly any need for contention over attending it? Mourinho, with an air of disbelief, inquired further. Upon noticing the evident improvement in Mourinho's tone, Zhang Ming discerned that there was no significant issue at hand. Coach, you fail to grasp the sentiments of our youth. Attending a press conference is splendid. It provides a platform to showcase oneself on a global stage. Just recently, at my contract renewal press conference, a female journalist even professed her admiration for me. That was during my declaration of intent to master the Sunflower Sutra. As long as I am inclined. Haha, coach. You are seasoned, you understand. Who wouldn't desire to partake in such a press conference? This fortuitous opportunity cannot solely be claimed by me. It ought to be shared among us all. Zhang Ming spoke eloquently. All right, you must attend the post-match press conference after tomorrow's game. Do not falter in the competition, otherwise, past grievances will be revisited. You are aware that no one dares to defy my commands. Moreover, do not emulate that fellow Balotelli, who, despite his immense talent, squandered it all on frivolous pursuits. Such a prodigious gift wasted. If he could exert self-control, he would undoubtedly rival the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. Should we possess a striker of their caliber, we would dominate the European continent. Upon hearing Mourinho's words, Zhang Ming dared not refuse. He hurriedly acquiesced, and then quietly took his leave. Boss, why is it imperative for this lad to attend the press conference? After Zhang Ming departed, Flandre inquired of Mourinho. Do you have any idea how popular this kid is? As long as he is around, the reporters won't pester me. They all gravitate towards him. Moreover, he speaks with authority, yet refrains from uttering anything inappropriate. This is precisely what I need. Otherwise, I would be harassed by those journalists at every press conference. You know my temperament. Sometimes I can't contain myself and end up exploding in anger, which inevitably offends people. With Zhang Ming present, things have become much smoother. You must have noticed that I haven't lost my temper in quite a while. This is all thanks to him. Upon hearing Mourinho's words, Flandre was momentarily taken aback, pondering the notion that perhaps one must indeed possess a unique flair to thrive in life. So it seems this kid is quite the talent, he concurred. Indeed, throughout my career, I have worked with numerous players, yet only this young man has garnered more favor with the press than I have. Previously, the journalists were all focused on me, but since his arrival, I merely need to utter a few opening remarks, and the rest is entirely left to him. Of course, Balotelli, much like this young lad, also commands significant attention from the media. However, you know Balotelli. Can you really expect him to attend a press conference? With his propensity for loose talk, attending a single press conference is hardly sufficient to manage the fallout. Alas, let us not dwell on that. Aside from these two, the rest simply do not compare. Take Terry, who accompanied me to today's press conference. He spoke only twice, leaving the bulk of the conversation to me. Upon hearing Mourinho's remarks, Flandre joined in, praising Zhang Ming. Hey, Zhang, are you all right? Balotelli hurriedly asked as Zhang Ming emerged from Mourinho's room. Zhang Ming looked up and was taken aback. Benjamin, Rodri, Lampard, Terry, and Drogba were all present. It seemed they were all eager to witness his misfortune, anticipating how Mourinho would deal with him. But what did it matter? What could possibly happen? Zhang Ming spoke nonchalantly. What, really nothing? The coach didn't penalize you to queue with the old lady for groceries? Balotelli inquired, astonished. Not at all. The coach is quite amiable. How could he possibly make me wait in line with an elderly woman? Zhang replied. You all have an overly negative perception of him. Hearing this, the crowd grew restless. Zhang, are you concealing something? We are all friends here. There is no need for pretense. We've all faced penalties before. We won't mock you. Upon hearing Benjamin's words, the others nodded in agreement. I truly am fine. Why don't you believe me? As soon as Zhang Ming finished speaking, Mourinho emerged, exclaiming, What are you all doing? It's late, and you should be resting. Tomorrow we have a crucial match. Should anyone falter, I will have them wrapped in a bedsheet and sent to queue with the grandmothers for groceries. Upon hearing Mourinho's words, the group recoiled in fear, akin to mice encountering a cat. Coach, rest assured, we will not falter. Tomorrow, we shall leave Borussia Dortmund scrambling. Zhang Ming, upon seeing Mourinho emerge, hurriedly approached and draped his arm around Mourinho's shoulders, engaging in conversation. While speaking, he discreetly signaled to Balotelli and the others, the implication unmistakably clear. Look, the coach is quite amiable. Zhang Ming's actions left the onlookers utterly astonished. Who was Mourinho, after all? A stern figure, perpetually serious. Who would dare to jest with him? Yet, this newcomer displayed remarkable audacity, even managing to engage the coach himself. It is truly baffling how well this young man from the Dragon Kingdom is faring. The crowd, filled with indignation, retreated to their rooms to rest. The following day, shortly after lunch, fans began to arrive at the stadium to validate their tickets in anticipation of the impending match. Although Dortmund may not rank among Germany's foremost cities, it boasts the largest football stadium in the country. The Signal Iduna Park, home of Borussia Dortmund, is a UEFA 5-star venue, recognized throughout Europe. With a capacity of 83,000 spectators, it far surpasses Chelsea's Stamford Bridge in size. Even an hour before the match was set to commence, the stadium was already filled to capacity. Outside, a throng of ticketless spectators gathered, eager to catch the live broadcast on the giant screen. The atmosphere surrounding football here is truly exhilarating. It is inconceivable that the sport could thrive poorly in such conditions. In the Dragon Kingdom, attending a match is a distant dream. Even watching from the comfort of one's home is deemed a grave error. What good is watching a football match? It won't feed you, parents admonish, urging their children to focus on their studies instead. Such reasoning is mild. For those parents who are less understanding, a harsh reprimand may follow, along with enrollment in tutoring classes, leaving no room for tears. Zhang Ming gazed at the throngs of people both inside and outside the stadium, deep in thought. Chapter 68. The match has begun. In the Chelsea locker room, Zhang Ming and his teammates sat, eyes closed, seeking a moment of tranquility. All right, gentlemen, the time has come. Let us embark on our journey. Just as Zhang Ming pondered for the 18th time how to approach the match, Mourinho entered, calling out to them. Zhang Ming and his teammates stepped onto the pitch, accompanied by the young players prepared by the organizers. The stadium was filled with over 80,000 fans, with at least 60,000 being supporters of Borussia Dortmund. The deafening roar of the crowd severely dampened Chelsea's morale. Zhang, disrupt their midfield. That is our path to victory, Mourinho shouted from the sidelines. At that moment, Zhang Ming experienced for the first time the overwhelming pressure that a top-tier away stadium exerts. His mind buzzed like a hive of bees, and he could barely comprehend Mourinho's words, merely nodding in agreement. Good evening to all our viewers at home. Tonight's match is the first of Group C in the UEFA Champions League, featuring Chelsea, with our compatriot Zhang Ming, facing off against Borussia Dortmund in their home ground. I am Huang Jianxiang, your commentator for this thrilling encounter. Hello everyone, this match is indeed electrifying, Huang continued. Major media outlets are abuzz with excitement for this clash. And as you can see, the Westfalen Stadion, which accommodates over 80,000 spectators, is completely packed. The fervor surrounding this match is palpable. Wait a moment. Isn't that Hao Junmin? Huang exclaimed, gazing at the big screen. Indeed it is. Hao Junmin seems to be having a tough time. I've heard he is not particularly happy in Schalke 04's reserve team. Rumor has it he is considering returning home. I wonder which team he might join. That is beyond our knowledge. What I'm curious about is whether Zhang Ming provided Hao Junmin with a ticket. Considering how difficult it is to obtain tickets for this match, they are sold out even on the black market. Upon hearing this, a netizen uploaded a photo of Zhang Ming dining with Hao Junmin and his family. It appears that the ticket may indeed have come from Zhang Ming, one could surmise. Each match, Players from both teams receive a limited number of tickets. Let us steer back to the commentary. The match is about to commence. Now, let us review the starting lineups. Borussia Dortmund is set up in a 4-4-2 formation. Their starting players are goalkeeper, Weidenfeller, defenders, Hummels, Piszczek, Schmelzer, Subotic, midfielders, Jidzu, Gundogan, Mkhitaryan, Reyes, forwards, Lewandowski, and Aubameyang. Dortmund's attacking lineup is enviable, featuring world-class talents like Jidzu, Gundogan, Reyes, Mkhitaryan, and even Sahin on the bench. Dortmund is truly affluent in terms of talent. Upon hearing Huang Jianxiang's introduction, Duan Xian eagerly interjected. Chelsea's starting lineup consists of goalkeeper, Cech, defenders, Ivanovic, Terry, Rodriguez, Cahill, midfielders, Lampard, Matic, attacking midfielders, Oscar, Zhang Ming, Williams, forward, Drogba. From the perspective of the starting players of both teams, this match represents a clash between the spear and the shield. Chelsea employs a 4-2-3-1 formation, focusing on defensive counterattacks, while Borussia Dortmund adopts an attacking 4-4-2 formation. Now, we shall witness whose skills prevail. Traditionally, Chelsea has utilized a 4-3-2-1 formation, but today's 4-2-3-1 indicates their determination to secure victory in this match. Upon hearing the remarks of Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian, netizens quickly began to discuss. Indeed, Dortmund's midfield and forward line are exceptionally formidable. Each of these players is a dominant force in their own right. Klopp's lineup is truly enviable. It is indeed so, with Dortmund's formation. They are fully capable of contending for the championship. Today's match is a contest of the midfield and forward lines. We shall see if Chelsea's Lampard, Matic, Zhang Ming, Oscar, Williams, and Drogba can suppress Dortmund's Jidzu, Gundogan, Mkhitaryan, Reyes, Lewandowski, and Aubameyang. Admittedly, while Dortmund's midfield and forward line are exceptionally strong, Chelsea is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Chelsea boasts our national treasure, King Zhang. Let us ponder whether our King Zhang can once again achieve a hat-trick in this match. That is, without a doubt, a certainty. A hat-trick is merely the minimum expectation for our King Zhang. Will Zhang Ming score another hat-trick while others are still clamoring for a live broadcast of a prank? Please, let us refrain from repeating that joke. The readers have grown weary of it. The scene shifts to the Westfalenstadion. On the field, Zhang Ming notices Heo Junmin and his family waving at him from the stands. Zhang Ming enthusiastically reciprocates their gesture. The tickets provided by the team are indeed excellent, offering prime positions close to the pitch. Zhang Ming not only beheld his elder brother Hao Junmin and his family, but also caught sight of Wang Jing, who was nestled against a young man. It goes without saying that he must be her boyfriend. Zhang Ming observed the young man before him, who was quite handsome, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and appearing to be in his 30s. Judging by his demeanor, he was either a high-ranking official or a wealthy second-generation heir. At that moment, Wang Jing clearly noticed Zhang Ming's gaze and waved in greeting. The obnoxious young man accompanying Wang Jing also gestured a greeting. Zhang Ming could only reciprocate with a wave. "Are you the one from the Dragon Country?" Just as Zhang Ming was interacting with Wang Jing, Royce approached him and inquired, "Who might you be?" Zhang Ming gazed at the young man before him and inquired, "Are you serious? You do not even know who I am?" Upon hearing Zhang Ming's claim of anonymity, Royce was instantly consumed by fury. The match is about to commence, and you dare to be oblivious to the name of your opponent? Who do you think you are looking down upon? The young man replied, "Your words are quite amusing. With so many individuals in Germany, it is hardly feasible for me to know each one. Besides, I am here to compete and secure 3 points, not to familiarize myself with faces. Furthermore, I have no interest in your identity. You would do well to summon your team captain, Royce, to defend against me. Otherwise, you will find yourselves regretting it far too late." Zhang Ming proclaimed with an air of confidence, "Very well, your arrogance has thoroughly provoked me. You shall witness the consequences shortly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Royce, and today I intend to keep a clean sheet against you." Royce, visibly agitated, retorted, "So you are Royce? How delightful. Be sure to defend against me later, and do not hold back. Many have claimed they would shut me out. Yet I managed to score hat-tricks in every match. Do you know why that is?" Royce gazed at him as though he were a fool, remaining silent. Undeterred, Zhang Ming continued, "The reason I consistently achieve hat-tricks is not due to the weakness of my opponents, but rather because I am exceptionally formidable, so formidable that you simply cannot contain me." Zhang Ming's words left Royce utterly speechless. "You truly are quite arrogant." Just wait and see how I will dominate you. Upon hearing Royce's taunt, Zhang Ming felt a surge of fury and was ready to retaliate. Just then, the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Chapter 69, Strike First Ding. Congratulations, Master, on your inaugural participation in the Champions League. You are rewarded with a guaranteed goal in your first shot. The reward mechanism has been activated for this match. If you can accomplish a hat trick and lead your team to victory, you will receive a random grand prize. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhang Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. At last, a chance for a random grand prize. If only he could draw the president's bicycle kick, it was simply spectacular. Like a flower, you executed it beautifully. I adore you. Zhang Ming exclaimed excitedly to the system, Master, as long as you speak the truth, we shall remain good friends. Upon hearing the system's words, Zhang Ming was taken aback. What has happened to Hua? How have I been boastful? Zhang Ming, puzzled, inquired, I am an honest person. How could I possibly boast? Master, you claim that you are utterly in love with me. Do you truly understand the essence of love? Love must be demonstrated to be genuine. What have you been occupied with during this time? That female journalist, those two girls from Dongdao. Must I spell it out for you? Zhang Ming was taken aback upon hearing the system's words. Li Huo, did you witness me while I was doing this? Zhang Ming asked with a hint of guilt. Are you really in my mind? The system replied curtly, Indeed, I reside within your thoughts. He retorted, So, do you also watch me when I go to the restroom? Zhang Ming was utterly flustered. I am not as shameless as you might think. After the system made this statement, no matter how Zhang Ming shouted, it remained silent. The match commenced, with Chelsea taking the first kick. Lampard passed the ball to Zhang Ming, who was approximately 5 meters away from the edge of the penalty area. Zhang Ming had also made up his mind. The system's reward for a guaranteed goal must be reserved for the final moments. At the outset, while Borussia Dortmund had yet to fully recognize his prowess, he needed to secure an early goal. The instant Zhang Ming received the ball, Reyes approached with a challenge. Bring it on. Let me see just how formidable the one who wreaks havoc in the Premier League truly is. You better put some effort into it, or I might just breeze past you, and that would be quite embarrassing for you. Hearing Reyes' taunts, Zhang Ming was determined not to let him revel in arrogance. Ruhua, check Reyes' overall stats. Ruhua, we are professionals. Let us exhibit some professional spirit. Upon noticing the system's lack of response, Zhang Ming continued, Reyes' overall rating is 94, while yours is 88. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming realized that surpassing this opponent would be an insurmountable challenge. If a mere 2-point difference could lead to domination, then a 6-point disparity would render any unexpected outcomes utterly impossible. Zhang Ming noticed Jidzu approaching from a distance, so he lifted his gaze towards the goal, where the green shooting line indicated a score of 82. It seemed that mere training was insufficient. One must engage in matches concurrently to truly improve. After just 3 games, his overall index had risen by 10 points. Moreover, he found himself approximately 5 meters from the edge of the penalty area. With a remarkable shooting success rate of 82%, something he would have never dared to imagine in the past. Previously, outside the penalty area, achieving a success rate of 80% was out of the question. Just before Jidzu could close in on him, Zhang Ming took his shot. Utilizing his signature move, the Crescent Moon Blade, he executed a flawless strike. Despite Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller's valiant attempt to save the ball, it soared into the far corner of the net. Within merely a minute of the match's commencement, Chelsea, playing away, had taken the lead thanks to Zhang Ming's goal. After Zhang Ming scored, there was a moment of silence as everyone was taken aback by the unexpected swiftness of the goal. However, it was not long before the 2,000 Chelsea fans erupted into a thunderous cheer, having just witnessed the Borussia Dortmund supporters flaunting their vocal prowess. The Chelsea fans had refrained from joining in, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. With a crowd of 20,000 against 60,000, it was a daunting task to compete vocally. The Chelsea supporters had been holding back their excitement, but now, with the first goal in their favor, they could not help but celebrate. Even if the Dortmund fans continued to chant, their cheers would inevitably serve to bolster Chelsea's spirits since it was their team that had scored. In that moment, the Chelsea fans roared with enthusiasm, their fervor palpable. On the sidelines, Hao Junmin was astounded, while casual observers might relish the spectacle. A professional like him understood the significance of the goal. From a technical standpoint, this was a remarkable strike from outside the penalty area, a true world-class shot. It was a difficult feat. If anyone could easily score from distance, why would they practice midfield play? Tactically, the goal was a tremendous morale booster. Initially, Borussia Dortmund had used the home crowd's energy to stifle Chelsea's confidence. The Chelsea team had been stifled even before the match began, and victory seemed a daunting prospect. However, Zhang Ming's goal ignited a newfound vigor within the Chelsea side. At that moment, the transformation in their morale was striking. It was no wonder that Zhang Ming was thriving amidst the elite ranks of Chelsea. Initially, spectators might have attributed his performance to luck, but it was evident that his abilities were substantiating his success. If he possessed such remarkable long-range shooting skills, he certainly would not be struggling at Schalke 04. As a player from the Dragon Nation, Hao Junmin felt a surge of pride witnessing Zhang Ming's brilliance. He resolved to return home, to maintain his form and seize opportunities. Despite Zhang Ming not yet being in the national team and the absence of the Dragon Nation in the upcoming World Cup, yet these matters seemed trivial. There would be future tournaments, and if Zhang Ming continued his stellar performance, a national team call-up was inevitable. Perhaps he might even benefit from his association with Zhang Ming, finding himself on the grand stage of the World Cup. Who knows, with a stroke of luck, he could become one of the most fortunate players from the Imperial Nation. With these thoughts, Hao Junmin felt exhilarated, fervently cheering for Zhang Ming. Ladies and gentlemen, merely a minute into the match, Chelsea has taken the lead thanks to our very own king of goals, Zhang Ming, with this stunning world-class strike. For a team like Chelsea that thrives on counter-attacking football, scoring early is pivotal. Indeed, just look at Mourinho's iconic sliding celebration. It goes without saying that Mourinho will soon be in need of new trousers. Hearing Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xin's commentary, fans watching the live broadcast were electrified. Brother Ming is truly extraordinary. He caught Dortmund completely off guard right from the start. One can only imagine the delight of the merchants selling trousers to Mourinho at this moment. Everyone, look at the camera and see how Min Gu is passionately cheering for Zhang Ming. Min Gu, you are remarkable. Your ability to refrain from jealousy towards Zhang Ming and instead offer your support demonstrates a commendable spirit that we should all aspire to. Is the woman next to Min Gu his wife and daughter? I truly envy him for having such a beautiful wife. However, I harbor no envy. I would rather aspire to be Min Ji's son-in-law. What an impressive sight it is to behold, especially with the waves of enthusiasm emanating from Min Saw. To those upstairs, please be courteous. That is my mother-in-law. Chapter 70. Defensive vulnerabilities. As he watched the Chelsea players celebrate exuberantly, Royce's frustration was palpable, resembling an irate toad. If only he were a powerful airgun, his wrath could rival that of an atomic bomb. At that moment, Klopp, the manager, was furiously shouting from the sidelines, while Ji-Zu was filled with profound regret. Before the match, Klopp had emphatically instructed them to double-team Zhang Ming. Yet it was Ji-Zu's negligence that led to the conceding of a goal. Both Royce and Ji-Zu harbored disdain for Zhang Ming in their hearts. He was exceedingly cunning. Just as everyone was contemplating how he might maneuver past their defenses, he unexpectedly took a shot on goal, and astonishingly, he scored. Who could one possibly turn to for an explanation? Ji-Zu pondered whether to let Royce handle Zhang Ming alone initially, to gauge the young player's capabilities and determine if it warranted a joint defensive effort. After all, both he and Royce were established figures, and it seemed rather unseemly to double-team a fledgling player from Longhua. He planned to intervene once Royce could no longer contain him. But he never anticipated that Zhang Ming would deviate from the expected play, leading to their downfall. Dortmund began to mount an attack, and Royce was brimming with determination. As Jean Dogan passed the ball to Hummels, Royce signaled for a pass to himself. Seeing his captain's request, the defender Hummels obliged. Yet, facing Zhang Ming's defense, Royce felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, in the match between Chelsea and Arsenal, Zhang Ming had displayed skills reminiscent of Kak, effortlessly gliding past defenders with his signature quick steps, an ability not everyone could overcome. Even his national team's elder statesman, Zil, had fallen victim to those very steps. Zhang Ming was consumed by an overwhelming fear. With a composite index of merely 88 points, he found himself facing the formidable Royce, who boasted an impressive 94 points. How on earth could he defend against such a talent? At that moment, Zhang Ming glanced at Lampard, wishing fervently that he would come over to double-team Royce. However, Lampard paid no heed to Zhang Ming's desperate gaze. After all, if he could dominate Zil, why would he concern himself with Royce? Noticing Zhang Ming's distraction, Royce felt a surge of indignation. Here he was, poised to attack, yet Zhang Ming seemed oblivious, which struck Royce as a profound disrespect. He cast aside any restraint and bent low, dribbling past with ease. The disparity in their composite indices was glaringly apparent. Royce effortlessly bypassed Zhang Ming, Even Royce himself was astonished at how simple it was. What had caused his esteemed mentor Zil to falter against such an opponent? Meanwhile, Zil, watching the live broadcast from England, was seething with rage. What was that Dragon Country lad thinking? Where were his skills, his quick footwork? How could he allow my junior to pass him so easily? This made me appear utterly incompetent. How was I to maintain my standing in the national team after this? Not only were Zil and the numerous players on the field taken aback, but the over 80,000 spectators present and countless fans watching worldwide were equally astonished. Was this truly a prestigious UEFA Champions League match? It felt more akin to a local league. What was this performance supposed to signify? At that moment, Mourinho was nearly at his wit's end, having hoped Zhang Ming would anchor the midfield. With such a level of play, he was even inferior to Benjamin, let alone Yamamoto. Yet, despite Mourinho's dissatisfaction with Zhang Ming's performance, he would not substitute him. Mourinho understood that to defeat Dortmund, he would have to rely on Zhang Ming's long-range shots. That was the tactical setup, without which everything would be futile. What was going on? Who did that Dragon Country lad think he was looking down upon? It seemed the attitude of the Dragon Country players had not changed at all. They were no different from that other player from Schalke 04, both equally abysmal. Hearing the fans' disdainful comments from the stands, Zhang Ming, sitting nearby, felt a crushing blow to his spirit. Alas, Zhang Ming's momentary lapse had led to his being outmaneuvered by Royce. Perhaps the thrill of scoring had left him momentarily disoriented. He needed to tread carefully. Dortmund's attacking force was formidable. Indeed, Royce had just been denied by Zhang Ming moments ago, and now he was burning with determination. If Zhang Ming remained unfocused, Royce would undoubtedly continue to exploit him. Zhang Ming had to be vigilant. A single lapse would brand him as a defensive liability, prompting the opposition to relentlessly target him. Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian lamented in dismay. Meanwhile, Ji Zhu, with a smirk of schadenfreude, cast a glance at Klopp, his expression clear. Coach, do you see? This lad is simply not up to par. He is a defensive weakness. Apart from possessing the skill for long-range shots, one can only describe the rest as utterly lacking. There is no need for me and the captain to double team in defense. We are both established figures who cannot afford to lose face. Ji Zhu is fortunate that he did not have to double team Zhang Ming alongside Reyes. With such a caliber of player, does he still have the audacity to demand a joint defense with Reyes? When the national team convenes, I must inquire how our esteemed brother Zil was overwhelmed by such a player, especially considering that Zil often puts on a show in front of me. At this moment, Zhang Ming wished he could vanish into a crevice. This is simply too embarrassing. Zhang, do not dwell on it. Focus on the match, said Lampard. Approaching and embracing Zhang Ming, Reyes, as the captain of Dortmund, naturally possesses exceptional dribbling ability. Being surpassed once is not a disgrace. Moreover, you are still a newcomer. He has long been a prominent figure. As the match continued, after bypassing Zhang Ming, Reyes turned back to cast a perplexed glance at him. That provocative look was infuriating. As Zhang Ming seized the moment to mockingly taunt his opponent Royce, he rushed forward to defend against him. Unfazed, Royce welcomed the challenge, eager to dominate him once more. Predictably, Zhang Ming found himself effortlessly overwhelmed by Royce yet again. This time, Royce did not pause to revel in his triumph. After deftly bypassing Zhang Ming for the second time, he continued his advance, passing the ball to Ji Zhu upon encountering Cahill's defense. Ji Zhu, seizing the opportunity, maneuvered into Chelsea's penalty area, only to face Terry's challenge. He deftly relayed the ball to Gundogan. Gundogan then surged into the small box, confronting Ivanovic's defense before passing to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan, after outmaneuvering Rodri, sent the ball to Aubameyang, who found himself face-to-face with Chelsea's keeper, Cech. However, instead of taking the shot himself, Aubameyang opted to pass to the better-positioned Lewandowski. Cech, focused intently on defending against Aubameyang, was caught off guard by the latter's unexpected choice to assist Lewandowski, who is renowned for his prolific scoring ability. With an open goal before him, it was inconceivable that Lewandowski would miss. After successfully scoring, he sprinted joyously to celebrate with Aubameyang, who, had he chosen to shoot, would likely have found success as well. Yet, Aubameyang's decision to pass demonstrated a sense of camaraderie. Borussia Dortmund swiftly equalized, and the entire team erupted in exuberant celebration, while the dejected Chelsea players became a mere backdrop to this vibrant display. Chapter 71. The Return of Ronaldo. Chelsea had just experienced the exhilaration of taking an early lead, only to find themselves equalized within a minute. This stark psychological shift severely dampened their morale. initially relying on the promising newcomer Zhang Ming to stabilize the midfield. They were disheartened to see him overwhelmed first. Hope seemed fleeting, and the spirit ignited by Zhang Ming's previous stunning goal had all but diminished. The match continued. Lampard passed the ball to Cahill, who then relayed it to Matic with a backward touch. Zhang Ming, eager to attempt Ronaldo's iconic step-over dribbling technique, anxiously called for the ball from Matic. Initially taken aback by Zhang Ming's request, Matic questioned the necessity of such a maneuver in the second half, especially considering Zhang Ming's lack of fundamental skills. However, with Zhang Ming persistently demanding the ball, Matic had no choice but to pass it to him. As Zhang Ming received the ball, Reyes swiftly approached, closely monitoring his defense. "Hey, kid from Dragon Country, how does it feel to be trounced by me just now? Exhilarating, isn't it? Scoring a single goal by chance means little. A professional player cannot rely solely on luck to excel. You would do well to return to your homeland. For the European leagues are not meant for players of your mediocre caliber. Just look at that lad from Dragon Country on our Schalke 04 team. He is about to head back home, isn't he? This is the fate of your country's players. You must come to terms with it." Upon seeing Zhang Ming gain possession, Reyes seized the opportunity to taunt him with a mocking tone. "You certainly have a lot to say, don't you? I recall that football is played with the feet, not merely with words. You must be familiar with Zil from your country, the midfielder for Arsenal. He exemplifies professionalism far beyond you. He plays the game without incessant chatter. And then there's you, a stark contrast in demeanor. How can there be such a disparity among players from the same nation?" Zhang Ming, adopting a rather pretentious demeanor reminiscent of a big brother, taunted Royce. "Are you not just rambling aimlessly? If you possess the courage, come at me first. You must surpass my challenge." In an effort to thwart Zhang Ming's attempt at a shot on goal, Royce positioned himself almost directly against him. To the spectators, it appeared as though Zhang Ming and Royce were merely exchanging verbal barbs in a rather unsightly manner, much to the chagrin of those present. In the live broadcast hall of Dragon Country Sports Channel 5, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian were equally engrossed. Currently, Royce and Zhang Ming are locked in a tense verbal exchange. Although we cannot discern their words, their lip movements and facial expressions undoubtedly convey unflattering sentiments. Indeed, it was evident that a fierce rivalry had ignited between Royce and Zhang Ming. Just moments ago, Zhang Ming had scored against Royce, only for Royce to subsequently outmaneuver him. Their mutual disdain was palpable. I truly admire Zhang Ming. As a newcomer, he exhibited no trepidation in the presence of the seasoned Royce and was willing to confront him head-on. Such bravery is indeed commendable. Yet, it is regrettable that Zhang Ming has yet to earn a place in the national team, a significant loss for the squad. Upon hearing Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian's commentary, netizens erupted in a flurry of activity. The duo, upon reading the comments, broke into a cold sweat and hastily redirected their attention back to the field. "If you have the ability, then stop me." After Zhang Ming communicated with Royce, he unleashed the mesmerizing pendulum dribbling technique of Ronaldo, darting left and right as he surged towards Royce. What on earth am I witnessing? Is the extraterrestrial Ronaldo making a comeback? Is this truly the same player from the Royal Club whose defense was as flimsy as a paper wall? This is undeniably Ronaldo himself. Observing Zhang Ming execute the pendulum dribbling technique with the finesse reminiscent of Ronaldo, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The pendulum dribbling technique, as the name suggests, resembles the swinging motion of a pendulum beneath an old-fashioned clock, swaying back and forth in search of a breakthrough opportunity. The fluidity of his movements was nothing short of breathtaking, enthralling the young ladies present. This lad from the Dragon Kingdom is simply too handsome. If Kaká's delicate footwork and Iniesta's nimble flicks embody subtle maneuvers in tight spaces, then Ronaldo's pendulum dribbling and Ronaldinho's tail whip are the epitome of grand, sweeping techniques. At this moment, after executing the pendulum dribble, Zhang Ming left Royce utterly astounded. As a professional player, Royce could not possibly be unaware of the legendary skill that has made the extraterrestrial Ronaldo famous. So what if you are Royce, a member of the German national team and the captain of Borussia Dortmund? In the face of Ronaldo's renowned prowess, you too must step aside. Zhang Ming had barely made a few moves when he sent Royce tumbling to the ground. After bypassing Royce, Zhang Ming similarly paused to turn and glance back at him. The implication of provocation unmistakably clear. After Zhang Ming outmaneuvered Royce, Dortmund's defenders Hummels and Schmelzer rushed over to obstruct him. Zhang Ming found confidence in Royce with his pendulum-like movements. Unfazed by the opposition, he remained composed and deftly maneuvered past two defenders. The Borussia Dortmund defense was remarkably swift. After evading the two defenders, Zhang Ming prepared to take a shot. However, the rapid reactions of Dortmund's other two defenders, Piszczek and Saboti, thwarted his efforts. Before Zhang Ming had the chance to make his move, he was already surrounded. Zhang Ming realized that attempting a shot on goal himself was out of the question. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward the goal, where the green shooting line indicated 70, Oscar's red passing line showed 80, Williams' red shooting line displayed 82, and Drogba's yellow assist line registered 88. "It's you," Zhang Ming thought, immediately passing the ball to Drogba. Upon receiving the ball, Drogba took a shot without hesitation. The defenders of Dortmund, preoccupied with marking Zhang Ming, left him unchallenged. For a seasoned marksman like Drogba, an unobstructed opportunity to shoot was an inevitable success. With Drogba's goal, Chelsea regained the lead at 2-1. After scoring, Drogba swiftly ran to celebrate with Zhang Ming. Although Zhang Ming found Drogba's skin distasteful, he masked his feelings. "What's the matter? You simply cannot defend against me." Following the goal, Zhang Ming did not forget to show off in front of Royce. This fellow was nothing short of extraordinary. In the previous match against Arsenal, he had overwhelmed Ozil with a classic feint reminiscent of Kak. This time, he dazzled with a pendulum dribbling technique reminiscent of Ronaldo, effortlessly outmaneuvering Royce. Goodness, how many incredible skills did he possess? Both the feint and the pendulum dribble were techniques that could dominate the football world, and he seemed to master them all. Was there any justice in this? After Zhang Ming skillfully bypassed Royce and subsequently evaded two defenders to deliver the ball to Drogba, assisting in another successful shot, Klopp, the manager, could only sigh in resignation. Chapter 72. Three heroes battle elbow. Observing Zhang Ming's display of confidence, Royce was so infuriated that he could hardly speak, merely fixing Zhang Ming with a fierce glare. The match continued, and Dortmund organized another attack. Upon seeing Zhu gain possession, Royce hurriedly called for the ball. "Zhang, you mark Mkhitaryan. I'll take care of this one." As Royce approached Zhang Ming with the ball, Lampard quickly rushed over to defend Royce, instructing Zhang Ming to mark Mkhitaryan instead. Royce had intended to assert his presence against Zhang Ming, but with Lampard now defending him, his confidence waned. Lampard, the core of Chelsea's midfield, was no mere shadow. Royce attempted to weave past Lampard, but it was not an easy task. With a well-timed tackle, Lampard dispossessed him. Despite Lampard's success, Dortmund's midfield was formidable, and the ball was quickly regained by them. Gindoin surged into the penalty area. Alas, Dortmund had again pierced through Chelsea's midfield. Their attacking prowess was overwhelming. Once they reached the penalty area, danger loomed. It was now time to test the mettle of Chelsea's defenders. The Chelsea players had retreated into the penalty area, engaged in a stalemate with the Dortmund players, while only Drogba remained forward, intermittently pressuring the Dortmund ball carriers. Indeed, this exemplifies the classic strategy of counter-attacking football. Observing Chelsea's defensive formation within their penalty area, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xin commented. Upon receiving the ball, Reyes dared not attempt to overpower Lampard. Instead, he passed it to Gundogan. Gundogan surged towards the 6-yard box, only to be thwarted by Terry, prompting him to distribute the ball to Götze. As a formidable midfielder for Dortmund, Götze was not in a hurry. He paused momentarily, waiting until Drogba exerted himself to close in, before passing to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan boldly challenged Ivanovic, and as he approached, he cleverly flicked the ball to Götze with his heel. Götze, unencumbered by the need to hold on to the ball, immediately relayed it to Lewandowski, who struck with conviction. Check, bending low in preparation to save, soon realized that the shot lacked both power and direction. Reminiscent of an elderly man struggling to urinate, utterly aimless. It appears that, regardless of one's stature, even the most renowned can falter. Just as Cech reveled in the notion that he would not need to make a save, while mocking Lewandowski's blunder, Aubameyang suddenly surged forward. At that moment, Cech comprehended that Lewandowski's attempt was not a shot, but a pass. By the time Cech grasped the situation, it was too late. Aubameyang, with the agility of a wolf, headed the ball into the net. Dortmund equalized once more. In the aftermath of conceding, Cech lay on the ground, frustratedly pounding the turf to vent his inner turmoil. Captain Terry approached and helped him to his feet. The match resumed as Matic passed to Terry. After receiving the ball, Terry swiftly transitioned it to Lampard, the Chelsea vice-captain. Upon gaining possession, did not hastily distribute the ball nor attempt to break through. Instead, he controlled it at his feet to regulate the tempo. With such a formidable midfield lineup, how could Dortmund allow Lampard to dictate the pace? Götze immediately challenged Lampard for possession, and the latter found little confidence in his ability to bypass Götze. While Reyes may be Dortmund's captain, it is Götze who truly embodies the essence of their midfield. Neither team's midfield maestro could dominate the other. Lacking the confidence to overpower Götze, Lampard opted to pass. His first thought was of Zhang Ming. Although Zhang's defensive skills were lacking, his ability to penetrate the opposition's lines was unparalleled. Thus, Lampard felt more secure passing the ball to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming received the ball passed by Lampard and, without hesitation, executed a pendulum dribble to overpower the approaching Royce. Just as Royce was about to collapse to the ground, Jidzu rushed in to apply pressure in defense. Zhang Ming, undeterred by the encircling defense of Jidzu and Reyes, confidently showcased his pendulum dribbling technique, swaying from side to side with flair. Just as he appeared poised to bypass both Reyes and Jidzu, Jin swiftly joined the fray in defense. Thus, the formidable trio of Dortmund's midfield and forward players, Jin, Jidzu, and Reyes, surrounded Zhang Ming. At that moment, Zhang Ming brimmed with confidence. As the possessor of the foremost pendulum dribbling skill among the top 11, how could he lack assurance? Wow, everyone, look. That lad from the Dragon Country is preparing to take on our 3 Dortmund Titans, exclaimed the onlookers. This young man is truly remarkable. His pendulum dribbling technique resembles that of the extraterrestrial Ronaldo. 2 defenders cannot contain him, let alone 3. It's worrisome that none of us may be able to thwart him. If he gets past us, it would be disastrous. Rest assured, he is merely human, not divine. There is no way he could surpass our 3 stalwarts in one go. As Zhang Ming prepared to confront Jidzu, Reyes, and Jin, the tension among Dortmund fans escalated. Conversely, Chelsea supporters erupted with excitement. For too long, the team's midfield had been a vulnerability. Now, with the emergence of Zhang Ming, their midfield strength had significantly enhanced. Chelsea fans chanted fervently, "Zhang, go for it! Zhang, go for it! Zhang, go for it!" At the sidelines, Mourinho and Klopp were both intently focused on Zhang Ming's every move. Zhang Ming observed 3 defenders converging upon him, and he immediately assumed a robust stance, swinging his body like a pendulum to its fullest extent. Although he had mastered the pendulum dribbling technique to perfection, Jidzu, Jin, and Reyes were no novices themselves, resolutely guarding against Zhang Ming's advances. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, upon noticing Oscar approaching for support, Zhang Ming struck the ball and passed it to Oscar. As Zhang Ming prepared to deliver the pass, Jidzu swiftly moved to intercept the trajectory of the ball. Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy as he noticed Jidzu obstructing the passing lane between himself and Oscar. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly adjusted his angle and launched a direct pass to Drogba, exploiting the space left vacant by Jidzu's departure. Before Zhang Ming had the opportunity to examine the data on the yellow assist line, Drogba had already taken a shot, resulting in a high miss that sent the ball soaring into the stands. Witnessing this, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian lamented in frustration. What a pity. The chance that Zhang Ming fought so hard to create has been squandered by Drogba. It was evident that Drogba was not in his prime today. Had he been, that shot would undoubtedly have found the back of the net. Indeed, just moments ago, Zhang Ming, alongside Jidzu, Jin, and Reyes, had engaged in a real-life reenactment of the 3 heroes battling Elbu, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could best the other. The opportunity painstakingly earned by Zhang Ming was regrettably wasted. Drogba, equally disheartened, lay on the ground with his hands covering his face, clearly dissatisfied with his recent performance. Zhang Ming observed Drogba lying on the ground, reluctant to rise, and approached to assist him. Upon standing, Drogba was met with enthusiastic applause from Chelsea supporters. A gesture of encouragement. Chapter 73. Picking the softest persimmons. Although Zhang Ming did not manage to bypass Jidzu, Jin, and Reyes, he emerged victorious in spirit. For he had successfully passed the ball. Had it not been for Drogba's miscalculated shot, Zhang Ming would have secured an assist. Hao Jimin was profoundly impressed by Zhang Ming's ability to distribute the ball despite being encircled by Jidzu and his formidable companions. He was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by Jidzu, Reyes, and Jin. Although he currently found himself in the reserve team, he too had experienced a honeymoon period upon joining Schalke 04, where he managed to break into the first team and participate in matches. Even facing Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga, having faced the formidable midfield strength of Dortmund, Jimin recognized that even the core players of Schalke 04 would struggle to outmaneuver Ji-Zu, Reyes, or Jean Dogan in a one-on-one situation. Zhang Ming's ability to pass the ball, while confronted by all three, demonstrated that he surpassed his Schalke peers significantly. Mourinho watched with delight as Zhang Ming successfully delivered the ball, having drawn in Dortmund's three midfield titans, ultimately passing it to Drogba. Whether Drogba scored or not became inconsequential. What mattered was Zhang Ming's exhibited breakthrough capability, his skillful, pendulum-like dribbling reminiscent of Ronaldo. Many have attempted to emulate the legendary Ronaldo's signature move. Yet none have achieved notable success until now. Zhang Ming stands as the first to truly master it. While Zhang Ming's defensive skills may be lacking, his breakthrough ability is precisely what his team requires. In a counter-attacking style of play, players with such rapid breakthrough capabilities are essential. Previously, only Drogba possessed similar prowess. Oscar and Willian fell somewhat short. With Zhang Ming on the team, the connection between midfield and forward has become seamless. At this moment, Mourinho felt immensely grateful for Abramovich's insistence on his trip to the Dragon Country. It was truly worthwhile. In stark contrast to Mourinho's exuberance, Klopp found himself in a state of frustration. His pride in the midfield was shattered by this young talent from the Dragon Country. How could they possibly compete? This young player is exceptionally strong, capable of breaking through defenses to assist teammates, and possesses a remarkable long-range shooting ability. He commands the transition from midfield to attack. Given time, if his defensive skills were to improve, it would spell trouble for opponents. Even Messi and Ronaldo might struggle to contain him. Alas, his team is too impoverished. If only my team were a bit more affluent, I would spare no effort to secure this young talent. After a year or so of honing his skills under my guidance, his market value would undoubtedly soar like a rocket. With 2 years of helping my team achieve success, I could then sell him to Real Madrid for a handsome profit. It is utterly disheartening to witness such a golden opportunity slip away right before my eyes, thought Klopp. Lamenting his misfortune, the match continued. Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller tossed the ball to defender Piszczek. Typically, strong teams pass the goal kick to their defenders, rarely opting for a long clearance. It is only the less skilled teams that resort to such desperate measures to distance the ball from their goal. For instance, Piszczek passed the ball to Reyes. Upon seeing Reyes gain possession, Lampard switched positions with Zhang Ming, who proceeded to mark Mkhitaryan. Noticing Lampard's approach, Reyes passed the ball to Ji-Zu. Faced with Matty's defense, Ji-Zu wisely chose not to attempt a forceful breakthrough. Matty, a steadfast presence in Chelsea's midfield, certainly possessed commendable abilities. No player had yet demonstrated the confidence to outmaneuver him. Considering this, Ji-Zu passed the ball to Jean Dogan, confronted by Williams' defense, felt a twinge of uncertainty. He then passed the ball to Mkhitaryan. With newfound confidence against Zhang Ming's defense, Mkhitaryan, despite lacking in defensive prowess, was known to possess remarkable dribbling skills. Acknowledging Zhang Ming as a defensive liability, Mkhitaryan resolved to take him on directly. How audacious! While others pass the ball and advance. This fellow intends to take a shot at me directly. Is he truly that bold? Flower, please check Mkhitaryan's comprehensive index. Zhang Ming nervously prompted the system. Mkhitaryan's comprehensive index is 92 points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt utterly defeated. With his own score at 88 points, the 4-point difference loomed large. How could he possibly defend against that? As expected, Mkhitaryan effortlessly swayed past Zhang Ming with a couple of deft movements. After bypassing Zhang Ming, Mkhitaryan didn't hesitate to signal to his teammates, the implication unmistakable. Hey, guys, did you see that? This kid is a defensive weakness. Let us exploit him. It's a piece of cake. Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming surge of anger upon witnessing Mkhitaryan's smile, perceiving it as a blatant affront. On the sidelines, Mourinho seethed at Zhang Ming's apparent naivety, questioning his ability to withstand pressure and urging him to maintain composure until a teammate could offer support. Despite his frustration, Mourinho recognized the necessity of keeping Zhang Ming on the pitch for the upcoming offensive plays. As Mkhitaryan effortlessly bypassed Zhang Ming, his confidence soared. He charged into Chelsea's penalty area, facing Terry's defense, and directly passed the ball to Aubameyang. Unfazed by Cahill's challenge, Aubameyang seized the opportunity and attempted to advance. Realizing he couldn't penetrate Cahill's defense, Aubameyang redirected the ball to the distant Lewandowski, who wasted no time and struck at the goal. The ball ricocheted off the crossbar and back into play. Observing this, Aubameyang leapt into action. executing a sweeping shot that narrowly grazed the post as it sailed into the net. His striking display captivated the female fans on the sidelines. With goals from Lewandowski and Aubameyang, Dortmund managed to reclaim the lead for the third time in the match. Following their celebration, the game resumed. But just as Chelsea initiated their pass, the referee signaled the end of the first half. Players from both teams gradually returned to their locker rooms. In the studio of Longhua Sports Channel 5, Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian began their commentary. Ladies and gentlemen watching from home, this exhilarating opening match of the UEFA Champions League Group C, featuring Dortmund at home against Chelsea, has now concluded its first half. Regrettably, in the dying moments of the half, Dortmund's forward Aubameyang scored a follow-up goal, concluding the half with a score of 3-2. Notably, our player Zhang Ming contributed significantly to Chelsea's 2 goals with 1 assist and 1 goal himself, proving instrumental in keeping the scoreline competitive while playing away. After a brief intermission, they looked forward to the second half, eager to see if Zhang Ming could complete a hat trick and help Chelsea turn the tide to secure 3 points on the road. Chapter 74. Zhang Ming's new discovery in the Chelsea locker room. Mourinho struggled to contain his fury as he surveyed his players. He was on the verge of reprimanding Zhang Ming, questioning his defensive skills and dedication. What is going on with you? Is that how you defend? Are you here to play? Yet, despite his frustration, Mourinho held his tongue. While Zhang Ming's defensive capabilities were lacking, his offensive contributions were commendable, 1 assist and 1 goal. Had it not been for Drogba's momentary lapse in focus, it might have been 2 assists and 1 goal. As the most dynamic player on the attacking front, Mourinho ultimately decided against chastising Zhang Ming. Lampard, Matic, Oscar, and Willian, please pay attention to Zhang Ming during defensive situations. His defensive skills are still developing, so you must provide him with support. Upon finishing his remark, Mourinho seated himself to the side, closing his eyes in contemplation. Who could fathom the depths of his thoughts? In the Dortmund dressing room, the fiery Klopp erupted in a fit of rage. What on earth are you doing? A mere teenager has thrown you all into disarray. You are world-class players. This is the Champions League, not a friendly match. Look at yourselves, each of you, usually so full of pride, yet faltering at this critical moment. Especially you, in the midfield and forward positions, reduced to mere shadows by this fledgling. You are the pride of our midfield. While his dribbling skills are indeed formidable, you too are exceptional. On a global scale, only Barcelona's midfield can be compared to ours. No other teams possess such a luxurious lineup. Remember, our true adversary is Barcelona. The players of Dortmund, chastised by Klopp, remained as silent as mice, not daring to utter a word. Like Mourinho, Klopp was notorious for his fierce demeanor, wielding unparalleled control over the dressing room and never allowing anyone to threaten his authority. Should a rebellious spirit challenge his dominion, it would inevitably lead to a relentless struggle to the bitter end. As the halftime break concluded, Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian resumed their duties. Ladies and gentlemen, the second half of the Champions League Group C match between Dortmund and Chelsea at home has commenced. The players have taken the field, with no substitutions made. Continuing the strategies employed in the first half, Chelsea will initiate the kickoff. With Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian's words fading, Lampard passed the ball back to Zhang Ming. At this juncture, Chelsea's offensive efforts relied heavily on Zhang Ming's breakthroughs. As Zhang Ming received the ball, Jidze, Jinduan, and Reyes swiftly converged to encircle him with their formidable defense. Faced with the relentless pressure from these 3 world-class players, Zhang Ming found himself at a loss. In that moment, he maximized his physical agility, aware that opponents flanked him on both the left and right. An epiphany struck him. If he could not break through, why not retreat to advance? With this thought, Zhang Ming deftly nudged the ball backward with his heel and pivoted to dash in the opposite direction. Just as everyone assumed he had lost his composure, he executed a sudden 180-degree turn and charged forward once more. Zhang Ming's recent maneuver has brought great misfortune to Royce and his companions. Initially, upon witnessing Zhang Ming's retreat, Royce felt a surge of relief, believing they had finally repelled this formidable adversary. However, to their astonishment, Zhang Ming suddenly charged back, causing Royce and Jidze to collide violently. Now, they lie incapacitated on the ground, leaving only Jinduan defend off Zhang Ming's relentless assault. Zhang Ming would not let this opportunity slip by. With a deft movement, he evaded Gundogan and penetrated the penalty area of Borussia Dortmund. Upon noticing Zhang Ming's advance, defenders Hummels and Piszczek rushed to thwart him. Before they could encircle him, Zhang Ming took a shot. As the ball soared, he noticed the green success rate indicator at the goal reading 90%, an almost certain triumph. Indeed, upon hearing the roar of the crowd and the jubilant rush of his teammates, Zhang Ming needed no glance at the goal to know the ball had found its mark. In that fleeting moment of scoring, he pointed towards the position of Hao Jumin, dedicating what he deemed his most splendid goal to his goddaughter. Upon observing Zhang Ming's gesture, the insightful Hao Junmin instantly comprehended, promptly lifting her beloved daughter high to embrace the joy emanating from Zhang Ming. Meanwhile, Wang Jing, not far away, felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing Zhang Ming dedicate the goal to Hao Junmin's daughter. How ungrateful, he thought, after all he had done. Could he not gift a goal to himself? Zhang Ming is tormented by his thoughts. He had intended to dedicate his first goal to Wang Jing, especially after all she had endured. Yet, with her boyfriend present, he found himself paralyzed by hesitation. How could he forget the days when the illustrious Shiman, despite his formidable prowess, had to tread lightly around Wu? It would be wiser for him to refrain from courting trouble and instead avoid any semblance of taking advantage while feigning innocence. After Chelsea's jubilant celebration, the match resumed. Schmelzer seamlessly transitioned the ball to Ji-Zu, who, without a moment's contemplation, passed it directly to Mkhitaryan, who was defending against Zhang Ming. Witnessing Mkhitaryan prepare to assert his dominance once more, Zhang Ming was consumed by an overwhelming surge of indignation. Zhang Ming was acutely aware that the disparity in the comprehensive index could not simply be bridged by fits of anger or frustration, as he found himself in a quandary. A sudden recollection struck him. During his previous indulgence in an anime centered around basketball, the protagonist, unable to defend, exerted himself tirelessly, leaping and bounding in a relentless display of defensive maneuvers. He formed an impenetrable wall before the hoop, successfully thwarting numerous formidable sharpshooters. Yes, he too could employ such a tactic. His rigorous training over the past few days had indeed bolstered his stamina. With this revelation, Zhang Ming embarked on his audacious strategy. As Mkhitaryan gathered his strength to overpower Zhang Ming, he executed a Ronaldo-esque step-over, swaying and bouncing in front of Mkhitaryan. The latter was utterly astonished. Was this even a viable maneuver? It was more audacious than Ronaldo himself. Mkhitaryan, convinced that he could outlast Zhang Ming's relentless energy, opted to pass the ball to Reyes. Only when Mkhitaryan released the ball did Zhang Ming pause. Goodness, what had he just witnessed? Was that truly a defense? Or merely a human wall? Could this fellow's stamina keep pace? Although this strategy could indeed obstruct the attacking side, it was undeniably exhausting. Had he encountered this maneuver before? It felt so familiar. As Zhang Ming successfully blocked Mkhitaryan's advance, the crowd erupted in astonishment, buzzing with excitement. Reyes, unable to decipher Lampard's tactics, was compelled to pass the ball, maneuvering it toward Chelsea's penalty area. Reyes delivered the ball to Ji-Zu, who skillfully dribbled past the approaching Rodri, charging directly into Chelsea's penalty zone. Faced with Terry's defense, Ji-Zu shifted the ball to the left, where Gundogan received his pass, executing another significant transfer to the right side, finding Mkhitaryan once more. Zhang Ming was poised to execute a brilliant maneuver when Mkhitaryan swiftly delivered the ball. Upon receiving the pass from Mkhitaryan, Aubameyang found himself thwarted by Ivanovi's formidable defense. Although Chelsea's midfield and forward lines appeared somewhat feeble, their defenders, Ivanovi, Cahill, and Terry, were nothing short of stalwarts. Admittedly, Rodri's performance was lacking. Unable to decipher Ivanovi's defense, Aubameyang opted to pass the ball to Lewandowski. Faced with Cahill's challenge, Lewandowski was unable to penetrate, yet unexpectedly unleashed a powerful shot. Czech, vigilant in the small box, was caught off guard by Dortmund's audacious long-range strike from just outside the penalty area. Lewandowski's spectacular goal was nothing short of a world-class effort. With 2 goals from their forward duo, Dortmund regained a 4-3 lead against Chelsea, who were battling on their home turf. In Chapter 75, titled The Soft-Shelled Shrimp Balotelli, Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian continued their commentary. Chelsea is set to make a substitution. Balotelli has been warming up on the sidelines. Let us see who he will replace. Adjustments are indeed necessary with only a few minutes remaining in the match and trailing by a goal. Failing to make timely substitutions could prove detrimental. Zhang Ming's 2 goals and an assist have kept the score close. Surely he will not be taken off now. The referee raised his flag, signaling Rodri's substitution. A defender was replaced by a forward, transforming Chelsea's formation into a daring 3-4-3. Mourinho was clearly intent on a fierce offensive. Chelsea's lineup now included Defenders Ivanovi, Terry, and Cahill. Midfielders Lampard, Matty, Oscar, and Willian, and forwards Zhang Ming, Drogba, and Balotelli, with Zhang Ming positioned at the forefront. Fans watching the live broadcast were ecstatic at Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xin's remarks, sensing the impending goal frenzy. Mourinho's tactical brilliance was undeniable, and the audience was in for a treat. The anticipation for Zhang Ming to score another goal surged. A hat-trick in 4 consecutive matches would be remarkable. There was curiosity about the synergy between Zhang Ming and Balotelli, especially given Drogba's lackluster performance, as he squandered several opportunities. As the match resumed, Chelsea regained possession. Check threw the ball to Terry, who paused momentarily before transitioning it to Matty. Balotelli, having just entered the field, approached Zhang Ming to remind him, "Don't forget your promise. I gave you 3 tickets yesterday." Zhang Ming, focused, replied, "Stop chatting and concentrate on the game." Zhang Ming, disinterested in the foolishness before him, regarded the fool with a blend of exasperation and amusement. This simpleton, when earnest, wielded his talents with remarkable finesse, yet when lost in thought, was capable of the most absurd antics, unfurling an endless series of bizarre escapades. There was scarcely a venture he would shy away from. "Hey, Zhang, you can't simply take advantage and then deny it." Upon hearing Balotelli's words, Zhang Ming felt a surge of irritation, almost overwhelming enough to incite him to violence. "Do you even grasp the weight of your words? Your mindless chatter could be misconstrued by those with ill intentions, leading to unfounded rumors about me. In such a case, it would be akin to falling into a river of mud. No matter how you spin it, it's still foul. I could dive into the yellow river and emerge unclean. My hard-earned reputation could be tarnished by your reckless tongue. Zhang, allow me to share a secret. Last night, I stealthily ventured out and discovered a paradise, teeming with beautiful women, each more alluring than the last. Wait, my friend, I shall take you to witness this marvel." Noticing Zhang Ming's indifference and the ire etched upon his face, Balotelli brandished his trump card, a mischievous grin illuminating his features. "Now, quickly return to your place." Zhang Ming roared at Balotelli. Upon witnessing Zhang Ming's genuine anger, Balotelli reluctantly approached him. This scene left the Borussia Dortmund players utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? The notoriously troublesome Balotelli is being subdued by this young lad from the Dragon Country? This is simply unbelievable. At that moment, the ball had reached Zhang Ming's feet. Ji-Zhu, Jean Dogan, and Reyes instinctively converged to block Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming employed Ronaldo's signature skill, swaying gracefully. However, he found himself at a loss against the triple defensive blockade from his opponents. Zhang Ming continued to deftly nudge the ball backward with his heel, then swiftly turned and sprinted back, executing a sharp 180-degree turn to launch a counterattack. This time, neither Reyes, Ji-Zhu, nor Jean Dogan stumbled in a flurry of confusion. Zhang Ming remained firmly marked. At that moment, both Lampard and Matic approached, signaling for Zhang Ming to make a pass. In the midst of his busy schedule, Zhang Ming glanced at the situation ahead. Drogba was directly in front of him. But the young man seemed out of sync with him today. Having squandered several opportunities, he resolved not to pass the ball to him again. Balotelli was positioned to his left front, eagerly awaiting a pass, gesturing for him to deliver the ball while muttering something under his breath. Although Zhang Ming could not hear him, he could easily imagine that Balotelli was saying, "Brother Ming, you promised me. Hurry up. Don't push your luck. Or I might just hold a press conference revealing the night you spent with those 2 young ladies from Dongdao at my place." Lampard and Matic flanked him on either side, both signaling for him to make the pass. Zhang Ming deftly nudged the ball to the left with the inner side of his right foot, prompting Ji-Zhu to assume that Zhang intended to pass it to Lampard on the left. Ji-Zhu quickly rushed forward to intercept, unaware that Zhang had no intention of delivering the ball to Lampard at all. Zhang Ming observed Ji-Zhu shifting his position and swiftly seized the opportunity to pass the ball from Ji-Zhu's recently occupied spot. With a powerful strike of his right foot, he executed a long pass that precisely found Balotelli. Zhang Ming himself was perplexed as to why he had passed the ball to the farthest player, Balotelli. A press conference? Or perhaps an F? Who knows? After the pass, Zhang Ming noticed the assist percentage displayed in bright yellow was a staggering 93. As long as Balotelli didn't falter, the goal was surely within reach. Balotelli received Zhang Ming's pass and struck the ball directly towards the net. However, while the trajectory was promising, the power behind the shot was lacking. The ball was feebly caught by Dortmund's goalkeeper, Weidenfeller. What on earth is wrong with this fool? A 93 success rate, and yet he shoots with such timidity. Damn it. Why am I feeling so inclined to lash out? Zhang, Let me share a little secret with you. I played all night yesterday and just returned this morning. So I haven't regained my strength yet. Pass me the ball again, and I'll show you what true power looks like. Balotelli said with a beaming smile as he approached Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming lifted his foot, intent on kicking the nuisance, while contemplating another pass. Do you have any idea how precious such a pass is? When he noticed the referee bringing the whistle to his lips, Zhang Ming halted, prepared to strike Balotelli. The referee's intent was unmistakable. Should you dare to kick, I shall send you off. On the sidelines, Mourinho, witnessing Balotelli's antics, was seething with fury, roaring and cursing. Zhang, trust me, I truly am revitalized after last night. Just pass me the ball once more. I feel an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through me. I assure you, my next attempt will be far more resolute. Balotelli incessantly nagged Zhang Ming. Hurry and defend. Do not allow anyone to pass by so easily, you soft-footed shrimp. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's taunt, Balotelli was incensed. He had always prided himself on his stamina, and to be labeled as a soft-footed shrimp was utterly intolerable. Hey, look at the coach, Zhang Ming shouted as he observed Balotelli storming towards him. However, upon seeing Mourinho's furious demeanor, Balotelli immediately lost his bravado. Chapter 76. The assist. Balotelli's triumph. The match progressed, with Dortmund advancing on the attack. At that moment, the referee raised his flag to signal a substitution. Dortmund replaced Mkhitaryan with Sahin. Goalkeeper Weidenfeller threw the ball to Subotic, who then passed it to the newly introduced Sahin. Fresh and brimming with energy, Sahin faced Balotelli's defense and opted not to pass. Instead, he prepared to take Balotelli on directly. Having spent the night before in revelry, Balotelli was sore and cramping. Far from a match for Sahin. Before he could withstand two exchanges with Sahin, he found himself on the ground. Upon seeing Balotelli toppled, Zhang Ming rushed over to provide cover for Sahin. Liwa, please assess Sahin's comprehensive index. Zhang Ming confronted Shah Xian, awakening the system and inquiring. Shah Xian's composite index stood at 91 points. Damn, that's even worse than Mkhitaryan. What are you afraid of? Shah Xian regarded the clumsy young lad from the Dragon Country with a distinct lack of respect. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Zhang Ming stifling Mkhitaryan's every move. Igniting a fire of determination within him, Zhang Ming appeared to be nothing more than a novice in the art of combat. Guarding against him seemed a trivial task. Was it not merely a matter of swaying his hips back and forth, reminiscent of the grand northeast folk dance of Longwa? With this thought in mind, Shah Xian steeled himself, preparing to overpower Zhang Ming. As anticipated, Zhang Ming commenced his flamboyant maneuvers. Previously, Shah Xian had struggled to discern the intricacies of Zhang Ming's performance from the sidelines. Now, he had the advantage of close observation. Hey, young lad from Longwa, your dance moves are quite impressive. Shall I provide you with a tune to accompany your performance? Shah Xian jested, rhythmically swaying his body in time with the mockery. Damn it, spare me your nonsense. I'm here to defend against you, foolish one. Taking advantage of Shah Xian's momentary distraction, Zhang Ming swiftly seized the ball at his feet. He dribbled towards the penalty area of Dortmund, calling out to Shah Xian as he advanced. Upon realizing that Zhang Ming had taken possession, Shah Xian charged forward to reclaim it. One must commend Shah Xian's remarkable speed, which undoubtedly surpasses that of Mkhitaryan and rivals even Balotelli, provided Balotelli is in a state of sobriety and not reveling in nightclubs. In no time, Shah Xian caught up with Zhang Ming, positioning himself to obstruct his path. However, when the ball is at Zhang Ming's feet, it is hardly an easy task to block him. Neither Reyes, Jidzu, nor Jin Duan managed to impede Zhang Ming's progress. So what basis does Shah Xian have for his confidence? It is utterly unfounded. Seeing Reyes and the others racing towards him with the speed of a 100-meter dash, Zhang Ming realized he could not afford to dawdle with Shah Xian. Escaping the trio would be no simple feat with this thought. He quickly shifted his stance to break past Shah Xian. Come on, little ba. If you still wish to score, hurry up and run. As Zhang Ming executed his pendulum-like dribbling technique to bypass Sahin, he shouted to Balotelli. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Balotelli was filled with exhilaration. Having just entered the match, he had initially squandered a feeble shot on goal, an embarrassment in the prestigious Champions League, a stage of immense viewership where his illustrious reputation could be tarnished in an instant. Furthermore, being outmaneuvered by Sahin and sent sprawling to the ground was an additional affront to his dignity. Balotelli was determined to reclaim his standing, knowing that if he did not seize the opportunity before the final whistle, he would undoubtedly find himself relegated to the reserves by Mourinho. Zhang Ming's dribbling past Sha Xin was alarmingly effortless. In merely 2 exchanges, he left Sha Xin sprawled on the ground. And before Jizhu and his companions could converge for a defensive blockade, Zhang Ming deftly passed the ball to Balotelli. Upon delivering the pass, Zhang Ming noticed the assist line illuminating with the impressive figure of 95, a success rate of 95%. If Balotelli were to fail to convert this opportunity, he might as well consider a career as a stallion. Indeed, Balotelli did not disappoint Zhang Ming this time. After scoring, he sprinted exuberantly towards Zhang Ming, his excitement palpable. From his entry onto the pitch until that goal, he had been clowning around, and now he finally had cause to celebrate. Observing the assist tally rising for Zhang Ming, the one-stem heart of Hao Jumin began to stir with renewed vigor. This lad is truly a world-class midfielder. First, he supported Balotelli by covering Sha Xin then. After intercepting the ball, he served it perfectly to the floundering Balotelli, enabling him to notch a goal. It was evident that Balotelli was not in peak form today. Even in his subpar state, Zhang Ming could effortlessly provide him with opportunities. If he himself were on the pitch, with Zhang Ming supplying him, scoring would surely be a breeze. Why was he struggling so much? Was it not because no one passed to him? Look at those prolific forwards. Aren't they all granted the freedom to shoot at will? Without passes, no matter how skilled one is, it amounts to nothing. As a player from the Dragon Country, if you lack extraordinary, convincing skills, who would pass to you? If you occasionally receive a pass, you must not err. A single mistake could brand you as incompetent. Watching the dazzling Zhang Ming on the field, Hao Junmin couldn't help but reminisce about his own days in domestic competitions. Back then, he was a formidable force in the Dragon Country League, unstoppable and wreaking havoc. Those were indeed splendid times. The greatest joy for a person lies not in the anticipation of what the future holds, but in the cherished memories that they can recount while enjoying drinks with friends. Upon arriving at Schalke 04, things were promising. He frequently received playing opportunities and even had moments as a starter. However, that golden period was fleeting, and he gradually found himself sidelined. He had worked tirelessly, yet no one would pass to him. As a player from the Dragon Country, altering others' perceptions of him proved exceedingly challenging. First and foremost, he could not afford to squander opportunities. If the ball was passed to him, he had to score or assist. Otherwise, he could forget about receiving another pass. Countless times, he pondered how different his path might have been had he chosen not to pursue a career abroad. Zhang, your passing is exceptional. Tonight, prepare to witness how I orchestrate the game. I promise you'll be impressed, Balotelli exclaimed excitedly as he approached Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, upon witnessing Balotelli's antics, simply turned away in disdain. Truly a foolish display. This is hardly a matter of honor. Yet he parades it about as if seeking to bring glory to his family. Of course, if the individual in question were a girl from Yamamoto's country, it might indeed be a claim to familial pride. The score has now leveled at 4-4, with approximately 3 minutes remaining in the match. And factoring in stoppage time, there are a total of 5 or 6 minutes left to play. Zhang Ming had already devised a strategy. As long as he could withstand Dortmund's current offensive onslaught, he would utilize the system's reward for a guaranteed goal to secure a decisive victory over Dortmund. However, the question remained, could he indeed hold firm for that one crucial goal? Zhang Ming observed his exhausted teammates, among whom Balotelli, who had come on in the second half, was particularly dramatic, gasping for breath. In contrast, while Borussia Dortmund was also fatigued, they appeared significantly more vigorous than Chelsea. This disparity underscored the rigorous training regime that Dortmund typically engaged in. It was no wonder that they maintained their stamina until the final moments of the match. Given that Klopp's tactics were akin to a relentless onslaught, without sufficient endurance, how could one sustain such frenetic energy across the pitch? Chapter 77. The decisive strike. The match continued as Dortmund initiated an offensive. Goalkeeper Weidenfeller threw the ball to Piszczek, who, instead of opting for a back pass, chose to advance with the ball. Piszczek only halted his advance upon reaching the midfield line, notably intercepted by Lampard. What was intended as a simple display of presence turned into an audacious surge towards midfield. What message were they sending? Did they intend to disregard Chelsea's existence altogether? Confronted with Lampard's defense, Piszczek finally relayed the ball to Reyes. Faced with the same defensive pressure from Lampard, Reyes, unfazed, directly passed to Jizhu. As the midfield linchpin, Jizhu opted for a breakthrough, yet found himself stymied by Maddox's defense. The only recourse was to pass to his teammates. Engaging in a series of short passes to progress the play, Witnessing Dortmund's intricate maneuvers, Chelsea found themselves at a loss. The back-and-forth passing left them with little option. Could they afford to press and risk exhausting themselves further? Thus, they retreated to their penalty area, resolutely guarding their last bastion. What on earth was happening with Dortmund's players? They seemed inexhaustible, as if they could run indefinitely. Zhang Ming observed the Dortmund players darting back and forth in search of an opportunity to break through for a shot. Zhang, are you not aware? Their relentless tactics rely heavily on stamina. I have yet to hear of a team that can outrun them. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's inquiry, Balotelli, panting heavily, replied, "Little Ba, are you all right? Look at you, resembling your African brother, the wild dog." Noticing Balotelli's labored breathing, Zhang Ming teasingly remarked, "Zhang, I am Italian, not African." As Balotelli spoke, Zhang Ming almost retorted that Balotelli's skin color was a clear indication of his heritage. However, he quickly recalled that such comments were strictly taboo on the field, verging on racial discrimination, and thus refrained from voicing them. Although he had a decent rapport with Balotelli, a camaraderie built through shared experiences, he understood that this young man could easily turn against him at a critical moment. If word of this were to spread, he could find himself departing even before the likes of Zhang Ming. Moreover, Balotelli had always treated him well, often inviting him to meals, and he had reciprocated in kind, maintaining a sense of decorum. Occasionally, Balotelli had extended invitations for more intimate gatherings at his home, all of which Zhang Ming had firmly declined, upholding his integrity. "Little Ba, do not falter. You must endure these final minutes, even if it means exhausting yourself." Zhang Ming, upon observing Balotelli's disheveled appearance, remarked, "Rest assured, Zhang. I am well aware of the situation. Damn it, I shall never venture out the night before a match again. It is utterly disruptive." Balotelli watched as the Borussia Dortmund players tirelessly maneuvered around the edge of their penalty area, seeking an opportunity to break through, enviously commenting on their persistence. Just as Balotelli and Zhang Ming were indulging in light banter, Dortmund altered their strategy. The match had entered injury time, with only 3 minutes remaining and both teams having little time left. For Dortmund, playing at home, a 4-4 draw was utterly unacceptable. With 3 minutes left, they needed to score again. Otherwise, the over 60,000 spectators could unleash their ire upon their ancestors. It was uncertain if even their ancestors' coffins could withstand such a barrage of insults. As the match drew to a close, Dortmund abandoned their patient passing game. Lewandowski, in possession of the ball, attempted to bulldoze through Terry, who intercepted him, prompting Lewandowski to pass to Jidzu. Jidzu then advanced with the ball, only to be halted by Cahill, who forced Jidzu to pass to Aubameyang. Aubameyang, with a burst of speed, prepared to confront Ivanovic directly. As Ivanovic positioned himself defensively, Aubameyang passed the ball back to Lewandowski, who had surged into Chelsea's penalty area. Seeing that time was running short, Lewandowski took a shot, which was valiantly parried by Cech. Although Cech deflected Lewandowski's attempt, he could not secure the ball. Aubameyang seized the first opportunity for a follow-up shot, which struck the crossbar and rebounded. Jidzu reclaimed possession and unleashed a fierce shot, which Cech once again managed to deflect. The ball fell to Reyes, who found himself facing an open goal as Cech lay on the ground recovering from his previous effort. Reyes aimed for the net, but just as the ball seemed destined to cross the goal line, Balotelli executed an acrobatic overhead kick, clearing the ball with his foot. Before Balotelli could regain his footing, Jidzu fired a shot that narrowly grazed the crossbar, allowing Chelsea to escape a dire predicament. This relentless assault from Dortmund thrilled the tens of thousands of fans in the Westfalenstadion, as well as the commentators Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian in the studio, who were equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "That was perilously close." Dortmund is on fire, with their 5 attacking players taking turns shooting. This truly tests Chelsea's defensive line. Balotelli had indeed played a pivotal role. Dortmund, having dominated the Bundesliga, even compelling the mighty Bayern Munich to concede, could hardly regard Chelsea with indifference, especially while playing at home. They could never have anticipated that the match would reach such a critical juncture. A draw was simply unacceptable. They were determined to press forward and claim victory over Chelsea. However, time was running short. They had to push the entire team forward. There was no time left. And despite Borussia Dortmund's reluctance, they were compelled to accept a draw. In the grand scheme of the match, securing a point was indeed a stroke of luck for Dortmund. Had Balotelli not suddenly faltered, had Drogba not been off his game, Chelsea would have undoubtedly claimed all 3 points. Perhaps a draw was the most equitable outcome. Considering both teams were formidable, Chelsea and Dortmund evidently possessed a significant advantage over their group rivals, as Roma from Italy and Lyon from France. Chelsea and Dortmund were vying for the top position in their group, while Lyon and Roma were contending for a place in the Europa League. Thus, a stalemate between these two strong teams was ultimately acceptable. Wait, Zhang Ming was requesting the ball from Czech, with only a few seconds remaining in the match. One must wonder why Zhang Ming, as an attacking player, would seek a goal kick at this juncture. After all, both teams believed the match had concluded. Suddenly, I recalled that in the first round of the Premier League, Zhang Ming had similarly requested a goal kick in the dying moments, transforming 1 point into 3. Now, as he sought the ball once more, was he attempting to replicate that miraculous feat? Ah, indeed. Zhang Ming took the shot. The ball found the net. It went in. The referee blew the final whistle. Zhang Ming had once again performed a miracle, clinching a last-gasp victory over Borussia Dortmund and successfully securing 3 points. Chapter 78. The post-match press conference. After Zhang Ming scored, the entire Chelsea team rushed towards him in a frenzy of celebration, with Balotelli being particularly enthusiastic. Witnessing Chelsea's jubilant revelry, the Dortmund players were plunged into profound despair. Initially, they had envisioned a seamless victory over Chelsea, aiming for a clean sheet and a resounding scoreline. However, from the outset, they found themselves under relentless pressure from Chelsea, only managing to gain the upper hand in the latter half. In the final moments of the match, they conceded an equalizer, and their last attacking wave proved fruitless as time slipped away. The Dortmund players had resigned themselves to accepting the draw wholeheartedly. A point is a point, after all, and with no time left, it was simply unavoidable. Little did they expect to concede a last-minute goal that turned the tide. Such a display of unsporting behavior was beyond comprehension. The solitary point they had clung to vanished, leaving the Dortmund players in utter dismay. Chelsea emerged victorious, securing a 5-4 triumph at the Westfalenstadion, a result no one had anticipated at the outset. Yet, the match was concluded, and no one could alter the outcome. At the post-match press conference, Zhang Ming accompanied Mourinho to the venue, where the small conference room was teeming with reporters, a testament to the Champions League's allure. Mourinho and Klopp exchanged brief opening remarks before the questions commenced. True to Mourinho's assertion, with Zhang Ming present, no one dared to bother him anymore. The responsibility of addressing the inquiries rested solely on Zhang Ming's shoulders. Zhang, today you successfully secured 3 points from Dortmund. Could you share your thoughts on today's match? Zhang Ming felt a wave of irritation upon hearing the question posed by an unidentified journalist from another country. What sort of absurd inquiry is this? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the reading comprehension section of a language exam during my school days. My utmost disdain was for those reading comprehension tasks. Had I not performed poorly in language arts, I would surely have been engrossed in the pursuit of romantic conquests at university. The mere thought of charming women stirred a ripple of excitement within him. One could only speculate about the reliability of that rascal Balotelli. After all, he had already been generously fed. Surely, arrangements for the evening would be in place. Today, both teams exhibited a commendable professional spirit, delivering an extraordinarily thrilling match for all to witness. Zhang Ming spoke symbolically before falling silent. In his mind, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to arrange matters concerning Balotelli, leaving little room for contemplation of this reading comprehension task. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, the reporter was clearly dissatisfied and turned to inquire of Royce, who was attending the press conference alongside Klopp. We were inadequately prepared for today's match. I admit we underestimated our opponents. Initially, we did not regard Chelsea with the seriousness they warranted. We believed that securing a victory against Chelsea would be a mere formality, especially on our home turf. However, as unfortunate as it is, the outcome is evident. We have paid a heavy price for our arrogance, allowing Chelsea to snatch away 3 points from us. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The Champions League operates on a two-legged format, and we shall reclaim those 3 points when we visit London. Our ultimate goal remains the championship, and that is beyond doubt. I firmly believe that as long as we approach our matches with the seriousness they deserve, no team can defeat us. We shall treat the upcoming matches with renewed diligence. Zhang Ming found Royce's words irksome. After toiling hard to secure 3 points, they had been reduced to mere theft in Royce's narrative. How infuriating this was. Zhang, do you have anything to say in response to Royce's comments? The reporter pressed on. Zhang Ming realized that he must articulate something, lest he return to his teammates and endure their collective reproach. To be labeled a score thief, this was simply intolerable. I find myself in stark disagreement with the words just uttered by Xiao Luo. Pray tell, what do you refer to as Xiao Luo? As far as I am aware, individuals from your esteemed nation typically reserve such a moniker for the illustrious Ronaldinho and Ronaldo. Do you truly believe that such a comparison elevates Royce to the same echelon as Ronaldinho and Ronaldo? Before Zhang Ming could finish his sentence, a reporter interrupted with another question. All right, that was my mistake. I apologize. Let me rephrase. I strongly disagree with what Cici just said. Upon hearing Zhang Ming refer to Royce as Cici, there was a collective gasp from the audience. It was utterly distasteful. Royce himself felt a wave of nausea at being addressed in such a manner by Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming remained indifferent to their opinions, content as long as he felt no revulsion himself. The meticulous preparations made by both teams for this match served as testament to the intensity of the competition. With Borussia Dortmund deploying 3 world-class attacking midfielders in a concerted effort to stifle his performance. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Reyes felt a swell of satisfaction within. It seemed this young lad from the Dragon Country had some merit, boldly claiming to be among the elite in the attacking midfield realm. However, a thought struck him. You just mentioned that Dortmund boasted 3 world-class attacking midfielders, yet you managed to defeat them. Does this not imply that Dortmund did not exert their full strength, suggesting your victory was merely a stroke of luck? After all, you had just asserted their possession of world-class talent in the midfield. Zhang Ming's words were abruptly interrupted, igniting a simmering frustration within him. While I have indeed acknowledged their world-class midfield and forward lineup, it is imperative to note that Chelsea boasts an equally formidable ensemble. Lampard, Matic, Oscar, and Willian. Each of them is a distinguished figure in the realm of elite midfielders and forwards. It is only natural that we should triumph over them. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's statement, Reyes felt a chill descend within him, realizing that his earlier assertion of possessing a world-class lineup had been twisted into a less than flattering remark. How cunning. Zhang, what is your team's objective for this season? Would you be so kind as to share? The reporter inquired further. Is there even a need to ask? The championship. Of course. Do you believe Chelsea possesses the strength to clinch the title? Upon hearing this rather trivial question from the reporter, Zhang Ming felt disinclined to engage further. This was clearly a deliberate provocation, an attempt to stir trouble. Your question is exceedingly naive. I must decline to respond. Zhang Ming spoke with undeniable confidence. Currently, the market has inflated your value to £30 million, which is nearly equivalent to that of Asian players Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa. Do you have any comments regarding your inflated market price? Zhang Ming chuckled in response. I am completely unaware of this £30 million valuation. I simply know that my release clause with Chelsea is set at £100 million. I firmly believe that without that sum, Chelsea would not consider parting with me. Upon hearing the reporter's inquiry, Zhang Ming replied with a smile, Are you implying that my value should be £100 million? On par with Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi? Are Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa together not worth as much as me? I did not claim such a thing. I merely stated that my release clause is £100 million. As for my market value, I believe it is determined by the market itself. Furthermore, let us not focus solely on me. Our nation is brimming with talented players. I am merely one among the many. Football is a team sport. No matter how exceptional your abilities are, without the support of your teammates, they are of little consequence. I sincerely hope to see more players from our country making their mark in the top 5 leagues. Seizing the opportunity, he took the chance to promote domestic players. Chapter 79. Disgusted by Balotelli, just as the reporter was poised to ask another question, Mourinho stood up and departed with Zhang Ming. Upon returning to your home ground, do you feel confident in defeating Borussia Dortmund once again? Zhang Ming rose to follow Mourinho as they departed. Journalists trailed behind, calling out to Zhang Ming's retreating figure. I believe that returning to our home ground, we must secure at least a 2-goal advantage over them. Zhang Ming, having spoken his piece, departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a bewildered journalist and an infuriated Royce in a state of agitation. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall return to London. The boss is quite pleased with our performance, and a celebratory feast has already been arranged, awaiting our return. This is Germany. Let us avoid causing any trouble. After uttering these words, Mourinho retreated to his quarters. Upon hearing Mourinho's remarks, the players were elated. The match had concluded. What harm was there in unwinding? With no game or training scheduled for the following day, only a fool would remain confined to the hotel. In no time, the players had dispersed. Those who had made it to Chelsea's first team were not lacking in funds, many earning in the millions. Mourinho was well aware of the players' antics. But what of it? Most players possess eccentric personalities and are full of character. One cannot impose stringent controls. Otherwise, How could he possibly manage the team? The wisdom of not being deaf or blind to matters of leadership was not lost on the cunning Mourinho. Were it not for the fear of being recognized, he himself would wish to indulge in a bit of revelry. It was simply human nature. Zhang, hurry up, urged Balotelli, trailing closely behind him. Little Balotelli, have you made the arrangements? Zhang Ming inquired skeptically. Are you sure? Balotelli confidently replied, rest assured, while I may not boast about other matters, you can inquire around. When have I ever faltered in such matters? Zhang Ming hastily boarded a taxi alongside Balotelli, and they sped away. Zhang Ming held a profound admiration for Balotelli. No matter which city he wandered into, it seemed that this young man could effortlessly uncover every nook and cranny of the entertainment scene. It was impossible not to be impressed. Indeed, every creature has its own way of navigating the world. As he sat in the taxi, Zhang Ming pondered that this time he would not let Balotelli bear the expenses. After all, he was no longer in one of such trifles himself. Moreover, Balotelli had already treated him during their previous outing in London. What Zhang Ming remained unaware of was that, while his heart brimmed with fervent anticipation for the forthcoming performance, he had already caught someone's attention. Brown, why are we fixated on this young lad from the Dragon Country? All their Chelsea players have left the field. Would it not be wiser to focus on their captain, Terry? In the back of a taxi, Zhang Ming and Balotelli were seated, while a Citroën car closely followed behind. In the passenger seat of the Citroën sat a woman named Alice, approximately 30 years of age, a journalist for a French football magazine. At that moment, Alice inquired of her colleague Brown, who was intently focused on driving. Alice, you seem to be unaware. Do not underestimate this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom. He is currently in high demand, the top scorer for Chelsea. In the upcoming match, our League One team, Lion, is set to face Chelsea at home. Even Borussia Dortmund, with their formidable midfield, cannot contain him. How could Lion possibly succeed? We ought to lend our support to our hometown team. Brown, are you aware of what you are suggesting? We are merely reporters. How can we assist? Alice questioned, perplexed. Alice, you are not familiar with their culture. Unlike our Western nations, where men indulging in leisure is commonplace, it is not the same for them. If we manage to capture evidence of Zhang Ming engaging in illicit activities today, he will be finished. The outcry in his home country will be immense. He will hardly be able to focus on the match. Brown spoke with a sense of pride. How can you be certain he's engaging in such activities? He appears quite innocent, not at all like a seasoned player in such affairs, and he is merely 18, still quite young, Alice retorted disdainfully. Did you not notice he was out with that rascal Balotelli? You are familiar with Balotelli, are you not? He is perpetually embroiled in such escapades. I would wager that they are indeed engaging in illicit activities, and it is highly likely that it involves a thrilling group experience, Brown stated confidently. I still refuse to believe that the seemingly naive lad from the Dragon Kingdom would indulge in such behavior, Alice replied, closing her eyes and falling silent. Alice, you wouldn't happen to have taken a liking to that young man, would you? Once we capture evidence, we could threaten him to spend the night with you. What do you think? Quite the offer, no? Brown remarked with a mischievous grin. Brown, do I really need to resort to threats given my allure? What man does not covet my physique? You have secretly admired me on numerous occasions. Do not think I am oblivious. To win over the lad from the Dragon Kingdom, all I need is a single glance, Alice declared with confidence. Half an hour later, Balotelli and Zhang Ming emerged from the vehicle. Little Balotelli, how did you find this place? Zhang Ming gazed at the inconspicuous bar before him and inquired. Zhang, you need not concern yourself with this. Come, I assure you. Today will exceed your expectations. Balotelli, filled with excitement, dashed into the bar. Zhang Ming gazed at the desolate bar before him, a sense of unease gnawing at his mind. This place, seemingly innocuous, filled him with apprehension. He feared falling victim to a deceitful trap. Zhang, hurry up, shouted Balotelli, who remained rooted in place. Contemplating Balotelli's animated gestures and the cryptic F he had alluded to, Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and stepped inside. Look, they've entered. Let's capture this moment. Brown and Alice sat in their Citroën, snapping photographs through the bar's glass windows. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it? As Zhang Ming rushed in, he found Balotelli already embracing two ladies, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Quickly, choose two. Let us compete once more. Upon hearing Balotelli's words, Zhang Ming realized that this fellow was still preoccupied with the previous competition involving the two girls at his home in Yamamoto's country. He remained haunted by his defeat. Zhang Ming paid no heed to Balotelli, instead focusing intently on the line of a dozen or so young ladies standing before him. Zhang Ming felt increasingly repulsed. What on earth was this? If not of a yellow complexion, at least one could opt for a fair-skinned individual. Instead, he was confronted with an array of dark and hybrid gray hues, rendering the prospect of intimacy utterly unappealing. Furthermore, their physiques were alarming, each nearly weighing 200 pounds. With bust, waist, and hips all strikingly similar, they resembled elongated barrels on legs. Their faces were adorned with makeup that resembled a frosted donkey's droppings, and their lips appeared as though they had feasted on the misfortunes of children, truly nauseating. Only two fair-skinned individuals were present, while one possessed allure. The state of the other's posterior was disconcerting, reminiscent of ancestral grinding stones from his hometown. Who could possibly endure such sights? Choose, Zhang. These are exquisite specimens. Do not hesitate, urged Balotelli, who stood agape at Zhang Ming's inaction. Not only was Balotelli anxious, but Brown and Alice, who had been covertly observing from outside, were equally impatient. What are you dilly-dallying for? Quickly select two to take upstairs. As long as you escort a lady upstairs, no amount of explanation will suffice. Little Ba, enjoy yourself. I must take my leave, he replied. Zhang Ming finished speaking and dashed outside. Running was preferable. He was already struggling to suppress his nausea. The dozen or so young ladies, noticing that Zhang Ming had yet to make his selection, flashed him grins. To his dismay, Zhang Ming nearly retched. Remaining any longer would surely lead to an inevitable bout of vomiting, so it was best to flee quickly. Chapter 80. Almost falling into the pit. Zhang Ming dashed out of the bar, while Balotelli called out behind him, Zhang, what's going on? Are you afraid? If you are, that's quite impressive. Go on. Keep having your fun. I shall take my leave first. Zhang Ming departed without a backward glance. Balotelli, however, paid no heed to Zhang Ming and ascended the stairs, embracing two women of similar complexion, albeit with a weight surpassing his own. Even a fool could discern their intentions for the ascent. How about that? I told you this lad from the Dragon Country wouldn't engage in such activities, Alice remarked with a smirk to Brown as she witnessed Zhang Ming's exit. It's perplexing. The women inside were quite alluring, particularly those with fair skin. How did he manage to resist? Could it be that he is not inclined that way? Brown pondered aloud, bemused. This is quite simple. Let us conduct an experiment. With that, Alice alighted from the vehicle and called out to Zhang Ming, Zhang, would you care for a ride? Zhang Ming gazed at the figure of Alice before him. Goodness, is this not the very journalist who had just challenged him at the post-match press conference? There could be no mistake. Although the crowd had been vast and her face somewhat blurred in his memory, her conspicuous F-cup stature was unmistakable. The bar was situated in such a secluded spot that it was difficult to find a taxi. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ming entered the Citroën, and Alice followed him into the back seat. Balotelli had already ascended to the upper floors, leaving little worth capturing. Brown started the engine and directed the vehicle towards the hotel where Chelsea was staying. Alice, curious to ascertain whether Zhang Ming was indeed inclined toward her gender, inched closer to him. Noticing his lack of resistance, she began to rub her proud F-cups against his arm. At that moment, Zhang Ming felt a surge of delight. Throughout the day, he had been captivated by the very F-cups Balotelli had mentioned. After the long-awaited match concluded, he had followed Balotelli to the bar, only to be confronted with such a reminder, which had left him quite dejected. Now, with an opportunity presented before him, how could he not feel exhilarated? Gradually, Alice's hand became increasingly bold, intentionally or unintentionally brushing against Zhang Ming's most cherished asset. Initially, Zhang Ming pondered the notion of reciprocating her advances, believing that one ought to engage in some form of action. However, he soon reflected upon the fact that he and Balotelli had spent half an hour in a taxi before arriving at that desolate bar. How had they managed to locate it? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. It was undoubtedly a case of being followed. Thankfully, the women Balotelli had chosen from that bar were of the type that were utterly repugnant. Otherwise, he would certainly have found himself embroiled in scandalous news. Upon this realization, Zhang Ming retracted his hand, which he had intended to use to verify whether the pair of F was indeed genuine. The journalists before him were evidently well prepared. He had to exercise caution in their presence. Brown, that rascal, drove at an excruciatingly slow pace, and it felt as though he had endured a century to reach their destination. In that half hour, Zhang Ming felt as if time had elongated infinitely. Being so close to an exquisite beauty yet unable to move was truly a torment. Upon arriving outside the hotel in Chelsea, after Brown parked the car, Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude. How did it go? Did you bend it? I deliberately reduced the speed to afford you ample time for your inspection. After Zhang Ming alighted from the vehicle, Brown anxiously inquired of Alice. After all, if Zhang Ming were to falter, it would indeed be monumental news. You are overthinking it. His arms are quite substantial, Alice replied with a smile, raising her own arm. Stop joking. There's no way they are that large. You must be mistaken, Brown retorted disdainfully. After all, what man would relish the notion of the object of his affection comparing another man favorably? Zhang Ming returned to his room, feeling utterly bored and aimlessly turned on the television, but found it impossible to concentrate. A tempest of unidentifiable frustration brewed within him. The crack beneath the door was stuffed with numerous small cards, yet in this unfamiliar place, he dared not engage with them. Just as Zhang Ming was on the verge of losing his mind from boredom, a call from Hao Jumin interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Ming, did you enjoy the celebration banquet? Do you have time to grab a drink? Zhang Ming answered the phone, and Hao Junmin exclaimed, Brother Min, the celebration banquet is set for tomorrow in London. I find myself with some free time at the moment. Had I known earlier, I would have called you sooner. I will send you the address shortly. Come over, and I shall treat you to a celebration. Zhang Ming hung up the phone and hurriedly rushed out to hail a taxi. Goodness. The fares for taxis in Western countries are exorbitant. If things do not work out with the team, perhaps I shall consider becoming a taxi driver. It would certainly be preferable to returning to my homeland for menial labor. Upon arrival at his destination, Zhang Ming paid the taxi fare. Reflecting on his thoughts with a sense of lamentation, Zhang Ming arrived at the restaurant, discovering that it was still owned by individuals from the Dragon Country. However, the establishment's facade and ambience were significantly more upscale than the last high-end dining experience he had. Zhang Ming entered the private room only to find the Hao family already waiting for him. He lifted his goddaughter high into the air, causing the little girl, Hao Qini, to turn pale with fright. Zhang Ming, do you realize that today you nearly caused a great disaster? Zhang Ming had just set Hao Qini down when Hao Junmin's wife, Deng Mingshi, anxiously inquired, What happened, sister-in-law? How did I almost find myself in trouble? Zhang Ming set down his goddaughter and quietly inquired, Take a look at this. As she spoke, Deng Mingshi handed her phone to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming was taken aback upon discovering the situation. He was utterly astonished. The speed of these reporters was astonishing. Just moments ago, his outing with Balotelli for some amusement had already been disseminated online. Upon watching the 10-minute video, Zhang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. It was truly perilous, and he was fortunate to have escaped. Brother, sister-in-law. It is all the fault of that scoundrel Balotelli. During the match, I assisted him once, and after the game, he offered to treat me to a drink. So I accompanied him. Little did I know he would take me to such a dreadful place. It was utterly revolting, indeed. Zhang Ming disdainfully remarked at this juncture. The blame can only be placed on Balotelli. His reputation is thoroughly tarnished, and whether we add to it or not makes little difference. From now on, steer clear of individuals like him, lest you jeopardize your career. Being alone in a foreign land is not ideal. And who can resist the temptations of this dazzling Western world? Once I return home, I shall inquire on your behalf and introduce you to a suitable girlfriend. I must say, how fortunate I am to have a sister-in-law like you. Hao Junmin, this fellow, seems only to think of drinking with himself, completely oblivious to his own single status. Sister-in-law, I am immensely grateful. Zhang Ming clinked glasses with Deng Mingshi and declared, Old Zhang, I believe you should prioritize your career for now. Do not get entangled in romantic affairs, lest they hinder your professional journey. Hao Junmin, downing a glass, retorted, Now you understand, huh? When you were Zhang Ming's age, you managed to ensnare me. I was merely 16 back then. Upon hearing Deng Mingshi's words, Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Wow, Mingge, that's quite bold of you. Why bring that up in front of the children? Hao Junmin, feeling a bit guilty, replied, Mom, please introduce my aunt to my godfather. She is also 16. Hearing this, Hao Qini exclaimed, Goodness, that's his own daughter. How thoughtful. Daughter, splendidly done. What do you desire? Tell your godfather, and he shall fulfill your wishes today. Zhang Ming, upon hearing Hao Qini's words, lifted his goddaughter once more. Chuckling as he did so, Deng Mingshi's face turned pale with anger. How could she possibly introduce her sister, who was only 16? Hao Junmin, witnessing this scene, could hardly suppress his laughter. None of you men are worth a dime, Deng Mingshi retorted with irritation. Chapter 81. Hao Juan means farewell. Zhang Ming and Hao Junmin engaged in casual conversation while sipping their drinks. Old Zhang, I have a premonition that you will soon be selected for the national team. Upon hearing Hao's words, Zhang Ming appeared unfazed. To speak candidly, brother Min, I couldn't care less about joining the national team. I still vividly recall how they obstructed Mourinho from bringing me to England. Moreover, when I achieved success at Chelsea, they coerced me into signing contracts without allowing me to review them. The thought of it ignites a fire within me. How Junmin felt a wave of frustration at Zhang Ming's words. As a player for the Dragon country's national team, he was all too familiar with the manipulations surrounding player selections. The head coach lacked the autonomy to choose players, as every decision required approval from higher-ups. Those who spent their days in the office had little understanding of which players possessed genuine talent. The disparity in opportunity was vast. Capable players were often denied a chance, while less talented ones found their way onto the team. Once a player made it to the national team, they became a national representative, potentially earning astronomical salaries in the domestic league. Old Zhang, let me share some news with you. According to Xi, the domestic football scene is on the brink of upheaval. A complete overhaul from top to bottom is imminent, and in the future, player selection for the national team will prioritize ability over fame. Such matters are conducted in secrecy and have yet to be made public. Zhang Ming was taken aback by Hao's revelation. A complete overhaul? Goodness, that requires immense courage. He continued, I will be returning home soon. Although I have the title of playing abroad, I have not been able to get on the field, which jeopardizes my form. Joining the domestic league as a starter should not be an issue given my capabilities. I eagerly anticipate our selection for the national team. Hao Jumin chuckled knowingly. With our connection, you must assist us, right? If you can successfully feed even the struggling Balotelli, then with our partnership, your passes will surely lead to assists. Besides, as midfielders, we can coordinate seamlessly, your passes and my shots, your assists and my goals. Together we shall dominate the field. After the match, we can enjoy some leisure time as well. If all else fails, I could even play matchmaker for you and my sister-in-law. After all, she will eventually marry. Hao thought mischievously. Brother Min, surely we cannot bear the weight of the entire national team alone? Zhang Ming observed the confident smile of Hao Jumin, lost in his fantasies, and quietly inquired, do not worry about this. There are still many capable players in the country. We have the forward with the flamboyant hairstyle, Lin Simon. A stalwart midfield leader in Ji Ge, the formidable defensive anchor Feng Bangxiu. And on the back line, our nation's unyielding bastion, Zhang Mos, the divine needle of the East. Moreover, with the prowess of our brothers in the midfield and attack, while I cannot claim dominance on a global scale, I assure you, reigning supreme in Asia is well within our grasp. As Hao Jumin spoke, his pride swelled further. Listening to his grand plans, Zhang Ming felt a wave of disillusionment. This is what they consider supremacy in Asia? Such audacity. Yet, seeing his elder brother's delight, he hesitated to dampen the mood. If it brings him joy, so be it. With that thought, Zhang Ming chose silence. After consuming 2 bottles of baijiu, he felt a disorienting heaviness in his head. Just as Hao Junmin called for another round, Zhang Ming quickly intervened, fearing that further indulgence would lead to an embarrassing spectacle. Once the drinking was concluded, Zhang Ming prepared to settle the bill. But Hao Jumin firmly restrained him. I overindulged yesterday and later discovered that you had covered the expenses. Today, there is no way I will let you pay. Ultimately, it was Min's wife, Deng Mingshi, who settled the bill. Sated and merry, Zhang Ming and the Hao family exited the hotel. Hao Junmin had reached a state where he could barely walk without support, while Ni chattered incessantly. Passing by a fashion boutique, the young girl Hao Chini suddenly halted, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed longingly at the garments showcased in the window. Without uttering a word, Zhang Ming led his goddaughter inside to select garments. The young girl was quite charming. After all, her aunt was merely 16 and already contemplating introductions on her behalf. For this reason alone, it was imperative to treat her well. In the end, Zhang Ming also purchased a rather expensive handbag for his sister-in-law. As one could never tell if he might truly marry her younger sister in the future, it was wise to cultivate good relations in advance. Old Zhang, you are set to return to England tomorrow. I too shall expedite my arrangements to return to our homeland the next time we meet. It shall be in the Dragon Nation. I hope that our rendezvous will take place at the training grounds of the national team. Upon hearing this from Hao Jumin, Zhang Ming merely smiled in response. The following day, as Zhang Ming rose from his slumber, he overheard Mourinho chastising Balotelli. Lon, what is happening? Zhang Ming observed as his teammates gathered in small clusters, intently watching Mourinho reprimand Balotelli. He squeezed his way to Lampard and Terry, inquiring, you don't know? Consider yourself fortunate for your cleverness. You left early yesterday. Otherwise, you would be in the same predicament as him, Lampard retorted, his tone laced with irritation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming realized that news of his excursion to the bar with Balotelli had circulated among the team. Brother Lon, you are aware that I assisted this lad during the match yesterday. After the game, he insisted on treating me to a drink. I thought it would be harmless to join him. Who would have imagined he would lead me to such a place? Moreover, he is accustomed to nightlife. Why is the coach so furious this time? Zhang Ming, perplexed, inquired about the situation. He had truly gone too far this time, ending up at the police station. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Terry, who was nearby, replied with irritation. It turned out that after indulging in a group escapade the previous day, this rascal Balotelli discovered that both his phone and wallet had vanished, leaving him without even the means to settle his tab. Ultimately, the bar had to call the police. And in the dead of night, this young man was apprehended and taken to the station. Subsequently, the authorities contacted the team, and it was ultimately Flandre who came to his rescue. Zhang Ming felt an immense sense of relief upon hearing the news, grateful that his aesthetic judgment had not faltered. Had he indulged in the frivolity of the previous day's activities, he would have found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Meanwhile, Mourinho was seething with frustration. During the match against Dortmund, even Zhang Ming could discern that Balotelli was off his game, let alone the astute Mourinho. Moreover, as a coach who meticulously scrutinizes his players' performances, Balotelli was undoubtedly a focal point of his observations. Witnessing Balotelli's lackluster display on the pitch, Mourinho could surmise the underlying issues with just a glance. To make matters worse, this incident added to the existing grievances. How could he possibly refrain from being angry? Zhang, when you made your exit yesterday, why didn't you bring that lad along? Mourinho inquired, glancing at Zhang Ming who stood nearby. He is the senior, and I am merely a newcomer. How could he possibly heed my counsel? Zhang Ming spoke with a sense of grievance. He has entrusted this to you. If such a situation arises again, I will seek you out. Do you hear me? From now on, you will heed his words, or you can pack your bags and leave. Mourinho shouted at Balotelli. Balotelli was acutely aware that he had crossed a significant line, stirring the attention of the club's upper management. There was a real possibility that he could be dismissed. At that moment, Balotelli was as frightened as a quail, rendered speechless. Chapter 82. Yamamoto has a sister named Haruko. Due to Balotelli's misstep, owner Abramovich was quite upset, leading to the cancellation of the celebratory banquet. Upon disembarking the plane, the players returned to their respective homes, each seeking solace in their families. Zhang Ming, contemplating a shower in his dormitory, received a call from Wang Sikong. Minggu, I have tidied up your villa once again. When will you have time to come and take a look? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming glanced at his humble dormitory, filled with disdain. How could it compare to the comfort of a grand villa? I have time right now. I will come over immediately. Zhang Ming hurriedly replied, no problem. I will have my assistant pick you up. Damn, that Wang Sikong is indeed reliable in his work. A sports car arrived a few minutes later. Zhang Ming, upon taking a seat, was astonished to find himself beside a young maiden, clad in attire that was, quite frankly, minimalistic. Her figure was undeniably striking. A testament to the comforts of affluence, the wealthy live a life of indulgence, playing the groom by day and swapping brides by night. The sports car's suspension was remarkably smooth, devoid of any jarring bumps. As he occupied the passenger seat, Zhang Ming found himself wishing that this vehicle were not a sports car, but rather a humble Volkswagen driven by Wang Jing, the young lady beside him. With her alluring form and attire, combined with the car's gentle ride, certainly could provoke an unexpected reaction. Before long, Zhang Ming arrived at the Grand Villa, a result of his earnings from Wang Sikong. The furnishings within were refreshingly new, with even the bedding and kitchenware meticulously arranged. Brother Tsong, I did not expect such thoughtfulness from you, Zhang Ming remarked sincerely, taking in the surroundings. I cannot take credit for this. It is all thanks to your sister-in-law. Wang Sikong replied, embracing the enchanting maiden who had driven to fetch Zhang Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming promptly addressed her as sister-in-law, causing a delightful blush to grace the young lady's cheeks. Do not take it too seriously. Your sister-in-law's tenure is limited to 3 months. After that, we shall no longer be acquainted, each seeking our own desires, Wang Sikong whispered to Zhang Ming in a secluded corner. This revelation only deepened Zhang Ming's envy. Without indulging in further conversation, Wang Sikong hurriedly departed with his sister-in-law, and Zhang Ming could intuitively grasp their urgent intentions. That evening, Zhang Ming settled into the villa, resolute that he would never return to the dormitory or apartment. As the clock struck 10, he suddenly realized he had yet to have dinner, his stomach audibly protesting its emptiness. Zhang Ming hurried into the kitchen, searching thoroughly, yet found nothing. Although pots, pans, and dishes were in abundance, not a morsel of food could be found. Even instant noodles were conspicuously absent. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. One cannot endure hunger for long. His stomach protested relentlessly, indicating that something must be done. Zhang Ming prepared to venture out for a bite to eat. Upon reaching the courtyard, he discovered a motorcycle parked at the entrance of the warehouse. It was needless to say that it belonged to Wang Xikong. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming pushed it out and rode away. He needed to find a way to obtain a driver's license. Being without a vehicle was simply unacceptable. Although the villa was splendid, the surrounding area offered no taxis within a 10-kilometer radius. Those who resided here were affluent, and it was likely that they had several private drivers at their disposal. Taxis had no business here. Who would bother to drive a cab in such an area? As for the motorcycle license, it was of little concern. If he were caught by the traffic police, he would simply abandon the bike. After all, it wasn't his to begin with, and he felt no pangs of regret. Truth be told, riding that motorcycle was quite exhilarating, especially with its thunderous roar, which certainly served as an effective charm for attracting attention. Zhang Ming sought out a modest eatery, indulging in a lavish feast. Sated and merry, he resumed his revelry on the streets. Drunk driving? What of it? I do not even possess a driver's license. Zhang Ming rode his motorcycle with great flair, and from a distance, he noticed a few ruffians engaged in a brawl in a nearby alley. Zhang Ming, emboldened by drink, lost all sense of direction. An impetuous heart urged him not to take the long way around, but to proceed directly through the fray. As he drew nearer, he realized with a shock that it was none other than acquaintances. A group of African compatriots were mercilessly attacking his Chelsea teammate, Yamamoto. Zhang Ming was exhilarated upon seeing this. Come on, second brother. Let us vanquish this scoundrel. Zhang Ming silently cheered for the African brother. Help, he shouted as Yamamoto lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Regardless of Yamamoto's desperate cries, Zhang Ming remained oblivious, engrossed in the scene before him. Let us enjoy the show, you continue, he proclaimed. Before long, Yamamoto's face resembled that of a wild boar stepping on a landmine, battered and bruised. Please, save my brother. A girl, disheveled and in disarray, suddenly dashed over, her plea interrupting Zhang Ming's captivated attention. Despite her tousled hair and disordered attire, the soft glow of the street lamp illuminated her striking beauty, revealing a visage that could rival his own. She embodied the quintessential girl next door. Wait, there's a sister, Zhang Ming exclaimed, realizing that this was Yamamoto's younger sibling. How careless of me. I was so absorbed in my own enjoyment that I failed to notice her presence, though part of him wished for Yamamoto's demise. The existence of such a lovely sister changed the narrative entirely. Zhang Ming swiftly dismounted from his motorcycle and draped his shirt over Yamamoto's sister before advancing to rescue Yamamoto. A few imposing figures approached, dismissing the frail Zhang Ming entirely. With an arrogant gait, they approached him, flashing a grin that revealed remarkably white teeth. One couldn't help but wonder what brand of toothpaste they used. Zhang Ming pounced upon the flock like a famished wolf, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left the African adversaries reeling in disarray. Mere minutes later, several of them were spitting blood and teeth, having lost every single one, even their molars. By heavens, your teeth are whiter than mine. Goodness, these fellows possess remarkably resilient teeth. Had I known, I would have resorted to a wooden club. Zhang Ming gazed at the swelling on the backs of his hands, muttering to himself. Fortunately, his skin remained intact. Had it been broken and come into contact with his second brother's blood, goodness, what kind of illness would they be facing? Zhang Ming felt increasingly apprehensive. Yamamoto, witnessing several African men lying motionless on the ground, rushed over and began to kick them, aiming directly at their groin. The brutality was astonishing. With every kick Yamamoto delivered, Zhang Ming could almost hear the sound of shattered eggs. This was truly ruthless. Zhang Ming found himself lost in thought until several African men lay sprawled out like boiled shrimp. It was then that Yamamoto swaggered over with an air of bravado. Zhang, you were incredible. Your moves were simply spectacular. Upon seeing Zhang Ming, Yamamoto's expression transformed into one of beaming delight, a stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor when confronting the African men. Qingzi, come here. Allow me to introduce my teammate, Zhang Ming, who hails from the Dragon Nation. Zhang, this is my sister, Qingzi. Wow, Qingzi? She is my dream girl. I must win her over. Zhang Ming pondered darkly. Zhang Jun, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. said Qingzi as she hurried over and bowed deeply to Zhang Ming. As she bowed, Zhang Ming caught a glimpse of her figure. How exquisite, he thought, shaking off any inappropriate notions. It is merely a ball. It was but a trifling effort, nothing to concern oneself with. By the way, we should not linger here. It would be troublesome if the police were to arrive. Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you there, Zhang Ming said to Haruko. I reside at the school. Initially, my brother intended to escort me home, but then this incident occurred. Now the school has closed its doors. Upon hearing Haruko's words, Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As for you, you should hurry back. You inflicted such harm upon them. When their compatriots arrive, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Zhang Ming addressed Yamamoto once more, expressing a fervent wish that this young man would be so frightened that he would hastily flee, leaving his sister Haruko in Zhang Ming's care. That would be utterly perfect. The place where I reside is far too distant and chaotic. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Zhang Ming was rendered speechless, truly bewildered by his lack of understanding. Let us proceed to my home, he suggested. Zhang Ming replied with annoyance. This seat accommodates only two. You might as well walk. It's not far. Zhang Ming lifted Qingzi onto the motorcycle just as he was about to drive away. He noticed that Yamamoto was also attempting to climb aboard. Zhang Ming remarked, Chapter 83, it would be utterly unreasonable not to conquer you. Zhang Ming revved the motorcycle to its maximum, propelling himself and Qingzi into the air. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude towards Wang Xikong. For the motorcycle he had purchased was of the type with a prominently elevated tail. This design naturally compelled the passenger to lean against the back of the person in front. Zhang Ming, eager to showcase his driving skills, sped down the road. Qingzi, frightened, clung tightly to Zhang Ming's waist. Though separated by fabric, he could still feel the softness pressing against his back, a sensation that was undeniably stimulating. Had he known better, he would not have lent her his shirt. Zhang Jun, wait for my brother, he's nowhere to be seen. Upon hearing Qingzi's words, Zhang Ming abruptly slammed on the brakes. The sensation against his back was exhilarating, to say the least. As the car came to a halt, Qingzi attempted to shift away from him, seeking a semblance of distance. However, Zhang Ming was determined not to let her succeed. He accelerated sharply once more, only to brake again. Qingzi was thrust against his back with force. Surprisingly, the sensation was quite pleasant. Aware that Zhang Ming was being deliberate, Qingzi playfully swatted him, though it felt more like a gentle tickle than a strike. That barely registered. Zhang Ming thought, feeling almost weightless from her touch. How much farther is your house? I've been running for half an hour. At that moment, Yamamoto came panning up, calling out to them. Zhang Ming and Qingzi were lost in their tender moments, unaware of the passage of time. Yet for Yamamoto, it felt as though a century had elapsed. He was utterly exhausted. We're almost there. We've already covered half the distance, Zhang Ming remarked. As Yamamoto prepared to unleash his frustration, Zhang Ming accelerated and sped away. Zhang Ming returned to the villa with Qingzi, eager to wash away the remnants of the unpleasant encounter, as he was tainted by the blood of the so-called African second brother. Discerning a hesitation in Qingzi's demeanor, he promptly retrieved a fresh shirt and handed it to her. Qingzi, unable to contain her eagerness, dashed to the bathroom to cleanse herself, feeling repulsed by the recent incident. Once she had finished her bath, Zhang Ming proceeded to the bathroom. Although the villa boasted multiple bathrooms, he deliberately chose to use the one Qingzi had just occupied. The reason for this choice remained a mystery. As expected, upon entering the bathroom, he was greeted by a sight he had anticipated, which could only be described as adorable. Adorned with large spots, Zhang Ming emerged from his bath just as Yamamoto arrived. Zhang Ming brought in the food he had just purchased, which was quite abundant. There were wines, prepared dishes, and noodles. Qingzi, being considerate, promptly took the items into the kitchen to begin her preparations. By the time Yamamoto emerged from his bath, Qingzi had already arranged the dishes beautifully. Zhang Ming and Yamamoto settled down with drinks, while Haruko attentively poured the sake. Zhang, I truly envy you. After merely 2 months, you can afford such a spacious residence. I have been here for 2 years and am still renting. The place I live in is chaotic, with an overwhelming number of undocumented immigrants. I dare not bring Haruko there. After downing a glass, Yamamoto gazed at Zhang Ming's villa, expressing his thoughts with a hint of nostalgia. The team has dormitories. Why do you need to rent a place outside? Zhang Ming inquired with a sense of perplexity. Are you unaware of the customs surrounding our overseas players from Dongdao? Anyone who resides in the team's dormitory is subject to ridicule. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Zhang Ming could only retort, you certainly deserve it. By the way, how did you manage to provoke them just now? Zhang Ming, while sharing a drink with Yamamoto, inquired. It's just a trivial matter. Today, Seiko's school is closed. And you have gone to Germany for a competition, leaving me with nothing to do. I decided to invite Seiko out for a meeting. Although we are siblings residing in the same city, it is quite rare for us to meet. Seizing this opportunity, we shared a meal together. Everything was going well until, on the way to school, we were targeted by a few ruffians. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. As Yamamoto recounted this, Seiko bowed her head in gratitude once more. At that moment, she was clad only in Zhang Ming's shirt, which exuded a certain charm, still hanging in the bathroom. The sight nearly caused Zhang Ming to lose his composure. He needed to quickly incapacitate Yamamoto, the unwelcome third wheel, lest their plans be further delayed. With this thought in mind, he persistently poured drinks for Yamamoto. Yamamoto's tolerance for alcohol was far from commendable, certainly inferior to that of Hao Junmin. Before long, he was slurring his words. Observing her brother's state, Seiko kindly assisted Yamamoto to the adjacent room to rest. Zhang Ming, initially seeking an opportunity, suddenly had an idea upon witnessing this. As Seiko ensured Yamamoto was settled and emerged from the room, Zhang Ming pretended to be inebriated. Slumping over the table like a lifeless body, Seiko, with great effort, helped him up, dragging him towards the bedroom. Once inside, she laid Zhang Ming on the bed and tenderly covered him with a blanket. Just as she attempted to leave, Zhang Ming, fueled by his intoxication, abruptly seized her wrist and, with a swift motion, rolled over, pinning Seiko beneath him. Initially, Seiko resisted, but Zhang Ming was not one to yield easily. Eventually, realizing her efforts were in vain, she surrendered, lying still. Zhang Ming discreetly peeked at Seiko from the corner of his eye, noting her flushed cheeks and closed eyes. A blend of embarrassment and anger that was quite delightful. After a few minutes, noticing Seiko's breathing had intensified, Zhang Ming proceeded with his next move. Seiko initially kept her lips tightly sealed, but gradually, under Zhang Ming's fervent advances, she began to relent. What followed was a natural progression, as everything unfolded seamlessly. The next morning, Zhang Ming awoke to find that Seiko had already risen. Zhang Ming entered the living room and noticed that Yamamoto was already enjoying his breakfast. Haruko was still busy in the kitchen. The more he observed, the more he appreciated her. Haruko was truly remarkable. Despite the chaos he and Yamamoto had created in the restaurant the previous night, she had managed to restore order. Not only was breakfast prepared, but even the sheets from his bed, which had been pressed beneath him, were freshly laundered. One could only wonder how Haruko had managed to extract the sheets from under him without causing a stir. The young lady had a penchant for cleanliness. After all, the sheets had just been replaced by Wang Xizong's staff, and yet she felt compelled to wash them after a single night's use. Was she perhaps a bit obsessive about hygiene? Zhang, come over for breakfast, Yamamoto called out as Zhang Ming was lost in thought. Goodness. Yamamoto truly did not regard him as a guest. He was inviting him to breakfast, as if they were family. Was this house yours or mine? As Zhang Ming settled into his seat, Qingzi approached with a radiant blush, presenting a plate of stir-fried noodles. Zhang, do indulge. Qingzi's culinary skills are exceptional. Even with her ankle injured, she still prepared breakfast for us. Let us not squander her kindness. Upon hearing Yamamoto's remark, Zhang Ming felt perplexed. How could she have sustained an injury? Surely, it could not be a consequence of his actions from the previous night. Zhang Ming observed the rather unnatural gait of Qingzi and thought to himself, Zhang Jun, you have worked hard. Do indulge in more food. Qingzi then emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of fried eggs, and placed one into Zhang Ming's bowl, while remarking, here you go. Upon hearing Qingzi's words, Zhang Ming's thoughts took a rather mischievous turn, as it seemed that Qingzi was quite pleased with his performance the previous night. Zhang, we need to head to team practice, Yamamoto urged after they finished their meal. As Qingzi tidied up the dishes, you can take a taxi on your own. I still need to escort Qingzi to school, Zhang Ming replied. Noticing Yamamoto lingering by the motorcycle, reluctantly, Yamamoto had no choice but to venture out to hail a taxi by himself. Zhang Ming observed Qingzi seated sideways on the motorcycle, and he instinctively deduced the reason behind her mention of having twisted her ankle to her brother, Yamamoto. As they passed by a pharmacy, Qingzi urged Zhang Ming to stop, and she hurried inside. Watching her limp towards the store, he was reminded of the similar predicament Wang Jing had faced on that day, and a sudden clarity dawned upon him. It was truly lamentable that, as a member of the Dragon Country football team, he had neglected to carry a raincoat. Such oversight was inexcusable. He resolved to be better prepared in the future, as it was an essential item for any player representing the Dragon Country. Chapter 84. The Gift of Blossoms. Zhang Ming escorted Qingzi to school before hastening to the team. As it was still early, he initially contemplated an extra training session. However, his fatigue proved insurmountable, prompting him to retreat to the dormitory for some much-needed rest. Ah, the delightful reward for triumphing over Dortmund is now within reach, is it not? Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that he had yet to claim his grand gift, prompting him to awaken the system. Master, you are increasingly resembling the football players of your Dragon Country. You have delayed claiming your grand gift until now. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Is there still room in your heart for football? I am, after all, a football player from Dragon Country. How could I be merely resembling one? Zhang Ming replied. Moreover, football occupies my thoughts daily. Even in my dreams at night, I find myself immersed in the sport. Upon hearing the system's remarks, Zhang Ming quickly responded, Master, can we refrain from boasting? Last night, were you really thinking about football? Your thoughts were consumed with devising ways to entice young ladies into bed. And yet you dare to claim you were focused on football? How shameless. Look at the lengths you went to yesterday in your futile contemplation. Surely, many brain cells perished in the process. By the way, is there any sort of reward for seduction? The more young ladies one charms, the greater the reward? Zhang Ming pondered with a mischievous grin and said, What are you thinking? We are a legitimate system. Shall we confirm once more before we commence the selection of the random grand gift package? Zhang Ming, upon hearing the system's words, instantly questioned whether the system had lost its senses. Was this even necessary to state? Heaven bless. May he surely draw the president's bicycle. Bicycle, bicycle, bicycle. Zhang Ming incessantly murmured, Congratulations, master, on acquiring the physique of bronze skin and iron bones. Upon hearing the system's words, Zhang Ming felt utterly despondent. What value does this hold? It lacks any flair. It neither allows for ostentation nor enables one to show off. How unfortunate. Master, have you lost your senses? You have received such an extraordinary gift, yet you do not express joy. What is there to be pleased about? I would much prefer something tangible, like an unerring shot on goal. Zhang Ming said impatiently, Master, do you know what athletes fear the most? The system continued to inquire. It is undoubtedly the inability to compete, rendering one incapable of showcasing their prowess. As long as I can score in every match, I am assured of playing. Therefore, it would be far more practical to grant me rewards that ensure every shot finds the net. Zhang Ming awaited the system's response with bated breath. Master, if you possess an assured reward for scoring, yet find yourself injured, do you believe you can still participate in the match? Upon hearing these words from the system, Zhang Ming was utterly astounded. Are you implying, Hua, that with this indomitable physique, I shall never be susceptible to injury? Zhang Ming, suppressing a smile, inquired, Isn't that certain? Otherwise, what could it be? Invulnerable to blades and bullets? Even an atomic bomb cannot bring about one's demise. Zhang Ming continued to inquire, Master, you truly are quite foolish. Upon hearing this from the system, Zhang Ming remained unfazed. Is there a reward for immortality among these? He asked. Zhang Ming eagerly inquired, contemplating the perfection that would ensue with such a system, one granting him both ironclad resilience and immortality. Oh, how splendid it would be to live until the very day the earth meets its fiery demise. Alas, how foolishly naive he sounded. Master, the system interjected. Might you refrain from such childish musings? Consider the nature of your inquiries. First, you sought rewards for seduction. Now, you desire the boon of eternal life. I am the sports football system, not a realm of frivolous tales or immortal fantasies. Moreover, what purpose does immortality serve if you must witness your siblings and descendants succumb before you? Would such a fate not weigh heavily upon your heart? Chastened by the system's admonition, Zhang Ming resolved to cease his erratic questioning. As the wise words of his companion Hua resonated within him, he recognized that living alone, while all his kin and progeny departed, held little meaning. It was best to devote himself to the sport he cherished. At that moment, the Chelsea players began to gather, and the breathless Yamamoto arrived, exclaiming, Zhang, your neighborhood is truly peculiar. I ran 10 miles without hailing a taxi. It was only as I neared the team that I finally spotted one. Upon seeing Zhang Ming, Yamamoto voiced his grievance. Then henceforth, do not visit my home. Zhang Ming nonchalantly remarked, had you not been next door last night, we would have certainly enjoyed ourselves more. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Balotelli exclaimed in surprise, Zhang, have you moved? The news of Zhang Ming's relocation spread like wildfire, thanks to Balotelli's big mouth. Before long, the entire team was clamoring for Zhang Ming to treat them to a meal. With his weekly salary now at a staggering £100,000, why not indulge? During training, Zhang Ming intentionally collided with his teammates, eager to test the resilience of his newfound strength. Strangely enough, he felt no pain at all, even as Balotelli grimaced from the impact. Mourinho observed Zhang Ming's more aggressive training style with great satisfaction. After all, competing is akin to warfare. One cannot afford to be timid. If one shies away from confrontation, they will inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. It's much like a brawl. The more you hesitate, the more your opponent will take advantage of you. Previously, Zhang Ming had refrained from physical clashes out of fear of injury, especially against those towering opponents. His smaller frame had left him genuinely concerned about being hurt. But now, equipped with this newfound strength, he felt invincible. With this thought, he reveled in the exhilaration that filled his days of training. What has gotten into this kid? Suddenly, he's so fierce, Terry observed. If only he could maintain this level of aggression during matches. Who knows? Perhaps he took the wrong medicine yesterday, Lampard speculated. With such a small frame, who would have thought he could pack such a punch? Just look at Balotelli, while Zhang Ming seems unfazed. Is this the legendary invulnerability of his homeland? As they prepared to face Real Madrid once more, Terry suggested, let this kid deal with that freak. Lampard inquired, you mean that Portuguese defender? Absolutely. That guy is as ferocious as a madman. Who would dare to collide with him? We suffered greatly at his hands. Now, if we encounter Real Madrid again, let's have Zhang Ming tangle with him. At this point, Terry and Lampard shared a knowing smile. Zhang, is that motorcycle yours? Lampard asked, intercepting Zhang Ming as he contemplated riding home after training. It's a friend's. I'm just borrowing it for now. Zhang Ming boastfully inquired, do you possess a driver's license? No, came the reply. Zhang Ming nonchalantly remarked, are you aware that in our esteemed Britain, the offense of driving without a license carries significant consequences? I strongly advise against it. Should you be apprehended, you could potentially face imprisonment. Upon hearing Lampard's words, Zhang Ming was taken aback. Goodness, is it truly that severe? In the Dragon Country, riding a motorcycle without a license is quite common, and if caught, one merely faces a fine. There is no possibility of imprisonment. It seems that riding the motorcycle is no longer an option. Zhang Ming, filled with trepidation, contemplated the matter. Chapter 85, The Tactics of Real Madrid. Upon hearing Lampard's words, Zhang Ming resolutely decided against riding the motorcycle. Zhang Ming conscripted Balotelli, who, despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, was not lacking in intelligence. He possessed a valid driver's license, including one for motorcycles. Balotelli rode Zhang Ming's motorcycle to purchase an electric two-wheeler. Zhang, this bike is quite impressive. May I borrow it for a few days? Zhang Ming had no reason to refuse such a request. After all, Balotelli was a true comrade, having shared the trials of battle together. Moreover, the motorcycle was not even his own. He felt no attachment to it. With Zhang Ming's consent, Balotelli twisted the throttle fully, propelling himself onto the streets with exhilarating speed. The roar of the engine was nothing short of magnificent. Zhang Ming rode his newly purchased donkey, leisurely making his way home. Though lacking the flamboyance of a motorcycle, it brought him a sense of tranquility. As he ambled along, the familiar melody resonated in his ears, "Ride on my beloved little motorcycle." Despite the pervasive darkness enveloping the entire European continent, the headquarters of one of the planet's most prestigious clubs, Real Madrid, in the Spanish capital of Madrid, remained brilliantly illuminated. Real Madrid's president, Florentino Pérez, sat at his desk, a frown etched across his face. The recent Spanish El Clásico had seen his team suffer a humiliating defeat at home to their arch-rivals, Barcelona. This was utterly intolerable for Pérez, given that Real Madrid is the club with the highest financial investment globally. Ever since Barcelona appointed the young, bald-headed coach Pep Guardiola, Real Madrid had found it increasingly challenging to gain the upper hand against them. In recent years, Real Madrid had adopted an aggressive acquisition strategy. As soon as the transfer window opened, they wielded their financial might. One summer, they extravagantly signed Cristiano Ronaldo for an astonishing $96 million and Kaká for $65 million. Both former FIFA World Players of the Year. Yet, the results remained disappointing. In La Liga, they were consistently overshadowed by Barcelona, and in the Champions League, they had been eliminated in the round of 16 for several consecutive seasons, earning the moniker 16 Lords among passionate fans. Perez was anxious and was currently discussing strategies with the club scout, Crafty. Mr. President, today I have a remarkable newcomer to recommend. Currently playing for Chelsea. The Dragon Country's superstar Zhang Ming has scored 12 goals in 4 matches this new season, achieving a hat-trick in each game. Though many superstars emerge each year, this young man undoubtedly shines the brightest. If we can acquire him, we will surely be able to counter Barcelona, Crafty exclaimed with enthusiasm. As a scout, acquiring valuable players would significantly enhance his income, which filled him with excitement. I'm aware of that young man. He's the most sought-after star in Europe at present. The transfer market is currently closed, but you might reach out to him. Let's aim to bring him to Madrid during the winter transfer window. Money is no object. Before Crafty could respond, Perez continued, also, make contact with Chelsea's manager, Mourinho, to see if there is any possibility of bringing him along. I refuse to believe that no one can outmaneuver Guardiola. The winter transfer window may be unrealistic, but the chances for next summer are promising. I will fly to England to make contact and gauge the situation, preparing for the winter transfer window. If we can't secure him this winter, we must launch a full-scale assault next summer. Seeing his boss's fervor, Crafty eagerly concurred, please act swiftly, and I will also reach out to their agent, Mendes. Upon hearing Florentino's intent to personally reach out to Mendes, Crafty realized that the likelihood of Zhang Ming and Mourinho transferring to Real Madrid had significantly increased. Having successfully facilitated Cristiano Ronaldo's transfer from Manchester United to Madrid last year, they were well versed in the process, making this endeavor considerably easier. That very night, Crafty flew to London. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming was riding a little donkey to a nearby supermarket, laden with several large bags of provisions, the donkey's front and rear heavily burdened. Fortunately, the traffic police had just finished their shift, otherwise, they would have certainly stopped him for overloading. Zhang Ming leisurely rode his little donkey homeward. In the distance, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle could be heard, and before long, it came into view. It was indeed that rascal Balotelli. Zhang Ming was just about to greet someone when Balotelli, in a rush, hurried home with a voluptuous woman by his side. He paid no heed to Zhang Ming, who was standing by the roadside, moving at a pace akin to that of a snail, and zoomed past without a second glance. Zhang Ming gazed at the lady endowed with a dairy reminiscent of a grand bluestone millstone, and he could not help but admire Balotelli. Indeed, this fellow is truly a prodigy. He seems to embrace every conceivable type, tall or short, stout or slender, young or old. All are welcome in his embrace. It is a level of inclusivity that Zhang Ming finds himself unable to rival. At that moment, Zhang Ming was particularly concerned about Wang Xikong and his motorcycle. With such a substantial millstone-like figure seated upon it, the motorcycle appeared as though it had been overburdened. Zhang Ming returned home and organized the ingredients he had purchased, placing those meant for the refrigerator inside and storing the others in the cupboard. Afterward, he cooked a pot of rice and prepared a dish of boiled meat slices, complemented by some peanuts and a modest drink, truly delightful. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds lustful thoughts, and this sentiment could not be more accurate. Initially, he had no particular thoughts in mind, merely yearning for a drink. However, now that he was satiated, his thoughts inevitably turned to Qingzi. How wonderful it would be if both Qingzi and Lucy were present, Zhang Ming mused shamelessly. Ultimately, he decided to dismiss such thoughts and instead ventured into the yard to practice his running techniques, for sleep eluded him. It was only after exhausting himself that he returned to wash up and collapsed into bed, indifferent to how many points he had accrued. As this pursuit was becoming increasingly tedious, the following morning, Zhang Ming awoke and poured the leftover rice into the broth of the boiled meat slices, casually heating it in the pot and savoring every bite. After finishing his meal, he washed the pot and dishes, and once more, his mind drifted to Qingzi and Lucy, pondering how splendid it would be to have both of them by his side. One could cook a steak, while the other prepared a fried egg. One could wash the pot, while the other cleaned the dishes. Truly a picture of perfection. Zhang Ming indulged in fanciful thoughts. Yet, regardless of his musings, he must confront reality and engage in training. Zhang Ming tidied everything up and mounted his little donkey, preparing to head towards the team. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the weary yet determined Crafty. As a scout, he possessed his own methods. Locating a player's residence was an effortless task, much like Balotelli seeking out nightclubs. "Are you Zhang Ming?" Crafty proclaimed with unwavering confidence. At that moment, Crafty exuded pride, standing tall as one of the premier club scouts. His presence commanded respect wherever he went, and with the prestige of being a scout for Real Madrid, who could dare to disregard him? Since joining Real Madrid as a scout, Carafate's life had become increasingly splendid. Both fame and fortune flowed abundantly into his life, and at times, even alluring romantic encounters seemed to come knocking at his door, prompting him to view himself as a member of the upper echelons of society. In the face of Zhang Ming from the Dragon Kingdom, Carafate's arrogance only intensified. Chapter 86. Confronted early in the morning. Zhang Ming sat atop his small donkey, growing increasingly irritated by Carafate's ostentatious demeanor. The early morning was marred by the sight of someone flaunting their arrogance before him, truly an ill omen. "Allow me to introduce myself," Carafate proclaimed. "I am the esteemed scout of the illustrious Real Madrid Football Club. I have come to inform you that our club has taken a keen interest in your talents." Noticing Zhang Ming's indifference, Carafate continued his boastful declarations. "Understood." Zhang Ming, having finished his words, prepared to depart on his little donkey. Zhang Ming's actions left Carafate utterly bewildered. What sort of attitude is this? How does it differ so greatly from what he had anticipated? Upon learning that he was being visited by a scout from Real Madrid, one would expect a sense of elation and astonishment. Surely, one should extend a warm welcome, perhaps offer a cup of coffee in a gesture of hospitality, and humbly present it with deference. Yet, this indifference is perplexing. "Zhang, what is your demeanor? Did you not hear me declare that I am a scout from Real Madrid? Have you allowed a few commendable performances and a handful of goals to inflate your ego to the point of arrogance? Allow me to enlighten you. You are still far from remarkable. It is imperative that you recognize your standing and comprehend who it is that stands before you." Witnessing Zhang Ming's cold demeanor, Carafate reiterated his stance. "It is essential to establish a sense of order. Otherwise, you may find yourself demanding exorbitant prices later." As a seasoned veteran in this realm, Carafate is all too familiar with the intricacies involved. "What relevance does your club affiliation hold for me? I do not know you. You may as well remain in your own comfort. I have training with the team to attend to and no time to engage in frivolous chatter with you." After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the little donkey's handle and accelerated away. Observing Zhang Ming hastening his departure, Caliphate swiftly approached and seized the little donkey by its tail. The electric donkey, lacking sufficient power, was promptly brought to a halt by Caliphate's intervention. Zhang Ming lost his balance and fell to the ground, with the little donkey landing directly on top of him. Fortunately, thanks to the bronze skin and iron bones bestowed by the system, he avoided serious injury this time. Zhang Ming rose from the ground, first aiding his little donkey to its feet. It was new, purchased with his own funds, and he felt a pang of sympathy for it. After completing all of this, Zhang Ming approached Carafate with a stern expression, awaiting his response. "You are quite impolite for one so young. Are all individuals from your country as you are? Go and inquire. Who has ever encountered me without showing the utmost respect? There are countless stars with greater renown than you, yet none exhibit such behavior. It is indeed your privilege that Real Madrid has taken an interest in you. You must understand that there are many who aspire to join our team. Each day, I am inundated with calls from players eager to become part of our squad. Moreover, as a representative of your nation, what right do you have to look down upon me? What gives you the authority to dismiss me?" Zhang Ming, upon hearing Carafate's words, was furious beyond measure. He had envisioned a blissful day spent with Lucy and Qingzi, basking in unrestrained happiness. However, this early morning, you arrived to disrupt his thoughts with your incessant chatter. All his joy was utterly extinguished. To top it off, you condescended to mock Longwa with your sarcastic tone. "If you are so remarkable, does your mother even know?" Zhang Ming, increasingly agitated, charged forward with a left hook, intent on knocking Carafate to the ground. To his astonishment, Carafate proved to be a skilled martial artist. Deftly evading the blow, Zhang Ming witnessed a misstrike as Carafate provocatively leaped and bounded, challenging him. Even more infuriating was the fact that Carafate had the audacity to beckon him with a crooked finger. Zhang Ming, in a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick that sent Carafate tumbling to the roadside, performing no less than 18 somersaults before coming to a halt. Just as Carafate managed to rise, he was met with a fierce whip kick from Zhang Ming, sending him sprawling once more in a most humiliating manner. His visage, battered and bruised, resembled that of a wild boar that had stepped on a landmine. How outrageous it was to be verbally assaulted at the threshold of his own home so early in the morning. Such an affront was utterly intolerable, especially in the Dragon Kingdom where it is considered a grave taboo. Carafate lay on the ground, incapacitated by Zhang Ming's unrelenting assault, struggling to rise for an extended period. Zhang Ming paid him no heed and rode away on his little donkey. Halfway down the road, Carafate drove up in pursuit. Goodness gracious, is this never-ending? Zhang Ming, upon noticing Carafate approaching, halted his little donkey by the roadside, poised and ready to confront him. The despicable and shameless individuals from Long would dare to launch a sneak attack on me. I must inform you that I am a trained Taekwondo practitioner, holding a black belt. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. As Carafate descended from his vehicle, he shouted. Just as Zhang Ming was about to charge forward to ascertain whether Carafate's Taekwondo skills were merely superficial flourishes taught by his master's wife, Balotelli roared onto the scene on his motorcycle like a whirlwind. Zhang, what is going on? Balotelli, devoid of distractions this time as he had not brought along any curvaceous companions, stopped to inquire upon spotting Zhang Ming by the roadside. Can't you see? I'm gearing up for a brawl, Zhang Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Balotelli's spirits soared as if it were a festive occasion. All right then, let me indulge in a bit of combat, he exclaimed with glee, dismounting from his motorcycle while casting amused glances at Carafate. I am Carafate, the greatest club in the world, he began, but before he could finish, Balotelli swiftly sent him tumbling into a nearby filthy ditch with a resounding slap. Damn it. If we're going to fight, let us dispense with the unnecessary chatter. Balotelli scoffed at the unfortunate Carafate, taken aback by Balotelli's ferocity and lack of decorum. Carafate found himself overwhelmed by the sudden assault from the two young men. Infuriated, he rose, intent on retaliating against Balotelli. Let me be honest with you. I am a black belt, he declared. Yet, Balotelli showed no inclination to relent, indifferent to whether one held a black or white belt. I specialize in taking down formidable opponents, with Zhang Ming being the sole exception. Initially, Carafate managed to hold his ground against Balotelli, but soon enough, he was on the receiving end of a barrage of strikes, left scrambling for his teeth. Zhang, let us ignore him and move on. Should we encounter him again? We shall engage once more, Balotelli suggested, observing Carafate struggling to rise, leaning against a tire as he attempted to regain his composure. Zhang Ming, upon hearing Balotelli's words, disregarded the matter entirely and promptly rode away with Balotelli on a small donkey and a motorcycle. At that moment, Carafate was in utter despair. He had initially intended to showcase his prowess before Zhang Ming, flaunting the might of Real Madrid to intimidate him, thereby facilitating a favorable negotiation. Little did he know that the youth of today possess such fiery tempers, resorting to physical confrontation without hesitation. Zhang Ming was somewhat restrained in his actions, but Balotelli, on the other hand, displayed no such restraint, nearly inflicting serious harm upon himself. At this juncture, Carafate was disheartened and abandoned any thoughts of poaching from Chelsea. As for the transfer, he decided it was best left to Mendes to handle. Chapter 87, Mourinho's Dilemma. Zhang Ming and Balotelli arrived at the team as if nothing had happened. Hadn't they just dealt a severe blow to that fellow? Upon returning to the team, Zhang Ming inquired with concern, Is everything all right? Rest assured, Balotelli replied nonchalantly, I know how to temper my strength. I assure you, no one is in danger. By the way, how did you get entangled with him? Balotelli, in his obliviousness, finally thought to ask the reason. How would I know? I had just woken up in the morning when that guy was loitering at my doorstep, babbling nonsense. I ignored him, but he even had the audacity to chase me in his car. Zhang Ming feigned indignation as he spoke. Hey, everyone, quickly take out your phones and check. Carafate has been in a car accident. At that moment, Yamamoto approached, raising his phone and exclaiming to the crowd. He even thoughtfully brought it over for Zhang Ming to see. Now, this young Yamamoto had begun to curry favor with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming was taken aback upon seeing the individual before him. Was this not the very person he had just assisted with Balotelli? Now, he bore the marks of a severe beating, his face swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig's head. Remarkably, he had the audacity to claim that his injuries were the result of a car accident. Yamamoto, why make such a fuss over a mere collision? Zhang Ming, filled with discontent, shouted at Yamamoto. Do you not realize who this individual is? He is a scout from Real Madrid. The fact that he has appeared in London indicates that there are players here attracting their interest. I truly hope it is me, but alas, he has been in a car accident. During a press interview, he mentioned he would return to Spain promptly. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Zhang Ming remained relatively unfazed. But Balotelli sprang up as if stung by a wasp. What? He is a scout for Real Madrid? That is undoubtedly true. Are you aware of the immense reputation Real Madrid holds in Asia? It is undoubtedly the premier club in the world. My lifelong dream has been to join Real Madrid, which is why I closely follow their scouts. I dream daily of the day I can serve Real Madrid. His name is Carafa, a scout for Real Madrid. I can assure you, there is no mistake about it. Upon hearing this, Balotelli was utterly stunned. Zhang, tell me, is Real Madrid not the foremost club in Asia? Do we not all aspire to join them? Observing Balotelli lost in reverie, Yamamoto presumed Balotelli was skeptical and continued speaking to Zhang Ming. No, I do not hold such aspirations. My dream is to work for Chelsea. Zhang Ming spoke with a tone of casual indifference. Goodness, who wouldn't aspire to work for Real Madrid? Yet, that arrogant expression on Carafate's face was undeniably infuriating. After a restless night spent consumed by thoughts of Enchanting and Lucy, his mind was in disarray, leaving no room for idle chatter with him. Furthermore, Carafate's pretentiousness was utterly insufferable. My intent to confront him was not born out of mere irritation, but rather a justified response to his provocations. Alas, I had just struck the scout. Any hopes of joining Real Madrid have evaporated. It seems I must settle for lingering at Chelsea. Zhang Ming silently contemplated, acknowledging the essence of a true Chelsea player. Yamamoto, if you so ardently wish to serve Real Madrid, you may do so now. At that moment, Abramovich approached, having overheard their conversation, and patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder while addressing Yamamoto. In his despair, Yamamoto wished he could slap himself, or better yet, have the entire team do it for him. How could he even contemplate joining Real Madrid? Did they even recognize his existence? The fact that a scout from Real Madrid was involved in a car accident held no relevance to him. Why was he so eager? Everyone had smartphones. Such monumental news was common knowledge. To flaunt it so early in the morning was nothing short of hubris, inviting misfortune. Yamamoto lamented his situation. Zhang, we are in serious trouble, Balotelli frantically exclaimed as he squeezed beside Zhang Ming during training. Little Ba, what's the matter? Has Carafate called the police on us? Are the authorities coming to apprehend us? Zhang Ming spoke nervously. How could he not feel anxious? Alone in a foreign land. What if he found himself entangled in legal troubles again? Goodness, he could very well end up serving a lengthy sentence. No. Carafate himself claimed he accidentally collided with a tree. There was no way he would report us. So why worry at all? As long as he hasn't reported it. There's nothing to fear. Upon hearing Balotelli's words, Zhang Ming let out a sigh of relief. What is there to be concerned about, really? Zhang, he is a scout for Real Madrid. If we were to harm him, we would irrevocably sever our chances of ever joining Real Madrid. Don't you think that would be a pity? Is it your dream to play for Real Madrid as well? Zhang Ming was taken aback by Balotelli's words and exclaimed, My goodness, with your character, you actually dare to dream of joining Real Madrid? Have you had one too many drinks? Of course I have thought about it. I just haven't voiced it like that fool Yamamoto, Balotelli retorted scornfully. Don't you wish for it? This isn't merely a matter of desire. It hinges on whether they would consider you worthy, Zhang Ming replied. As long as you possess extraordinary talent. It doesn't matter if you confront their scouts, or even the club's head coach, you would still have a chance to join them. You must understand that Real Madrid is under the leadership of President Florentino Perez, while the rest are mere trifles. Zhang Ming spoke nonchalantly. On the sidelines, Mourinho and his assistant, Flandre, were engaged in conversation. The rotation was excessive. Nearly the entire first team had been substituted. This could easily lead to a collapse, Flandre remarked. Astonished as he examined the player roster Mourinho had drafted for Chelsea's upcoming match against Crystal Palace in the third round of the Premier League. It was indeed a gamble, yet one that seemed unavoidable. The owner was overly focused on the Champions League, and we must travel to France next week to face Lyon in the Champions League. The first team was exhausted and needed rest. Otherwise, it would be challenging to secure points in France next week, Mourinho lamented. This cannot continue, Flandre reflected. We have cup matches ahead, and with our current roster, it is difficult to advance on all fronts. Therefore, we must promote players from the reserve team. The Champions League must be contested with our primary squad. For cup matches and leagues against comparatively weaker opponents, we can field substitutes. With so many players rotated, we might be annihilated by Crystal Palace, Flandre expressed his concern. It should not be an issue. I will start Zhang Ming, and with him on the field, we are unlikely to be overwhelmed. This lad possesses remarkable stamina and can be relied upon, Mourinho said with a mischievous grin. The newly joined players are indeed fortunate to have such swift opportunities to showcase their talents. Who knows, perhaps a remarkable new star will emerge. However, having a chance is certainly better than languishing on the bench, Mourinho observed, glancing at the players diligently practicing on the field. Chapter 88, The Misfortunate Asan. In the fourth round of the Premier League, Chelsea faced Crystal Palace away. The Crystal Palace club is located in South London, making the bus journey quite short. This was significantly more comfortable compared to the Dragon Country Football League, where the vast territory often necessitated flights lasting 1 to 2 hours. Prior to departure, Mourinho had already announced the extensive roster, with nearly the entire starting lineup substituted. Compared to the previous match against Dortmund, only goalkeeper Cech and Zhang Ming remained in the starting lineup, while the other 9 starters were all reserves and youth players. On the bus, the lively duo of Vardy and Amir was brimming with excitement. As some of the few capable players from the reserve team, Dakini had sent them up. Upon hearing that players were to be promoted from the reserves to the first team, Dakini was ecstatic. Finally, after years of hindering the club, this year he had managed to contribute significantly to the first team. Such contributions surely warranted a reward. As for the performance of the reserve team, who cared? Even if they performed well, promotion was not on the horizon. During the pre-match press conference, Mourinho, as usual, intended to bring Zhang Ming along. Ultimately, Zhang Ming declined, offering a compelling rationale. With so many followers present, it provided them a splendid opportunity to showcase their prowess. Everyone eagerly fixed their gaze upon Mourinho, all hoping to attend the pre-match press conference. After some contemplation, Mourinho, recognizing the vast population of Amir's nation, second only to Zhang Ming's Dragon Country, decided to take Amir to the press conference. The young Amir, upon learning that the coach would bring him along, was ecstatic, as if he had just consumed honey. He immediately called home, urging his family to closely follow this development, proclaiming that he had achieved prominence and was a source of pride for the entire village. With his confidence soaring, Amir sought to make a remarkable impression at the press conference and even went so far as to purchase 2 marinated eggs to present to Zhang Ming. Seeking his guidance and wisdom, Zhang Ming was indifferent to his 2 boiled eggs and generously informed Amir that one must be bold during press conferences, one must never falter. Should any player attending the conference dare to speak disrespectfully, they should be dealt with decisively and without mercy. To illustrate his point, Zhang Ming referenced a classic example from a pre-match press conference with Arsenal, highlighting the confrontation he had with Arsenal's player, Giroud. Remember, my friend, to be audacious, to never back down, and to confront any challenge head-on. That's all there is to it. Upon hearing these words, Amir expressed his gratitude and departed, taking the boiled eggs with him. As the press conference commenced, Amir donned a new outfit he usually reserved for special occasions, trailing behind Mourinho like a groom entering the bridal chamber. Although Crystal Palace lacked renown and star players, Chelsea was a formidable team, a titan in the European football sphere. The emergence of the new superstar, Zhang Ming, had piqued the interest of many journalists, leading to a significant turnout. When the reporters realized that Zhang Ming was not attending the press conference alongside Mourinho, their spirits deflated. They had traveled a great distance, expecting to capture the essence of Dragon Kingdom's Zhang Ming, only to be met with the unexpected presence of a rather unremarkable individual, much to their dismay. Before the press conference commenced, Amir exuded confidence, as if he could easily vanquish foes in battle. However, upon entering the small conference room, his bravado evaporated. With the opening remarks from both coaches complete and pleasantries exchanged, the players began their performances. The Crystal Palace representative was forward Zaha, who, despite his lack of conventional attractiveness, possessed a silver tongue and the charisma of someone surrounded by admirers. Zaha's unique hairstyle resembled a lizard perched atop his head, dyed a vibrant green. As the journalists noted Zhang Ming's absence, their enthusiasm waned. Yet, having made the journey, they felt compelled to pose questions, lest their travel expenses be in vain. They inquired about the players' perspectives on the forthcoming match. Zaha, with his charming eloquence, delivered his thoughts articulately, while Amir remained mute, resembling a tongue-tied individual. Despite mustering the courage to speak several times, he ultimately fell short. The journalists were puzzled by Chelsea's decision to bring along such a reticent player. All eyes were fixed on Amir, speculating whether he was indeed mute. The more they scrutinized him, the more anxious he became. The more anxious he grew, the less he could articulate. Even Mourinho beside him was becoming increasingly anxious. What is going on? You seemed fine before, and now you falter at such a crucial moment. This is utterly unacceptable. Amir, overwhelmed with tension, found himself at a loss for words, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Instinctively glancing at Mourinho, Amir sought his assistance. Mourinho, noticing Amir's gaze, grew increasingly irate. What the hell are you doing staring at me? Do you want them to think I'm the coach who silences you? This is utterly ridiculous. If you truly cannot articulate anything, at least repeat what the opposing player said earlier. No one expects you to offer profound insights. But your silence will only draw more attention to you. Amir, our new player, was understandably nervous during his first press conference. Apologies, but this concludes today's session. Thank you all, Mourinho stated sternly before rising to depart, with Amir trailing dejectedly behind. It was quite amusing that Chelsea had sent a mute to attend the press conference. Observing Amir follow Mourinho out, Zaha from Crystal Palace couldn't help but boast, believing his commanding presence had left Amir speechless. How could he resist flaunting this perceived victory? Amir, acutely aware of his blunder, felt a surge of frustration. Zaha's taunts only fueled his anger further, and recalling Zhang Ming's advice to stand firm, Amir turned back. At that moment, Zaha was preoccupied, basking in the attention of reporters, blissfully unaware of Amir's impending retaliation. In a fit of rage, Amir launched a surprise attack, delivering a swift kick that sent Zaha sprawling to the ground. Zaha, momentarily stunned, wiped the blood from his lips and, realizing it was Amir who had struck him, charged at him in a furious counterattack. The diminutive Amir stood no chance against the towering Zaha, who pummeled him mercilessly. Eventually, Mourinho noticed Amir was missing and turned back to search for him, hoping the lad hadn't wandered off. By the time Mourinho arrived at the press conference, the skirmish had concluded. Amir appeared as though he had endured a savage beating, particularly his face, which was a sight to behold. Chapter 89. Leading the young scouts, the sudden outbreak of violence was entirely unforeseen. Such altercations in sports are significant events that could lead to sanctions from the Football Association. Subsequently, the public relations departments of Crystal Palace and Chelsea exerted tremendous effort to manage the situation with reporters. Upon returning to the Chelsea locker room, Amir was met with a chorus of laughter. Some mocked his nervousness and silence at the press conference, while others ridiculed him for being outmatched in the fight, leaving him looking like a battered mess. Balotelli took things a step further, posting a photo of Amir's disheveled state on his social media to garner attention. "Well done, mate," he quipped. "Seeing how you kicked that lad from Crystal Palace, I can assure you he has sustained internal injuries. It's quite possible he may never rise again." Zhang Ming approached Amir and spoke to him. Seeing Amir's bewilderment, Zhang Ming gestured, and only then did Amir comprehend what it meant to be unable to rise. "Zhang, did I truly inflict internal injuries upon him?" Amir asked, puzzled. "Of course. You have no idea how stylish that kick of yours was. You undoubtedly sent him reeling with internal damage." Everyone else laughed at their own misfortunes, yet only Zhang Ming boasted of his advantage in the brawl. Amir's admiration for Zhang Ming surged as a result. Such is human nature, once one engages in a conflict, regardless of the extent of their own injuries. The mere acknowledgement of having gained the upper hand by another can bring immense comfort. In that moment, Amir found himself no longer disheartened or embarrassed, even managing to lift his unfortunate visage with newfound confidence as he walked. If Zhang Ming were to speak for a moment longer, Amir might as well offer his knee to him. In stark contrast to Zhang Ming's exuberant attempts to console Amir, Fate, who was already back home in Spain, found himself in a rather dismal predicament. Gazing into the mirror at his visage, which resembled that of a pig, he was instantly filled with a loathing that gnawed at his teeth. He had originally intended to travel to London to flaunt his physique and display his authority, seeking to bask in flattering words and satiate his vanity. Yet, he unexpectedly found himself entangled with the two impetuous youths, Zhang Ming and Balotelli, whose tempers were far too volatile, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Zhang Ming is decent, adhering to principles and understanding the unwritten rules, opting to deliver merely 2 kicks. It was precisely these 2 strikes that led Fate to perceive Zhang Ming as nothing more than a faade, utterly incapable of fighting. This misconception emboldened Fate to pursue Zhang Ming for revenge. Little did he anticipate the emergence of Balotelli, an impetuous youth, along the way. Goodness, this lad strikes with remarkable ferocity, disregarding any sense of martial ethics, targeting the face with unrestrained aggression. His left and right hooks were executed with unambiguous intent. Fate himself was no novice, having attained a black belt in Taekwondo. Throughout his travels, he rarely encountered worthy opponents outside of professional fighters, often walking with an air of arrogance. With the prestige of having Royal Madrid scouts in his corner, he was accustomed to receiving respect, coupled with his commendable skills. His confidence soared. However, upon confronting the Navi Zhang Ming and Balotelli, he was thoroughly humbled. After the altercation, Fate's immediate instinct was to call the police. Yet, a moment's reflection led him to reconsider, He couldn't bear the thought of reporting that he was bested by two young ruffians. The embarrassment would be unbearable, a disgrace of monumental proportions. Consequently, he decided to crash his car into a tree and then report it as a traffic accident, thus concealing the truth of his defeat. Carafate's initial purpose for coming to London was to gauge Zhang Ming and Mourinho's sentiments. However, upon their first encounter, he was met with a beating. The prospect of gathering intelligence was now utterly dashed. At first, Carafate dismissed the incident, thinking that recovering from a mere injury would not pose significant consequences. Yet upon returning to Spain, as he regained his composure, he began to realize the gravity of the situation. Although he had sustained only superficial injuries, he was still capable of movement and speech. Instead of resolving the matter, he contemplated returning home to enjoy leisure, a thought that surely would not pass muster with the formidable Florentino. With this in mind, Carafate hurried to meet Florentino. "What did you say? Your injuries were not from a car accident, but rather inflicted by that young lad from the Dragon Country." Upon hearing Carafate's lamentations, Florentino expressed astonishment. "Indeed, it is absolutely true. You cannot fathom how fiercely that boy strikes. He truly hit me hard." Carafate wept even more sorrowfully, attributing the entire incident to Zhang Ming. "Did you not declare my name? He is supposed to be one of your own," Florentino queried, perplexed. "I did. But it was precisely because I claimed to belong to you that I was so brutally attacked." "He showed me no respect whatsoever," Carafate sobbed. "Enough. You boast daily about your prowess, yet you were soundly defeated by a mere child." "How utterly shameful," Florentino retorted with disdain. "It is not that I cannot contend with him. In terms of skill, I could have struck him twice. You must understand, those from the Dragon Country possess formidable abilities. Moreover, that lad has mastered the channels of energy, making him an exceptional expert. His mastery of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt is nothing short of extraordinary. I struck him dozens of times, yet he remained entirely unscathed. Moreover, he has mastered the dragon leg technique, as evidenced by the injuries I bear. Inflicted by his formidable kick, Carafate has showcased every technique from the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts that he has heard of. Regardless of their efficacy, they are undeniably impressive. You should return and rest well. We shall discuss the matters of poaching Zhang Ming and Mourinho at a later time." Florentino, growing impatient, dismissed Carafate. In the capital of England, London, the sun rises and sets, embodying the cycle of life. A new day dawns. The match between Crystal Palace and Chelsea is on the verge of commencing. Selhurst Park, the home ground of Crystal Palace, stands as one of the notable stadiums in England. While it may not rival the grandeur of the elite arenas, it nonetheless accommodates nearly 30,000 spectators. The starting lineups are announced. Crystal Palace's first 11 are goalkeeper, Butland; defenders, Sacco, Dan, Kelly, Ward; midfielders, MacArthur, Townsend, McCarthy, Ferguson; forwards, Saha, Batshuayi. This forms a classic 4-4-2 formation. Chelsea's starting lineup includes goalkeeper, Cech; defenders, Rodri, Amir, Yamamoto, Rocky; midfielders, Zhang Ming, George, Vardisi; attacking midfielders, Lavezzi, Benjamin; forward, Balotelli. This is Mourinho's favored 4-3-2-1 defensive counterattack formation. Balotelli leads the front line, supported by attacking midfielders Benjamin and Lavezzi. Although Benjamin has lost his starting position to Zhang Ming, he was a steadfast starter last season. Lavezzi also made appearances for the first team last season. The midfield is spearheaded by Zhang Ming, accompanied by the promising newcomers George and Vardisi. While Zhang Ming is also a newcomer, he possesses valuable first-team experience, having showcased his skills alongside Lampard and Matic. It can be said that the midfield of this lineup relies heavily on Zhang Ming's prowess. Rodri and Yamamoto anchor the defense, with Rocky as a first-team substitute. Although these three are substitutes, their capabilities are commendable. Amir is the sole newcomer, but with 3 seasoned players guiding him, he should manage well. In goal is Chelsea's esteemed goalkeeper, Cech. In football, goalkeepers seldom require rotation due to their unique role. Chapter 90. The Scouts debut. The match commences. With Chelsea taking the first kick, Benjamin initiates play, passing the ball to Zhang Ming. Presently, Zhang Ming is undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures on this Chelsea squad, with a value only surpassed by goalkeeper Cech. Furthermore, Zhang Ming dons the captain's armband, serving as the captain of Chelsea on this occasion. As Zhang Ming seized the ball, he instantly drew the attention of 3 Crystal Palace players, MacArthur, Ferguson, and McCarthy, who converged to form a defensive blockade. Indeed, the players of Crystal Palace are remarkable. Their names resonate with those of renowned figures. Initially, Zhang Ming did not regard these three individuals with any seriousness. After all, even the likes of Zhu, Jean Duan, and Reyes from Borussia Dortmund had failed to adequately defend against him. How could these relatively obscure players from Crystal Palace possibly thwart him? To Zhang Ming's astonishment, no matter how he employed his extraterrestrial pendulum-like dribbling to maneuver past them, he found himself unable to shake off these three opponents. Flora, please check the comprehensive indices of the three individuals before me. Ferguson, MacArthur, and McCarthy, Zhang Ming requested, feeling increasingly frustrated. MacArthur's comprehensive index is 88, Ferguson's is 90, and McCarthy's is 86, the system replied. Master, your comprehensive index is 90, it continued. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming became even more perplexed. Given that their levels were considerably inferior to those of the three from Borussia Dortmund, with only Ferguson barely reaching a comprehensive index of 90. While the other two were far below that mark, he found it hard to comprehend. After all, during his match against Dortmund, his own comprehensive index had been 88, and now it had risen to 90. Logically, he should be able to outmaneuver these three players. Master, although the comprehensive indices of the three individuals before you are not particularly high, they are defensive midfielders. Their expertise lies in defense, which is quite different from the attacking midfielders of Borussia Dortmund, who do not excel in that area. Upon hearing this explanation from the system, Zhang Ming finally grasped the distinction. As Zhang Ming found himself unable to break through the encirclement of three defenders, he passed the ball to Benjamin. Upon receiving the ball, Benjamin faced the Crystal Palace defender Kelly with unwavering confidence. Last season, Benjamin was an indispensable starter for Chelsea, though he had recently lost his starting position to Zhang Ming in the past two matches. To claim that he felt no frustration would be disingenuous. However, despite his discontent, he could only resign himself to the bench. Had Zhang Ming not showcased such exceptional talent, Benjamin might have made a scene long ago. Now, finally presented with the opportunity to compete alongside Zhang Ming, he was determined to perform admirably and ensure he did not fall too far behind. Benjamin was indeed a player of some caliber. Otherwise, he would not have secured his starting position last season. Kelly from Crystal Palace was hardly a match for him. Observing that Kelly struggled to contain him, Ward joined the defensive effort. With both Ward and Kelly converging to defend against him, Benjamin felt a surge of satisfaction. Just moments ago, Zhang Ming had failed to navigate through the three-man defense of Crystal Palace. Thus, if Benjamin could succeed in breaking through the two defenders in front of him, he would be on par with Zhang Ming. If he couldn't overcome three, he could at least surpass two, which was close enough. With this thought in mind, Benjamin paid no heed to the nearby Lavezzi, who was signaling for a pass. Seeing Benjamin attempt to overpower the two defenders rather than pass, both Kelly and Ward erupted in indignation. After all, they were official starters for Crystal Palace in the Premier League, and a mere substitute like Benjamin had no right to attempt to dominate them. This situation was a blow to their pride. Wasting no time, Kelly and Ward, in perfect synchrony, executed their defensive strategy, one focused on containment while the other sought to reclaim the ball. After a stalemate of 2 rounds, Benjamin lost possession. Being a professional, he immediately attempted to retrieve the ball, only to be outmaneuvered. Once Kelly regained possession, he passed the ball to MacArthur, who, confronted by Zhang Ming's defense, quickly relayed it to Ferguson. With confidence, Ferguson faced George's defense and charged straight at him. Zhang Ming had previously remarked that George was fully capable of being selected for the national team of Longhua, indicating that George possessed a certain level of skill. Of course, the exact measure of that skill was evident from the national team's track record. Ferguson effortlessly bypassed George, prompting Ward to rush over to assist in the defense. If George struggled to contain Ferguson, Ward was unlikely to fare any better. Ferguson advanced rapidly towards the penalty area, forcing Yamamoto and Rodri to sprint over to provide support, which finally compelled Ferguson to pass the ball. Batshuayi received Ferguson's pass and charged forward, overpowering Roki as he made his way towards the small penalty area. Batshuayi's aggressive dribbling forced Roki to retreat repeatedly as he seemed poised to penetrate the small box. Amir hastily joined Roki to form a defensive duo against Batshuayi. Faced with the dual defense, Batshuayi passed the ball to Saha, who, unmarked, took a shot at goal. Although Saha was quite formidable in his confrontations, having previously left an opponent looking like a disheveled mess, the outcome of this moment remained to be seen. However, the quality of the shot leaves much to be desired, rivaling that of the players in Dragon Country's aircraft, who often missed the mark. The ball was sent soaring into the stands. Zhang Ming discerned the situation and recognized that this young player was of the same ilk as the one with the flamboyant hairstyle. A type that sparkled with brilliance at the most opportune moments. Whenever inspiration struck, scoring was undoubtedly within reach. However, in the absence of such inspiration, the vast expanse of the pitch would remain eerily devoid of activity, as if even aircraft dared not traverse the clear skies above. As the match progressed, Cech tossed the ball to Roki, who, eager to assert his presence, boldly embarked on a dribbling run. It was only when Townsend, a midfielder from Crystal Palace, approached to defend that Roki opted to pass the ball to Zhang Ming. Clearly, the Crystal Palace team had meticulously devised a strategic plan to counter their opponents. The moment Zhang Ming received the ball, he found himself besieged by the trio of Ferguson, MacArthur, and McCarthy, who swiftly converged to thwart his advance. Zhang Ming glanced at his teammates beside him, with two attacking midfielders ahead, Benjamin and Lavezzi. Further in the distance was Balotelli. "Come on, Xiaoba. Run swiftly." Zhang Ming, having assessed the situation, found himself entangled with three individuals, and thus called out to Balotelli ahead. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's voice, Balotelli was filled with delight, sensing an opportunity for a pass. Observing the actions of Zhang Ming and Balotelli, Crystal Palace defenders Sacco and Ward immediately rushed to double-team Balotelli in defense. Zhang Ming swiftly passed the ball to Lavezzi. At that moment, Lavezzi found himself unmarked, as all attention was fixated on Balotelli. "Achi, what are you waiting for? Take the shot." Zhang Ming, upon witnessing the unguarded Lavezzi receiving the ball, stood there foolishly, calling out. It was only then that Lavezzi reacted, raising his foot to take a shot. The ball found the net, granting Chelsea a temporary lead of 1-0 against Crystal Palace. Amidst the fervent celebrations of the Chelsea squad, only Balotelli appeared despondent and forlorn. At that moment, Balotelli realized he had been used, a mere pawn to draw the opposing fire and shield his teammates. Upon witnessing Balotelli's demeanor, Zhang Ming resolved to seize the opportunity to pass him the ball more frequently. Balotelli, indeed, is a commendable player, characterized by his sincerity. Chapter 91. The scouts' weaknesses laid bare. After Chelsea's jubilant celebration, the match resumed. Crystal Palace initiated the play. MacArthur passed the ball to Ferguson, who embarked on a dribbling run. He skillfully maneuvered past both George and Vaji, observing Ferguson gallop forward like a wild stallion. Zhang Ming swiftly moved in to provide support. Although Ferguson is a defensive midfielder, dribbling is not his forte. His ability to bypass George and Vaji was merely a result of the latter's inexperience and lack of match exposure, as both of them are attacking midfielders, ill-equipped for defensive duties. Zhang Ming and Ferguson both possess an overall rating of 90. Although Ferguson's experience and control over the game slightly surpass those of Zhang Ming, the latter is endowed with the extraordinary pendulum dribble technique. Ever since he deployed this skill defensively against Dortmund, it has proven to be an unfailing method for him, effectively transforming it into his signature defensive maneuver. When Ferguson observed Zhang Ming approaching him single-handedly to defend, he felt an exhilarating sense of confidence. This young man has gained considerable fame, almost to the point of being a household name. If Ferguson could surpass him, his own reputation would undoubtedly soar to new heights. With this thought in mind, Ferguson dismissed the idea of passing and instead prepared to confront Zhang Ming head-on. Zhang Ming was initially taken aback by Ferguson's boldness but quickly found amusement in it. What audacity, he thought, with an overall rating of only 90, particularly in defense. How dare you attempt to overpower me? This was a clear underestimation. Even Dortmund's attacking midfielder, Reyes, far more formidable, opted for a pass when faced with Zhang Ming's pendulum dribble defense. Yet here was Ferguson, a mere name-sharing counterpart of the famed Manchester United coach, daring to challenge him. At that moment, neither Zhang Ming nor Ferguson showed any signs of intimidation. Both were eager to outmaneuver the other. Ferguson aimed to conquer Zhang Ming to establish his own legacy, while Zhang Ming sought to thwart Ferguson's aspirations and solidify his standing in Chelsea's midfield. With George and Vaji both having been outmaneuvered, Zhang Ming was the last line of defense in the midfield. He knew he had to stop Ferguson, otherwise his role would be rendered futile. Prior to the match, Mourinho had repeatedly instructed him to hold the midfield, and Zhang Ming had confidently assured him he would not falter. As Ferguson charged toward Zhang Ming with fervor, Zhang Ming stood his ground, ready to engage. As Ferguson approached, he suddenly accelerated, veering left. Zhang Ming swiftly moved to counter. However, Ferguson's leftward maneuver was merely a feint. His true intention lay in breaking to the right. As Ferguson pivoted to the right, Zhang Ming anticipated his move and shifted accordingly. Seeing Zhang Ming move to the right, Ferguson scoffed at him, thinking, "You're too late, foolish boy." Just as Ferguson believed, he had successfully evaded Zhang Ming. The latter was already waiting for him on the right side. The moment Ferguson raised his gaze and caught sight of Zhang Ming, he was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? Is he even human? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhang Ming seized the opportunity and snatched the ball away. Zhang Ming seized the ball effortlessly, leaving Ferguson in a state of bewilderment. The Chelsea players, particularly those promoted from the reserve team, were instantly filled with admiration for Zhang Ming's performance. George and Vardsey had just been outmaneuvered, yet they were acutely aware of Ferguson's prowess. To their astonishment, the seemingly invincible Ferguson appeared utterly vulnerable before Zhang Ming. Akin to a divine being rendered powerless, it became evident that Zhang Ming's success in the first team was not without justification. Meanwhile, Yamamoto, who had been repositioned to defense, was equally astonished. Initially a midfielder, he had been thrust into the defensive role due to a shortage of defenders, a bold decision made by Mourinho. Yamamoto had previously looked down upon Zhang Ming solely because he hailed from the Dragon Nation. However, witnessing Zhang Ming's exceptional skills, he realized he could not measure up to him. Despite this, Yamamoto, embodying a spirit akin to that of a certain literary character, thought to himself, "He may excel at football and fighting and possess striking looks, but what does it matter? While I may not excel in those areas, I have my charm with the ladies." Surely, he is still a novice in that regard. Little did Yamamoto know that his sister, Haruko, had spent the entire night in the company of Zhang Ming. If he were to discover this fact, it would likely infuriate him to the point of wrath. Upon seizing the ball, Zhang Ming was immediately encircled by a trio of defenders intent on thwarting his advance. Zhang Ming observed that his teammates were tightly marked, so he passed the ball back to Amir, who regrettably had only just touched the ball for the first time since the match began. Upon seeing Amir receive the ball, Saha took it upon himself to approach and defend against him. However, Amir was merely a defender, still positioned in the latter half of the field, rendering such defense unnecessary. In truth, Saha perceived Amir as an easy target. Having relished in taunting Amir during the press conference, he had become somewhat addicted to it. As Saha approached Amir, he unleashed a ferocious roar akin to a lion's. This outburst, albeit absurd, startled Amir into retreating a step. The unexpected nature of this moment thrilled Saha, who quickly seized the opportunity to control the ball. It was only when Amir noticed the ball had slipped away that he reacted, hastening to reclaim it. Yet, the chance had already vanished. As the starting forward for Crystal Palace, Saha's prowess was unquestionable as he dashed toward the penalty area with the ball in tow. Being a forward and having intercepted the ball from the defender Amir in Chelsea's half, he posed an immense challenge for Chelsea's midfielders and defenders. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Ming and his teammates rushed toward the penalty area, but they were already too late. Saha had nearly reached the 6-yard box. Before Rodri and Rocky could close in on him, he took a shot that found the back of the net. Crystal Palace equalized the score at 1 goal apiece. Following the goal, the players of Crystal Palace erupted in jubilant celebration, while Saha brazenly provoked Chelsea's goalkeeper, Cech. Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to confront him and put him in his place, perhaps even considering whether Balotelli would take a liking to Saha. Alas, the naivete of youth was all too evident. Within just a few minutes, the shortcomings of experience had become glaringly apparent. Zhang Ming observed a group of dejected scouts, contemplating the situation. Following the loss of possession, the most infuriated was Cech. Known as Chelsea's guardian, he was now provoked by the likes of Saha, an obscure player, inciting his wrath. This was entirely Amir's fault. Had it not been for his glaring inadequacy, there would have been no opportunity for Saha's clear shot on goal. While one may not expect him to thwart Saha, he could at least hold his ground for a moment. Yamamoto and Rodri were already rushing over to provide support. Even a brief delay of 2 seconds would have sufficed. Not only did he fail to withstand a single encounter, but he also retreated. If he chose to withdraw, so be it. Yet he inexplicably retreated without even contesting for the ball. Even if fear had overtaken him, he could have passed it back to me. Is it not customary for a defender to return the ball to the goalkeeper? Chapter 92. Regaining confidence, Cech's anger intensified as he realized that the pitiful Amir was weeping. This sight only fueled Cech's fury, prompting him to shove Amir to the ground. He was intent on continuing to confront Amir, and neither Yamamoto nor Rodri could restrain him. Zhang Ming hurriedly approached and embraced Cech. As a key player in the first team, Cech certainly afforded Zhang Ming a degree of respect. Moreover, had it not been for Zhang Ming's commanding presence in midfield, They might have conceded several goals by now. Check, calm down. He is just a child. What reason do you have to be angry with him? Zhang Ming consoled Czech, expressing his bewilderment at the apparent incompetence of Chelsea scouts, questioning how they could have possibly brought in such a player. Czech, still disgruntled, muttered in discontent. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he obeyed Zhang Ming's command and returned to his position in goal to prepare for the continuation of the match, for Zhang Ming was, after all, the captain on the field at that moment. Zhang Ming, having pacified Czech, approached Amir. Upon seeing him, Wadzi and Levicki quickly grabbed Zhang Ming's arm. Brother Ming, grant him another chance. He is merely a newcomer, after all, and we all emerged from the same boot camp. Wadzi, apprehensive that Zhang Ming might reprimand Amir, spoke earnestly. In the reserve team, Wadzi shared a close bond with Zhang Ming and believed he had a certain standing in his eyes. Zhang, we are currently in the midst of a match. Any matters can be addressed afterward. We cannot afford to let outsiders witness our discord. Levicki, as the captain of the reserve team, had always taken care of Zhang Ming during his time in the reserves and now felt confident that Zhang Ming would show him consideration. Thus he held onto Zhang Ming's arm and continued to speak. Aki, Xiaohua, where are your thoughts wandering? How could I possibly strike my own teammate? I merely intend to offer some guidance to Amir. Upon hearing this, Wadzi and Levicki released Zhang Ming to approach Amir. Xiao-san, do you comprehend why that fellow constantly troubles you? Why does he not pick on Wadzi or George? He is merely seeking the path of least resistance. You have traveled great distances only to be bullied by him? Imagine how heartbroken your parents would be if they knew you were being harassed while away from home. Hearing Zhang Ming's words, Amir cried even more sorrowfully, tears streaming down his face. Fear him not. Remember, do not be afraid. We all possess the same two shoulders and a head. Who should fear whom? Stand your ground. Do not cower. Should he trouble you again, do not retreat. If he dares to lay a hand on you or initiates any physical contact, roll with it, like a crocodile seizing its prey. Let the referee send him off. You once have to lift a finger, and you will have accomplished something. If the referee turns a blind eye, fear not, for I shall stand up for you. I can beat him to a pulp. You know of my skills. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's encouragement, Amir nodded earnestly. The young lad, Amir, indeed faced tremendous challenges. He earned a mere £100 a month, and a substantial portion of that had to be sent back home. His family awaited his support, with numerous younger siblings relying on his remittances for sustenance. While Wadzi also faced struggles and sent money back home, he was willing to set aside his pride and work as a dishwasher in a restaurant. In contrast, Amir was a quintessential example of someone who would rather endure humiliation than lose face, fearful of being looked down upon. Whenever he stepped outside, he ensured he donned the finest attire he could muster, never venturing out in shorts and an old t-shirt. Zhang Ming and Wadiki often ventured out in oversized shorts, feeling the cool breeze against their skin. For Amir, the epitome of luxury was merely 2 marinated eggs. Hence, it was no surprise that he sought out Zhang Ming yesterday, clutching those eggs, hoping to glean insights on how to attend the pre-match press conference. These 2 eggs were the finest offering he could muster. The referee, witnessing the whispered exchange between Zhang Ming and Amir, urged them to proceed. This referee, seasoned in his role, had never before encountered players lingering amid a match after conceding a goal. The Crystal Palace players had already celebrated their success, awaiting the Chelsea squad to regroup. Only when the referee pressed them did Zhang Ming return to his position and the match resumed. Benjamin initiated play, passing the ball to Zhang Ming. Confronted by 3 defenders, Zhang Ming deftly passed the ball to Lavezzi. Faced with MacArthur's defense, Lavezzi found himself at a loss and returned the ball to Yamamoto. At that moment, buoyed by Saha's recent strike, the Crystal Palace team brimmed with confidence and morale, executing their defense with unwavering determination, which left the Chelsea youngsters flustered. Under pressure, Yamamoto had no choice but to pass the ball to Amir. Upon seeing Amir with the ball, Czech felt a surge of anxiety and quickly assumed a defensive stance in anticipation of another Crystal Palace onslaught. Saha, noticing Amir, felt a surge of delight and rushed over to challenge him. Amir, sensing Saha's approach, was instantly gripped by trepidation but recalled Zhang Ming's advice, standing firm against Saha's challenge. Saha, taken aback by Amir's bravery, was consumed by rage and charged towards him. Amir resolutely defended his ground, refusing to yield. Despite lacking Saha's technical prowess and experience, Amir proved that he could not be easily bypassed. Thanks to Amir's steadfastness, Rodri and Yamamoto arrived to bolster the defense. The question of whether Amir could hold his ground became secondary, knowing that support was at hand. Seeing the encroaching defense from Yamamoto and Rodri, Zaha grew increasingly impatient, determined to overpower Amir. In his frantic attempt to break through, he inadvertently lost possession of the ball to Amir. Elated by this achievement, Amir surged forward into Crystal Palace's territory. However, as Amir reveled in his moment, contemplating his impending glory, an infuriated Zaha lunged from behind with a reckless tackle, sending Amir sprawling to the ground. Rolling in pain, Amir cried out, the sting of the fall evident. Zhang Ming observed Amir regaining his confidence and felt a surge of joy. However, Sahar, that rascal, deliberately sought trouble. Although Amir was not the most admirable character, he was still his subordinate. Furthermore, Zhang had just boasted that if Sahar dared to provoke him again, he would make him regret it. Witnessing the scene unfold, Zhang could no longer stand idly by. He charged forward and collided with Sahar, toppling him to the ground. The force of the impact was so great that Sahar rolled on the ground, finally coming to a halt after a moment, much like Amir had. At that moment, players from both sides gathered, shoving one another, prompting the referee to rush over and separate them. Subsequently, he issued a yellow card to Sahar as a warning. Well done, little third, Zhang exclaimed. See that? He has nothing to be afraid of. Stand your ground and confront him. Zhang Ming gazed at the exuberant Amir and said, rest assured, Brother Ming, I now feel capable of defeating him. Amir declared with unwavering confidence. In any endeavor, one must possess self-assurance. With confidence, success is already half achieved. Although Amir, having regained his confidence, still lagged behind Zaha in skill, he was certainly not someone who could be easily outmatched by Zaha in a single round. Chapter 93. The Crystal Palace's counterattack. The match continued. Rodri passed the ball to Benjamin, who, faced with Townsend's defense, swiftly relayed it to Zhang Ming. At this moment, Zhang Ming had become the driving force behind Chelsea's offensive strategy. Zhang Ming had just received the ball when a trio of defenders swiftly converged upon him. Their timing was impeccable, and their dedication was commendable. Zhang Ming gazed ahead at his teammates. To his left stood Lavic, to his right was Benjamin, and directly in front loomed Balotelli. At that moment, all three were tightly marked by defenders, rendering any passing opportunities futile. Just as despair began to set in, an ingenious thought crossed Zhang Ming's mind. He resolved to employ a feinting strategy. Xiaoba, run swiftly, he urged. Zhang Ming shouted towards Balotelli. At that moment, the Crystal Palace players looked upon Zhang Ming's actions with disdain. They thought, not this trick again. It was precisely because of your shout that we went to defend Balotelli, only for you to pass the ball to Lavezzi, leading to our conceding a goal. This time, we shall not fall for it. Consequently, the Crystal Palace players chose not to double-team Balotelli, instead focusing intently on Benjamin and Lavezzi, leaving only Dane to guard Balotelli. Although the Crystal Palace players did not believe that Zhang Ming would pass the ball to Balotelli, Balotelli himself remained convinced. Despite having been deceived by Zhang Ming once, or even multiple times, he steadfastly believed in him. Such was his endearing stubbornness. Dane stood no chance against Balotelli. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's call, Balotelli made a swift run without the ball. His speed was such that Dane could barely react. Seeing Balotelli take off, Zhang Ming promptly passed the ball to him. Without pausing or controlling the ball, Balotelli executed a stunning volley. The Crystal Palace goalkeeper, Ballant, was utterly helpless against such a challenging shot. Balotelli's brilliant strike found the back of the net, bringing Chelsea's score to 2-1, reclaiming the lead. After scoring, Balotelli was elated as a first-team player. Witnessing Lavezzi from the reserve score had left him feeling quite disheartened. But now, having scored himself, he had restored the dignity of his elder brother. And how could he not feel exhilarated? After scoring, Balotelli leapt towards Zhang Ming, who, seeing the missile-like figure of Balotelli hurtling towards him, quickly grabbed Vardy to help catch Balotelli. Zhang Ming found himself perplexed, pondering why players tend to leap onto one another after scoring. Such a display seemed perilously reckless. It was only through the joint efforts of Zhang Ming and Vardy that they managed to barely contain Balotelli. The match progressed, and Crystal Palace initiated an offensive play. Sacco passed the ball to MacArthur, who was poised to dribble past defenders when the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. The players retreated to the locker room. Upon their return, Mourinho pulled Zhang Ming aside. In the second half, Crystal Palace will undoubtedly intensify their attack. You must focus on strengthening our midfield control. Remember, defense is paramount. You may even consider dropping back. We are still in the lead. And we should not recklessly chase after goals. Most of the players on the field are newcomers. while we can manage a favorable situation. Should we find ourselves trailing in the second half, the players' morale could easily falter. Listening to Mourinho's words, Zhang Ming understood that the Chelsea team comprised a makeshift assembly of players. Winning in a comfortable scenario posed no issue, but should they fall behind, maintaining composure would prove challenging. Their lead over Crystal Palace in the first half was primarily due to an outstanding midfield performance and Balotelli's capacity to draw defenders, along with Cech's vigilant guarding of the goal. Without such contributions, a lead would have been unattainable. He had yet to score himself, contemplating how he might seize the opportunity to net a goal in the second half. However, Mourinho's caution dashed those hopes. The manager was correct. If he ventured forward to join the attack, the midfield would likely be vulnerable to Crystal Palace's counterattacks. In the past, with Terry, Cahill, and Ivanovic safeguarding the defense, abandoning midfield might have been feasible. Now, with only the less formidable Rodri to rely on, the situation was indeed precarious. If scoring proved elusive, he could still bask in the glory of assists. As the second half commenced, Crystal Palace made a substitution, replacing defender Dan with attacking midfielder Kouyaté. Clearly aiming to bolster their offensive strategy, Crystal Palace began to organize their attack. Sakho passed the ball to Ferguson, who skillfully maneuvered past Vardy, prompting Zhang Ming to rush in for support. Under Zhang Ming's defensive pressure, Ferguson passed to Kouyaté, who had just entered the fray. Having witnessed his team being overwhelmed by a youthful Chelsea side in the first half, Kouyaté was eager to assert himself. Seizing the moment, Kouyaté charged forward, attempting to overpower Benjamin. As a first-team player for Chelsea, Benjamin was no slouch, yet he struggled against the fresh and vigorous Kouyaté. Just as Benjamin was about to be bypassed, Zhang Ming sprinted in to provide cover, compelling Kouyaté to pass back to Ferguson. "Thanks, Zhang," Benjamin said, finally acknowledging Zhang Ming's contribution in shoring up the defense. Initially, he had been displeased when Mourinho assigned the captain's armband to Zhang Ming. In Benjamin's view, only Cech and himself are worthy of wearing the captain's armband. Even Balotelli pales in comparison to his qualifications. As a newcomer, Zhang Ming donning the captain's armband left Benjamin feeling indignant. At this moment, however, Benjamin could not help but concede. The performance on the field spoke for itself. Leaving no room for dissent, Zhang Ming was taken aback by Benjamin's words. Since his arrival at Chelsea, this young man had never regarded him with any semblance of respect. Now, witnessing him lower his proud head to express gratitude was nothing short of astonishing. It appears that one must indeed earn the respect of others through one's own efforts. The adage holds true: to forge iron, one must possess strength. We must dedicate ourselves to the match ahead, though many may look down upon our motley crew. We are determined to triumph in this contest. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Zhang Ming patted Benjamin on the shoulder as he spoke. Observing Ferguson skillfully maneuver past Wadiji once more, Zhang Ming, akin to his African counterpart, hastened to defend against Ferguson. Ferguson then deftly passed the ball to Kouyaté. Just as Zhang Ming prepared to double-team Kouyaté alongside Benjamin, Kouyaté had already returned the ball to Ferguson. Before Zhang Ming could reach him, Ferguson had successfully dribbled past Wadiji. With the seamless collaboration between Kouyaté and Ferguson, Zhang Ming found himself utterly powerless. At this juncture, Ferguson had surged into the Chelsea penalty area. Confronted by Rodri's defense, Ferguson passed the ball to Batshuayi. In the face of Rocky's challenge, Batshuayi relayed the ball to Kouyaté. After skillfully evading Yamamoto, Kouyaté returned the ball to Batshuayi. With a decisive breakthrough, Batshuayi outmaneuvered Amir, finding himself one-on-one with the goal. Batshuayi unleashed a powerful shot that left Cech in vain. Crystal Palace equalized once again. Chapter 94. The efficacy of the bus formation following the goal. The Crystal Palace players provocatively taunted the Chelsea team, particularly Saha, who swaggered over to Amir with an air of arrogance. Outmatched in skill, Amir could only watch helplessly. "Little Ba, prepare yourself. We are set to launch a counterattack," Zhang Ming whispered to Balotelli, expressing his concern that with the addition of Kouyaté to Crystal Palace's midfield, it would be impossible for him to hold the defense. "Damn it. George and Ward are utterly incompetent," he lamented. Even Benjamin had retreated to the midfield to assist in defense, yet they still could not withstand the pressure. As the match commenced, Yamamoto passed the ball to Zhang Ming. Upon receiving the ball, Balotelli swiftly darted towards Crystal Palace's penalty area. Defenders Sakho and Ward quickly marked him closely. Just as Zhang Ming prepared to strike, Balotelli pivoted and skillfully intercepted Zhang Ming's exquisite back pass. Unfazed by the defense from Sakho and Ward, Balotelli boldly attempted to dribble through. He made a diving maneuver, then veered left, followed by a quick shift to the right. It still could not surpass the two defenders. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Benjamin. Eager to make an impact, Benjamin took a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, with predictable results. At that moment, Benjamin resembled a misguided artilleryman, launching a misguided strike towards the heavens. While the Chelsea players were still grappling with their frustration and disappointment, Crystal Palace initiated a swift counterattack. Goalkeeper Hennessy had already delivered the ball to defender Kelly. Kelly skillfully maneuvered past Benjamin before passing it to MacArthur, who effortlessly evaded George. As Ward approached to defend, MacArthur deftly passed the ball to Ferguson. Zhang Ming hurriedly rushed over to defend Ferguson. Upon noticing Zhang Ming approaching, Ferguson swiftly passed the ball to Kuyatai. Zhang Ming, upon witnessing their repeated maneuvers, decided against dawdling in midfield and instead sprinted towards the edge of the penalty area to fortify the defense. If he continued to linger in midfield like Erha, he risked exhausting himself. Observing Zhang Ming's actions, the Chelsea players relinquished their positions in midfield and retreated to the penalty area, forming a defensive wall. In the past, while watching football matches, Zhang Ming would disdainfully scoff at teams that adopted such a defensive stance. It was utterly humiliating to see two teams of equal numbers, yet one cowering defensively like a turtle. Now, however, Zhang Ming understood the predicament. It was not a matter of choice but necessity. Despite having the same physical attributes, one simply could not withstand the opposing force. At present, Chelsea's entire squad had compacted into their penalty area for defense, with only Balotelli tirelessly contesting for the ball outside the box. Observing Balotelli's vigorous performance, Zhang Ming surmised that the young man had likely practiced abstinence the previous night. Otherwise, such stamina would be inconceivable. The five midfielders and two forwards from Crystal Palace took turns assaulting Chelsea's defense, and Zhang Ming positioned himself wherever he was needed. Crystal Palace was struggling to penetrate Chelsea's defense. Wherever there was a potential breakthrough, Zhang Ming would be there to provide assistance. Moreover, Balotelli was persistently harassing Crystal Palace's ball control from the periphery. Confronted with Chelsea's defensive formation, the significance of having a long-range shooter became evident. Without such a player, one was left powerless against a fortified defense, unless one possessed overwhelming strength to dominate the opponent. Otherwise, breaking through a solid defense proved to be an arduous task. Ultimately, Crystal Palace found themselves resorting to long-range shots from the periphery of the penalty area, but the chances of scoring were slim. Selecting a shooter was not a task for just anyone. Crystal Palace repeatedly attempted to emulate Lindemann's actions, nearly exhausting their supply of substitute balls. Meanwhile, the spectators seated behind Chelsea's goal were thoroughly entertained, witnessing a plethora of footballs. As time dwindled and the match approached stoppage time, the Crystal Palace players grew increasingly anxious. Despite having the upper hand in the game, they struggled to find the back of the net. Following another wayward shot from Batshuayi, Crystal Palace reluctantly accepted a draw and settled for a single point. With 3 minutes left in stoppage time, Chelsea now possessed the ball. If they took their time, there would be no opportunity for Crystal Palace to organize an attack, let alone contemplate scoring for victory. Under the referee's urging, Czech, with great reluctance, passed the ball to Yamamoto, who immediately sought out Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming skillfully maneuvered the ball, confronted by a trio of defenders. He deftly passed the ball to Balotelli. Balotelli then surged into the penalty area, where he was met by the tight defensive grip of 3 Crystal Palace defenders. Just as the players pondered how Balotelli would handle the situation, he unexpectedly played against the norm and returned the ball to Zhang Ming. The trio of MacArthur, McCarthy, and Ferguson could hardly anticipate that Balotelli would pass back to Zhang Ming, prompting them to hastily rush towards him in an attempt to block. Zhang Ming took a shot at goal before the trio of defenders could close in. As the ball soared through the air, he noticed the green indicator on the goal line displaying a success rate of 91%. With such a probability of success, he felt assured. Indeed, it wasn't long before he heard the jubilant cheers of his teammates. Quickly, he turned to retreat on defense. Zhang Ming was in no mood for celebration. The match was far from over. Crystal Palace, initially in a favorable position, was unwilling to accept a scoreless outcome. Now trailing with only a minute remaining, the players were fraught with anxiety. Faced with Chelsea's formidable defense, Crystal Palace dared not attempt long-range shots, knowing that a single missed attempt could seal their fate. In the dwindling seconds, the seasoned Petrek seemed to be deliberately stalling for time. Crystal Palace made repeated attempts to force their way through Chelsea's defenses. Chelsea, determined to maintain their lead, had even seen Balotelli abandon his usual position outside the penalty area to join the defensive fray. If they could just hold on for this final minute, they would secure 3 vital points against Crystal Palace. Kuyat, who had only entered the game as a substitute in the second half, was particularly fervent, brimming with energy. He initiated a breakthrough, aiming to overpower George. Given George's abilities, Zhang Ming hurriedly moved in to provide support. Noticing Zhang Ming approaching, Kuyat passed the ball to Ferguson on the left flank. With unwavering confidence against Roki's defense, Ferguson prepared to advance. Just as Roki seemed on the verge of being outmaneuvered, Yamamoto's timely intervention thwarted Ferguson's entry. At this juncture, the stoppage time had also elapsed. Yet the referee had yet to blow the final whistle. Both teams understood that once Crystal Palace's offensive surge concluded, the match would inevitably come to an end. As Ferguson struggled to break through, Saha rushed in to collaborate with him on the attack. Zhang Ming observed Saha moving to the left to engage in defense, prompting him to pivot and race over to provide support. Unbeknownst to him, Crystal Palace had orchestrated this very maneuver to lure him to the left. As Zhang arrived, Ferguson executed a sweeping transfer, delivering the ball to the right side where Kouyatai awaited. Upon seeing Kouyatai in possession, Zhang realized the impending danger. At that moment, only Rodri and Lavezzi remained to defend the right flank. Kouyatai surged past Rodri and unleashed a shot on goal. Czech, initially focused on the left, swiftly turned to the right upon noticing the ball's shift. In his haste, he collided with his teammate Rocky, falling to the ground, witnessing the Chelsea goalkeeper incapacitated. The Crystal Palace players erupted in excitement, sensing an opportunity. Just as Czech stared helplessly at the ball hurtling towards the net, Amir leapt into action. Using his body to block the shot, Czech hurriedly secured the ball in his grasp. Chapter 95. The revelry of the young scouts with Czech firmly holding the ball. The referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match. Chelsea triumphed over Crystal Palace with a score of 3-2, successfully securing 3 points from the away game. Consequently, Chelsea maintained a flawless record in the new season, boasting 4 victories and 12 points, firmly establishing themselves at the top of the league table. Manchester City followed in second place with 10 points, while Manchester United held third with 9 points, and Arsenal fourth with 8 points, closely pursued by Liverpool at 7 points. The entire Chelsea team, from the coach to owner Abramovich, was elated by this victory, despite Crystal Palace not being a formidable opponent. The squad representing Chelsea comprised entirely of newcomers. This was immensely significant. Not only did the rookies gain valuable experience, but their market value was undoubtedly on the rise. The disparity